In the 22nd year of the Kaiyuan-era winter, the north wind swept heavy goosefeather snow from the vast northwestern sky, cascading down for 3 days without cease. The prosperous and flourishing Chang'an city was thus shrouded in a vast expanse of pure white. The blue stone slabs on Vermilion Bird Avenue were long buried under thick snow, their original gray hue nowhere to be seen. Only the Vermilion Palace walls and towering watchtowers loomed faintly in the wind and snow, with occasional glimmers from gilded roof tiles accentuating the solemn stillness of this majestic imperial city. The usually bustling avenue was now much quieter. Occasionally patrol soldiers in heavy black armor tramped through the snow, their boots crunching against the accumulation, a sound quickly swallowed by the roaring snowstorm. The tavern banner by the street rasped violently in the cold wind, a thin layer of snow accumulated on the fabric. A few houses with closed doors and windows barely let out dim yellow lights through the cracks, adding a faint warmth to the frozen expanse. The wind and snow intensified, threatening to freeze even the moat water. Cooking smoke rose from the city, intertwining with the falling snow, blurring the distant horizon. The world was utterly silent, so quiet that one could hear the faint sound of snowflakes landing on roof tiles, branches and stone steps, as if the entire Chang'an was slowly falling into a deep slumber amidst the bitter winter cold. Yet in a larger residence south of the city there was a different, anxious scene. The small courtyard was cold and desolate with snow-covered withered branches, but the window paper of the main room glowed with warm firelight. The charcoal stove in the room blazed fiercely, sparks crackling, dispelling the creeping chill that slipped in through the window. Several servants moved swiftly in and out carrying hot water or clean towels, their faces revealing palpable tension. Inside the inner chamber the suppressed cries of a woman in pain came intermittently, mixed with the steady soothing voice of the midwife, all the more vivid in the silent snowy night. The woman was exhausted, sweat beading on her forehead, black hair clinging to her cheeks, her face pale as paper. Each wave of pain seemed to tear her apart, yet she clenched her teeth, refusing to utter excessive moans. Outside the wind and snow howled as if echoing the struggle within. The bitter cold of heaven and earth seemed to press down upon this tiny room. "Madam, push harder. I can see the baby's head." The midwife's voice was steady, her hand supporting the woman firmly, her gaze fixed, never slackening for an instant. The storm outside suddenly intensified, rattling the windowpanes with a rustling sound. At that moment a clear and piercing cry suddenly rang out from the inner chamber, piercing through all the anxiety and silence. The cry was not like a normal infant's weak wail, it was extraordinarily loud, cutting through wind and snow as if to overpower the roaring gale outside. The midwife was momentarily stunned, then a joyful smile broke across her face. She quickly wrapped the swaddling clothes and said softly, "It's a boy. A healthy young master. Such a loud cry, he will surely be blessed." In the swaddling clothes the infant's features were still shallow, his small face rosy, eyes closed, hands and feet gently kicking. He had just entered this world, encountering Chang'an century-old snow as if born from pure whiteness untainted by earthly dust. The lamplight fell upon him warm and soft, creating two separate worlds between the indoor warmth and the icy landscape outside. The woman weakly opened her eyes, looked at the child in her arms, tears streaming down her face. All the pain and exhaustion melted into tenderness at that single cry. She gently touched the baby's tender cheek, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint smile. "Welcome to this world, my child." Outside the heavy snow still fell. The vast whiteness covered Chang'an streets and palaces, covered the withered branches and cold waters, and also covered the clamor of the mortal world. Yet this initial cry in the silence between heaven and earth marked the first spark of life. Wind and snow fell silent, time passed slowly. The great Tang flourished and a new life quietly arrived amidst the deep winter snow. He was born in Chang'an, grew up in a prosperous era, first stepping into the world to see 1,000 miles of silver, a city full of wind and snow. No one knew what kind of life this child born on a snowy night would lead in the magnificent world to come. It was only known that at this moment in windswept and snow-laden Chang'an a single cry added a touch of warmth and the beginning of a story waiting to unfold. In the depth of winter a biting wind swirled with goosefeather, heavy snow enveloping the entire city of Chang'an in a blanket of pure white. On the official road outside the city not a single traveler was in sight. Only within the city's ordinary lanes did a household surnamedly glow with warm light, creating a world apart from the icy snow outside. Inside the delivery room warmth rose as embers crackled in the brazier. Orange-red firelight spilled across the window lattice and over the wooden table, casting a gentle soft glow on the faces of the family. Wrapped in swaddling, the newborn nestled securely in the woman's arms, his tiny body as soft as a tuft of cotton, breathing steady and light. His tiny brow would occasionally furrow slightly as if carrying the unspoken unease of a newborn, but moments later it would relax again as though he had found peace in a sweet dream, his innocent expression softening every heart. The woman having just given birth still bore a trace of weakness on her face, yet she mustered her strength and carefully cradled her child, her eyes filled with deep tenderness and devotion. The husband stood guard by the bed, refusing to leave even a step, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on his wife and child. The anxiety and worry that had hung over his heart in the days before had vanished with the howling wind outside. His brow now held only the joy and contentment of a first-time father, a tenderness that could melt the thickest ice of winter. He raised his hand with extreme gentleness, slowly brushing away the strands of hair damp with sweat on his wife's forehead. His voice was low and tender, full of concern. "You've worked hard, my dear." Hearing this, the woman lowered her gaze to the child in her arms, then looked up at her husband with a gentle smile and replied softly, "It's not hard at all. On the contrary, it is you who have been busy rushing about for me. You must be tired." The flickering firelight made her cheeks flush red, perhaps from the lingering warmth after childbirth, or perhaps from a hint of shyness stirred by her husband's tenderness. Her eyes were filled with gentle serenity. "Ha ha ha." A hearty joyful laugh broke the tender atmosphere in the room. The old father-in-law beamed, stroking his beard as he looked at the newborn and swaddling, his tone full of satisfaction. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. It's been hard on you, my daughter. You've added another member to our family. From now on the household will be even livelier. There's no time to waste, we must give this child a name right away." "Yes, yes, father-in-law is absolutely right." The husband nodded repeatedly, his gaze shifting to the swirling snow outside the window, then back to the peacefully sleeping child, his tone solemn. "This child was born amidst this unseen-a-century snowstorm. He has arrived at just the right time. He is our family's fortune. We must give him a name worthy of this great snow in Chang'an." The old grandmother leaned close to the bed, gently stroking the soft swaddling, her eyes kind and her smile wide. Gazing at the falling snow outside, she spoke softly, "Heaven sends this heavy snow as an auspicious omen. This child carries an air of pure coldness when born, his character will surely be clear and untainted. He will grow into a kind and upright young man. In my opinion, we might add the character Han Cold to his name to eternally remember this great snow of the 22nd year of Kaiyuan." After hearing this, the husband pondered for a long moment. His gaze swept over the blazing brazier in the room, then toward the frozen snowscape outside, a thought forming in his mind. He spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet firm. "The character Han is good indeed, pure and refined, but it lacks a touch of warmth. This child was born in ice and snow, but will grow up surrounded by the full warmth of our family, wrapped in tenderness like bathed in spring breeze, like receiving sweet rain." The woman, weak yet gentle, chimed in softly, "Mu Han. Li Mu Han." As these words settled, everyone in the room paused for a moment, then nodded in approval, their eyes full of praise. The old grandmother repeated, "Li Mu Han," several times, growing more pleased each time, and said with a smile, "Mu Han, bathed in snow yet heart-harboring warmth, never troubled by the world's cold." This name carries both the proud resilience of wind and snow and the softness wrapped in family warmth, combining strength and gentleness, perfect for my grandson. As if Li Mu Han in his swaddling truly heard his name, his tiny mouth made a slight sucking motion and he nuzzled comfortably in his mother's warm embrace, his brow fully relaxed, sleeping even more peacefully. Outside, the wind and snow continued unabated. Chang'an lay covered in thousands of miles of snow, streets and alleys still as a painting. Inside, the lamplight was soft, the brazier warm, laughter light and warmth filled the air. A tiny new life on this snowy night in the flourishing Chang'an amidst the falling snow and the warmth of the room was given his own name, beginning his long journey in the world. As dusk crept over the city walls of Chang'an, lanterns began to glow one after another from Vermilion Bird Avenue to the eastern and western markets. Countless households hung their festive lights, painting the night sky in a warm golden hue. 6 years had passed, marked by the silent cycle of seasons. Now 6 years old, Li Mu Han donned a new jacket of cyan silk embroidered with bamboo patterns. His hair was tied up with a delicate jade hairpin, his small cherubic face still holding a trace of baby fat. Barely containing his bubbling excitement, he waited early at the mansion's entrance, frequently peering inside as if expecting someone. Before long, a young man dressed as a servant hurried out. His name was Wang Er, a steady and dependable retainer who had served the Li family for many years. Master Li and his wife were kind-hearted and never mistreated their servants who were close to the family. As soon as he saw Wang Er, the boy darted over and expertly grabbed the man's sleeve. In the young master's eyes, Wang Er was never just a servant but his closest confidant since childhood. "Wang Er, hurry, hurry. If we're late, all the best lanterns will be taken." Li Mu Han tilted his face upward, his voice soft and urgent. His large jet-black eyes reflected the distant flowing lights. Wang Er smiled and agreed, reaching out to straighten the boy's collar ruffled by the wind. "Slow down, little master. I'm right behind you. It wouldn't be fun if you fell." Master and servant one ahead and one behind merged into the lively crowd of the Lantern Festival. On both sides of the street a dazzling array of lanterns was on display. Lotus lanterns floated in the streetside canals, their pink and white petals cradling tiny flames that swayed gently with the water. Revolving lanterns spun ceaselessly, painted with scenes of change, flying to the moon and the 8 immortals crossing the sea. With each turn the painted figures seemed to come alive. There were tiger head lanterns, rabbit lanterns and carp lanterns, each more exquisite than the last, their tassels woven from colorful threads swaying lightly in the breeze. The air was thick with a medley of aromas, the sweet and sour scent of candied hawthorns, the caramel fragrance of sugar paintings, the soft glutinous smell of osmanthus cakes and the warmth of hot tea. This mingled with the sounds of voices, laughter and drums and music, weaving a tapestry of vibrant worldly life. Li Muhan's eyes were wide with wonder, his little legs unable to stay still. One moment head pounce on a masked vendor to the left, the next head squeeze to the right to watch acrobats brandishing swords and staves. Wang Er, look. That dragon lantern can blink. He pointed at the Several's Hanglong dragon lantern in the middle of the street. Its scales were sewn from colored silk and gold thread glittering under the light. The dragon's head swayed and its eyes inlaid with colored glaze made it seem truly alive. Wang Er followed closely behind him, his hand always hovering protectively near Muhan's back. When the crowd surged he would gently shield the boy, ensuring no one bumped into him. Slow down, the ground is slippery. Be careful not to fall. They stopped at a sugar painting stall. Li Muhan finally halted, staring at a translucent sugar rabbit on display. His small lips were pressed together, clearly yearning for it, yet he tried hard to appear well-behaved. Wang Er instantly understood his desire. Smiling, he paid for one and handed it to the boy. Here, take it. Be careful, it's sticky. Muhan took the sugar rabbit carefully, taking a small bite. The sweetness instantly melted on his tongue, making his eyes curve into little crescents of joy. He held the stick out to Wang Er. Wang Er, you try it too. It's so sweet. A warmth touched Wang Er's heart. He gently shook his head. I don't have a sweet tooth. You enjoy it, young master. The two of them walked all the way to the bank of Tsujiang Pond. Countless river lanterns floated on the water, their tiny flames rippling with the waves like a sky full of fallen stars. Li Muhan leaned on the stone railing, his little head tilted slightly. He asked softly, Wang Er, where are these lanterns floating to? To a faraway place to carry the young master's wishes to the immortals in heaven. Muhan immediately stood up straight, pressed his palms together, furrowed his little brow and made a wish with a serious expression. I wish for father and mother to be healthy and live a long life, and I wish Wang Er could come to the Lantern Festival with me every day and be with me forever. Wang Er's heart softened. He reached out and gently ruffled the boy's soft hair. It will happen. The immortals will surely hear you. All of the young master's wishes will come true. Just then a burst of drums and music erupted from the street center. A dragon dance procession slowly made its way forward, with gongs and drums shaking the heavens and a colorful dragon twisting and turning. The watching crowd cheered loudly. Muhan stood on his tiptoes in frustration, unable to see properly, his small face full of anxiety. Seeing this, Wang Er smiled faintly, bent down and lifted the boy up, settling him securely on his shoulders. In an instant the world opened up before Li Muhan's eyes. The entire dragon danced amidst the lantern light. The street's lanterns, the bustling crowd and the city's lights were all laid out before him. He clapped his hands and laughed with excitement, his crisp laughter merging into the lively night. Wow! So high! Wang Er, I can see the whole dragon. Wang Er held the boy's legs firmly, listening to the happy laughter of the young master above him, looking at his small face illuminated by the lanterns. A gentle smile never left his lips. The night grew deeper and the lanterns shone brighter. Little Li Muhan sat on Wang Er's shoulders, holding a brand new jade rabbit lantern in one hand, a sweet sugar flower in his mouth and the boundless prosperity of the great Tang before his eyes. Wang Er walked steadily, step by step, protecting the young master before him and also guarding the warmest and most precious time of this night. Their silhouettes, one tall and one short, grew distant within the lantern light, merging into the eternal gentleness and festivity of this Lantern Festival night. The lanterns of the Lantern Festival night gradually dimmed as the third watch drum had already sounded. The crowds on the long street slowly dispersed, leaving only scattered lights gently swaying in the wind, casting dappled patches of light upon the flagstones. Wang Er held a large zongzi, Li Muhan wrapped tightly in clothes, steadily in his arms. With his other hand he carried the nearly extinguished rabbit lantern, his steps soft and light as he trod through the silent alleyways. Li Muhan, who had been too excited to return home just moments ago, had now lost all his energy. His little head rested limply on Wang Er's shoulder, his long lashes drooping, his cheeks flushed rosy red, carrying a hint of drowsiness and contentment. "Are you sleepy, young master?" Wang Er asked softly, the tenderness in his voice impossible to conceal. Li Mu Han let out a soft his voice as faint as a thread, as weak as a kitten's mew, yet his small hand tightly clutched Wang Er's clothes as if afraid that if he let go the night's excitement would slip away. Just moments ago on the street he had pulled Wang Er to watch the revolving lanterns eat sugar paintings and chase after the drifting sky lanterns, his clear eyes shining more brightly than the stars above. But a child cannot withstand the depths of night. After wandering through the latter half of the journey, his steps slowed and his eyelids began to droop. Seeing that he could barely hold on, Wang Er wordlessly scooped him up, took off his own clothes and wrapped the small figure tightly in his arms. The young master of the Li residence had always been polite and unwilling to be carried by just anyone. But tonight he was too tired and trusted Wang Er, so he obediently nestled in his arms, letting him shield and guide him through the gradually quietening streets of Chang'an. The night wind carried the chill of early spring. Wang Er instinctively pulled Li Mu Han closer, his own clothes shielding his little master from the evening breeze. The young master carried a faint scent of milk and the warm fragrance of lantern wax. Leaning against Wang Er's chest, his breathing was even and shallow, his small chest rising and falling gently. "Wang Er." Li Mu Han murmured, vaguely half asleep. "I'm here, young master," Wang Er replied gently, his steps never faltering. "We'll be home soon. Don't worry, it's peaceful." As if he understood, Li Mu Han nuzzled deeper into Wang Er's warm embrace, found the most comfortable position and closed his eyes completely. His long lashes cast a faint shadow beneath his eyelids and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if in his dreams he still saw the city ablaze with lanterns. Wang Er looked down at the peaceful sleeping face of the child in his arms, his heart melting into a state of utter tenderness. Having grown up in the Li residence, he had watched Li Mu Han transform from a swaddled infant into the adorable child he was now, and had long come to cherish him like a younger brother. On ordinary days the household was full of strict rules. The young master had to study, practice calligraphy, and observe propriety. Rarely was there a night like this, free and unrestrained, where he could laugh so joyfully. Now, having shed all his well-behaved composure, he was like any ordinary child, relying on Wang Er, sleeping without a hint of weariness. The journey was silent, only the sound of footsteps and light breathing intertwined. As they neared the back gate of the Li residence, Wang Er even held his breath, afraid to disturb the sweet dreams of the one in his arms. The servant on duty, upon seeing them, quietly opened the side door without making a sound. Once inside the residence, the courtyard was silent, lit only by the warm dim glow of lanterns under the eaves. Instead of taking Li Mu Han directly to the main courtyard and disturbing the mistress, Wang Er first carried him to his own small side room. The young master was sleeping so soundly that moving him now might easily wake him. The room already had a warm stove. As soon as he pushed open the door, a wave of warmth greeted him. Wang Er carefully laid Li Mu Han on his own thick, soft bed. Just as he was about to let go, the young master seemed to sense it, his brow furrowing slightly as his small hand reached out again, murmuring faintly, "Wang Er. Don't go." Wang Er's heart ached. He quickly sat back on the edge of the bed, gently holding his small hand, and whispered soothingly, "I'm not going. I'll stay right here with you, young master." Upon hearing the reassuring voice, Li Mu Han's brow gradually relaxed, but he still refused to let go of Wang Er's hand. Wang Er, caught between helplessness and affection, chose not to lie down. Instead, he sat sideways on the edge of the bed, letting Li Mu Han continue to lean against his chest, gently patting his back as if coaxing his own little brother. The young master curled up in his arms, his body small and warm, completely surrendered to deep sleep. In his dreams there were no poems, no books, no rituals, no rules, only the dazzling sea of lanterns, sweet sugar paintings, and a Wang Er who would always protect and accompany him. He slept very peacefully, his sleep talk sweet, the corners of his mouth occasionally curving upward as if dreaming of the happiest moments of the night. Wang Er remained utterly still, letting the young master hold his arm and sleep soundly against his chest. Outside the window the lights gradually went out as the night grew deeper. Inside the room only the warm stove glowed faintly and the lamplight was dim and soft. He looked down at the peaceful sleeping face of the little one in his arms, listening to his even light breathing, and felt that all the running around, the crowds, and the exhaustion of the night had vanished without a trace. He was a servant of the Li residence, a menial, but at this moment he was the young master's most secure refuge. What he held in his arms was a peace and tenderness that all the lanterns of Chang'an could not replace. Wang Er gently raised his hand to tuck the blanket around Li Mu Han, his gaze so tender it seemed to drip with affection. "Sleep, young master," he whispered softly, his voice as light as the wind. "With me here you have nothing to fear. Sleep soundly until morning." The room was filled with silence, only the warm light flowing. The large and small figures leaned against each other, embracing the lingering warmth of the night's lanterns, and sank into deep sleep in the quiet of the late night. My lord, must we truly send Muhan to study immortality? It's far too dangerous. The charcoal fire in the room blazed warmly, yet it could not conceal the tremor in the woman's voice. Before the writing desk sat a man clad in azure robes, upright as a pine, his fingertips tracing a broken bronze talisman, his knuckles pale. He was Li Muhan's father, Li Yanji, the current head of the Li family. The speaker was none other than Li Muhan's mother, Su Qinhe. A decade ago he had served as the censor-in-chief, yet at the pinnacle of a flourishing era he chose to resign from office, closing his doors and ceasing to meddle in political affairs. Dangerous. Humph. Li Yanji let out a soft laugh, lifting his head. His pitch-black eyes harbored a decade's worth of vicissitudes. The chasm between mortals and immortals was simply too vast. Back then within the palace he had unexpectedly witnessed the emperor dining at the same table as a celestial being, his expression slightly restrained. He had never breathed a word of this to anyone, merely recalling it now within the depths of his heart. Remember the 10th year of Kai Yuan, when Mount Wuxia collapsed, the river waters flowed backward and you and I were trapped in dire straits. It was an azure-robed immortal who raised the waters, turned the clouds and reversed the flood, saving both our lives. Upon parting he left behind this bronze talisman as a token, saying that if any descendant of the Li family possessed the destiny for immortality, they could take this talisman to Zhongnan and seek the Tao. But this mortal world is peaceful and prosperous, and Muhan is the apple of our eye. How could I bear to let him endure the hardships of seeking the Tao? Rumors say that demonic creatures have appeared on Mount Zhongnan, and the path of immortality is fraught with peril, with a slim chance of survival. If anything should happen to him. The woman's voice choked with emotion. She unconsciously leaned into her husband's embrace, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. My mind is made up. This matter is no longer up for discussion. Li Yanji's tone was resolute, carrying a hint of undeniable authority. I pray that Muir's journey on the path of the Tao will encounter fewer hardships. You go to bed first. I have a few more matters to arrange. The next day at the hour of Mao. A boy dressed in plain clothes, his gaze as sharp as a torch, his rosy, slightly chubby face brimming with earnestness. Just moments ago Li Yanji had fully disclosed the matter of seeking the Tao to Li Muhan. He had expected his son to be afraid, but the reality was quite the opposite. He first bowed deeply to him, then said with unwavering conviction, Father. Your son is willing to journey to Zhongnan. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my son, Li Yanji. You have not lost the valor of the Li family. Li Yanji threw his head back and laughed heartily. Go and pack your things. After you eat you shall set out for Zhongnan. Yes. Your son takes his leave. As he watched Li Muhan withdraw from the main hall, Li Yanji's smile gradually faded. Wang Er. Your servant is here. A figure strode in swiftly from outside the door. Make preparations and accompany Muhan to Zhongnan. As you command. After the meal Su Muhan shed his usual silk finery and donned a coarse azure cloth robe. Carrying a simple bundle he stepped alone into the boundless wind and snow. The carriage halted outside the city gate. Wang Er, peering through the curtain at the youth's slender silhouette, watched until it vanished into the misty depths of Mount Zhongnan. Only then did he clench his fist tightly, a single tear falling onto the back of his hand, but it vanished in an instant. His young master had been exceptionally clever and amiable since childhood. Though their bond was that of master and servant, it transcended such a simple boundary. The snow of the 28th year of Kaiyuan fell with an unusual persistence. The splendor of Chang'an remained, with songs and revelry lasting through the night. No one knew that a youth had embarked on the path to seek immortality, nor did anyone realize that beneath this seemingly peaceful golden age the seeds of cataclysm had already been sown in unseen places. And deep within the misty clouds of Zhongnan a youth in azure robes ascended the stone steps step by step. The road ahead stretched endlessly, the path of immortality vast and uncertain. His story had truly begun. Snow reached his ankles as Li Muhan walked alone on the Zhongnan ancient path. The mountain wind carried icy snow like shattered jade, stinging his cheeks. He had shed the brocade robes and jade crown of Chang'an, donning only coarse blue cloth, carrying a simple pack. At his waist hung the bronze talisman his father had entrusted to him. The talisman, frozen by the wind and snow, sent a bone-piercing chill through him, yet it also held a faint, almost imperceptible warmth, protecting his heart from the mountain's cold. He had entered the mountains at the hour of the dragon, and 2 hours had already passed. The smoke and bustle of the foothills faded, leaving only the sound of pines and the wind and snow. The deeper he went, the more treacherous the terrain, the denser the mist. The heart of Zhongnan, where even seasoned hunters dared not tread, slowly unfolded beneath his feet. As he reached a precipice, the snowy mist suddenly parted. Through the clouds a faint white jade staircase was revealed winding upwards disappearing into a sea of clouds. Beside the stairs stood a stone tablet bearing no signature only 8 engraved characters when the heart is dustless the Tao naturally reaches the azure clouds. Li Muhan paused bowed deeply and then ascended the steps. The stairs grew steeper the wind like a knife. Though he had learned some martial arts in his youth at the manor and was in decent shape climbing the mountain in the blizzard still drained his strength. His clothes soaked by snow had frozen stiff. His feet were numb each step like treading on blades of ice. He nearly slipped several times but gritted his teeth and steadied himself. His father's words echoed in his mind the path of immortality is perilous but not as perilous as the human heart, the deep mountains are cold but not as cold as the machinations of the court. He was not without fear but compared to the unseen daggers and veiled conflicts of Chang'an the mountains wind and snow were far more straightforward. He walked for what felt like an eternity as the sky began to darken. The mist ahead suddenly cleared revealing an ancient Taoist temple quietly standing on a mountaintop plateau. The plaque above the gate bore 2 characters Qingyun. Was this the Qingyun temple his father spoke of? The temple was modest with green tiles covered in snow and a faded vermilion gate. 2 ancient pines gnarled and powerful like dragons stood before it. There was no incense smoke yet it possessed a pure serene immortal aura. As the mountain wind swept by a copper bell at the temple's corner chimed softly its clear sound cleansing the spirit. Li Muhan stood before the gate straightened his disheveled clothes and raised his hand to gently knock on the door ring. 3 soft knocks rang out exceptionally clear in the silent mountain peak. After a moment the wooden door creaked open. The door was opened by a girl who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16. She wore her hair in a high ponytail dressed in a blue Taoist robe with clear eyes. Seeing Li Muhan in the snow she showed no surprise only nodded slightly with a smile in her eyes. Little brother, have you come from Chang'an? Li Muhan was taken aback then bowed respectfully. My name is Li Muhan. By my late father's command I have come to seek Master Xuanjizi as my teacher and beg him to accept me. As he spoke he took out the bronze talisman from his bosom and offered it with both hands. The girl took the talisman, glanced at it, a flicker of light in her eyes, then returned it to him. My master has been expecting you for a long time. Please follow me into the temple. My master has been expecting you for a long time. Li Muhan's heart trembled. The immortal had left the talisman 10 years ago and today he came up the mountain, yet the master already knew he would come. Such prescience was true immortal art. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and followed the girl into the temple. The inner courtyard was serene with no trace of fallen snow. There were no servants, no noise, only a few winter plum trees quietly blooming in the wind and snow, their subtle fragrance drifting. In the main hall incense smoke curled upwards, enshrining statues of the 3 pure ones. On a meditation cushion in the hall sat an old Taoist. His hair and beard were white, he wore a plain Taoist robe, his face was gaunt and his eyes were slightly closed as if he had been in meditation for 1,000 years. His aura was as faint as the mountaintop clouds, yet it commanded reverence. This was the master of Qingyun Temple, Xuanjizi. The girl bowed and retreated to the side, leaving only Li Muhan and the old Taoist in the hall. The wind and snow beat against the window lattice and the hall was silent. Li Muhan stood with his hands at his sides holding his breath, not daring to disturb. After an unknown length of time Xuanjizi slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes seemed to contain the stars and the galaxy, yet also seemed to see through the vicissitudes of the world. With a single indifferent glance Li Muhan felt completely transparent, all distracting thoughts in his heart dissipating, leaving only a pure clarity. Is your father Li Yanji well? Xuanjizi spoke, his voice not loud but clearly heard. My father is safe in Chang'an and bade me send his regards to you, master. Li Muhan bowed respectfully, once again holding up the bronze talisman with both hands. Years ago you saved my parents from danger, left this talisman as a guide and instructed me to seek the Tao in Zhongnan. Today I have come to humbly request to become your disciple. I beg you, immortal, to accept me and I am willing to devote myself to cultivation. Xuanjizi's gaze fell upon the talisman and he nodded slightly. The agreement of years past has come to pass today. This is fate. His tone shifted, becoming stern. But to enter my Qingyun there are 3 things you must not ask and 3 things you must not keep. Are you willing to hear them? Li Muhan bowed. Your disciple is willing to listen. Xuanjizi spoke slowly. First, do not ask for immortality. Immortality is not sought but naturally attained. Second, do not ask for fame and position. Once you enter my sect you sever ties with worldly power. Third, do not ask about the past. The splendor of Chang'an, the honor and disgrace of your family are to be set aside for now. The 3 things you must not keep: do not keep worldly customs, do not crave fine clothes and rich food, do not cling to human love and affection. You will rise at the hour of the tiger and sleep at the hour of the rat, spending your days chopping wood, carrying water, sweeping snow, practicing martial arts, meditating and refining qi without rest year-round. The path of immortality is solitary. Those with an unsteady Tao heart will find every step difficult. Can you endure this? Each word struck Li Muhan's heart like a hammer. He thought of the bustling Vermilion Bird Avenue of Chang'an, the warm cozy chambers of his home, the reluctant gazes of his parents and Wang Er. But it was only for a moment. The boy raised his eyes, his gaze firm without a hint of hesitation. He bowed deeply to Xuanjizi, his voice clear and resonant, filling the hall. Your disciple Li Muhan is willing to accept. I am willing to forsake the mortal world, abide by the rules of Qingyun and seek the great Tao in my heart. Even if it means a lifetime of solitude, I will have no regrets unto death. Xuanjizi looked at him, was silent for a moment and then suddenly smiled slightly. That smile was like the melting of ice and snow, like the spring wind entering the mountains. Good. He raised his hand and gently tapped Li Muhan's brow. A gentle refreshing breath slowly infused into his body. His limbs, which had been frozen numb, were instantly flooded with warmth, and the fatigue of days of mountain climbing vanished in an instant. From today on you are a disciple of my Qingyun temple. Your Taoist name is Qinghan. Qinghe, take your junior brother to awaken his spiritual root. Yes, master. Outside the hall the wind and snow raged on, and the subtle fragrance of the winter plum on the mountaintop drifted in the air. The youth of Chang'an Li Muhan was henceforth hidden away. On Zhongnan Mountain a new Taoist priest in blue robes appeared named Qinghan. His journey to seek immortality had from this moment truly begun. Come, little junior brother. Let me take you to test your spiritual root. The maiden addressed by the master as Qinghe smiled with her eyes curved, tilting her head to speak softly to Li Muhan. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting King's flowing black tresses, while sunlight cast a glow upon her fair and pristine face, adding further charm to her beauty. Witnessing this scene, Li Muhan found himself momentarily entranced. Upon hearing his senior sister's words, he merely murmured in a daze, Unbeknownst to him, his face had long since flushed crimson and his head sank deeply into his collar. Whether it was from shyness or the biting cold, Li Muhan would never admit to the former. By the way, I heard from the master that your name is Li Muhan, right? Yes. Yes, senior sister. My little junior brother is quite adorable. I am Su Sijie with the Tao name Qinghe. I am your fourth senior sister, also the youngest. After we test your spiritual root, I will take you to meet the other senior brothers and sisters. Alright, thank you, senior sister. Oh, what's there to thank? After walking for a while they arrived at a secluded courtyard. At first glance it seemed bare of any furnishings, no different from elsewhere, just accumulated snow, winter plum blossoms and a rockery. Seeing this scene, Li Muhan's heart brimmed with confusion. He looked up at his senior sister only to find her scrutinizing him as well. The two stared at each other, eyes wide as if time itself had frozen, but soon they both turned their heads away. Stand over there. Su Sijie raised her hand and pointed. Li Muhan followed her direction and walked to the center of the courtyard. Close your eyes and focus. Su Sijie lifted her right hand and gently snapped her fingers. Instantly the accumulated snow within a 3-meter radius around Li Muhan shattered and vanished without a trace. 7 golden specks of light emerged beneath his feet, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. Sit cross-legged and feel the flow of spiritual energy through your limbs and bones. Su Sijie's soft and melodious voice echoed in Li Muhan's ears. Hearing it, he promptly complied. Seeing Li Muhan sit cross-legged, Su Sijie approached him with a mischievous grin, crouching down. Resting her chin on one hand while twirling her hair with the other, she murmured, "He is truly as delicate as carved jade. If I put him in a little skirt he would surely look stunning." System, open the shop. Understood, host. Let me see what I can give as a welcome gift to little junior brother, he. Host, could you please wipe your drool? Unbeknownst to them an hour had quietly passed. Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes. Compared to their first meeting, Su Sijie noticed a glimmer of light in his gaze, and even his demeanor had subtly shifted. Little Muhan, how do you feel? Su Sijie appeared before him from some corner, asking with curiosity. I feel warm all over, as if wrapped in a thick quilt, so comfortable. So has junior brother awakened a fire spiritual root? Su Sijie asked aloud while silently questioning the system in her mind. System, didn't you say he has an extreme ice spiritual root? That's right. Then why does he say? Host Jin Zichen was right when he said you're foolish. That warmth is the celestial spiritual energy helping to activate his spiritual root, not his own. Oh. Right. Watching his senior sister's expressions shift so vividly, Li Muhan couldn't help but mentally label her as a simpleton. Earlier when their eyes met he felt as if he could see straight into her mind through her gaze. Here, take this. Su Sijie retrieved an exquisite jade pendant from her sleeve and pressed it into Li Muhan's hand. What is this? A storage jade pendant. Keep it safe, it's your welcome gift from me. Li Muhan had no idea what a storage jade pendant was, but the name alone suggested great value. He hurriedly tried to push it back into her arms, yet Su Sijie turned slightly, leaving him grasping only the hem of her robe. Just keep it. I have plenty of these. Hearing this, Li Muhan's eyes brimmed with gratitude. Unconsciously he swapped the label simpleton in his mind for the silly child of a wealthy family, no, the silly daughter of a wealthy family. Come, I'll take you to see the other senior brothers. I'll explain how to use this little thing as we walk. Alright. I'll follow senior sister's lead. A rapid knocking echoed, thump 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 thump, before a vermilion gate. Two figures, a man and a woman, stood before it. The woman raised her hand and pounded forcefully. The gate creaked open a crack, revealing a bloodshot eye staring down at them. Li Muhan was startled and instinctively shrank behind Su Sijie. Humph. Su Sijie let out a cold laugh, yanked the gate open, leaped lightly, grabbed the man behind it by the collar and dragged him out. Only then did Li Muhan get a clear look at the man. His skin was dark, his stature tall, and his loose Daoist robe could hardly conceal his muscular frame. The last time he had seen such a physique was at a temple fair, gazing upon the four heavenly kings. Li Muhan swallowed unconsciously. Come, Muhan, call him senior brother. Su Sijie's voice carried a hint of resentment as she addressed him softly. Li Muhan stepped out from behind Su Sijie, cupped his hands in a formal salute to the towering man, and spoke with a clear voice, "Greetings, senior brother. I am Li Muhan with the Dao name Qin Han." The big man crouched down and suddenly raised a hand the size of a sandbag. Seeing this, a cold sweat broke out on Li Muhan's back. He little brother. Im Jin Zi Chen Dao name Qing Xian, your senior brother. No need to be so formal, our place here is all about leisure and freedom. Oh, and this is a welcome gift. The big man grinned guilelessly, his smile natural and brimming with genuine delight. He opened his fist and three small exquisite gourd-shaped pill bottles materialized in his hand. Host has spent 400 points to exchange for 10 qi condensing pills. Remaining points 1265. Host has spent 500 points to exchange for 10 mind awakening pills. Remaining points 765. Host has spent 360 points to exchange for 10 pulse stabilizing pills. Remaining points 405. Host's current points are being consumed too quickly. System recommends daily quests. Quest 1, refine 3 purple dawn pills. Reward 40 points. Quest 2, take junior brother to learn alchemy. Reward 20 points. Quest 3, help junior brother establish a worldview. Reward 10 points. A mechanical voice echoed in Jin Zichen's mind, but his expression remained unchanged as he inwardly grumbled, damn it, what the hell are these quests? It knows full well that before I transmigrated, my geography and history scores combined couldn't even beat my math score, which was only average, and if luck was bad it was downright terrible. Li Muhan stared at the three small exquisite and spiritually charged gourd bottles in his palm, his fingertips trembling slightly. Such pills were something he had only heard of in stories told by street-side storytellers. Now the senior brother had casually gifted them to him, a gesture of considerable weight. Senior brother. This is too precious. He instinctively tried to return them. Jin Zichen waved his hand dismissively and pressed the gourd bottles into Li Muhan's palm, rumbling with a hearty laugh, take them, take them. That's the rule of our Qing Xian temple, a welcome gift upon entry and cultivation becomes effortless. When your junior sister joined I wasn't even this generous. Su Sijie, who had been watching with arms crossed, shot him a sharp glance and said with a hint of willfulness, Jin Zichen, don't play the good guy here. If I hadn't brought him over, would you have even remembered to give pills? Besides, what did you give me last time? A nearly expired clarity turbidity pill, and you had the nerve to offer it. Jin Zichen's face stiffened. He discreetly wiped a bead of sweat under his Daoist robe while the system panel in his mind flashed frantically. He forced a chuckle, that was back when I was poor. Now it's different. We have a new junior brother, so we have to go all out. With that he quickly changed the subject, turning to Li Muhan and striving to put on a gentle, reliable senior brother demeanor. Junior brother Qing Han just arrived and you probably don't know a thing about our temple. No worries, your senior brother is here. Li Muhan nodded respectfully. I seek the senior brother's guidance. Jin Zichen's heart skipped a beat. System Quest Number 3 Help Junior Brother establish a worldview, reward 10 points. He couldn't even remember all 9 provinces before he transmigrated, and now he had to explain the worldview. He cleared his throat, forcing calm. Well, this world of ours, simply put, is one where you can cultivate immortality, refine pills, and level up by fighting monsters. No train through experience. Su Cijie's mouth twitched as she listened. Hey Jin Zichen, if you don't know how to explain it, don't just babble nonsense. Don't lead the junior brother astray. I'm just explaining it simply. Jin Zichen retorted urgently as the system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected non-standard language usage by host. Worldview explanation effectiveness 10. Please improve content promptly. He cursed the system 800 times in his heart, yet forced a guileless smile on his face. Anyway, junior brother, rest assured. With your senior brother and little senior sister here, we guarantee you'll eat well, sleep well, and your cultivation will skyrocket at Qingxian Temple. Li Muhan looked at the senior brother before him, fierce in appearance yet somewhat simple-hearted, and then at his protective little senior sister. The tension that had gripped him suddenly eased. He solemnly cupped his hands. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, little senior sister. Jin Zichen waved his hand grandly. Come on, let's go inside. I'll tell you about our temple's rules, and while I'm at it, show you a bit of my alchemy skills. Su Cijie snorted. Just don't blow up the furnace again. The roof hasn't been fixed since last time. Jin Zichen. System detected that Jin Zichen's embarrassment level has exceeded the threshold. Temporary hidden quest issued. Stabilize the senior brother's image. Reward 5 points. System detected that Jin Zichen's embarrassment level has exceeded the threshold. Daily quest issued. Make a fool of Jin Zichen. Reward 10 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, maintain senior brother's image 5 points, Jin Zichen straightened his back, instantly wrapping his arm around Li Muhan and deliberately lowering his voice, adopting the composed demeanor of a senior brother from a celestial sect. Qinghan junior brother, by joining our Qingxian lineage you can cultivate any path you desire. I, your senior brother, primarily focus on medicine and also practice alchemy. Today I will personally demonstrate the authentic methods of pill making for you. As the words left his mouth, Su Cijie heard a chime in her mind. System task undermine senior brother 1. Task description: expose senior brother's unreliable words and actions in real time to maintain the genuine atmosphere of the sect. Reward points 20. The little junior sister smirked, her eyes shining like a 20,000 W Fuji light bulb waiting to watch the show. Jin Zichen led the two to the alchemy furnace in the courtyard, flicking his robe sleeve with an air of nonchalance. In the art of alchemy it is essential for the heart and intent to resonate, to connect with the heavens. You blew up 3 alchemy furnaces last week and sent a pile of tiles flying off the roof. Su Cijie interjected coolly. Jin Zichen froze momentarily. That was an accident, purely an accident. System senior brother's image stabilizing 1 point. System congratulations, host successfully undermined 10 points. Li Muhan stood by, not daring to breathe, feeling that the interaction between this brother and sister was far more entertaining than the celestial tales in the texts. Jin Zichen took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore his junior sister as he focused his chi into a fine thread. Watch closely, bring the fire into the furnace, control the temperature as your heart desires. Last time you burned your eyebrows and it was I who applied the herbal remedy for you. Su Cijie. Jin Zichen hissed in a low voice. System senior brother's emotion stable, image intact 2 points. System junior sister accurately undermining 10 points. Jin Zichen gritted his teeth and continued adding several spirit herbs into the furnace in sequence, his movements surprisingly orderly. Consolidate chi, gather spirit, form the pill. This step tests the state of one's heart most critically. Your heart is average, relying entirely on the system to automatically calibrate the heat. Jin Zichen's hand trembled, nearly dropping the pill bottle. Can you at least give your senior brother a bit of face? System senior brother still maintains the brother's identity, no loss of composure 1 point. System junior sister continues to undermine, task completion 95 points. He took a deep breath, pouring all his focus into the furnace, frantically communicating with the system in his mind. Stabilize, this attempt must succeed, I must secure these points. Moments later the furnace trembled gently, releasing a faint fragrant aroma. Jin Zichen abruptly lifted the lid, revealing 3 round, smooth and luminous pills resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. He let out a long breath, turned to Li Muhan with a grin, finally regaining the aura of a senior brother. Qinghan junior brother, behold, this is the Kai consolidating pill crafted by your senior brother's own hands. Li Muhan's eyes lit up as he bowed respectfully. Senior brother, your skills are impressive. At that moment, system senior brother successfully refined the pill image, completely stabilized, task completed. 40 points. System junior sister reasonably undermined throughout, task perfectly completed. 30 points. Jin Zichen looked at his rapidly increasing points, just about to show off. Su Sijie casually added, not bad, at least the furnace didn't explode. The system helped you out by 80%. Jin Zichen. System junior sisters jab successful bonus points 5 system senior brothers blood pressure rising image slightly collapsing points deducted 1 he took a deep breath and forced a kind but strained smile junior brother for future alchemy. It would be better if you let your junior sister teach you theory while your senior brother guides you in practical skills. Li Muhan looked at the pair of brother and sister who were both undermining and yet in sync and suddenly felt that the Qingxian temple was 1,000 times more interesting than he had imagined. In the secret cave behind the mountain the third senior brother, a formation cultivator, had just carefully stored the condensing chi pill into a jade bottle. His ears were still burning from Su Sijie's remark that the system helped you 80%. Then he saw the little junior sister already hugging her arms and tilting her head toward the courtyard. Stop preening. You've taken all the points. There's serious business to attend to. Jin Zichen coughed dryly, quickly suppressing the twitch at the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Li Muhan, who was still silently observing, and instantly resumed the composed demeanor of the eldest senior brother, junior brother Qinghan. That was merely a small demonstration. Our Qingxian lineage encompasses not only medical arts and alchemy but also formations, talismans and artifact crafting. Today I shall show you the skills of your third senior brother. Li Muhan's eyes lit up and he quickly cupped his hands. I am at the senior brother's disposal. Su Sijie let out a scoff beside them, not exposing him. But in her mind a crisp chime rang out, system mission triggered, visit third senior brother Huang Yi and along the way inspect his collection. Mission description: the third senior brother is in seclusion year-round with a rich stash. Take advantage of his unpreparedness to acquire usable items. Reward points 80. Bonus reward hidden points based on the richness of the loot. A glint of sharpness flashed in the junior sister's eyes and her tongue unconsciously licked her lips. She looked even more excited than when she had been waiting to see the alchemy furnace explode. The three of them, one leading and two following, passed through the bamboo grove beside the main hall of Qingxian Temple and walked deep into the back mountain. The further they went the denser the spiritual energy became. The ancient trees towered around them and mist swirled. Ordinary disciples were not allowed near. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a cliff face abruptly appeared before them. It was covered in twisted intricate patterns with spiritual light faintly shimmering, clearly a high-level prohibition. Li Muhan was about to ask how to get through when Su Sijie stepped forward and pulled a palm-sized pitch-black egg-shaped artifact from her waist pouch. It was carved with crooked runes. Jin Zichen's eyelids twitched violently. You. Why are you taking out my formation-breaking thunder talisman? Its power is unstable. Last time it nearly blew up the temple gate. Relax, I've improved it this time. Su Sijie's tone was calm. With a flick of her finger a wisp of spiritual energy infused the talisman and she casually tossed it at the prohibition on the cliff. Wait. Don't. Jin Zichen's words were cut short. Boom. The thunderous roar shook the entire back mountain 3 times. Dust and smoke billowed and gravel rained down. The seemingly indestructible layer of spiritual light on the cliff was blasted open, creating a waist-high gap. Inside, a pitch-black cave entrance yawned. From within the cave came a furious voice, damn it. Which bastard dared to blast my secluded cultivation cave? Who's going to fix the prohibition? Jin Zichen. System senior brother's image slightly cracked points 2 system junior sisters violent breach mission progress 20 Li Muhan stood there utterly stunned. He had originally thought that visiting an immortal sect meant knocking at the door, bowing in greeting and respectfully announcing oneself. Who would have guessed that the Qingxian lineage's way of visiting a fellow disciple was to blast the prohibition with a black egg? Su Sijie dusted off her hands and walked in as if nothing had happened. What's the panic? It won't break. Third senior brother's formations are far sturdier than your alchemy furnace. Jin Zichen held his forehead and forced a calm tone to Li Muhan, don't worry junior brother. This is our Qingxian lineage's unique greeting, a display of closeness. Yes, that's right. Li Muhan nodded vigorously, cold sweat pouring down. The senior brother speaks wisely. Truly unique. Inside the cave the light was dim. The ground was also etched with formation patterns, their spiritual light flickering on and off. At the far end on a stone platform sat a black-robed cultivator. His face was handsome but his brows were tightly knit as if he were on the verge of going mad from the disturbance. This was Huang Yi, the third disciple of Xuanjizi of Qingxian Temple, a formation and talisman cultivator. The moment Huang Yi saw Su Sijie his face turned green. Little junior sister. You've blown up my cave again. The formation flags from last time haven't been fixed yet and now this. Su Sijie stepped aside smiling innocently. Third senior brother, don't be angry. I'm just bringing a newcomer to see your grand formations. Jin Zichen immediately stepped forward, clearing his throat and putting on the air of the senior brother. Third junior brother, this is our newly inducted junior brother Li Muhan. Today I'm bringing him to meet the various cultivators of our Qingxian lineage. You specialize in formations, you are the pillar of our sect's formation path. It's only fitting to give our junior brother a demonstration. Huang Yi's expression eased slightly. He glanced at Li Muhan and nodded reluctantly. Since he's a new junior brother, let him have a look. He waved his hand and the formations within the cave activated instantly. Spiritual light flashed, illusions sprang forth, and the four interconnected arrays of killing, trapping, confusing and illusion were exquisitely intricate. Li Muhan watched, utterly captivated, exclaiming in awe. Incredible! Third senior brother's formations are peerless. Huang Yi, unaccustomed to such sincere praise, allowed a faint smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. He was about to show off further. Su Sijie suddenly spoke. Third senior brother, the illusion formation you set up last week trapped second senior sister inside for 3 days. I had to blast it combined with her brute strength to get her out. Huang Yi. System junior sister's precise undermining points 10 system third senior brother's mindset slightly destabilized formation fluctuation 1 Jin Zichen quickly mediated, accidents, all accidents. Third junior brother's formation skills are extremely high, he's just occasionally a bit mischievous. As he spoke he shot Su Sijie a look. Enough, don't provoke him further, we have real business. Su Sijie received the signal and changed her tone, but third senior brother's formations are formidable and his collection is rich. Since a new junior brother has joined, shouldn't he get a welcoming gift? Huang Yi instantly became wary. What are you planning? Don't you dare touch my formation plates, formation flags or spirit jade. I've been saving those for 100 years in seclusion. Who said I'm taking them? Su Sijie scoffed, then turned to Li Muhan. Junior brother Qinghan, look, third senior brother has a pile of low-grade formation plates, a basket of unused spiritual herbs and extra spirit stones and jade slips just gathering dust. Our Qingxian lineage values sharing resources above all. As she spoke she naturally walked toward a stone cabinet nearby. Huang Yi panicked, don't touch that. That's... Click. Su Sijie had already opened the cabinet. Inside, a row of formation flags was neatly arranged along with over a dozen medium-grade spirit stones and several formation jade slips. In the corner were even a few bottles of unused pills, leftovers from Jin Zichen's early failed alchemy attempts that he had pawned off on Huang Yi. Jin Zichen saw this and immediately took the hint. He stepped forward with an air of righteousness. Third junior brother, that's not right. Our new junior brother has just arrived and has nothing. As his senior brother, it's your duty to look after him. These idle items are useless to you. It's better to gift them to our junior brother as a sign of our Qingxian lineage's fraternal bond. System senior brother leads friendly borrowing image stable points 10 system mission loot third senior brother's stash progress 50 Huang Yi watched the two of them play off each other, then glanced at the eagerly expectant Li Muhan. His mouth twitched in anger, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse. The senior brother's words were so high-sounding and the junior sister still held half a used formation-breaking thunder talisman. Did he dare to say no? Fine, fine. Take it. Take it all. Just don't blow up my cave again. Su Sijie's eyes immediately curved into crescents. She swiftly gathered the useful items into Li Muhan's storage jade, counting under her breath as she worked. 3 low-grade formation flags usable, 5 medium-grade spirit stones not bad, 2 basic formation jade slips perfect for junior brother's foundation, and these pill bottles, just right to compensate senior brother for his last furnace explosion. Li Muhan clutched the shimmering storage jade, completely dazed. Visiting the third senior brother, watching a formation demonstration and then emptying his entire stash. Was this what fraternal bond meant in Qingxian Temple? Huang Yi stared at his now empty stone cabinet, his heart aching beyond words. You too. This is outright robbery. How can you call it robbery? Jin Zichen retorted with utter confidence. This is a rational reallocation of sect resources for the future of our sect. System senior brother's logic is self-consistent, image stabilized. Points 5 system junior sister completes the looting mission complete. Points 80. System hidden reward issued, obtained a fragment of third senior brother's formation scroll. Su Sijie smoothed her long hair in satisfaction, then turned to Li Muhan with a smile. Junior brother Qinghan, remember, in Qingxian Temple what's the senior brother's is yours and what's yours is still yours. Li Muhan nodded emphatically, looking at Jin Zichen and Su Sijie with newfound admiration. He had originally thought immortal sects were strict and dull, but after arriving at Qingxian Temple he discovered, the senior brother relied on some system for alchemy, the junior sister broke prohibitions with a black egg, the third senior brother's stash was shareable, and everyone was unreliable yet somehow warm and fun. Jin Zichen watched his point panel soar, grinning from ear to ear. He glanced at the tearful Huang Yi and immediately patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Third junior brother, sacrifice yourself for the good of the whole sect. When I succeed in alchemy next time I'll send you a furnace. One that doesn't explode." Huang Yi, "Ha, thanks a lot." Su Sijia added from the side, "Relax, he said the same thing last time, then blew up 3 furnaces. System junior sisters finishing blow successful, bonus points 5, system warning. Third senior brother's blood pressure maxed, formation in chaos cave slightly shaking." Li Muhan, clutching his fraternal bond, followed the two out of the cave. Outside the cave sunlight poured down and a gentle breeze brushed his face. He turned back to glance at the utterly defeated Huang Yi inside the cave, then looked at the pair ahead, bickering yet perfectly in sync. Suddenly he felt that this apprenticeship was an incredible steal. This Qingxian Temple was no ordinary immortal sect. It was clearly the most interesting place in the entire world. It was only after they had robbed Huang Yi the previous day that Jin Zichen and Su Sijia realized their master had not assigned Mu Han any lodging. That night Li Mu Han slept in the senior brother's quarters. Though the senior brother appeared rough and unrefined, his room was kept in meticulous order. At the hour of Mao the very next day a great bell tolled, its sound reverberating throughout the entire temple. "Junior brother, the master is giving a sermon today. Wake up quickly." A urgent voice rang out above Li Mu Han's head. Li Mu Han snapped awake instantly, but before he could ask anything Jin Zichen gave him no chance. He grabbed him, tucked him under his arm and dashed off in a certain direction at lightning speed. Li Mu Han was left speechless. Outside the Qingyan Temple, nestled in the remaining ridges of the Zhongnan Mountains, a cyan stone altar platform was built precariously against the cliff. Ancient pine trees twisted their gnarled branches, their needles cascading down like a curtain. The morning mist had not yet dissipated. A wisp of cypress incense smoke coiled upward, entwined with the pine branches, and then drifted leisurely into the mountain breeze. Below the altar stood dozens of people. Most were disciples in cyan robes from the temple, but there were also woodcutters and village women from the foot of the mountain, as well as seekers of the Tao who had traveled from afar. All stood with hands clasped, holding their breath, their very breathing softened as if afraid to disturb the mountain's serene tranquility. In the center of the stone altar the elder Xuanjizi slowly took his seat. In appearance he seemed over 80 years old, his beard and hair as white as frost and snow. He wore a dark blue Taoist robe washed to a faded white with fine stitching but no trace of luxury. In his hand he held an old horsetail whisk, its tail sparse, a testament to decades of wear. The old man was lean, yet his back was ramrod straight. When his eyes were lowered he appeared gentle as an ancient pool, when he raised his gaze it seemed to pierce through clouds and mist, yet held no sharpness, only a warm and penetrating clarity. Once the surroundings had fallen completely silent the old man lightly waved his whisk. His voice was not loud, but it was clear and melodious as a spring piercing the pine wind and morning mist to settle firmly in everyone's ears. "Today I open this altar not to speak of profound scriptures or secret doctrines, nor to teach alchemy or divine elixirs. I, this humble Taoist, will say only this: the Tao lies in the ordinary, not in the distant." Some below the altar were momentarily taken aback, having expected to hear some earth-shattering profound truth. Hearing this they were naturally a little surprised. As if seeing through their hearts the old man continued calmly, "People in this world seek the Tao, always preferring to search in deep mountains and treacherous ravines, to dig through thousands of scriptures, believing the Tao to be an ethereal mystery beyond the 9 heavens, an immortal secret detached from worldly affairs. Yet they forget sweeping your courtyard at dawn is the Tao, cooking your evening meal is the Tao, carrying water through the dew is the Tao, treating others with warmth is also the Tao. What is the Tao? It is not a scripture on your lips nor a precept carved in stone. It is eating when hungry without fussing over coarseness or fineness, sleeping when tired without fretting over gain or loss. It is not being arrogant in times of success nor despondent in adversity. It is not showing excessive joy when flowers bloom nor wallowing in self-pity when leaves fall." He tapped his finger lightly on the stone table, causing the coarse clay teacup to tremble slightly, its fragrance spreading. "The human heart suffering from the word attachment. Be attached to fame and fortune and you are trapped by them. Be attached to love and hate and you are bound by them. Be attached to gain and loss and you are disturbed by them. It is like a man holding sand, the tighter he grips the faster it slips away. It is like a cup holding water, too full it overflows, too light it floats. To maintain the mean is to maintain the Tao." Someone asks, can cultivation avert disaster? Can it grant immortality? The old man chuckled softly, his voice like the wind through pines passing a valley. Heaven and earth have 4 seasons, cold and heat alternate, grasses and trees wither and flourish, life and death cycle. A human life is like a single season of grass or a tree. One cannot avoid birth, aging, sickness and death, nor escape separation and reunion, sorrow and joy. Cultivation is not about leaping out of the mortal world, it is about being in the mortal world while keeping your heart free from dust. When faced with difficulties, do not blame heaven or others, bow your head and do the work. When meeting a good person, be neither humble nor arrogant and treat them with sincerity. When encountering an evil person, do not contend with them, just keep your distance. There is no need to force earth-shattering achievements, only seek peace of mind each day. Where the heart finds peace, there is the homeland of the Tao. The Tao is never biased, it does not bully the poor nor fawn upon the rich. The woodcutter who chops with each steady stroke of his axe is the Tao. The farmer who tills the land, each diligent swing of his hoe is the Tao. The woman who mends clothes, each patient stitch is also the Tao. The great Tao is supremely simple, it is merely the word duty. His voice gradually slowed, the whisk lightly resting on his knee, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below the altar. The Tao I speak of is not in Qingyun temple nor on this stone altar. It is beneath every step you take in every single ordinary day. Guard your original heart well, fulfill your duty well, this is the best cultivation in this life. With these words the old man lowered his eyes and closed them, speaking no more. A sudden gust of pine wind arose, rustling pine needles covering the altar platform while the cypress incense still curled upward. The people below the altar who had been lost, restless or yearning, now all bowed their heads in silence. The tangled obsessions in their hearts seemed to be brushed away one by the mountain breeze, gradually giving rise to clarity. Below the cliff clouds rolled and unfurled. The ancient temple was silent, with only those few simple truths carried by the pine wind lingering deep in people's hearts. The morning mist of Qingyun temple had yet to dissipate, pale azure chi clinging to the white jade railings like shredded cotton, gently brushing the sleeves of the 3 figures beneath the corridor. Master Xuanzhi's sermon had just concluded within the great hall when the resonant chime of a bell rippled outward, dispersing across the undulating Qingyun mountain range. The inner and outer disciples who had come to listen bowed in reverence before departing in pairs or trios, some returning to their caves for meditation, others tending to medicinal herbs in the spirit fields, leaving the vast enlightenment square soon deserted. Only 3 figures remained beneath the vermilion pillars outside the hall, huddled together in hushed conversation, borrowing the crisp mountain breeze. In the center was a mere 6-year-old child with 2 round buns atop his head, clad in an oversized azure disciple robe with sleeves rolled up twice, yet still revealing a stretch of fair tender forearm. This was none other than Li Muhan, the newest and youngest disciple accepted by Xuanzhi, having entered the sect merely half a day ago. His large jet-black eyes brimmed with the guileless innocence of one unacquainted with the world, harboring a child's unique curiosity and bewilderment toward all things in the realm of cultivation. At this moment he tilted his little face upward, his small hand tightly clutching the hem of the person beside him, his chin growing sore from the angle. The one whose robe he grasped was Xuanzhi's senior disciple Jin Zichen. Jin Zichen was exceedingly robust, standing over 8 feet tall with broad shoulders and a thick back. Wherever he stood he resembled a sturdy dark iron pagoda, blocking most of the morning light behind him. Hailing from a harsh frigid region, he had spent years in the mountains refining pills and tempering his physique. His skin was a sun-bronzed copper radiating a healthy sheen. His features were square and honest with slightly thick lips, and when he smiled crinkles of warmth formed at the corners of his eyes. His voice was loud and clear, yet he was exceptionally gentle with others. Standing on the other side was the 4th disciple Su Sijie. At merely 15 or 16 she was petite and adorable, yet possessed an impressive figure. Her brows curved delicately and her skin was as fair as freshly bloomed pear blossoms. She wore a simple high ponytail with 2 strands of hair dangling by her temples, swaying gently in the breeze. Her nature was lively, her mind meticulous, and she sometimes spoke in a soft gentle voice, yet at other times she had a penchant for surreptitiously aiding others behind their backs. However, she doted on this youngest junior brother to the core, always patiently accompanying him and answering his wildly imaginative questions. Earlier Xuanzhi had left his primordial spirit within the hall, pulling the 3 of them into a separate space to expound upon the great Tao's origin, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the root bones of cultivation. The language was profound, the imagery distant, and even the senior siblings needed to contemplate deeply. The 6-year-old Li Muhan listened in a fog, his little brows furrowed, grasping only scattered terms like spiritual energy, cultivation, and realm. Once the master departed he could no longer contain himself. Tugging at Jin Zichen's robe he shook it gently, his soft childish voice crisp and clear. Senior brother, 4th senior sister, there's so much of what master said that Muhan doesn't understand. What is cultivation? Why do we cultivate? And what are chi refining and foundation establishment that master mentioned? A mechanical voice echoed almost simultaneously in the minds of Jin Zichen and Su Sijie. Jin Zichen lowered his head at the tug, saw the little face full of confusion and couldn't help but laugh. His broad thick hand gently ruffled Li Muhan's soft hair, his touch so light it seemed he feared breaking him. "Oh, my little junior brother, you're only 6, just stepping onto the threshold of cultivation. It's perfectly normal not to understand. Master speaks of the great principles of the Tao, we disciples need years to comprehend them." His voice was loud, carrying the straightforward honest nature of a northerner. Fearing he might startle the little one, he deliberately lowered his tone, yet it still rang with clarity. "No worries. Your senior brother and 4th senior sister won't lecture you with convoluted theories. Well, use words you can understand to explain the ways of the cultivation world from beginning to end. Today, well, build your worldview of cultivation so when you hear Master preach later you won't be confused at all." Su Sijie also crouched down to meet Li Muhan at eye level, her delicate face adorned with a gentle smile. She extended a slender finger and lightly tapped his little forehead. "Junior brother Muhan, don't rush. Senior sister will explain slowly. Cultivation is the art of mortals drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies, transforming their physical form and soul, transcending birth, aging, sickness and death to live as long as heaven and earth, even gaining the power to move mountains, drain seas and fly through the air." Li Muhan's eyes lit up instantly, his small mouth falling open in awe. "Fly through the air. Like a bird. And live forever without aging. Much more impressive than a bird." Su Sijie laughed, charmed by his innocent expression. "When one reaches a high level, a single step can span 1,000 miles, a raised hand can summon wind and rain, far beyond what a bird can do. And longevity is the lifelong pursuit of us cultivators." Jin Zichen leaned against the corridor pillar, his broad shoulders pressing against the cool jade, and spoke. "First, let me tell you the most fundamental thing, the types of cultivation. In our path, it's not just about sitting in meditation. There are many kinds. The first and most mainstream is primary cultivation and chi refinement, drawing spiritual energy into the body, breaking through realms step by step, strengthening the body, increasing cultivation and relying on this for combat and self-protection. Most of our fellow disciples in the temple follow this path. The second is alchemy, using spirit herbs and medicines to refine pills that enhance cultivation or heal injuries. The elder of our sect's alchemy hall is a master of this art. The third is talismans, drawing symbols to channel spirits, creating talismans for attack, defense or escape. In a crisis you can use them instantly. Very convenient. The fourth is formations, setting arrays to trap enemies, guard the mountain gate or gather spiritual energy for cultivation. Our Qingyun sect's protective formation was personally laid by Master, even 1,000 armies couldn't breach it. The fifth is sound, using music to express emotions, infuse spiritual power and break enemy formations in group battles. There are also beast taming, insect refining and so on, but not many in our temple practice them, so I won't go into detail. But there's another very powerful and extremely rare one, artifact forging or crafting weapons. At the mention of weapons, Jin Zichen's dark face instantly took on an expression of reverence, his voice growing solemn. Su Sijie's expression also turned serious, her eyes filled with admiration. Li Muhan noticed the change in both of them and tilted his little head. "Is crafting weapons really that impressive? More impressive than flying?" "Of course." Jin Zichen nodded emphatically. "No matter how good your cultivation, without a suitable weapon your strength is greatly diminished. A fine divine weapon can double, triple or even more a cultivator's combat power. And our sect has produced a weapon master unseen in 1,000 years." Su Sijie added softly, her tone carrying undisguised admiration. "That is our second senior sister Suihan." The moment the name was uttered it seemed even the mountain wind paused for an instant. Li Muhan had entered the sect late and had never met this second senior sister. Seeing the expressions of his senior brother and sister, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is second senior sister very powerful? Where is she? Why has Muhan never seen her?" "Your second senior sister is the most talented cultivator in Qingyun Temple, even within 1,000 miles. Jin Zichen spoke of Suihan without a trace of jealousy, only genuine admiration. "She is a woman, yet far more formidable than most men. Her temperament is dignified, she is stern and taciturn. When she stands there, even the fiercest red-eyed wolves on the mountain tuck their tails and flee." Second senior sister possesses an extreme grade fire spirit root, 1 in 10,000. It's on the same level as your ice spirit root. Su Sijie raised a finger, her eyes sparkling like stars. Spirit roots are the foundation of cultivation, divided into low, medium, high and extreme grades plus mutated ones. An ordinary cultivator is fortunate to have a medium grade root. A high grade root appears once in a century, but an extreme grade root, that's a genius whom heaven itself hand feeds. Fire spirit roots are naturally attuned to attack and forging. An extreme grade fire spirit root grants unparalleled control over flames with temperature at will. No matter how hard a forging material in second senior sister's hands, it obediently melts into molten metal ready to be cast into divine weapons. She is a born weapon master. From the most basic iron sword to spiritual treasures that can move heaven and earth's chi, she forges them with ease. 8 or 9 out of 10 weapons in our sect's disciples' hands come from her. Jean Zichen took over, his dark face brimming with pride. Your second senior sister isn't just a master forger, her cultivation is unfathomable. She entered the sect after me, but her current realm leaves me in the dust by 8 streets. Master often says that Yihan's Tao is the path of slaughter and divine weapons, majestic and awe-inspiring with none daring to offend. A few days ago the Falling Star secret realm to the west opened. That place is extremely perilous with ancient beast guardians and traps. Even old cultivators at the peak of Golden Core must travel in groups, not daring to enter alone. But your second senior sister. Jean Zichen spread his large hands, his tone filled with awe. She heard Master mention it, said nothing, returned to her weapon pavilion, packed her things, grabbed her personally forged life-bound divine weapon and ventured into the secret realm alone without a single disciple accompanying her. If it were us, Master would be too worried to sit still. But knowing her abilities, Master merely gave a brief instruction to be careful and didn't stop her at all. As for us fellow disciples, we didn't even have a single worry. There might be secret realms others can't enter, but there's absolutely none that your second senior sister can't conquer. Li Muhan's small mouth formed a perfect O, his face full of worship. In his mind an imposing figure involuntarily emerged, clad in red robes, wielding a divine weapon, charging alone into danger, unstoppable. Second senior sister is so amazing. He murmured, his eyes filled with longing. Of course she is. Su Sijie smiled gently, reaching out to straighten his skewed collar. But let's not talk about her for now. Senior sister will first tell you the complete stages of cultivation. This is the most fundamental rule of cultivation, not a single step can be wrong. Li Muhan immediately collected his thoughts, standing obediently with his little hands behind his back like a studious young scholar. Muhan will listen carefully. Jean Zichen straightened up, cleared his throat and explained in the most colloquial terms. The stages of our cultivation are clearly divided into 13 major realms, from low to high: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, soul departure, void refining, spirit severance, body integration, great ascension, tribulation, transcendence, ascension, human, immortal, earth immortal and celestial immortal. Each major realm is further divided into 5 minor stages: half-step, initiate, settled, consolidated and peak. It's a step-by-step climb. A single minor stage difference means a world of difference in strength. Never fight across stages, unless of course you're a genius like your second senior sister. Su Sijie, fearing Li Muhan might forget, explained gently, junior brother senior sister will tell you slowly. Don't worry if you can't remember, we'll tell you every day. The first realm is Qi refining. This is the first and most fundamental step, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your body, cleansing your meridians, transforming your mortal physique and leaving behind the frailty and illness of ordinary humans. The Qi refining realm includes half-step Qi refining, initiate, Qi refining, settled, Qi refining, consolidated and Qi refining peak. Muhan, you are now at the half-step Qi refining stage, just touching the threshold of cultivation. Li Muhan looked down at his small hands, overjoyed. So I'm already a cultivator. That's right. Su Sijie's eyes curved in a smile. When you reach Qi refining peak, the spiritual energy in your body will solidify and you can attempt to break through to foundation establishment. The foundation establishment realm locks all the spiritual energy in your body, opens all your meridians, greatly extends your lifespan from a few decades to nearly 100 years and allows you to initially control magical artifacts and fly at low altitudes. Senior brother is currently at foundation establishment consolidated and I am at foundation establishment initiate. Jean Zichen scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. To be honest, my talent isn't as good as your second senior sister's. Diligence compensates for lack of talent, I just keep practicing. After foundation establishment comes golden core. Compress and condense the spiritual energy within you into a round, smooth golden core suspended in your dantian. Only then are you a true cultivator, having shed your mortal shell. A golden core cultivator can fly through the air, covering 1,000 miles in an instant with a lifespan of up to 500 years. They are the backbone of any sect. At the mention of golden core, both of them involuntarily thought of Suihan. Su Sijie said softly, second senior sister has already stepped into the golden core peak realm with 1 foot, even at half-step nascent soul. Young as she is more powerful than many old cultivators who have lived for centuries. A golden core cultivator can stand alone, but second senior sister's combat power can easily defeat even half-step nascent soul cultivators. Such is the might of an extreme-grade fire spirit root combined with divine weapons. After golden core comes nascent soul. The core shatters, giving birth to an infant, your own soul incarnation. As long as the nascent soul remains, the cultivator is immortal. Even if the physical body is destroyed, they can seize another body and be reborn with a lifespan of 1,000 years. This is a monumental threshold. Countless cultivators are stuck at Golden Core Peak, unable to break through in a lifetime. Above that is spirit transformation, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, connecting spirit energy with the universe, moving mountains and draining seas with a gesture. Then comes soul departure, void, refining spirit severance and body integration. Each realm is an ultimate refinement of the soul and body with ever-increasing lifespans and greater divine abilities. At the Great Ascension realm, one stands at the pinnacle of the mortal world, invincible. After Great Ascension comes Tribulation, transcendence, drawing the 9 heavenly thunder tribulations to temper the body. Survive the tribulation and you ascend, leaving the mortal world for the celestial realm. After ascension you first become a human immortal, then cultivate to earth immortal, and finally achieve celestial immortal, living as long as heaven and earth, shining with the sun and moon. Jean Zichen summarized, simply put, from chi refining to celestial immortal, each step is a climb to heaven. The 5 minor stages of each major realm: half step means touching the edge, initiate means formally entering, settled means sinking into cultivation, consolidated means stabilizing the realm, and peak means cultivating the realm to its utmost, ready to break through at any time. A single minor stage difference means crushing defeat in battle, let alone a major realm difference. Li Muhan listened, utterly captivated, his small eyes unblinking. Though some terms eluded him, he firmly memorized the names of the realms, the long path of cultivation from chi refining to celestial immortal, and most of all the formidable dignified second senior sister with the extreme grade fire spirit root and mastery of weapon forging. He tilted his little face toward Jean Zichen. Senior brother is second senior sister afraid when she's alone in the secret realm? Jean Zichen burst into hearty laughter, the sound shaking the mist beneath the corridor. Afraid? The word fear doesn't exist in our second senior sister's dictionary. She was born to brave danger and battle powerful foes. The more perilous the place, the more she thrives. Forget the beasts in the secret realm. Even if an ancient ferocious beast appeared, she'd pick up her weapon and charge without a hint of retreat. Her nature is dignified, she is extremely strict with herself and with us, but she never bullies her fellow disciples. Once an outer disciple was bullied by another sect. When second senior sister found out, she went directly to their door and spoke just one sentence. The other sect's elder rushed out to apologize, not daring to breathe too loudly. Su Sijia nodded gently. Second senior sister may seem cold, but her heart is good. She's just not good at speaking softly. All her focus is on cultivation and forging. Her weapons protect only her own and slay only the wicked. Throughout Qin Yun sect, from master down to the sweeping servants, there is none who does not revere her and none who does not admire her. An extreme grade fire spirit root seen once in 1,000 years, the weapon master 1 in 10,000, young yet at Golden Core Peak, traversing secret realms alone as if on flat ground. Such a second senior sister is the pride of our sect and a genius of the entire cultivation world. Li Muhan clenched his small fists. For the first time a clear aspiration took root in his young heart. He wanted to cultivate diligently, to break through realms quickly, to meet that awe-inspiring second senior sister as soon as possible, and to become a cultivator as formidable as she was. Senior brother fourth senior sister Muhan will cultivate hard. He puffed out his small chest, his soft voice carrying a child's unique determination. I will go from half-step chi refining all the way to celestial immortal. And one day you'll be as strong as second senior sister, protecting master senior brother and fourth senior sister. Jean Zichen was thoroughly amused by the little one's earnestness. He reached out and lifted him high into the air. Li Muhan sat on his broad shoulders, reaching out to touch the floating clouds, giggling with pure joy. Well said, lad. Ambitious. Jean Zichen's voice rang out clearly. Senior brother awaits that day. Our Qingyun Temple's youngest disciple will surely grow into a towering cultivator. Su Sijie stood to the side, watching the two of them frolic, her delicate face adorned with a tender smile. The morning mist gradually dispersed, golden sunlight spilling across Enlightenment Peak, warming the bluestone slabs. Spirit birds sang crisply in the mountains and spiritual energy flowed gently through the air. The 6-year-old Li Muhan, perched on his senior brother's shoulders, gazed at the rolling green mountains, listened to his fourth senior sister's gentle reminders, and turned over in his mind the realms of cultivation and the image of that solitary, dignified and powerful second senior sister who braved secret realms alone. The gate of cultivation had just swung open for him. The long path of cultivation from this moment officially began. And that second senior sister Sui Han, whom he had never met, became like a divine weapon in the clouds, the most dazzling light in his young heart. The conversation beneath the corridor continued, a blend of childish voice, northeastern accent and gentle female tones weaving together in the clear breeze of Qingyun Temple, becoming the warmest little tale beneath Enlightenment Peak. In the rear courtyard of Qingfeng Temple where the lingering snow had yet to melt, 6-year-old Li Muan sat cross-legged on a bluestone meditation mat clad in a simple unadorned Taoist robe. Mountain wind carrying fragments of snow swept past the bronze bells under the eaves, producing a tinkling chime, yet he remained utterly still. His inky black eyes were half closed, his small brows furrowed in a gravity that belied his tender years. A faint white vapor of cold air emanated from the tip of his nose. Within 3 feet of him even the falling snowflakes seemed arrested by an invisible force suspended midair, refusing to descend. This was a single spiritual root of a kind seen only once in a century, a top-grade mutated ice spiritual root. At this moment within his dantian an exceedingly faint and pure strand of ice spiritual energy swirled like a frozen pearl, flowing slowly through his meridians. Where most children would find meditation an unbearable ordeal of restlessness, he could sit in quiet contemplation for hours, feeling the cold energy around him as a familiar friend. As he inhaled it transformed into a warm, refreshing spiritual energy that cleansed his entire being. Exhale the stale, inhale the fresh. A swarthy burly man stood far off under the veranda, his voice gruff. Li Muan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. He slowly exhaled a puff of white breath which upon leaving his lips condensed into fine ice crystals that pattered onto the bluestone, only to dissolve into a cool moist vapor an instant later. He gently raised his small hand and at his fingertip a single glistening bead of white ice coalesced, suspended in the air, neither falling nor melting nor shattering. The mountain wind grew colder. On the snow-laden branches of the ancient cypress trees in the temple the young boy sat serenely, ice spiritual energy swirling around him like a newly blossomed winter plum, quietly taking root in the silent temple grounds. No sooner had Jin Zikin's voice faded than Li Muan's small frame shuddered violently. The strand of ice spiritual energy which had lingered in his dantian for so long seemed to have received a summons, suddenly becoming lively and restless. It was no longer a timid meandering stream but had transformed into a clear cold beam of light surging upward along his meridians. The 6-year-old child pressed his lips tightly together, his small face paling slightly, yet he stubbornly refused to let out a single cry of pain. He could clearly feel the cold energy of heaven and earth madly rushing towards him, penetrating his skin and converging into his dantian. His once empty sea of qi was being gradually filled drop by drop with an utterly pure ice blue spiritual energy. Focus your mind. Guard your heart. Jin Zichen moved, instantly appearing before him, and gently pressed his fingertip against Li Muan's brow. A gentle stream of spiritual energy was infused, instantly stabilizing Li Muan's turbulent meridians. The next moment the boy's eyes snapped open and a fleeting glint of icy light flashed across his jet-black pupils. On instinct he raised his hand and gently clenched it towards the snow-laden stunted pine tree in front of him. A visible wave of cold radiated from him. The accumulated snow on the pine branches instantly solidified into transparent icicles, and even the pine needles were encased in a layer of gleaming white ice crystals, yet not a single one bent or broke. Li Muan stared blankly at his small hand, a trace of cool spiritual energy still lingering in his palm. He tilted his head, his voice youthful but clear, senior brother, I can feel them." Jin Zichen looked at this young sprout born from the same essence as ice and snow, a flicker of undisguised amazement and pity passing through his eyes. Good. Good. He said softly, "Congratulations to our little Muan for learning to guide qi into his body. From today on you can begin to cultivate on your own." A tall woman in a red robe quietly stepped into the temple. The ice and snow around her melted with every step she took. Her expression was cold and proud. A pair of beast-like crimson eyes gazed intensely towards the rear courtyard. Her jet-black hair cascaded down to her waist, dancing in the cold wind. The wind ceased. The woman vanished from the spot as if she had never been there, but the melted snow and ice around her bore witness to her arrival. The mountain wind rose again, stirring the branches of the old trees and scattering the fine wispy snow. Yet it could no longer blow away the nascent gleam of ice-born spiritual light that had just kindled in the young boy's eyes. On Zhongnan Mountain, where the lingering snow had yet to melt, the chill still hung like mist coiling around the ancient eaves and gnarled trees of Qingyun Temple. On the plum branches in the front courtyard last night's icicles still clung. On the bluestone slab in the backyard Li Muhan had just risen from his meditation posture. His small frame stood in the biting wind, a wisp of unspent frost energy still swirling around his fingertips. He was only 6 years old, clad in a small green Taoist robe that fluttered gently in the breeze, yet he stood as straight as an arrow. The thrill of successfully drawing qi into his body had not yet faded. His jet-black eyes sparkled with light. He would occasionally lift his little hand, gazing at the tiny beads of frost that formed on his fingertips, and a faint smile would tug at the corners of his mouth. Jin Zichen stood not far away, watching his little junior brother, a broad honest smile spreading across his dark sturdy face. Having just completed a system quest and securely pocketed his points, he was in a good mood. Seeing Li Muhan's extraordinary talent, having successfully drawn qi into his body in just a few days since joining the sect, filled him with genuine joy. Junior brother Qinghan, your extreme ice spirit root is truly worthy of its reputation, Jin Zichen said, striding over and gently ruffling Li Muhan's hair with his large calloused hand, his voice full of admiration. Many disciples spend half a year, even a full year, just to touch the threshold of qi induction. But you've done it in a matter of days. Your future cultivation will surely advance by 1,000 li a day. Li Muhan looked up, his voice soft and childish yet carrying a hint of earnestness. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. If you hadn't helped stabilize my meridians, Muhan wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly. Ah, this is all your own comprehension and talent. Your senior brother didn't do much, Jin Zichen said, waving his hand. He was about to say more when his expression suddenly turned serious. He instinctively turned around, looking deeper into the temple. A very faint yet overwhelmingly domineering wave of scorching heat began to emanate from somewhere, spreading silently. The heat was not violent or aggressive, but like a blazing sun descending upon the world. Wherever it passed, the cold in the air melted away inch by inch. Even the remaining snow on the ground dissolved into water before their eyes, trickling slowly through the cracks in the bluestone. Jin Zichen's face shifted slightly, then relaxed. A look of reverence and affection appeared in his eyes. It's second junior sister. She's back from the secret realm so quickly. Hearing this, Li Muhan's small body stiffened. His eyes instantly went wide. Second senior sister, the one senior brother and fourth senior sister spoke, a possessor of an extreme fire spirit root, a Ancient Millennium refining genius already at the peak of the golden core at a young age, who traversed the perilous meteorite secret realm as if walking on level ground. Sui Han. In his mind he had imagined her appearance countless times. Was she as majestic as a pine? As cold and proud as frost? Or perhaps draped in rosy clouds, wielding a divine weapon? Now, hearing the word second senior sister is back, the worship and curiosity of a child surged up within him. His small hands unconsciously clutched the hem of his robe. He even held his breath, looking nervously yet expectantly towards the direction from which the heat was coming. Deep within the temple, in a simple but clean wooden hut. The room had no extra decorations, only a stone bed and a low table. In the corner were piled several bundles of spiritual wood and ores used for refining. The air held a faint scent of smoke and the pure fragrance of spiritual materials. Standing in the hut were a man and a woman. The man had a delicate face and wore loose casual clothes. His green Taoist robe was washed somewhat white. His white hair was simply tied up. His features were gentle and a faint smile always played at the corners of his mouth. He was the third disciple under Xuanjizi Huang Yi, who cultivated both the formations and talisman paths. In his hand he held a branch that was entirely light blue in color. A wisp of faint wood-attributed spiritual energy coiled around his fingertips as he examined it closely. The branch was about the length of an arm, with a warm smooth texture and a faint shimmering blue luster on its surface. Though it seemed ordinary, it exuded a refreshing bone-chilling cold. Even wrapped in Huang Yi's wood spiritual energy, the cold refused to yield, bursting forth relentlessly, silently confronting the scorching heat within the room. Huang Yi's fingertip paused slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Then a look of understanding dawned on him as he said with a light laugh, "Oh. This is a century-old branch from the Cloud Ice Epic Tree. A fine treasure, truly a fine treasure." Cloud Ice Epic Tree. The woman in red raised an eyebrow slightly. Her voice was cool, devoid of extra emotion, yet every word was clear like ice beads falling on a jade plate. What is so extraordinary about this tree? Does Master recognize it? The woman was the second disciple under Xuanjizi Sui Han. She wore a sharp form-fitting red outfit, not an ordinary Taoist robe, but more like the attire of a cultivator who constantly traveled the martial world and ventured into dangerous lands. A simple unadorned short sword hung at her waist. Her long hair, black as an ink waterfall, fell to her waist, moving gently in the breeze. She was tall and slender, with fair skin and a stunningly beautiful, cold and proud face. Her pair of vermilion red eyes shone like torches. Wherever her gaze swept, even the air seemed to ignite, carrying an inviolable majesty. The scorching aura that naturally emanated from her body was the leaked power of her extreme fire spirit root. Even without deliberate activation, it was enough to melt ice and snow and burn the skin. Hearing this, Huang Yi gently placed the Cloud Ice Epic branch on the low table and withdrew his finger, explaining with a smile, "Recognize it. Master even specifically mentioned this Cloud Ice Epic tree when he was lecturing on the world's spiritual plants back then. This tree grows on the peaks of extreme cold and perilous lands. It takes 1,000 years to take root, 100 years to grow a branch, 1,000 years to bloom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. It is innately filled with extreme cold spiritual energy, highly compatible with water and ice attribute cultivators, and is an excellent material for artifact refining. The trunk and branches of the cloud ice epic tree are tough and durable, resistant to rot and decay, and unafraid of fire. It is most suitable for forging weapons like swords, blades, and whips. Especially for sword forging, what hides ice breeds cold. On the day the sword is completed, it will naturally possess ice-attributed spiritual energy capable of freezing an enemy's meridians and injuring them with frost. Ordinary iron weapons simply cannot compare. Su Yihan's red pupils contracted slightly. Her gaze fell upon the light blue branch, and a ripple finally stirred in her usually calm eyes. She was a born artifact refining master with an extreme fire spirit root and fire control skills unrivaled in the world. Her sensitivity to spiritual materials far exceeded that of ordinary people. The moment she heard Huang Yi's explanation, she instantly understood the value of this cloud ice epic branch. Suitable for forging a sword. Su Yihan repeated softly, a note of interest entering her voice. A wooden sword. Precisely, Huang Yi nodded. Ordinary wooden swords are fragile and weak. But the cloud ice epic tree, born in extreme cold, has had its wood tempered by the cold until it's as hard as fine iron. Once you forge it with spirit fire, infuse it with ice, and pour your sword intent into it, it will surely become a high-grade magical artifact, and might even have the chance to develop spirituality and become a semi-spiritual weapon. Su Yihan remained silent. A faint flicker of firelight danced in her red pupils as if she was deep in thought. Her recent trip to the meteorite secret realm had been quite fruitful. Not only had she subdued a blazing flame spirit lion compatible with her fire spirit root as her spirit beast, but she had also found a large pile of refining materials. This cloud ice epic branch was just one inconspicuous item among them. When she first saw it, she only felt its pure cold energy and special material properties, but didn't know its exact origin. Now, upon hearing Huang Yi's explanation, she realized it was such a rare treasure. She was obsessed with artifact refining and the way of the sword. She possessed countless divine weapons, and the weapons used by the sect's disciples were mostly forged by her hands. Yet she rarely forged weapons for herself. More often than not, she forged protective blades for her master, her fellow disciples, and for Qingyun Temple. Senior brother Jin Zichen was honest and straightforward with solid cultivation. She had forged defensive armor and gauntlets for him. Third senior brother Huang Yi was immersed in formations and talismans, not adept at close combat. She had forged protective formation flags and talisman-breaking short swords for him. Fourth junior sister Su Sijie was lively and agile, skilled in movement and breaking restrictions. She had forged light and nimble daggers and lightning talisman carriers for her. Only the youngest little junior brother, Li Muhan. That little child who had just joined the sect a few days ago, a mere 6-year-old with an extreme ice spirit root given the Dao name Qinghan by the master. When she returned yesterday, just as she entered the territory of Qingyun Temple, she had sensed from afar the pure unmatched ice spiritual energy from the backyard. It was young but tenacious, like a small snow plum blossom blooming quietly in the cold wind. She had paused for only a moment and knew it was the newly joined junior brother drawing chi into his body. Her heart stirred at that moment. Ice spirit roots were rare enough, but an extreme mutated ice spirit root was a Onsen encounter. With such talent, cultivating techniques, talismans, or formations would be a terrible waste. Ice is sharp, cold, resolute, and forges ahead without looking back. Ice is most suited to the sword. The sword is the king of all weapons. A sword cultivator breaks all techniques with a single sword, decides the fate of the world with one strike, cuts through illusions with a single thought, and devotes their heart to immortality. In Qingyun Temple there were successors for alchemy, formations, talismans, and artifact refining. But orthodox sword cultivators were few and far between. She herself was skilled in close combat and killing, but she walked the path of both artifact refining and the sword, not a pure sword cultivator. But this little junior brotherly Muhan had a calm and steady temperament, neither arrogant nor impatient. At such a young age he could sit in meditation for hours, advanced by leaps and bounds in chi induction, and was blessed with an extreme ice spirit root. He was naturally a rough jade waiting to be carved into a sword. Thinking this, a flash of determination crossed Su Yihan's red pupils. A faint, barely perceptible upward turn touched the corner of her cold, proud mouth, vanishing so quickly it was impossible to catch. This cloud ice epic branch will not be used for anything else, Su Yihan stated, her voice still cool but carrying less distance and more certainty. I will forge it into a wooden sword. Huang Yi was taken aback. A wooden sword? Second senior sister, wouldn't it be better to forge a magical artifact longsword from such a spiritual material? A wooden sword is, after all. My mind is made up. Besides, only this wooden sword is most suitable for him. Sui Han interrupted her gaze, looking far off towards the backyard outside the window, as if penetrating the wooden wall to see the tiny figure standing in the cold wind. He is only 6 years old. His bones are not yet fully formed, his meridians are still tender. A heavy sharp iron sword would only hinder his foundation. A wooden sword is light and the ice spiritual energy is gentle. It is perfect for laying a solid foundation for the sword, nurturing the sword heart and cultivating the sword intent. When his cultivation deepens in the future, I will forge a divine weapon for him anew. This cloud ice wooden sword will be his beginner sword, accompanying him from chi refining to foundation establishment and all the way to the golden core. Huang Yi was stunned for a moment, then understanding dawned and a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. Second senior sister's consideration is thorough. My thinking was too narrow. With his extreme ice spirit root and good temperament, if junior brother takes the path of the sword cultivator, he will surely become a peerless sharp sword for Qingyun Temple and even for the entire cultivation world. The path of the sword cultivator is lonely and perilous. Once the sword is drawn, life and death are left to fate. It is not as safe as alchemy or artifact refining, nor as mysterious as formations or talismans, Sui Han said softly, a sharp sword-like glint flashing in her red pupils. But the sword is also the most honest, the most direct path, and the best way to protect those one wishes to protect. He was born under the heavy snow of Chang'an, bathed in snow with warmth in his heart but bones of ice and frost. It would be a pity for such a person not to learn the sword. Huang Yi nodded in agreement. Second senior sister speaks the absolute truth. Then regarding the forging of this sword, I will do it myself naturally, Sui Han stated flatly. Under heaven there is no one else besides me who can perfectly fuse the cloud ice epic branch with ice spiritual energy and fire spirit fire. Her tone was calm but carried absolute confidence. This was not arrogance, it was strength. The extreme fire spirit root, the 1,000-year refining genius, and her peak golden core cultivation, the combination of these three gave her the right to say this. As her words fell, Sui Han raised her hand and waved it. A surge of crimson spiritual energy burst from her palm, but it was not violent. Instead, it was as gentle as silk wrapping around the cloud ice epic branch. The scorching fire spiritual energy did not burn the branch, instead, like the most meticulous craftsman, it gently nourished, tempered and polished it bit by bit. The light blue branch enveloped in the crimson flames took on an even more crystalline luster. The cold and the fire energy intertwined, merged and coexisted within it, not in conflict but forming a wonderful balance. Huang Yi stood to the side watching with rapt attention, his heart filled with continuous praise. Second senior sister's fire control skill had long reached a state of perfection and transcendence. Fire is the mother of artifacts, material is the bone and intent is the soul. She used fire to refine the material and poured her heart into it as the soul. This technique was already at the master level. Sui Han's expression was focused. Her red pupils held only the cloud ice epic branch before her. Her finger. With a slight twitch of his fingertip, spiritual energy like silk thread swiftly traced along the branch. He neither removed the wood's original form nor damaged its natural ice patterns, merely trimming away excess twigs and polishing the blade's arc, the spine's straightness and the hilt's smooth roundness. He refrained from carving dragons or phoenixes, from inscribing runes or arrays, preserving only the simplest and most natural form. A sword, after all, should be simple, pure and clean-cut. Time trickled away. Outside, the biting wind howled on, within the firelight was gentle yet steadfast. After an unknown span, the flame at Sui Han's fingertip receded slightly and the crimson spiritual energy slowly withdrew into her body. On the low table lay a newly forged wooden sword. It was no more than 2 feet long, perfectly suited for a 6-year-old child's grip. The blade bore the pale blue hue of cloud ice, distant, with its surface gleaming with a moist luster. Subtle ice patterns swirled within, cool to the touch yet not chilling. Though seemingly wooden, the edge exuded a restrained sharpness, harmless to flesh yet capable of severing spiritual energy. The hilt, smooth and rounded, fit the palm perfectly. Held in hand, a faint stream of ice spiritual energy flowed gently along the meridians, bringing exquisite comfort. Devoid of ornate decoration or dazzling spiritual light, it possessed a cold, noble bearing, like a lone pine in snow, a winter plum beneath the moon, or the nascent Tao heart of a young cultivator. A cloud ice wooden sword was forged. Sui Han reached out, gently grasped the hilt and lifted the wooden sword. Her fingertip lightly traced the blade and both ice and fire spiritual energy quivered simultaneously, leaving an exceedingly concealed protective mark within the sword body. Should the young junior brother ever encounter danger, this mark would activate, automatically shielding him from a fatal blow. This was the silent care of a senior sister for her junior. A fine sword, Huang Yi could not help but murmur in admiration. Though wooden, it is already of superior grade magical artifact quality. The ice spiritual energy is well contained, ideal for nurturing the sword. Perhaps in a few years it might even birth a sword spirit. The young junior brother will surely be overjoyed. Suihan said nothing, merely holding the wooden sword, turned and walked out of the room. Her red robes fluttered and a scorching aura moved with her steps. Wherever she passed, accumulated snow melted and warmth flowed. In the rear courtyard, Li Muhan still stood there, gazing anxiously toward the hall, his small face full of anticipation. Jin Zichen stood beside him, smiling as he awaited the second senior sister's emergence. Just then a crimson figure slowly emerged from beneath the eaves. In that moment Li Muhan's breath nearly stopped. Robes red as fire, hair black as a waterfall, a tall and graceful figure and a cold, proud bearing. A pair of vermilion beast-like eyes, bright as stars and sharp as swords, swept over. The child instinctively held his breath, yet felt no fear, only awe and reverence. Was this second senior sister Suihan? She was even more imposing, more dazzling and more captivating than he had imagined. Jin Zichen quickly stepped forward and bowed. Second senior sister. Suihan nodded slightly, her gaze passing over Jin Zichen to land directly on Li Muhan. The 6-year-old child stood in the cold wind, clad in a small blue Daoist robe, his features clean, his dark round eyes fixed on her with a child's innocence and an imperceptible determination. The aura of a supreme grade ice spiritual root, pure and flawless like icy springs and snow, flowed gently around him. Suihan's crimson eyes warmed slightly. With a subtle movement she instantly appeared before Li Muhan. She towered over the tiny Li Muhan, standing before him like a majestic green mountain, yet without any oppressive weight. Regaining his composure, Li Muhan hurriedly imitated the eldest senior brother, bowing respectfully. His soft tender voice carried a hint of nervousness but was exceptionally clear. Disciple Li Muhan Dao named Qinghan greets second senior sister. Suihan looked at his little adult demeanor and the cold corner of her mouth curved into an extremely faint smile. Without a word she slowly raised her hand. In her hand was the newly forged cloud ice wooden sword. Its pale blue blade shimmered in the sunlight, ice patterns swirling, cool and elegant. Li Muhan's gaze was instantly captivated by the wooden sword. His eyes widened, his small face filled with wonder. Lift your head. Suihan spoke, her voice cool but much gentler, without a trace of severity. Li Muhan obeyed, raising his head to meet her vermilion beast-like eyes. The tension in his heart unconsciously dissipated. You have successfully drawn chi into your body, Suihan said softly, a statement rather than a question. A supreme grade ice spiritual root, rare in a century. Your talent is exceptional, even surpassing mine at your age. Praised by the second senior sister herself, Li Muhan's little face flushed. He lowered his head shyly. Thank you, second senior sister. Muhan was just lucky. On the path of cultivation there is no such thing as luck, Suihan said calmly. Talent is a gift from heaven if the Tao heart is self-cultivated. You possess a heaven-granted root, so you must guard your own heart's Tao. Li Muhan nodded, half understanding, and earnestly committed her words to memory. Suihan looked at him and slowly extended the cloud ice wooden sword before him. The hilt pointed forward, aligned with the child's small hand. This sword is named Cloud Ice. Suihan's voice fell clearly upon Li Muhan's ears. Forged from the branches of the extreme cold spiritual wood, Cloud Ice, distant tree crafted by my own hands. It contains ice spiritual energy and bears a protective mark. I give it to you. Li Muhan was stunned, his small face full of disbelief. He looked up at Suihan, then down at the cloud ice wooden sword so close, unable to believe his ears. The second senior sister personally forged a sword and gave it to him. Jin Zichen was also taken aback, then his face lit up with ecstasy. Weapons personally forged by the second senior sister were rarely bestowed upon anyone in the entire Qingyun temple. The young junior brother just initiated received such a heavy gift. It showed how much the second senior sister valued him. A second senior sister. This is too precious. This disciple cannot accept it. Li Muhan quickly shook his head, drawing his small hands back, his expression earnest. This disciple has just joined and done nothing. I cannot accept such a valuable gift from you. If I tell you to take it, then take it, Suihan said firmly, leaving no room for refusal. This sword aligns with your ice spiritual root, with your age, and even more with your future path. Li Muhan looked up, confusion in his eyes. Future path. Yes. Suihan nodded, a sharp sword intent flashing in her crimson eyes. Your root, your heart, your very bones, all are suited for one path, the path of the sword cultivator. Sword cultivator. Li Muhan repeated softly, his eyes full of bewilderment. Second senior sister, what is a sword cultivator? A sword cultivator. Sui Han began slowly, her voice cool yet carrying a power that stirred the soul. Gazing at the distant Zhongnan mountain range, the scattered snowflakes drifting through the air and the clear wind and flowing clouds between heaven and earth, she recited a poem she had composed herself word by word, Song of the Sword Heart, born with a frame of ice and snow unstained by the world's dust. Grasping the azure cloud sword, one knows the true great Tao. The sword emerges, cold light shines if the heart is steadfast, untouched by chaos. One sword breaks all myriad laws, even in solitude one brings spring. Coveting not the dream of eternal life nor lusting after wealth and honor. Only guard the Tao within the heart and protect the people before one's eyes. Snow falls, the sword's edge grows cold, if the wind comes the spirit grows pure. This life returns to a single sword, heaven and earth let me roam freely. The poem was not long, yet every word was a gem, every line contained the Tao. There were no flowery words, no esoteric terms, only the sword cultivator's openness, resolve, steadfastness and gentleness. Born with a wind and snow-like integrity, untouched by the world's dust, only when grasping the long sword above the azure clouds does one understand the true meaning of the great Tao. As the sword leaves its sheath, cold light illuminates heaven and earth, the heart is firm, unconfused by turmoil. One sword can break all spells, even alone one can walk into the bloom of spring, not coveting the illusory dream of immortality, not yearning for the splendor of the mortal world, only guarding the righteousness within the heart, protecting all cherished ones before one's eyes. Snowflakes fall upon the sword's edge, making it colder, a clear breeze arrives, the spirit grows richer, this life with the sword as the path and the heart as the guide, heaven and earth let one gallop freely. A single song of the sword heart chanted the entire life of a sword cultivator. Li Muhan stood still, listening quietly, his young mind shaken as never before. He could not grasp all the deeper meanings, but he could feel the steadfastness, the coldness, the protection and the openness within the verses. He looked at the second senior sister, her red robes like fire, her sword intent like frost, and at the cloud ice wooden sword in her hand, its ice patterns swirling with a faint clear glow. In that moment something quietly sprouted in the child's heart. Like a seed beneath the snow breaking through the earth under the spring breeze's caress. That was, the sword heart. A sword cultivator takes the sword as the Tao uses the heart to command the sword and wields intent to sever evil. Sui Han withdrew her gaze and looked at Li Muhan again, her voice much gentler. The sword is not merely a weapon for killing but a barrier for protection. A sword cultivator cultivates not slaughter but the original heart, practices not techniques but the Tao heart. You were born amidst heavy snow, nurtured by cold with warmth in your heart and an icy frame. Your sword shall not slay the innocent nor bully the weak, it shall only protect loved ones and uphold righteousness. Only thus can you live up to this cloud ice sword, to your ice spiritual root and to our master-disciple bond. Li Muhan gazed at Sui Han, then at the cloud ice wooden sword quietly offered before him. The confusion on his small face gradually faded, replaced by unprecedented seriousness and determination. He extended his tiny hand solemnly and respectfully to receive the cloud ice wooden sword. The hilt was cool and smooth and his grasp comfortable. A faint current of ice spiritual energy flowed from his palm into his body, instantly merging with his own ice spiritual energy in perfect harmony. As if this sword was born to belong to him. Disciple Li Muhan, Dao named Qin Han. The child straightened his small chest, gripped the wooden sword tightly and bowed deeply to Sui Han. His voice, though soft, was unusually loud and clear, carrying a child's unique determination. Thank you, second senior sister, for the sword and for guiding the way. This disciple is willing to enter the path of the sword cultivator. In this life I shall take the sword as my heart and protection as my Tao, never failing the sect nor my original heart. The voice was not loud, yet it pierced the cold wind echoing through the rear courtyard of Qingyun Temple. The wind ceased, the snow settled and plum branches swayed gently. Sui Han looked at the young junior brother before her, gripping the wooden sword with a determined gaze. For the first time a clear and gentle smile appeared on her cold, proud face. That smile was like melting ice and snow, like the sun breaking through clouds, like a winter plum just blooming, stunning the entire winter day of Zhongnan Mountain. Good. She spoke only a single word. A word worth 1,000 gold, a promise as heavy as a mountain. From then on Qingyun Temple had one more little sword cultivator. A 6-year-old child with a supreme great ice spiritual root, holding a cloud ice wooden sword with the song of the sword heart in his heart, embarked on a path of swordsmanship, a path of unwavering resolve and devotion. Jin Zichen stood by, tears of joy in his eyes, his honest face full of relief. He knew that from this day forth Qingyun Temple not only gained an extraordinarily talented young disciple but would also welcome a future peerless sword cultivator who would rise to prominence and shake the cultivation world. Huang Yi also walked out from the house, standing under the eaves watching the scene in the rear courtyard with a gentle smile, his eyes full of blessings. Sui Han looked at Li Muhan, her crimson eyes brimming with expectation. From today I will teach you swordsmanship. First learn to grip the sword, then practice standing postures, then techniques, and finally cultivate sword intent. The path of the sword cultivator has no shortcuts, only perseverance. Are you ready? Li Muhan tightened his grip on the cloud ice wooden sword, standing straight against the cold wind, meeting his second senior sister's gaze and the swirling snow of Zhongnan Mountain, and nodded firmly. He raised his small hand and gently lifted the cloud ice wooden sword. The pale blue blade reflected the boy's pure eyes, the falling snowflakes among the mountains, and the nascent Tao heart and sword intent within him. The child's clear voice, filled with boundless determination, slowly rose between heaven and earth. Disciple is ready. The wind rose again and the snow drifted lightly. Time flowed swiftly like a fleeting river. Months had passed since Li Muhan obtained the Qingyun sword. His master had occasionally offered guidance, but most of the time it was his two senior sisters who patiently instructed him. Now in the early spring, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate. On the smooth bluestone training ground before the temple, the faint sound of sword chi piercing the air could already be heard. On one side of the training ground, several ancient plum trees were still in full bloom. Pink and white petals carried by the wind drifted down and scattered across the bluestone slabs, creating a charming contrast with the fluttering figures in the field. In the center of the field stood three people, one man and two women. At the center was a young boy seemingly no more than 6 or 7 years old. He wore a simple light blue Taoist robe. His frame was still slender, his features clean and handsome. His eyes held an unspoiled childishness, yet also revealed a calmness and seriousness beyond his years. In his hand he held a half-worn blunted wooden sword of green steel, specifically made for novice disciples practicing their sword techniques. The boy lowered his gaze to the wooden sword in his hand, his fingers tightening slightly, his expression focused and reverent. He was Li Muhan, the youngest disciple of the Qinfeng Temple. Since entering the temple he had been gentle in nature, courteous to others, diligent and hardworking, and spoke little. Every day he would rise before dawn to meditate and practice his swordsmanship, and after nightfall he would still study sword manuals and mental cultivation techniques under the lamplight, earning the deep affection of everyone in the temple. Flanking him on his left and right stood two women, both outstanding disciples of the Qinfeng Temple and his senior sisters. The one on the left, around 24 or 25 years old, stood as straight and graceful as a green bamboo. Her temperament was cool and ethereal. She wore a moon-white long-sleeved gown fit for a swordswoman, her long hair simply tied back and secured with a single jade hairpin. Her features were delicate and beautiful, her eyebrows like distant hills, her eyes like cold stars. Her expression was calm and unruffled, exuding an aura of aloofness that was nonetheless reassuring. Standing there without any movement, she was like a fine sword hidden in its sheath, its edge concealed yet composed and imposing. She was the senior grand disciple of Qinfeng Temple, Suihan. Suihan had been in the temple for 10 years and was the second disciple under Qinfeng Daoren. She had already deeply grasped the essence of the Qinfeng sword art, not only mastering the techniques but also comprehending the true meaning of the heart follows the sword and the sword moves with the intent. No disciple in the temple disputed her skill. Her nature was meticulous and she was upright in her dealings with others. She was strict with her junior fellow disciples, yet deeply caring, making her the undisputed senior sister in everyone's eyes. The woman on the right was slightly younger, around 16 or 17 years old. She wore a light purple dress, her figure lithe and lively. Her brows were curved, her temperament gentle and spirited, a stark contrast to the senior sister's coolness. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her eyes which shone brightly like stars. She appeared amiable and soft, yet in every movement she exuded an air of lightness and agility. She was the fourth senior sister, Su Sijie. Su Sijie and Suihan shared the same surname, but they were not biological sisters, it was merely a coincidence. She had entered the temple a few years after Suihan. She was naturally intelligent and highly perceptive. Although she was a sound cultivator, she also excelled in the light and graceful techniques of the Qinfeng sword art. Her footwork was as swift as a gentle breeze and her sword techniques were as dexterous as a butterfly's dance. Among the women she was considered the best in the temple in terms of technique. Her personality was lively and cheerful. She was especially fond of her little junior brother Li Muhan and always guided him patiently and meticulously, complementing the senior sister's strictness. Zuanjizi had been in seclusion for 3 months contemplating the way of the sword. Before leaving he had specifically instructed his two disciples to ensure they taught little junior brother Li Muhan a solid foundation in swordsmanship, neither slacking off nor being impatient. From then on, every morning on the bluestone training ground a new scene unfolded, the cool and steady senior sister Suihan and the lively and gentle fourth senior sister Su Sijie teaching little junior brother Li Muhan his sword techniques together. The mist gradually dispersed and the morning light pierced through the clouds, bathing the green peaks and casting a faint golden glow over the entire Qinfeng temple. Su Yihan's gaze landed calmly on Li Muhan. Her voice was cool and gentle yet carried an undeniable steadiness. Muhan, do you still remember the basic starting stance of the Qingfeng sword art I taught you yesterday? Li Muhan quickly looked up and bowed respectfully. Senior sister, your disciple remembers. Good. Sui Han nodded slightly. Demonstrate it first. Let me and your little senior sister see. Yes. Li Muhan took a deep breath, suppressing the slight nervousness within him. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart and stood firmly on the bluestone slab. He closed his eyes, calming his mind and focusing his spirit. After a moment he opened his eyes again, his gaze now focused and determined. Holding the wooden sword with both hands, he gently turned his wrist and began the slow opening movement following the techniques he had memorized. The foundation of the Qingfeng sword art emphasized the principle of steadiness. His feet moved in small precise steps according to the 9 palaces pattern, his body neither swaying nor wobbling, his center of gravity lowered as if rooted like a green pine. The strength in his arms was even, neither stiff nor limp, and the wooden sword turned lightly in his hands without any unnecessary force. The starting stance breeze caresses the mountain involved, the sword following the Bodis movement rising from below with a gentle flick. The motion was slow and smooth, yet it contained hidden power. However, due to his young age and limited training time, although he tried his best to make the movement standard, they were still somewhat clumsy. His wrist trembled slightly, his steps faltered a bit during transitions, his strength control was uneven, and the sword's wind was light and airy, lacking the necessary steadiness. After finishing the 3 basic starting stances, Li Muhan sheathed his sword and stood still. Fine beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Breathing slightly heavily, he looked anxiously at his 2 senior sisters and said in a low voice, Disciple. Disciple did poorly. I've embarrassed you, senior sisters. Seeing this, Su Sijia quickly stepped forward, smiled gently and lightly patted his shoulder. Muhan, don't be nervous. You've only practiced for a few days. To have reached this level is already quite good. There are just a few small details that need adjustment. After speaking, she turned her head to look at Sui Han. Sui Han's expression remained calm with neither blame nor praise. She slowly walked to Li Muhan's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, her gaze falling on the wooden sword in his hand. Your heart is not still enough. One sentence hit the nail on the head. Li Muhan was slightly startled and lowered his head in silence. The Qingfeng sword art places the utmost importance on the mental method. Sui Han's voice slowly arose, clear and cool, calming the mind. The sword is born from the heart. If the heart is not calm, the sword will not be steady. If the heart is not settled, the sword will not be alive. Just now while practicing, you were thinking about whether you were doing well or whether you would make mistakes. Your mind was filled with distracting thoughts, so naturally the sword techniques became disordered. She reached out and gently grasped the hand holding the sword, applying slight pressure with her fingertips to adjust his grip. Holding the sword doesn't mean using brute force. Clench the hilt with 5 fingers, let the tiger's mouth press against it, channel strength into the fingers and store power in the wrist. Let no other thoughts occupy your mind, only this sword in your hand and only the point where the sword technique directs your gaze. Li Muhan felt his senior sister's hand warm and firm, carrying a steady aura that flowed into his body through her fingertips. His originally flustered heart gradually calmed down. Following Su Yihan's guidance, he adjusted his grip, slowed his breathing and slowly immersed his mind. Do it again. Su Yihan released her hand and stepped back. This time Li Muhan closed his eyes, took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He no longer thought about whether he was doing well or how his senior sisters perceived him. His mind was left with only the mental methods of the Qingfeng sword art and the wooden sword in his hand. He opened his eyes again, his gaze clear and free of distractions. His feet landed firmly, his center of gravity lowered, and the wooden sword turned gently as he executed the starting stance once more. This time the movements were noticeably steadier. His wrist no longer trembled, his steps were solid and the sword techniques were smooth and fluid. Though still not perfect, they had shed their clumsiness and gained a sense of tranquility. Very good. Sui Han nodded slightly, a trace of approval flashing in her eyes. Once the heart is calm, the sword becomes much steadier. Su Sijia stepped forward with a smile, her eyes full of gratification. Muhan, you see, as long as you calm your heart you can do very well. Our Qingfeng sword art does not seek brute force or swift ruthless strikes. It seeks the 4 principles of purity, stillness, lightness and agility. If you can maintain this state of mind, your foundation will naturally become more solid. Li Muhan sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister and second senior sister. No need for such formality, Sui Han said calmly. If the foundation is not solid, the ground will shake and the mountains will topple. In the way of the sword there are no shortcuts. Only through daily diligent practice can one progress. Starting today, your second senior sister and I will teach you in 2 separate paths. I will teach you the foundation of swordsmanship, the essence of the mental method and the control of force, seeking the principle of steadiness. Your second senior sister will teach you agility in movement, clever variations in techniques and the connection of transitions, seeking the principle of agility. The union of steadiness and agility is the true Qingfeng sword art. Li Muhan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded firmly. Disciple will remember your teachings, senior sisters. Su Sijie winked playfully and said in a light tone, then let's start with me teaching you the movement techniques. In our Qingfeng sword art, movement is of utmost importance. No matter how fast the sword is, if the body doesn't move, you're a sitting duck. But if the body is agile and the sword follows the heart, you can be like a gentle breeze penetrating every opening. With that, Su Sijie moved. Her feet seemed to tread on clouds as she stepped lightly, her figure flickering unpredictably across the bluestone ground, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes forward, sometimes backward. Her steps were small and quick without any sense of heaviness. Without a sword in hand, her movement alone stirred a gentle breeze. The plum blossom petals on the ground were caught by her motion, dancing around her in a beautiful picturesque scene. Watch closely. Our Qingfeng movement technique does not seek large strides, only quick small steps. Land lightly, rise quickly, and always keep your center of gravity in your dantian. No matter how you move, your posture must not be disturbed. Su Sijie's voice came through clearly as she moved. Her actions were neither fast nor slow, she deliberately slowed down so Li Muhan could see every detail. Her feet landed in the gaps between the bluestone slabs, each step so light it was almost silent. Her body leaned slightly forward but remained perfectly balanced, her arms naturally extended like a bird spreading its wings. Come, follow me. Su Sijie stopped moving and stood before Li Muhan. Step by step, no need to rush. First, lift your left foot, lightly tap the ground, then shift your right foot, letting your center of gravity follow the steps. Yes, just like that. Relax your body, don't be stiff. Li Muhan carefully followed Su Sijie's movements, imitating her footwork. However, the seemingly simple steps were far more difficult in practice than they appeared. His steps were either too heavy, causing the bluestone slabs to sound, or his center of gravity was unstable, making his body sway, or his movements were stiff like a marionette, completely lacking any sense of lightness. After several attempts, sweat dripped from his forehead and his cheeks flushed with frustration. Little senior sister, I just can't do it right. It's okay, Su Sijie said without any impatience, still gentle and patient. When I first learned, I was even clumsier than you. I fell many times. Movement techniques aren't mastered in a day. Take it slow, your senior sister is here with you. Let's break it down and practice step by step. First, practice standing, then shifting, then turning. She walked behind Li Muhan and gently supported him. Adjusting his posture, she said, keep your back straight but not stiff. Relax your shoulders and breathe evenly. Imagine the wind in the mountains. What is it like? Formless and colorless, gentle yet omnipresent. Your body must become the wind, light, soft, swift and smooth. Su Sijie's voice was as tender as a spring breeze, and a faint elusive fragrance surrounded Li Muhan. Her fingertips carried a gentle force as she corrected his posture little by little. Li Muhan calmed his mind and, following his senior sister's instructions, imagined himself as a wisp of mountain wind, unrestrained, light and free. Gradually his posture became less rigid and his steps grew lighter. Though still far from agile, he had improved immensely from the beginning. Sui Han watched quietly from the side, her eyes calm but her heart nodding in approval. Muhan is a steady child, diligent and receptive to advice. With proper guidance he will surely achieve great things in the future. She was not a harsh or unkind person, but she deeply understood that the path of the sword left no room for sloppiness. Her strictness with Li Muhan was in truth for his own good. Her second junior sister Sijie was gentle and patient, perfectly complementing her. One strict, one soft, one steady, one agile. Together they were the most suitable teachers for Muhan. An hour later the morning mist had completely dissipated and sunlight bathed the training ground. Li Muhan had practiced the footwork dozens of times with Su Sijie. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persisted without a single complaint. Su Sijie occasionally handed him a water pouch, letting him rest for a moment, and softly encouraged him, helping him regain his confidence. All right, rest for half a moment. Sui Han spoke, next I will teach you the control of sword force. Li Muhan took the water pouch from Su Sijie, drank a few small sips to calm his breathing and quickly said, thank you senior sister and little senior sister. Sui Han walked to the center of the field and motioned for Li Muhan to come forward. Watch carefully. She raised her hand and took a wooden sword identical to the one in Li Muhan's hand from the weapon rack nearby. The next moment Sui Han moved. She did not use any complex sword techniques, just simple chops, lifts, thrusts and sweeps. Her movements were not fast, but each strike had perfect force. The chop was steady and powerful without being brute, the lift was light and gentle without being weak, the thrust was precise and straight without being stiff, the sweep was fluid and smooth with hidden strength. The wooden sword cut through the air, producing an even and gentle breeze without a hint of impatience. The force of the gentle breeze sword technique emphasizes the balance of hardness and softness and the freedom to release and withdraw. Sui-Han sheathed the sword and said clearly, chop slash thrust lift point stab sweep and hook. The 8 basic sword forms each require different force. A chop must be heavy, a lift must be skillful, a thrust must be accurate, and a sweep must be rounded. If the force is too rigid the sword will break, if too soft the sword will be powerless. She signaled Li Muhan to draw his sword. You make a chop. Li Muhan gripped the wooden sword and chopped forward with force. Wrong. Sui-Han immediately spoke. You are using the brute strength of your arms, not the power from your dantian. The power of a sword technique originates from the feet, travels through the waist, transmits to the shoulders, reaches the arms and gathers at the sword. Using only the arms to chop hard may seem forceful, but it is actually shallow. Not only will it injure your wrist, but the sword technique will have no foundation. She walked to Li Muhan's side and placed her hand on his shoulder. Lower your shoulders, drop your elbows, relax your waist and sink your hips. Root your feet, exert force from your waist and abdomen, drive your arms and then strike. Li Muhan followed her instructions, rooting his feet firmly, exerting force from his waist and abdomen, driving his arms and slowly bringing the wooden sword down. This chop was not as rough as before, but it was steady and heavy with a solid sword wind. Yes, that's it. Sui-Han nodded. Practice this 100 more times and remember this feeling of force. Yes. Li Muhan did not dare to slack off, holding the wooden sword and repeating the basic chop over and over. With each chop he carefully experienced the transmission of force from his feet, waist, shoulders, arms and sword, feeling that steady yet not brutal power. Sui-Han stood by his side, never leaving, correcting him immediately whenever his force deviated or his posture was off with meticulous precision. Su Sijie watched quietly, occasionally helping to adjust Li Muhan's steps, her eyes full of tenderness. At noon, the sunlight grew stronger and the weather warmed. Servant disciples from the temple brought water and simple vegetarian meals, and the three rested briefly at a stone table by the training ground. Li Muhan held his bowl and chopsticks, looking at his 2 senior sisters with deep gratitude. Since the master went into seclusion, if not for the careful guidance and patient instruction of his 2 senior sisters, he would still be stuck in the same place, unable to even grasp the basics of swordsmanship. Although the senior sister was strict, every word she spoke was wise insight and every correction enlightened him. The little senior sister, though gentle, was meticulous, always encouraging him when he was discouraged and patiently explaining when he was confused. Though they were only his senior sisters, they treated him like a younger brother. Muhan, eat a bit more. Su Sijie picked up a piece of vegetable and put it in his bowl, smiling. You have sword practice this afternoon, so you need to keep up your strength. Thank you, little senior sister, Li Muhan said softly, his cheeks slightly flushed. Sui-Han looked at him and said calmly, sword practice is important, but your body is the foundation. Don't rush for results and exhaust yourself. Balance work and rest to last long. Disciple understands. In the afternoon the sun was just right and the breeze was gentle. The plum blossom petals on the training ground had fallen all over the ground, soft underfoot with a faint fragrance. After the rest the 3 returned to the field. The afternoon practice was no longer just about foundation or footwork, but combined sword techniques with body movement, initially practicing the introductory routine of the gentle breeze sword technique. This time Su Sijie demonstrated the complete introductory sword technique first. Holding a wooden sword she moved, and the gentle breeze footwork unfolded, her figure as light as a butterfly, the sword techniques and body movements blending into a graceful flowing dance. The sword moved like a gentle breeze, caressing the face, soft and melodious, her body shifted like drifting clouds, elusive and unpredictable, her momentum turned like willow catkins following the wind, natural and unhindered. The entire set of techniques was performed with a perfect balance of speed and slowness, hardness and softness, sword and body united, body and mind united, mind and will united. Li Muhan watched with rapt attention filled with longing. Did you see clearly? Su Sijie sheathed her sword and stood breathing slightly, with a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead which only made her look more charming. Li Muhan nodded emphatically. Yes, I saw clearly. Little senior sister's sword technique is beautiful. Su Sijie laughed at his words. Silly boy, sword techniques are not for looking at but for practicing. Beauty is just appearance if the inner foundation and mental method are what truly matter. Come, I'll guide you one move at a time. With that, Su Sijie stood in front of Li Muhan and taught him hand over hand, move by move. First form, gentle breeze brushing the willows, the sword follows the bodice lift, the body follows the steps turn. Second form wind passing through the bamboo grove, the point is light and agile shifting steps and changing form. Third form drifting cloud and flowing sleeve, the sweep is rounded, the body movement is relaxed. Su Sijie was extremely patient, breaking down each move, explaining in detail, holding Li Muhan's hand to adjust his sword technique and aligning their feet to correct his steps, gentle and meticulous, never tiring. Li Muhan studied with great seriousness, firmly memorizing every move and every detail his senior sister mentioned. However, combining sword techniques with body movement was far more difficult than practicing them separately. He often focused on his hands and neglected his feet, or paid attention to the sword move and forgot the body movement. Sometimes the sword move was correct but his posture was off, other times his posture was steady but the sword move was wrong. After several attempts he couldn't help feeling a bit impatient. Sui Han noticed and walked over slowly, her voice cool and steady. Impatience and agitation are great taboos in sword practice. Where has your earlier state of mind gone? Li Muhan was startled and quickly composed himself, lowering his head. Disciple admits fault. The unity of sword technique and body movement is not achieved in a single day. Sui Han said, you just need to practice one move at a time, don't force yourself to complete everything in one go. Take it slow, build a solid foundation, that's better than anything. Su Sijie quickly comforted him as well. Yes Muhan, don't rush. When I first learned I was even more confused than you. Well, take it slow. Mastering the first 3 forms today is already great. Under the guidance of his 2 senior sisters, one gentle one firm, Li Muhan calmed down again, stopped rushing for results and focused wholeheartedly on practicing the first 3 forms. Sui Han watched from the side, occasionally offering guidance on his mental method and force, while Su Sijie taught him hand over hand how to connect body movement with the sword techniques. One focused on steadiness, the other on agility, one taught with strictness, the other with gentleness. The sun set in the west and the evening glow dyed half the sky red, enveloping the peak of the green mountain in a warm oranger radiance. On the training ground, Li Muhan could now smoothly execute the first 3 forms of the gentle breeze sword technique. Though the moves were not yet polished or agile, they had taken shape. His posture was no longer flustered, the sword moves no longer awkward, and the force and body movement had begun to merge, hinting at the essence of the gentle breeze sword technique. He sheathed the sword and stood exhausted and soaked through, but his eyes were unusually bright, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Very good. Sui Han finally showed clear approval. That's enough for today. Su Sijie walked over with a smile and handed him a clean cloth. Muhan, you made great progress today. You were really amazing. If the master knew, he would surely be happy for you too. Li Muhan looked at his 2 senior sisters, his heart full of gratitude and warmth. He bowed solemnly and deeply. Disciple Li Muhan thanks senior sister and little senior sister for your careful instruction today. Without you two I would never have made such progress. Sui Han nodded slightly. No need for such formality. Your own diligence is also key. From now on, practice here every morning. Your 4th senior sister and I will continue to teach you until the master emerges from seclusion. Disciple will work hard and never fail the expectations of the master and both senior sisters. Under the evening glow before the gentle breeze temple, 3 figures stood on the bluestone training ground. Plum blossoms drifted and the spirit of the sword lingered. The calm and steady senior sister Sui Han, the gentle and graceful 4th senior sister Su Sijie, and the diligent and pure little junior brother Li Muhan. The legacy of the gentle breeze sword technique continued slowly through their daily companionship and meticulous teaching. The mountain breeze gently brushed away sweat and fatigue, leaving behind the sincere and warm bond between fellow disciples, the steadfast companionship on the path of the sword, and the eternal sword heart and original aspiration passed down through generations in the gentle breeze temple. In the long years to come, Li Muhan would grow from an innocent and inexperienced little junior brother into a swordsman who could stand on his own. But he would never forget the 2 figures who accompanied and taught him daily on the peak of the green mountain before the gentle breeze temple. One taught him to be as steady as a mountain with a firm sword heart, the other taught him to be as agile as the wind with graceful sword posture. The union of steadiness and agility, the companionship of strictness and gentleness, shaped the foundation of his lifelong sword path and created a warm and touching tale of camaraderie within the gentle breeze temple. The wind passes over the green peak, the sword hums softly, the gentle breeze never fades, and the sword's shadow endures forever. The morning mist of Zhongnan Mountain always comes lightly and departs slowly. As dawn breaks, most of the disciples have already gathered in the training ground outside Qinyan Temple. Today is not an ordinary morning class, nor is it a lecture from the master, but rather a small competition among the inner and outer disciples of Qinyan Temple. Although called a small competition, it is one of the most lively and important events of the year for Qinyan Temple. Outer disciples aim to seize the opportunity to enter the inner sect, while inner disciples vie for resources, rankings, and the favor of their master and senior brothers and sisters. Even nearby allied sects and branches send people to observe. For most disciples this is a contest that concerns their future path of cultivation. But for Li Muhan this is the first time he truly stands before everyone since he joined the sect 6 months ago. Half a year ago he was still a pampered young master in Chang'an City. A heavy snow affair well and he crashed into Zhongnan Mountain, becoming the youngest disciple of Qinyan Temple with the Dao name Qinghan. In these 6 months he lived quietly and diligently. Every day he rose at dawn to chop wood, fetch water, clear snow, practice swordsmanship, meditate and refine his qi, repeating these tasks without interruption. His senior brother Jin Zichen constantly provided him with pills, fearing that his cultivation would be too harsh on his body. His third senior brother Huang Yi would scold him verbally but secretly give him the most basic and stable talismans for protection. His junior sister Su Sijie was the most mischievous, leading him to secretly pick spiritual fruits one day and pulling him to blow up ice shards or explore Huang's cave the next. Yet when he trembled while practicing sword stances, she silently supported him, placing her warm jade in his hands. But it was the second senior sister Suihan who truly guided him into the sword path and imparted her sword heart to him. She remained as cool as the moon but treated him with great gentleness. Throughout Qinyan Temple, who doesn't know that the junior disciple Li Muhan is cherished from head to toe by several senior brothers and sisters? Yet because of this other disciples harbor a certain degree of resentment. Isn't it just relying on the affection of several senior brothers and sisters? I heard his spiritual root is quite ordinary. After half a year of cultivating qi he is still stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining. If it weren't for the master's favoritism with his qualifications, would he even be worthy of joining our Qinyan Temple? I see him as a waste who relies on the protection of the sect. If it came to a real fight he probably wouldn't even withstand a single blow. Li Muhan had heard such words before. However, his nature was gentle, he disliked disputes and held disdain for verbal arguments. When Suihan taught him about the sword, she once said, "The sword is a blade of the heart. If your heart knows no conflict, then you need not argue. If your heart carries a sword, the world will see it." He kept these words in mind. Thus when others gossiped he practiced swordsmanship, when others mocked he meditated, when others slacked off he faced the wind and snow, repeatedly executing the most basic Qinyan fundamental sword technique. He was not anxious. He was not angry. He was not restless. He was merely waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to silence all who looked down on him. On the training ground the morning mist gradually dissipated. The area paved with bluestone was wide and flat, surrounded by several tall stone pillars inscribed with protective runes to prevent the disciples from losing control of their strength and damaging the venue during the competition. The temple master Xian Jizi sat high on the platform, eyes closed in meditation, his breath as light as smoke. Next to him sat the second senior sister Suihan. Clad in green she stood tall like a pine tree, her expression cold with an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Yet when her gaze fell upon the small figure in the corner of the training ground it would unconsciously soften. Her fingertips lightly tapped the armrest and she whispered to herself, "After 6 months of tempering your ice, spiritual root should reveal its brilliance." On the right side it was much livelier. Senior brother Jin Zichen leaned against a stone pillar in a relaxed posture, hiding a gourd of pills in his arms, occasionally tossing one into his mouth, but his eyes remained fixed on Li Muhan, afraid he might be bullied. Junior sister Su Sijie squatted on the railing, swinging her legs and playing with a bomb enhanced by a thunder talisman, her eyes sparkling like a little fox waiting for a show. Third senior brother Huang Yi stood nearby, his expression unreadable, long white hair dancing in the wind, but his fingers secretly gripped several array flags. Whoever dared to lay a hand on the junior disciple would find themselves trapped in an array for 3 days and nights. The 4 core disciples of Qinyan Temple were all present, their gazes fixed on the same person. The disciples below watched and their jealousy and resentment only grew. Did you see? All the senior brothers and sisters are protecting him. Even if he loses badly later, there will be someone to cushion the blow for him. What a lucky life, born into a good family, taken in by a good sect, yet he himself is not competitive at all. Li Muhan stood at the very end of the crowd. Dressed in a clean green robe he appeared rather slender, his face still bearing traces of youthful innocence. He kept his hands down, quietly refraining from chatting or arguing with others, as if all the surrounding discussions, scrutinies and mockeries had nothing to do with him. Only he knew. Within his dantian a strand of extremely cold pure ice-type spiritual energy slowly flowed. This was no ordinary spiritual root. It was the innate supreme ice spiritual root hidden beneath the cover of ice and snow, feared by the heavenly Tao. It was a body capable of slaying immortals. The competition begins. With the elder's announcement the small competition officially commenced. Disciples paired off to spar. Sword lights crisscrossed, spiritual energy surged, and the sounds of fists and feet breaking the air echoed continuously. Each match was dynamic and engaging. On the high platform, Xian Jizi nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied with the progress of his disciples. Yet below, many eyes intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards that quiet youth. Li Muhan wore the badge number 93. In the dozens of matches before him, he stood quietly watching others fight, watching others win, watching others lose. Some emerged victorious, full of spirit, some lost, dejected. He observed it all, yet remained unfazed. Su Sijie couldn't help but mutter, "Why isn't the junior disciple nervous at all? If it were me, I would have jumped up by now." Jin Zichen lowered his voice, "What do you know? This is called being composed. Didn't you see how steady the second senior sister is?" Sui Han spoke softly, her voice not loud yet clearly heard by a few. "He is not nervous. He is waiting." "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for a reason to draw his sword." As soon as her words fell, the elder announced loudly, "Number 93 Li Muhan against number 127 Zhao Feng." In an instant, nearly all gazes in the training ground converged on him. It was finally his turn, the waste of a junior disciple reliant on the protection of the sect with a mediocre spiritual root still stuck at the third level of qi refining after half a year. Zhao Feng stepped out from the crowd. He was tall and arrogant at the fifth level of qi refining, quite capable among the outer disciples. He looked down at Li Muhan in the center of the arena, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. "Li Muhan, I know you are favored by several senior brothers and sisters. However, in the competition arena no one will protect you. If you admit defeat now, I can make it more dignified for you so you won't lose too embarrassingly." A wave of low laughter erupted around them. "Senior brother Zhao is right, just admit defeat, don't go up to seek a beating. Exactly, a third level of qi refining against a fifth level, isn't that just giving it away? I bet he will lose within 3 moves. Li Muhan slowly walked onto the stage. Standing before Zhao Feng, he tilted his head slightly, his voice calm and composed, "Senior brother, please." The word "please" was spoken lightly. Zhao Feng's expression darkened, feeling belittled. "Since you don't know your place, don't blame me for being rude." He stopped wasting words and suddenly unleashed his spiritual energy. The qi of the fifth level of qi refining erupted without reservation, sending a violent wind sweeping the surroundings and raising clouds of dust. "Take this." Zhao Feng stepped forward, the wind from his punch howling, aiming directly at Li Muhan's chest. He practiced the basic punching technique of Qingyun Temple, stone shattering fist. One punch could shatter stones and break bricks, boasting considerable power. To everyone, this punch would surely send Li Muhan flying and lead to his immediate defeat. On the high platform, Jin Zichen instinctively straightened up, his hand resting on the railing. Su Sijie also stopped joking, her face now serious. Huang Yi's array flags were already quietly accumulating power. Only Sui Han remained seated, her gaze calm and unwavering. She believed in her junior disciple. At the crucial moment, Li Muhan finally moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no violent and flamboyant spiritual power. He merely tilted his body slightly, lightly stepping, his figure like a cold plum in the wind, gently spinning. Swish! Zhao Feng's powerful punch grazed past his robe. Having missed his punch, Zhao Feng lost his balance, stumbling a step, his face showing shock. How is this possible? He wouldn't accept it, roaring in anger as he charged forward again. His fists rained down in a flurry, shadows overlapping, blocking all of Li Muhan's escape routes. To others' eyes, Li Muhan seemed utterly trapped. But the next moment the youth moved again. He remained as light, as slow and as nonchalant as clouds. With a step back of his left foot and a light tap of his right foot, his figure flowed through the shadows of fists like willow fluff, like flying snow. Each step he took was an evasion, not a single move missed. Zhao Feng attacked wildly, his fists howling, striking the stone pillars with loud thuds. Yet he couldn't even touch a corner of Li Muhan's garment. The scene fell silent in an instant. The sneers and disdain on everyone's faces froze little by little. What is happening? A third level of qi refining, how could he possibly evade a full-force assault from a fifth level? His movements, so light, so strange. On the high platform, Xian Jizi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the young boy in the arena, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Using softness to dispel force, using speed to counter strength. Not bad. Sui Han's lips curled slightly, almost imperceptibly. This was what she had taught him. The sword does not emerge, but the body avoids. Do not confront the enemy's sharpness, first make the enemy lose their footing. In the arena, Zhao Feng was already panting heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The fiercer his attacks became, the more fear crept into his heart. This seemingly frail young man was like a piece of ice and snow. No matter how fiercely he attacked, it merely slipped past like water, leaving no trace behind. Do you dare to fight me, heathen? Zhao Feng shouted in frustration. Li Muhan halted his steps, standing still, quietly gazing at him. The young man's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable tranquility. Senior brother, have you finished your attacks? Next it's my turn. As his words fell, Li Muhan finally raised his hand slowly. He did not draw his sword. He didn't even invoke any earth-shattering techniques. He merely raised his hand, gently pointing forward. In an instant, buzz. A surge of indescribable bone-chilling coldness erupted from within him. It was not heat, nor was it violent or forceful. It was cold. It was stillness. It was the silence of ice covering the land. The world seemed to plunge into the depths of winter. The air in the training ground visibly crystallized into frost. A thin layer of ice rapidly spread out from Li Muhan, centering on him. Frost climbed along the crevices of the bluestone, wrapping around the stone pillars, and in the blink of an eye most of the training ground was engulfed in a chilling cold. Everyone shivered. A chill emanating from the depths of their souls made them stiffen as if their very breaths were frozen. What kind of spiritual root is this? The chill, such heavy chill. Impossible. Wasn't he supposed to have a mediocre spiritual root? How could there be such terrifying coldness? On the high platform, even the usually composed elder stood up abruptly, his face a mask of shock. Supreme Ice Spiritual Root. This is, innate Supreme Ice Spiritual Root. A Ancient Millennium Physique. This is a Ancient Millennium Physique. Zhao Feng stood on the ice, his legs trembling, his face drained of color, his eyes filled with fear. He wanted to move but found his limbs had long since stiffened. He wanted to flee, but the surrounding chill had already locked away his spiritual energy. Li Muhan stood before him, still displaying that gentle demeanor, his eyes clear, devoid of any killing intent, only a chilling clarity. Senior brother, thank you for your kindness. The young man gently waved his sleeve. Boom. A burst of icy power erupted suddenly. Zhao Feng didn't even have time to scream, as he was completely enveloped by the ice, frozen in place, unable to move, his body encased in a thick layer of solid ice like a frozen sculpture. But the ice was precise, merely trapping him without harm, sealing him without killing. In one move. Just one move. The fifth level of Qi refining Zhao Feng was directly sealed in defeat. The arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the young man in green, as if seeing him for the first time. The so-called waste of theirs. The mediocre person they had mocked. The junior disciple relying on the protection of the sect. At this moment, standing on the ice-sealed training ground, his posture was tall, his brows and eyes cold, a body of ice, spiritual power like a deep abyss, like a prison, striking fear into hearts. Waste. If this is waste, then what are they? Trash. Su Sijie was the first to react, slapping the railing excitedly, nearly jumping up. Wow. Junior disciple is so impressive. He froze someone with just one move. That's so cool. Jin Zichen laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Oh man, awesome, I knew it. I knew my junior disciple was extraordinary. That's my junior disciple, not some waste but an ice monster. Huang Yi's tense expression finally relaxed, the array flags hidden in his sleeves quietly retracted, thinking to himself, finally didn't embarrass the sect. Much more reliable than us senior brothers and sisters. Sui Han remained seated, a hint of a faint smile finally appearing in her cold eyes. She murmured softly, her voice only audible to herself, Qinghan, you finally revealed your edge. On the high platform, Xian Jizi stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He had waited for this day for 10 years. He had awaited this child destined to face calamity to break through the snow and reveal his brilliance. In the arena, Li Muhan withdrew his hand, the chill around him slowly receding. The ice on the ground gradually melted, turning into vapor and dissipating into the air. Zhao Feng, encased in ice, broke free from the layer of ice, collapsing to the ground, pale and trembling, his gaze towards Li Muhan filled only with fear and awe, no trace of arrogance remaining. Li Muhan stepped forward, gently helping him up, his tone still gentle. Senior brother, are you all right? Zhao Feng's lips trembled, unable to utter a word, only managing to shake his head slowly. He lost convincingly. He lost thoroughly. The elder took a deep breath, suppressing the storm in his heart, and announced loudly, Number 93, Li Muhan wins. With that declaration, the training ground erupted in a thunderous uproar. It's a Supreme Ice Spiritual Root. It really is a Supreme Ice Spiritual Root. We were blind before. He's definitely not waste. He's a genius. A once in 1,000 years genius. Who was it that said his spiritual root was mediocre? Step up. Let me see. No wonder several senior brothers and sisters spoil him. If it were me I would spoil him too. With such talent who in Qingyun Temple can compare? The earlier voices of ridicule, disdain and contempt vanished without a trace, replaced by reverence, astonishment and admiration. Li Muhan merely bowed slightly, saluting the high platform, then greeting his fellow disciples, not arrogant nor anxious, neither conceited nor boastful. Victory does not bring arrogance, defeat does not dishearten. His brilliance lay hidden within his gentleness revealed outwardly. This was what Sui Han wanted to teach him: the sword is for protection, not for slaughter. Ice signifies purity, not for oppression. He turned and walked off the stage slowly. The sunlight pierced through the morning mist, falling upon him, casting a faint golden glow around him. The young man stood tall, walking gracefully, dressed in green, untouched by dust. From this day forth there shall no longer be the wasteful junior disciple of Qingyun Temple. Only the one with ice bone concealing sharpness and a sword that can startle the entire assembly, Li Muhan. But Li Muhan knew. This was merely the beginning. He could freeze a Zhao Feng, but he could not shield himself from the storms of the world, nor could he block the dark currents of the three realms. The master often said the heavenly court looks down on the world with cold eyes, the underworld controls the cycle of life and death, in Yunmeng's ancient relics lie dormant while strange treasures and demonic beasts roam, with the powerful remaining asleep within, and in Chang'an City the prosperous era is on the brink of collapse, the safety of the world hangs by a thread. This body of ice bone, this cold sword, what he would one day cut down, would not be merely a disciple of the fifth level of qi refining, but immortals. He raised his head, gazing towards the mist-laden horizon beyond Zhongnan Mountain. In the youth's eyes ice and snow were tranquil, yet concealed a wisp of indomitable sharpness. If the immortals dare to bully, I shall slay the immortals. The lingering snow melted and the subtle breath of spring crept upon the peaks of Zhongnan Mountain. The morning mist of Qingyun Temple had yet to dissipate when the crisp sound of a sword slicing through air echoed across the azure stone training ground. A 6-year-old child clad in a small azure Taoist robe stood upright, holding a pale blue cloud ice wooden sword. Despite his tender age, he already bore a demeanor of composure and steadiness. Li Muhan closed his eyes, gently focusing his mind. Within 3 feet of him faint traces of chilling energy swirled. Half a year had passed since his second senior sister Sui Han bestowed upon him the sword and teachings, setting him on the path of a sword cultivator. During these 6 months he rose daily at the hour of the tiger, first meditating to guide qi, then practicing standing postures for half an hour, followed by the fundamentals of swordsmanship: chopping, hacking, thrusting, flicking, pointing, stabbing, sweeping and hanging. He repeated these 8 basic sword stances 1,000 times each day without fail. Sui Han was exceedingly strict with him. During sword practice not the slightest error was tolerated. A slight deviation in his grip, a hint of weakness in his wrist, a subtle sway in his stance, each would be met with a cold, sharp reprimand. Yet beneath that severity lay the most meticulous guidance, from the circulation of spiritual energy to the nuances of power in each sword stroke, to the harmony between his heart meridian and the sword's intent, all of which she imparted without reservation. The second senior sister never spoke tender words, yet she would quietly leave a spirit-nourishing pill in his room when he practiced late into the night, helping him stabilize his spiritual energy. When his qi flow was blocked, she would use her own gentle fire-attributed spiritual power to clear his meridians. She would also transcribe her own early sword practice insights word by word and place them discreetly on his desk. Li Muhan understood clearly, silently cherishing the tenderness concealed beneath her stern exterior. His talent was a supreme grade I spiritual root, rare in 10,000 years, and with the personal guidance of his second senior sister and his own almost obsessive diligence, his cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. In just half a year he had soared from the initial half-step qi refining stage all the way to the consolidation stage of qi refining, with only a single step remaining to reach the qi refining peak. Such speed was not only unprecedented in Qingyun Temple's history but also breathtaking across the entire cultivation world. However, aside from a few core disciples within Qingyun Temple, this remarkable progress remained entirely unknown to outsiders. Abbot Xuanjizi had strictly ordered everyone to keep Li Muhan's spiritual root and cultivation details confidential. Publicly it was only stated that the newly accepted younger disciple Li Muhan had a mixed and mediocre spiritual root, cultivated slowly, and was nothing more than an ordinary student. Firstly, it was to protect him. A supreme grade I spiritual root was far too conspicuous. Once revealed, it would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of the heavenly court and those with malicious intentions. He was still young, his Tao heart unstable. Revealing his true potential too early would be like possessing a valuable treasure that invites disaster. Secondly, it was to temper his character. Fame most easily breeds arrogance. Though the label of waste was unpleasant, it allowed him to calm his heart, hone his foundation and remain undisturbed by external vanity. Li Muhan was also exceptionally obedient, strictly following his master's instructions. In daily life at the temple he always deliberately restrained his spiritual energy, appearing to have ordinary talent. He practiced swordsmanship only in secluded backyards or empty training grounds, never easily revealing his true strength. Over time the rumor that Qingyun Temple's youngest disciple is a waste quietly spread. Not only did outer disciples whisper about it, but even disciples from several friendly nearby sects had heard of it. Have you heard? Daoist Xuanjizi of Qingyun Temple accepted a new closed-door disciple named Li Muhan. They say his spiritual root is poor, and after half a year of cultivation he's still lingering at the qi refining stage. It's an embarrassment to Qingyun Temple. How could a master like Xuanjizi accept such a disciple? He must have misjudged. I think not. I heard the child is just an ordinary mortal son with little immortal aptitude. He only entered the immortal sect through some luck from his elders. What future could he have? I heard that the senior brothers and sisters of Qingyun Temple are extremely fond of him. The senior brother gives him pills, the younger sister gifts him magical artifacts, and the second sister even personally teaches him swordsmanship. He's truly fortunate, but alas, even with all that help he's still a hopeless case. Soon it will be the Zhongnan Mountain Trisect tournament. If Qingyun Temple sends him, they'll surely be thoroughly crushed by our Qinxian sect and Bishui Pavilion. Li Muhan had not been oblivious to such murmurs. One afternoon following his second senior sister's orders, he went to the front hall to collect the spirit rice and cultivation supplies distributed by the sect. As he passed the square where outer disciples gathered, he caught several indifferent mocking remarks drifting into his ears. Look, that's Li Muhan, the legendary little waste of Qingyun Temple. Tisk, he has a rather handsome face, but his cultivation is truly unimpressive. Qi refining consolidation stage, I surpassed that 3 months after I joined. I heard the second senior sister personally teaches him swordsmanship. What a waste of time. If it were me, I'd have already reached the qi refining peak. Just wait and see. If he dares to step into the tournament, he'll be knocked out in the first round and bring shame to Qingyun Temple. Ha ha ha. The speakers were several outer disciples of Qinxian sect who had come to Qingyun Temple to discuss tournament matters and happened to encounter Li Muhan. Their tones dripped with undisguised mockery and contempt. Their gazes swept over him, their disdain unconcealed. Li Muhan paused mid-step, his small hand gripping the cloud ice wooden sword tightening slightly. Though young and of a steady disposition, being called a waste to his face stirred a sense of grievance and unwillingness within him. His small face paled slightly, but he did not retort. Instead he lowered his head, silently tightened his grip on the wooden sword and quickened his steps, eager to leave this place. He remembered his second senior sister's words: a true sword cultivator never engages in petty quarrels with ordinary people but proves his path through strength alone. Whether others belittle or mock you, let it enter one ear and exit the other. Disturb not your Tao heart and you shall be strong. Yet understanding the principle was one thing, suppressing his emotions was another. The small figure, head bowed, hurried across the square, his slender back appearing somewhat forlorn. The jeers behind him continued like tiny needles piercing his heart. Ha, he's running away. We hit a nerve, didn't we? A waste is a waste. He doesn't even have the guts to talk back, just hides behind his senior brothers and sisters. Is Qingyun Temple so desperate that they accept such a specimen as a closed-door disciple? Li Muhan bit his lower lip, forcing down the bitterness in his heart, and walked on in silence. Just then a crisp, spirited voice rang out, laced with anger, cutting through their mockery. You lot! Watch your mouths. The disciples of Qingyun Temple are none of Qinxian sect's concern. Su Sijie strode quickly from beneath the corridor, her pretty face flushed with anger, her lively eyes filled with displeasure. She hurried to Li Muhan's side, spread her arms like a protective little beast, and shielded the small Li Muhan behind her. System task triggered. Task: protect the little junior brother. Objective: publicly defend Li Muhan. Rebuke the mockers. Uphold Qingyun Temple's honor. Reward 50 points. Low-grade shield talisman 2. Penalty: junior brother's favorability 20 points. Reset to 0. Su Sijie sneered inwardly, her demeanor growing even more imposing. The Qinxian sect disciples who had been so arrogant moments before changed their expressions upon seeing Su Sijie. Everyone knew that the fourth senior sister of Qingyun Temple, Su Sijie, was lively in nature but fiercely protective, especially of this little junior brother whom she doted on to the bone. Offend anyone but never the protective little senior sister. Senior sister Su, we were just speaking casually. We meant no harm. The leading disciple quickly apologized, his tone immediately weakening. Speaking casually. Su Sijie laughed coldly, stepping forward with an intimidating presence. My junior brother is diligent and hardworking, training day and night. How dare you slander him so casually? His cultivation is none of your business. Say one more word and I won't be polite. The disciples were rendered speechless, their faces alternating between pale and red. They dared not retort, lowering their heads in defeat. System prompt protective momentum 30, task progress 80, get lost now. Su Sijie commanded coldly. The Qinxian sect disciples, as if granted amnesty, quickly turned and slunk away, not daring to utter another word. System task complete, rewards issued 50 points, shield talisman 2 bonus reward, junior brothers dependence greatly increased, sect favorability 10. Once they were gone, Su Sijie turned around. The anger on her face instantly melted away, replaced by tenderness and concern. She crouched down, gently brushing imaginary dust from Li Muhan's shoulder, and spoke softly to comfort him. Muhan, don't listen to their nonsense. They're nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well, knowing nothing, just wagging their tongues. Li Muhan looked up, his eyes slightly reddened, his voice carrying a hint of grievance. Fourth senior sister, am I really a waste? System task triggered, task strengthened the Dao heart objective, soothe Li Muhan, dispel his self-doubt, rebuild his confidence, reward 60 points, wind step technique fragment 1 special effect, junior brother's sword heart stabilizes, future potential slightly increases. Of course not. Su Sijie immediately shook her head, patted her chest and said with unwavering conviction, you possess a supreme grade ice spiritual root, rare in 10,000 years. Your talent surpasses mine and the senior brothers by 1,000 or 10,000 times. It's only to protect you that master and your senior sisters deliberately keep it hidden. You've reached the chi refining consolidation stage in half a year, something countless people can only dream of. How could you be a waste? But... Li Muhan lowered his head, whispering, they all say I bring shame to Qingyun Temple. If I go to the tournament I'll lose. Lose? Su Sijie burst into laughter, reaching out to gently pinch his soft cheek. Silly boy, when the tournament comes just let them see for themselves, whether our Qingyun Temple's little junior brother is a waste or a genius. Those people aren't even worthy of tying your shoes. She paused, her tone turning serious. Muhan, remember this, what others say doesn't count. Only you can define who you are. You are a sword cultivator, one destined to sever immortals with a single stroke. How can you be brought down by such idle gossip? As second senior sister often says, a firm sword heart is impervious to all laws. Your heart must be even more unyielding than ice and snow, understand? System task complete, rewards issued 60 points, wind step technique fragment 1 hidden effect, Li Muhan's heart realm breaks through, he is no longer troubled by the label of waste. Looking into his fourth senior sister's gentle yet resolute eyes, the grievance and unease within Li Muhan gradually dissipated. He nodded firmly, his small fists clenched. I understand, fourth senior sister. I won't let them affect me. That's my boy. Su Sijie's eyes curved into crescents as she pulled him into an embrace, gently patting his back. Come on, I'll take you to see the senior brother. He refined new chi condensing pills today and saved the best ones for you. The two, mistress and servant, or rather senior and junior sister, walked hand in hand toward the inner courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, warm and soft. Li Muhan looked down at the cloud ice wooden sword in his hand, his fingertips tracing the cool icy patterns on the blade, silently making a vow in his heart. The Zhongnan Mountain Tournament. He would conceal himself no longer. He would make all who belittled and mocked him know that he, Li Muhan, was no waste. He was a disciple of Qingyun Temple, an ice element sword cultivator, the junior brother personally guided by second senior sister and tenderly cared for by all senior brothers and sisters. He would use the sword in his hand to shatter the name of waste and defend the glory of his sect. Back in the inner courtyard, senior brother Jin Zichen was already waiting outside the alchemy chamber, holding an exquisite jade bottle in his hands, a simple smile on his face. Seeing the two return, he immediately strode over. Junior brother, fourth junior sister, you're back. Jin Zichen handed the jade bottle to Li Muhan, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Come, look quickly. This is a new batch of chi condensation pills I just refined, much purer than the last. They'll greatly benefit your training. I saved them specially for you. Li Muhan accepted the jade bottle with both hands and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior brother. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Jin Zichen waved his hand dismissively, then, as if remembering something, his expression turned slightly serious. Junior brother, don't take the gossip in the front hall to heart. Those fellows are all blind. When the tournament comes, well, give them a real surprise. Even senior brother knew about it. A warmth filled Li Muhan's heart as he nodded. Senior brother, I'm fine. I won't let them affect me. Good. Good. Jin Zichen said good twice, his face full of relief. Truly, my junior brother, you have backbone. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. Even if you lose, it's fine. With me here no one dares to mock you. Su Sijie rolled her eyes dramatically. Jin Zichen, can't you talk properly? What do you mean even if you lose it's fine? How could our junior brother possibly lose? In the tournament he will surely astonish everyone. Jin Zichen paused for a moment then quickly nodded. Right, fourth junior sister is right. Astonish everyone. He will definitely astonish everyone. And call me senior brother. Watching the senior brother's simple and clumsy demeanor and the fourth senior sister's lively and spirited expression, the last trace of gloom in Li Muhan's heart completely dissipated. He was incredibly fortunate to have joined Qingyun Temple and to have encountered such senior brothers and sisters who treated him like family. Master Xuanjizi was profound and unfathomable, having already paved the way for him. Senior brother Jin Zichen was simple and reliable, giving all he had to provide cultivation resources. Second senior sister Sui Han was stern yet gentle, forging his sword, imparting techniques and guiding him personally. Fourth senior sister Su Sijie was lively and protective, always shielding him from the wind and rain, offering warm comfort. Even third senior brother Huang Yi, seemingly introverted and aloof, had quietly pressed his treasured low-grade formation plates and talismans into his hands, saying they were useless lying around, but his eyes were full of care. Such a sect, such warmth was the greatest blessing of his life. He could only cultivate diligently and grow stronger as soon as possible to protect this warmth and everyone he cared about. Just then a clear, cool voice came from outside the courtyard gate. The arrangements for the tournament have been decided within the temple. Sui Han, dressed in fiery red robes, walked slowly into the yard. Her posture was tall and straight, her temperament cold and proud. Her vermilion eyes were calm and placid, but when her gaze fell upon Li Muhan it softened slightly. The master has decreed that for this year's three-sect tournament of Mount Zhongnan, Muhan, you will represent our Qingyun Temple's outer disciples in battle. Li Muhan's body trembled. He lifted his head sharply, his eyes filled with shock and determination. Battle. He could finally step onto the field, prove himself with his strength and defend his sect's honor. Yes, second senior sister. Li Muhan straightened his chest, his voice clear and resolute. This disciple will give his all and live up to the sect's expectations. Sui Han nodded slightly. Her gaze swept over the three of them, her tone calm. There is 1 month until the tournament. For the next month I will personally guide Muhan in swordsmanship, focusing on the fundamentals of the Qingyun sword art and the Ice Soul sword technique. From now on there is no need to deliberately conceal your cultivation. Senior brother, you will be responsible for Muhan's pill supply, ensuring he has no worries in his training. Fourth junior sister, you will be responsible for Muhan's movement techniques and talisman coordination, improving his practical combat adaptability. Got it. Understood. Jin Zichen and Su Sijie answered in unison, their tones full of anticipation. Sui Han finally looked at Li Muhan, a sharp sword intent flashing in her crimson eyes. This month will be very hard. I will not go easy on you just because you are young. On the training ground there are no junior or senior sisters, only sword cultivators and inheritance. Can you endure it? Li Muhan gripped the cloud ice wood sword tightly. His small frame stood straight as an arrow, facing second senior sister's sharp gaze without any flinching. He recalled the sword heart chant that second senior sister had taught him, remembered the vows he had made, thought of the taunting words, and felt the warmth of his sect. The sword intent in his heart instantly surged. He slowly raised the cloud ice wood sword, held it horizontally before his chest, and made a deep bow toward Sui Han, Jin Zichen and Su Sijie. His young but resolute voice slowly echoed in the courtyard, every word ringing with force. Disciple Li Muhan is willing to undergo any trial. Through 1,000 hardships I will never retreat. 1 month from now at the tournament I will prove my Tao with my sword and proclaim the might of Qingyun. His voice was not loud, but it carried a power that moved the heart. The cold corners of Su Yihan's mouth lifted slightly. Jin Zichen's simple face was filled with excitement. Su Sijie's lively eyes shone with pride. The lingering snow melted and spring grew stronger. The wind over Mount Zhongnan blew gently. The young disciple of Qingyun Temple was about to face his first true trial in life. 1 month later, the three-sect tournament of Mount Zhongnan. Everyone was waiting to see the waste disciple of Qingyun Temple make a fool of himself. Yet no one knew that a sword of ice and snow hidden for half a year was about to be unsheathed. That boy called a waste would, under the gaze of the crowd, strike with his sword and shock the entire audience. The 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. During that month Li Muhan's life was filled to the brim with cultivation. Every day at the hour of the tiger before dawn, Sui Han was already waiting in the training ground. From stance and grip to the power of sword techniques and the circulation of spiritual energy, every detail was strict to the extreme. The slightest mistake led to relentless correction or even punishment of repeating the sword forms 100 or 1,000 times. Mornings were second senior sister's sword technique lessons. The basic moves of the Qingyun sword art were practiced over and over until the muscles moved by instinct and the sword followed the heart. The first level of the Ice Soul sword technique, channeling the spiritual energy of one's own ice spirit root onto the blade, holding the cold energy within and unleashing it upon striking to freeze the surroundings for 3 feet. Noon was senior brother's pill lesson. Jin Zichen continuously brought the finest qi condensation pills, spirit nourishing pills and meridian stabilizing pills, watched him take them personally, protected him during the process and guided him to absorb the medicinal spiritual energy. Fearing he might find cultivation tedious, he would also share interesting anecdotes from the cultivation world to cheer him up. Evenings were fourth senior sister's movement technique and talisman lessons. Su Sijie personally taught him the gentle wind movement technique to enhance his speed and evasive abilities. She taught him how to use various low-grade talismans, swift movement talismans, shield talismans and confusion talismans, to boost his practical combat skills. When he was tired, she would sit with him on the mountain peak watching the sunset over Mount Zhongnan, telling him interesting stories from the temple, offering warm comfort and helping him relieve his fatigue. Late at night he would still stay alone on the training ground, repeatedly reviewing what he had learned during the day. The cloud ice wood sword traced smooth arcs in his hand and streaks of ice blue sword energy flashed and vanished in the night. Sweat soaked his clothes, calluses formed thick on his hands and feet, and exhaustion reached its peak, yet the thought of giving up never once crossed his mind. Second senior sister said the path of cultivation is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance you retreat. Senior brother said, junior brother, you just charge ahead. He'll always be right behind you to catch you. Fourth senior sister said, Muhan is the best. Just hold on a little longer and soon you'll make everyone look at you with new eyes. The words of his senior brothers and sisters were his greatest motivation to persevere. He could clearly feel his cultivation base rapidly improving. The barrier of the qi condensation consolidation stage was gradually loosening under the influence of massive amounts of pills and diligent training. His understanding of the Qingyun sword art grew deeper and deeper, his techniques becoming more and more proficient, reaching a state of complete mastery. He had also initially grasped the first level of the Ice Soul sword technique. When striking, a thin layer of icy blade could condense on the wooden sword, exuding a chilling aura. Combining the gentle wind movement technique with the sword art, his form was as agile as a swallow, his sword strokes as graceful as the wind, already bearing some semblance of a master. He no longer deliberately concealed his spiritual energy. The ice spiritual energy circulating around his body was clear and pure. Disciples of the temple gradually sensed that this junior brother didn't seem as wasteful as the rumor suggested, yet still no one imagined that his true cultivation had long surpassed everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, the mockery and contempt from the outside world grew even more intense. Disciples from Qingxian sect and Bisui Pavilion had already declared that they would thoroughly crush Qingyun Temple at the tournament and make that waste disciple a public spectacle. The three-sect tournament of Mount Zhongnan was an annual competition for young disciples among the 3 major sects near Mount Zhongnan: Qingyun Temple, Qingxian sect and Bisui Pavilion. Intended for exchange and fellowship, it was in reality a stage for the 3 sects to secretly compete in their foundations and the potential of their young disciples. Victory or defeat directly affected the prestige of the sects. In previous tournaments, Qingyun Temple, relying on its overall strength, had always managed to rank near the top. But this year, because of the waste disciple Li Muhan, everyone had low expectations for Qingyun Temple. Many had even prepared to watch a good show. The day before the tournament, in the main hall of Qingyun Temple, Daoist Zuanjizi sat upright on a meditation cushion, his hair and beard white, his expression serene. Below him stood Suihan, Jin Zichen, Huang Yi and Su Sijie, with young Li Muhan at the very front. Tomorrow is the day of the tournament. Zuanjizi spoke slowly, his voice gentle but carrying authority. Muhan, do you know why I, your master, have chosen you to participate? Li Muhan bowed respectfully and answered, this disciple understands. Firstly, to defend the sect's honor, secondly, to temper my own Dao heart, and thirdly, to break the rumors and prove myself. Zuanjizi nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. You are only half correct. He paused, his tone growing solemn. I have chosen you to participate not merely for a momentary victory or to compete for supremacy, but for you to remember this day, to remember the taste of being called a waste, the feeling of being looked down upon, and the warmth of your senior brothers and sisters shielding you from the wind and rain. Your sword is a sword of protection. Tomorrow you may win and you may astonish the crowd, but remember, you must not kill, must not be arrogant, and must not lose your original heart. Be neither arrogant in victory nor disheartened in defeat. Let the sword strike to uphold the Tao, and let the heart be still and dustless. This is the true essence of a Qingyun Temple sword cultivator. Li Muhan's heart trembled and he suddenly understood. His master's intention was so profound. He did not want him to flaunt his strength or humiliate his opponents but to use the sword to temper his heart and hold fast to his true nature. He bowed again, his voice unwaveringly firm. This disciple will remember Master's teachings. The sword goes forth. Guard the Tao, keep the heart pure and untarnished. Never indulge in arrogance or bloodlust and never disgrace the name of Qin Yun. Xuanji Zi smiled faintly, raised his hand and gently brushed it through the air. A gentle yet vast surge of spiritual energy slowly infused into Li Muhan's body. This is a concealment talisman I have bestowed upon you, Master. It will hide your true cultivation level in daily life, and at critical moments you can unravel it yourself to help you control your power. Tomorrow's competition, go forth and do your best. Qin Yun Temple will forever be your staunchest support. Thank you, Master. Li Muhan's heart brimmed with gratitude as he bowed deeply. Sui Han, Jin Zichen, Huang Yi and Su Sijie, who stood nearby, also stepped forward. Jin Zichen patted him on the shoulder and gave a simple honest smile. Little junior brother, don't be afraid. Go boldly tomorrow. Even if you lose, it's fine, big senior brother has your back. Su Sijie shot him a glare and said softly to Li Muhan, Muhan, don't listen to your big senior brother's nonsense. Do your best tomorrow. Senior sister believes you will definitely win. This is a swift movement talisman and a shield talisman. Keep them close to you, they can save your life at critical moments. Huang Yi remained silent, pressing a small formation plate into his hand and said flatly, a trapping formation. Use it when necessary. Don't bring shame to me or Qin Yun Temple. Sui Han walked up to him, gently straightened his collar, her crimson eyes filled with expectation. Her voice was cool yet tender. Remember the sword heart chant. Guard your heart and prove your Tao through the sword. I'll be watching from below, waiting for your triumphant return. Each word of advice, every word of encouragement was imbued with the hopes and affection of his sect family. Li Muhan tightened his grip on the cloud ice wooden sword, feeling the talisman's and formation plate in his embrace, the spiritual energy his master had infused into his body and the warmth of his senior brothers and sisters around him. Within his small chest strength and resolve surged. Tomorrow. The Zhongnan Mountain competition. He would no longer hide. He would use the cloud ice wooden sword in his hand to shatter the rumors, cut down the name of waste, and exalt the might of Qin Yun. He would make everyone understand that the youngest disciple of Qin Yun Temple was no waste but a born sword cultivator. The night deepened and Zhongnan Mountain fell into utter silence. Li Muhan sat upright in his room, calming his mind and adjusting his state. The cloud ice wooden sword lay quietly by his pillow, its ice patterns swirling as if echoing its master's state of mind. Tomorrow it would be drawn from its sheath. The night passed without incident. The next day dawn broke bright. At the main peak of Zhongnan Mountain, the martial arts square was packed with a sea of people bustling with excitement. Disciples, elders and sect leaders of the three great sects, Qin Yun Temple, Qingxian Sect and Bishui Pavilion, gathered here. Around them many wandering cultivators and commoners from nearby villages had come to watch, drawn by the fame of witnessing the young disciples of the three great sects in action. Of course the vast majority had come specifically for the so-called waste disciple of Qin Yun Temple, waiting to see him make a fool of himself and to laugh at Qin Yun Temple. In the center of the square stood a massive bluestone arena 100 feet in both length and width, hard enough to withstand battles between cultivators. Above the arena, banners bearing the emblems of the three great sects fluttered in the wind. On the high platform the sect leaders and elders of the three great sects sat upright. Daoist Xuanji Zi of Qin Yun Temple sat with closed eyes, his expression serene. The sect leader of Qingxian Sect wore an arrogant look, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The pavilion master of Bishui Pavilion was gentle and composed, waiting quietly. Below the platform the disciples of the three sects stood in three distinct groups. Among the Qin Yun Temple disciples, Jin Zichen and Su Sijie stared intently at the arena entrance, their expressions tense and expectant. Sui Han, clad in a red robe, stood silently, her cold and proud gaze fixed on the entrance, her crimson eyes filled with certainty. Have you heard? The one Qin Yun Temple is sending up this year is that infamous waste disciple Li Muhan, who's only at the Qi consolidation stage. Haha, this is going to be a good show. Qingxian Sect is sending a disciple at the peak of Qi refining, he'll take him out in one move. Just wait, today Qin Yun Temple is bound to lose face. Such a young lad having to endure such a defeat, it's truly pitiful. Whispers and jeers rose and fell, reaching the ears of the Qin Yun disciples. Many of them looked grim but could not refute the words, only growing more anxious inwardly. Just then a small figure slowly emerged from the entrance. Clad in a green Daoist robe, holding a pale blue cloud ice wooden sword, his posture straight and his expression calm. It was Li Muhan. In an instant the eyes of the entire crowd fell upon him, curious, mocking, sympathetic, contemptuous. Countless gazes almost tangible pressed down on his small frame. An ordinary child would likely have been overwhelmed by such pressure at a loss. But Li Muhan remained calm, his step steady as he walked onto the arena. He raised his head and swept his gaze calmly over the crowd below, showing no stage fright, no panic. His small body stood on the vast arena yet exuded a composed and steady demeanor. He saw his master's calm gaze on the high platform, his big senior brother's simple and tense expression, his fourth senior sister's worried yet hopeful eyes, and his second senior sister blazing in red, her eyes filled with certainty and encouragement. The last ripple in his heart completely subsided. His sword heart was more resolute than ever. He tightened his grip on the cloud ice wooden sword and stood still, waiting for his opponent to take the stage. At that moment a figure leaped onto the arena from the Qingxian sect side. It was a boy of about 12 or 13, clad in Qingxian sect robes, his cultivation at the peak of qi refining, his expression arrogant, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. "So you're the waste disciple of Qingyun Temple, Li Muhan?" the boy said, looking down his nose with a sneer. "I suggest you forfeit now rather than get hurt by me and go crying to your senior brothers and sisters." The crowd below erupted in laughter. Li Muhan's expression remained calm, no anger, no retort. He simply raised the cloud ice wooden sword slowly and held it horizontally before his chest. A youthful yet clear voice rang out slowly across the arena, reaching every corner, "Please." One word, simple yet resolute. Neither servile nor arrogant, neither startled nor afraid. The boy's face darkened, provoked by his calm demeanor. "Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll grant your wish. Let you see the gap between a genius and a waste." As his words fell, spiritual energy surged around the boy and the peak qi refining aura erupted violently. He moved, charging straight at Li Muhan. His speed was extreme, his fist wind fierce, clearly intending to end the fight in one move and humiliate Li Muhan severely. Below the arena the hearts of the Qingyun disciples leaped into their throats. Jin Zichen clenched his fists, tense with anxiety. Su Sijie covered her mouth, her face full of worry. Su Yihan narrowed her crimson eyes but remained composed. On the high platform the Qingxian sect leader curled his lips in a disdainful smile, as if he could already see Li Muhan being knocked off the arena. Just as the boy's fist was about to strike Li Muhan, the boy, who had been standing still, finally moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no flashy techniques. Only a simple step forward, a slight shift of his body, employing the breeze body movement to easily evade the boy's fist. At the same time the cloud ice wooden sword in his hand gently swept upward. A basic move from the Qingyun sword art, breeze caressing the willows. This strike was not fast, but it was exquisitely precise, not fierce but supremely agile. The icy blue wooden sword, carrying a trace of imperceptible cold, gently brushed across the boy's arm. Crack, a soft sound rang out. The boy felt his arm go numb as a surge of icy energy invaded his body, instantly stagnating his spiritual energy and halting his movements. He stood frozen, the arrogance on his face vanishing, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. He looked down at his arm. A thin layer of frost had formed on his sleeve. How? How is this possible? How could a waste at the chi consolidation stage hurt him? Before he could react, Li Muhan moved again, his figure flickering to appear beside him. The wooden sword in his hand lifted again in a gentle flick. Another basic sword move. Boom. The boy felt a gentle yet irresistible force, lost his balance and was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground beneath the arena. One move. Just one move. The peak qi refining Qingxian sect disciple had suffered a crushing defeat. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, jaws dropped, faces frozen in shock as they stared at the small figure on the stage. Pin drop silence. What had just happened? That so-called waste disciple of Qingyun Temple had defeated a peak qi refining Qingxian sect disciple in a single move. How was this possible? The jeers vanished, the murmurs ceased, and the mocking gazes froze completely. On the high platform the Qingxian sect leader's smile instantly solidified, his face darkening with menace. The pavilion master of Bishui Pavilion's eyes flickered with surprise and approval. Daoist Xuanjizi still sat with his eyes closed, but the corner of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. From the Qingyun Temple disciples erupted a thunderous cheer. He won. Little junior brother won. He won in one move. Amazing. I knew little junior brother wasn't a waste. So incredible. This is what a Qingyun Temple disciple should be. Jin Zichen was dancing with excitement, his simple face radiant with ecstasy, occasionally letting out monkey-like cries. Su Sijie clapped and cheered, her lively eyes brimming with pride. Su Yihan, blazing in her red robe, finally allowed a clear smile to grace her cold, proud face. On the arena Li Muhan sheathed his sword and stood tall, his expression calm without a trace of arrogance or pride, as if he had merely done something trivial. He raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd, and his youthful voice rang out again, clear and distinct in every corner. Next. Those two simple words struck like thunder, exploding across the entire venue. Everyone snapped back to reality. Their gazes toward the small figure on the arena had completely changed. No longer mocking, no longer contemptuous, no longer sympathetic. Instead there was shock, awe and disbelief. A waste. What kind of waste was this? With such strength, such a temperament, such talent, if he were a waste, what were they? This was no waste if this was a hidden prodigy, a peerless genius. The Zhongnan Mountain competition had only just begun. Li Muhan's legend was only just starting. A cloud ice wooden sword, an ice spirit root and a resolute sword heart. Today atop Zhongnan Mountain he would astonish the world with a single sword stroke, and the name of waste would vanish into thin air. Sunlight spilled onto the arena, illuminating the boy's small figure and the pale blue wooden sword in his hand. Ice patterns swirled and the nascent sword intent emerged. Li Muhan stood quietly awaiting his next opponent. In his eyes there was no arrogance, no fear, only clarity and resolve. Guard the Tao with the sword, keep the heart pure and untarnished. This was his Tao. This was the youngest disciple of Qinyan Temple, Li Muhan. Today he proved his name with the sword, tomorrow he would cleave immortals with a single strike. The clamor of the training grounds persisted until the sun began to set. Li Muhan's single strike froze Zhao Feng, completely overturning all previous impressions the Qinyan sect had of this junior brother. Whispers of relying on the sect for protection, mediocre spiritual roots and slow cultivation vanished overnight, replaced by awe, curiosity and a hint of undeniable admiration. The elder in charge repeatedly announced the results 3 times, his voice trembling with uncontainable excitement. A top-tier ice spiritual root was considered rare even in ancient times, and in the last 1,000 years it had been unheard of among mortal cultivators. For hundreds of years Qinyan's sect had been silent, yet in this generation a disciple with an innate ability to sever immortals emerged. The news spread like wildfire, carried by the mists of Zhongnan Mountain, quickly reaching every peak and academy. Outer disciples, inner elders, mountain guardians and even the reclusive older generation of cultivators all rushed out of seclusion toward the training ground, eager to catch a glimpse of the youth who had astonished the world overnight. However, Li Muhan did not linger. He helped Zhao Feng up, confirming that the latter was fine, only suffering from a temporary freezing of his spiritual power which could be restored after a brief rest. He then gave a slight bow to the high platform and his fellow disciples before turning to leave. Not seeking the limelight nor craving praise, remaining humble and composed. Such temperament made Xuanjizi nod in approval, a deep smile hidden in his eyes. This child's Tao heart is remarkably steady for his age. The ice and snow conceal his form and the coldness hides his essence, his future achievements are boundless. On the high platform several senior brothers and sisters could no longer contain their excitement. Jin Zichen sprang to his feet, his robust frame nearly breaking the railing, laughter booming across the field. I told you my junior brother is extraordinary. This isn't slow cultivation, this is hiding one's talents and playing the fool. Su Sijia leapt down from the railing, her figure transforming into a green shadow as she chased after Li Muhan, calling out as she ran, junior brother. Wait for me. Quickly tell your senior sister, what is this cold energy? Did you secretly consume some ancient ice marrow? Huang Yi stood in place, his expression impassive, but the slightly relaxed brow and the quietly loosened formation flag revealed the relief in his heart. At least you didn't disgrace the sect. Only Sui Han remained seated, a trace of subtle warmth crossing her cool gaze. She was among the first to know about Li Muhan's roots. Since the day he entered the sect to test his spiritual roots, Xuanjizi had privately informed her that this junior brother possessed an innate top-tier ice spiritual root, a rare ancient physique capable of severing immortals. However, due to the peculiarity of his roots, he naturally exuded a presence that concealed his aura, causing ordinary testing stones to reflect only mediocre spiritual roots. In the past 6 months she personally taught him the Qinyan basic sword technique, instructed him on sword heart chant and guided him in breathing, circulating qi, condensing energy and maintaining focus. While others regarded him as a waste, she alone understood that this junior brother's understanding, resilience and temperament were unparalleled in her lifetime. His showcasing of talent today was merely a natural progression. Sui Han lightly tapped her fingers against the armrest, her gaze directed towards the retreating figure in green outside the training ground, silently pondering. The ice and snow revealing its edge is just the beginning. Your path lies beyond the 3 realms, not confined to this small Qinyan sect. She slowly stood up, her figure swaying, and disappeared from the high platform. As Li Muhan exited the training ground he was intercepted by a lively figure. Junior brother. You've finally come out. Su Siji's eyes sparkled like two glass beads filled with starlight, surveying him from head to toe as if she were meeting him for the first time. Quickly tell me, did you know you had a top-tier ice spiritual root all along? Did you purposely pretend to be a waste to make us laugh? Li Muhan chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Senior sister, you jest. It was only during today's competition that I fully grasped the cold energy within me. Previously I wasn't even aware of my roots. This statement was half true and half false. When he first entered the sect he felt a mysterious coldness flowing within him, but he did not understand its origins. It was only after Suihan taught him the first layer of ice spirit sword technique that he began to vaguely sense that the cold energy was not an anomaly but rather the essence of his spiritual roots. However, Master Xuanjizi and second senior sister repeatedly advised him that the time was not right and that he should not reveal himself easily. Naturally, he maintained a low profile in his cultivation, allowing the outside world to speculate. Regardless, you were incredibly impressive today. Su Sijie grabbed his arm and shook it. Freezing Zhao foam with a single strike made my heart soar. From now on, let's see who dares to say our junior brother is a waste. As she spoke, a sly glint flickered in her eyes. But hey junior brother, you've hidden so deeply, shouldn't there be some compensation? Li Muhan's heart tightened as he instinctively recalled the day his third senior brother Huang Yi had been robbed clean, and he quickly asked, what does senior sister want? Very simple. Su Sijie smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Accompany me to the front mountain to fetch someone and help bolster my courage. Fetch someone? Li Muhan was taken aback. Who are we fetching? Someone very special. Su Sijie's tone was ambiguous, her gaze carrying a rare complexity. You'll understand when we get there. Despite his confusion, Li Muhan nodded in agreement. In these past 6 months his senior brothers and sisters had taken great care of him. He wouldn't refuse even if it were a more troublesome matter. The two of them descended the mountain, passing through the main hall of Qinyan sect, circumventing the preaching platform and following the ancient stone path toward the entrance of Zhongnan Mountain. Along the way many disciples saw Li Muhan and stopped to bow, their eyes filled with reverence, no longer displaying any contempt. Junior brother Qinhan. Greetings junior brother Li. Li Muhan returned each bow, gentle and courteous, neither humble nor arrogant. Su Sijie observed from the side, exclaiming, not bad for a junior brother. In just half a day you already have the demeanor of an inner core disciple. Junior sister, please do not tease me. The two chatted and laughed, soon arriving at the entrance of the front mountain. The mountain gate of Qinyan sect stood atop a cliff shrouded in mist exuding grandeur. Outside was a winding ancient path leading down to the mortal realm, while inside was a serene celestial domain suffused with spiritual energy. At this moment, besides the guarding disciples, a small figure stood at the mountain gate. It was a girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. She wore a short yellow outfit, sharp and neat, her hair casually tied with a red ribbon with a few strands framing her cheeks, giving her a lively and playful demeanor. Though not tall, she stood upright, her round bright eyes curiously scanning her surroundings, occasionally touching the stone pillars of the mountain gate and peeking inside the sect completely unreserved. Her face bore traces of innocent naivety, her bright eyes and carefree personality exuding charm, but her occasional frowning contemplation revealed a hint of silly cuteness that made one feel fond of her at first sight. Beside her lay a small bundle, and in her arms was a half-percentile purple bamboo flute, its surface smooth and lustrous with a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary item. The guarding disciples attempted to approach her several times but were blocked by her fearless demeanor, leaving them helplessly standing aside waiting for someone from the sect. The girl seemed to grow a bit bored, waiting, tiptoeing to peer inside the sect, muttering softly, why hasn't anyone come to pick me up yet? Did master not say that senior sister Su would come? Could it be that she got lost? Her voice was clear and melodious, like the tinkling of a mountain spring, reaching Su Sijie's ears from a distance. Su Sijie's previously relaxed expression stiffened at the sight of that yellow figure. Her smile instantly froze, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock as if she had seen a ghost, instinctively taking a half step back and pulling Li Muhan behind the stone pillar, lowering her voice in a flustered tone. How could it be her? How could it really be her? Li Muhan was startled by her sudden reaction and asked in confusion, senior sister, do you know her? Know her? Not just know her. Su Sijie looked despondent, smacking her forehead. I never expected that the new junior sister master mentioned would actually be her. Zhang Xiaoyun. Zhang Xiaoyun. Li Muhan repeated the name. She is another disciple master took in during his travels in the mortal realm. Su Sijie whispered, her words rapid in terms of seniority. She entered the sect later than I did, but slightly earlier than you, so she is your fourth senior sister and I. No, I'm the fourth senior sister, she is the fifth junior sister. Then why are you so shocked if she is a fellow junior sister? Li Muhan asked, puzzled. Su Sijie's expression darkened, her eyes filled with resentment. You don't understand. You have no idea. This little ancestor is simply The disaster star of the sound cultivation world. Sound cultivation. Li Muhan's heart stirred. Having spent half a year in the sect, he was well aware of the cultivation systems within Qingyun sect, having dabbled in sword cultivation, alchemy, array cultivation, talisman cultivation and weapon cultivation, but he had heard little about sound cultivation. It seemed that no one in Qingyun sect specialized in musical cultivation. Yes. Sound cultivation. Su Sijia nodded emphatically, her tone complex. And do you know? In all of Qingyun sect I am the only one who openly walks the path of sound cultivation. I have never spoken about it, not even to the first and third senior brothers. Master only allowed me to practice in secret. But this Zhang Xiaoyun has a natural saintly body for sound cultivation. The moment she opens her mouth she can resonate with spiritual energy. Her talent in sound attack techniques is 10 times stronger than mine. Li Muhan was completely stunned. Su Sijie, who was usually carefree, loved to disrupt formations and rob from third senior brother, turned out to be a hidden sound cultivator. This exceeded his expectations. In his impression, Su Sijie was adept at body techniques, talismans, breaking seals and escaping, full of energy, and seemed completely unrelated to the focus and comprehension required for sound cultivation. Senior sister, you are also a sound cultivator? Li Muhan couldn't help but confirm. Su Sijie's face turned red and white, ultimately nodding helplessly, her voice becoming quieter. Yes. I am a sound cultivator. It's just that my personality is too lively and am not suited for playing the piano or flute in a serious manner, so I integrated my sound cultivation into talismans, body techniques and breaking seals, making it undetectable to outsiders. She paused, gazing hopelessly at the yellow-clad girl still looking around. When I joined the sect, Master said my talent for sound cultivation was rare in 10,000 years and urged me to focus on my training to inherit the sound cultivation legacy of Qingyun sect. But what happened? In the end, Master turned around and took in another Zhang Xiaoyun. This girl was born for sound cultivation, with keen hearing, a bright voice, precise control, and even possesses a sound blade for protection. The key is, she's adorably silly. Adorably silly. Li Muhan was perplexed. You have no idea. Su Sijie exclaimed, her face filled with anguish. She learned the flute at 3, composed music at 5, could repel monsters with her flute at 7, and caused sound lightning at 10. While her talent is terrifying, the key point is that she is completely oblivious. Carefree and fearless, she does whatever comes to her mind without thinking. She often plays the flute so intensely that she gets herself dizzy, and even turned Master's calming spell into an explosive sound, nearly blowing up Master's alchemy furnace. Li Muhan. He suddenly started to understand Su Sijie's feelings. A hidden sound cultivator senior sister encountering the rebellious, carefree and somewhat naive music cultivating junior sister was indeed on the verge of a mental collapse. I thought Master had left her to cultivate in the mortal world and wouldn't bring her up Qingyun Mountain. Su Sijie pressed her forehead. Who would have thought that for this minor competition Master would actually bring her up? It's over, there will be no peace in Qingyun Temple from now on. Just as Su Sijie was venting her frustrations, Zhang Xiaoyun not far away seemed to sense the commotion. Her round eyes darted around, instantly locking onto the 2 figures behind the stone pillar. Her eyes lit up, and clutching her purple bamboo flute she bounced over, her voice crisp and clear, calling out from a distance, Senior Sister Su. Is that you, Senior Sister Su? I heard your voice. Su Sijie stiffened, forcing a smile that was more painful than a grimace. She slowly emerged from behind the stone pillar and gave a dry laugh. Junior Sister Xiaoyun, long time no see. What brings you here? Zhang Xiaoyun ran up to her, looked her over and grinned, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Master sent me to cultivate at Qingyun Temple. He said you were here and told me to learn from you. Senior Sister Su, I missed you so much. Last time you sneaked back up the mountain, you didn't take me with you. Her personality was straightforward and open, speaking bluntly without any guile. She grabbed Su Sijie's arm and shook it affectionately. Su Sijie, stiff in her embrace, twitched at the corners of her mouth, silently screaming inside, who wants to take you? Stay away. But on the surface she had to maintain the dignity of a senior sister. With a dry laugh she said, You've come a long way, you must be tired. Let me introduce you, this is our youngest junior brother at Qingyun Temple, Li Muhan, whose Dao name is Qinghan. Only then did Zhang Xiaoyun notice Li Muhan beside Su Sijie. She looked up, her round eyes falling on him as she scrutinized him carefully. The youth before her was dressed in green robes, with a handsome clear face, gentle brows and eyes, and a pure snow-like aura that exuded warmth and harmlessness. Especially his eyes, clear and bright like the snow atop Zhongnan Mountain, untouched by dust. Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. She let go of Su Sijie, ran over to Li Muhan and cheerfully patted her chest. Hello junior brother Li. My name is Zhang Xiaoyun. I'm 13 years old. My main cultivation is music. From now on we're fellow disciples. Please take care of me. Her self-introduction was crisp and straightforward, her personality frank and unpretentious. That carefree energy similar to Su Siji's but with an extra touch of pure naivety made it impossible to feel any resentment. Li Muhan's heart stirred slightly. He bowed to her and spoke gently, "Fifth senior sister, you're too kind. I am Li Muhan, you may call me Qinghan." "Alright. Junior brother Qinghan." Zhang Xiaoyun grinned, revealing her two small canine teeth which made her look especially playful. "If anyone bullies you on the mountain from now on, just tell me. I'll knock them out with my flute, blow them unconscious." Su Sijie, holding her forehead, said weakly, "Junior sister, everyone on the mountain is a fellow disciple, no one bullies him. Besides, you can't beat him now." The scene from the training ground earlier where Li Muhan froze a Qi refining layer 5 disciple with one move was still vivid. Zhang Xiaoyun was only at Qi refining layer 4, if it came to a fight she'd probably end up frozen into an ice sculpture. But Zhang Xiaoyun didn't believe it. She puffed out her chest and said defiantly, "I can't beat him. Senior sister Su, don't underestimate me. I'm really strong now. I can shatter ice 3 feet thick with my flute. And I can." She grew more excited as she spoke, ready to demonstrate on the spot. Su Sijie quickly interrupted her, alright, I know you're strong. First come back to the temple with us to see Master and the other senior brothers and sisters. You can demonstrate later." She was afraid that if this junior sister got too happy and started playing her flute, she might bring down the entire mountain gate. Zhang Xiaoyun then remembered her main purpose and nodded. "Okay. I'll listen to you, senior sister." She picked up her bundle from the ground, held her purple bamboo flute in the other hand, and like a little shadow followed Su Sijie and Li Muhan, hopping and skipping toward the temple. Along the way Zhang Xiaoyun never stopped talking. "Senior sister Su, is it fun on the mountain? Senior sister Su, is there good food in our temple? Senior sister Su, can I play my flute whenever I want? Senior sister Su, junior brother Qinghan, what were you two hiding behind that stone pillar for? Were you secretly eating something delicious?" Her questions came one after another, rapid-fire, innocent and carefree. Occasionally a question would carry a hint of silly naivety, making people both laugh and sigh. Su Siji's head was spinning from the barrage of questions and she could only respond half-heartedly. Li Muhan walked alongside watching the scene and couldn't help but smile warmly. Qingyun Temple was truly a magical place. There was the honest and reliable senior brother Jin Zichen, who relied on a system for alchemy, the cold moon-like second senior sister Suihan, whose sword skills pierced the heavens, the geeky taciturn third senior brother Huang Yi, a master of formations who was always being robbed, the lively fourth senior sister Su Sijie, skilled in talismans and hidden music cultivation, and now the carefree, naive yet talented music cultivating fifth junior sister Zhang Xiaoyun. Everyone seemed unreliable on the surface, yet everywhere there was warmth and camaraderie. He suddenly felt that joining Qingyun Temple was the greatest fortune of his life. The three of them returned to the temple and headed straight for the main hall, the Sanqing Hall. Xuanji Zi was already seated inside waiting. Jin Zichen, Huang Yi and Sui Han were also waiting in the hall. As soon as he saw Su Sijie enter with a strange girl in goose-yellow robes, Jin Zichen immediately stood up, curiously sizing up Zhang Xiaoyun, and said with a grin, "Junior sister, who is this?" Huang Yi also looked up, his gaze falling on the purple bamboo flute in Zhang Xiaoyun's hand, raising an eyebrow slightly as if sensing something. Sui Han remained aloof and seated, her calm gaze resting on Zhang Xiaoyun, a faint, almost imperceptible surprise flickering in her eyes. She too seemed to see through the girl's origins. Su Sijie stepped forward, bowed to Xuanji Zi, then turned to introduce everyone. "This is a disciple master took in from the mortal world years ago, Zhang Xiaoyun. Today she officially begins her cultivation on the mountain. By seniority she is our fifth junior sister and the youngest junior brother's fifth senior sister." Zhang Xiaoyun immediately stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Xuanji Zi and said in a clear voice, "Disciple Zhang Xiaoyun greets master." After bowing to her master she cupped her hands to Jin Zichen, Sui Han and Huang Yi in turn, her manner naive. "Greetings senior brother. Greetings second senior sister. Greetings third senior brother. Please take care of me from now on." She was straightforward in nature, yet her manners were proper. Still, that carefree energy made it hard to feel any awe. Jin Zichen laughed heartily, stepped forward and pulled out a gourd of elixirs from his robe, pressing it into her hands. "Good. What a straightforward junior sister. As a first meeting gift, your senior brother has nothing special but Heres, a gourd of condensing chi pills for your cultivation." He was always generous toward cute junior sisters. Huang Yi was silent for a moment, then took out a small sound pattern jade pendant from his sleeve and handed it over. A soundproofing jade pendant. When practicing music it can prevent accidentally harming others. Though he was taciturn, he was meticulous. He had immediately noticed that Zhang Xiaoyun specialized in music cultivation and lacked control. This pendant was a timely gift. Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. She took the pendant immediately, put it around her neck and grinned. "Thank you, third senior brother. You're so kind." Finally everyone's gaze fell on Suihan. The second senior sister was cold and aloof, rarely close to anyone, let alone giving gifts. Everyone was curious what this always distant senior sister would give the new junior sister as a welcome gift. Suihan slowly rose and walked over to Zhang Xiaoyun. Her posture was straight, her demeanor cold. Her gaze fell on the purple bamboo flute in Zhang Xiaoyun's hand and she said indifferently, "You cultivate music?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaoyun nodded proudly, raising her purple bamboo flute. "This is the purple bamboo flute master gave me. I play it beautifully." Suihan nodded slightly, then waved her sleeve. A jade flute, pure white and shaped like a willow leaf, appeared in her hand. The jade flute was warm in texture with spiritual light flowing through it. Its body was engraved with intricate runes and a faint clear melody seemed to linger around it, clearly a top-tier music cultivation artifact. This flute is called Cold Sound and Ice Attribute. It resonates with your music, helping you condense sound blades and control your notes with precision. Su Yihan's tone was light as she handed the jade flute to Zhang Xiaoyun. "A welcome gift." The entire hall fell silent. Jin Zikin's eyes widened and Huang Yi was equally stunned. The Cold Sound jade flute was a centuries-old treasure of Qingyun Temple, said to be hidden in the second senior sister's secret realm, never shown to anyone. And now she was giving it directly to the new junior sister. Su Siji's face crumpled in heartbreak. She wailed, "Second senior sister. That's unfair. When I joined, all you gave me was an ordinary iron flute. This favoritism is too obvious." Suihan cast her a cold glance. "You melted the iron flute I gave you to make explosive talismans and you still have the nerve to complain." Su Sijia immediately shut her mouth, shrinking her neck and not daring to say another word. The whole hall burst into laughter. Zhang Xiaoyun, clutching the Cold Sound jade flute, her little face flushed with excitement, bowed deeply to Suihan. "Thank you, second senior sister. I will cultivate diligently and never disappoint your expectations." Despite her carefree nature, she knew gratitude. Xuanjizi sat in the hall, stroking his beard and smiling, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he looked at his disciples. Sword cultivator, alchemist, formation cultivator, talisman cultivator, music cultivator, all gathered together. Qingyun Temple, silent for centuries, had finally reached its most prosperous era in this generation. "Xiaoyun, now that you have entered the Qingyun sect you must abide by the temple rules." Xuanjizi spoke slowly, his voice gentle yet authoritative. "You specialize in music cultivation. Music can calm the mind, attack enemies, guide souls and extinguish spirits. It is immensely powerful but also the easiest to lose control. In your future cultivation you must calm your heart and mind and not act recklessly. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaoyun immediately dropped her playful expression and nodded respectfully. "Disciple understands. Disciple will obey." "Amen." Xuanjizi nodded slightly. "From now on you will cultivate under Sijia. She shares your path of music and can guide you." Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. She immediately turned to Su Sijia, grabbed her arm and said excitedly, "Great. Senior sister Su, from now on I'll stick with you. You teach me to play the flute. I'll teach you. I'll teach you to blow up mountains." Su Sijia. Was it too late to regret this now? Xuanjizi gave a few brief instructions, then dismissed the others, keeping only Suihan behind as if there were important matters to discuss. The rest exited the Sanqing Hall into the courtyard where the sunlight was perfect and the winter plum blossoms filled the air with fragrance. Jin Zichen looked at Zhang Xiaoyun with curiosity. "Junior sister, you said you specialize in music cultivation. Could you give us a demonstration? Let us see your skills." Huang Yi also nodded slightly, clearly sharing the same thought. Su Sijia looked wary. "No. Absolutely not. When she plays her flute for miles around, chickens fly and dogs jump and plants wither. Last time in the mortal world she played a tune and blew the roof off someone's house." Zhang Xiaoyun puffed out her cheeks in defiance. "That was an accident. I've got it under control now. Senior sister Su, don't slander me." "Slander? You?" Su Sijie raised an eyebrow. Last time who was it that blew Master's beard off with the tranquility chant? That was the wind. And who was it that played the cheerifying melody and flipped all the fish in the pond belly up? That was because the fish were too weak. And who was it that? I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhang Xiaoyan's face flushed red from being teased. She broke free from Su Siji's grasp, clutching the cold sound jade flute, and ran to the center of the courtyard. I'll play for you right now. I've definitely improved. Ignoring the others, she took a deep breath and brought the jade flute to her lips. Her fingers lifted, gently pressing down on the finger holes. In an instant the carefree and somewhat naive girl underwent a dramatic transformation. Her gaze became focused, her expression solemn. A faint ripple of spiritual energy surrounded her and a soft wave of sound began to emanate from her. Su Siji's expression shifted. She quickly pulled Li Muhan back a few steps, whispering, "Be careful. Prepare to defend." Jin Zichen immediately channeled his spiritual energy, a golden light enveloping his body for protection. Huang Yi's fingers hovered over his formation flags, ready to deploy a soundproofing array. Everyone was on high alert, fearing that this junior sister's melody might tear the Qingyun temple apart. Unaware of their tension, Zhang Xiaoyun moved her fingers gently. A clear melodious flute sound slowly rose. At first the melody was soft, like a spring breeze caressing the face or a babbling brook, gentle, pleasant and soothing. Spiritual energy flowed with the music. The winter plum blossoms in the courtyard seemed to bloom even more vibrantly. Everyone was stunned. This wasn't bad at all, was it? Su Sijie was also taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief. What's going on? Why didn't she blow it up today? But the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Zhang Xiaoyun seemed too engrossed. Her fingers pressed a little too hard and her breath wavered. Zheng. The clear flute sound instantly turned sharp and piercing. The sound wave surged violently, transforming into countless invisible sound blades that swept in all directions. Not good. Huang Yi's face changed. He immediately threw out his formation flags. The soundproofing array expanded instantly, enveloping the entire courtyard. But it was still a step too late. Boom. The sound blades crashed against the array, producing a deafening roar. The array shook violently, its spiritual light flickering on the verge of shattering. The stone tables and stools in the courtyard were instantly sliced to pieces by the sound blade, sending fragments flying everywhere. Nearby, the winter plum tree had its branches severed by the sound blade's petals, scattering in a flurry. Jin Zichen's protective golden light flickered, nearly pushing him back. Reacting swiftly, Su Sijie grabbed Li Muhan and dashed to a safe zone, her face filled with exasperation. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Startled by the sudden sound blades, Zhang Xiaoyan's hand trembled and the flute music abruptly stopped. She looked at the mess around her, then at the startled faces of the others. Her face crumpled, her eyes reddened, and she hung her head in grievance, murmuring softly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just a little nervous. Beneath her boisterous exterior lay a fragile heart. Seeing the trouble she had caused, she panicked immediately, like a child who had done wrong at a complete loss. That hint of foolishness now became utterly pitiable, making it impossible to blame her. Seeing her like this, Su Sijie swallowed the scolding that was on the tip of her tongue. She let out a helpless sigh. Forget it. Next time be more careful. Don't play in the courtyard. Go to the cliff behind the mountain. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded immediately, like an obedient kitten. I'll definitely go to the back mountain from now on. Jin Zichen laughed heartily, stepped forward and patted her shoulder. It's all right. Junior sister has incredible talent. You just haven't mastered your control yet. With more practice you'll get it. Huang Yi put away his formation flags, swept a stoic gaze over the wreckage and said flatly, next time you play, ask me for a soundproofing array disc first. Li Muhan also stepped forward and spoke gently, fifth junior sister, there's no need to blame yourself. Cultivation is a gradual process. You are exceptionally gifted. With a bit of refinement you will surely gain perfect control. As he spoke, his fingertips moved subtly. A wisp of extremely faint ice spiritual energy flowed out, forming delicate threads of ice that gently swept across the ground. In an instant the scattered stones, broken branches and fallen petals were frozen together, compressed into a small ice ball which he casually tossed aside. The pure and gentle ice spiritual energy not only failed to damage the courtyard but instead left the ground spotlessly clean, without even a trace of dust remaining. Watching this display, Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, sparkling with admiration. Junior brother Qinhan. You're amazing. What kind of spell is that? Can you teach me? Her personality was carefree and forgetful, her earlier grievance vanished in an instant and she returned to her innocent lively self. Li Muhan chuckled softly. This is my ice spiritual power, different from your path of sound cultivation. However, if junior sister needs it, I can help stabilize your sound waves to prevent them from going out of control. Really? That's wonderful. Zhang Xiaoyun jumped up in excitement, grabbing Li Muhan's arm. Junior brother Qinghan, you're so kind. Even nicer than senior sister Su. Su Sijie, standing nearby, looked at her with feigned grievance. Oh, you little ingrate. I brought you up the mountain, guided your cultivation, and you dare say someone else is better than me. Senior sister Su is wonderful too. Zhang Xiaoyun immediately corrected herself, giggling as she hugged Su Sijie's arm. You're all wonderful. You're all my best senior brothers and sisters. Watching this harmonious scene, Li Muhan felt a warmth in his heart. This, he thought, was the essence of sect camaraderie. No scheming, no intrigue, only mutual tolerance, care and support. Even if someone blew up a furnace while concocting pills, another destroyed a mountain breaking a seal, or another blew the roof off with a flute, they were still one family. The setting sun cast its last rays over Qingyun Temple. After a while of laughter and banter in the courtyard, everyone dispersed. Jin Zichen returned to his alchemy chamber to continue his pill research. Huang Yi went back to his cave dwelling on the back mountain to repair the formation damaged by the sound blades. Su Sijie led Zhang Xiaoyun to arrange her accommodation, repeatedly reminding her not to play the flute casually. Li Muhan alone returned to his own small courtyard. His courtyard was located in a secluded spot behind the temple, a tranquil place surrounded by winter plum trees chosen for him personally by his second senior sister Suihan. In the yard stood a stone table, a stone stool and a small simple hut, sparse yet clean and tidy. Li Muhan walked to the center of the yard, closed his eyes and began to breathe slowly and deeply. The ice spiritual energy that had erupted during the day's friendly competition still flowed gently within him. The power of a top-grade ice spirit root was far greater than he had imagined. Yet at this moment his thoughts were not on his own cultivation but on the new fifth junior sister Zhang Xiaoyun, who had arrived today. And the hidden identity of fourth senior sister Su Sijie as a sound cultivator. The path of sound cultivation uses sound as a blade, voice as a weapon and rhythm as a defense. Its power is immense and its attacks are hard to guard against. Unexpectedly, Qingyun Temple housed two sound cultivators. One was Su Sijie, who hid her abilities, deeply integrating sound power into her talismans and movement techniques. The other was Zhang Xiaoyun, a prodigy with incredible talent, boisterous and endearingly naive. Both cultivated the same Tao of sound, yet their personalities were completely different. The future would surely spark countless interesting conflicts. He suddenly recalled the profound look in second senior sister Su Yihan's eyes when she had handed over the cold sound jade flute earlier that day. Second senior sister was always aloof and taciturn with deep thoughts. Her high regard for Zhang Xiaoyun, even gifting the inherited treasure cold sound jade flute, could not be merely for the sake of sect fellowship. He suspected that this seemingly naive fifth junior sister also harbored secrets unknown to others. Just like himself, appearing to be a waste yet possessing the innate immortal slaying spirit root. It seemed that everyone in Qingyun Temple had their own story. Big senior brother Jin Zichen, a transmigrator cultivated with the help of a system. Third senior brother Huang Yi, a quiet tech-savvy nerd, was a master of formations yet content to remain hidden in Qingyun. Fourth senior sister Su Sijie, a concealed sound cultivator, lively and active, bore the legacy of the sound Tao. Fifth junior sister Zhang Xiaoyun, a natural saint of the sound Tao, carefree yet hidden away by master for years. Second senior sister Su Yihan, cold and proud, a peerless sword cultivator, seemed to have already seen through the patterns of the three realms. And Master Xuanjizi, who had laid plans for a millennium and gathered these disciples, what was his ultimate purpose? Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm as ice yet held a trace of depth. He recalled the words Master Xuanjizi had spoken when he first entered the sect. The golden age of the mortal world is about to shatter. The fires of war will ignite across the three realms. You are the one born to face this calamity. Born to face the calamity. What calamity? The oppression of the heavenly court. The undercurrents of the netherworld. Or the great cataclysm of the war among the three realms. He did not know. All he knew was this. The seemingly unreliable senior brothers and sisters around him would become his most steadfast support in the future. Sword cultivator, alchemist, formation master, sound cultivator, all gathered here at Qingyun. Hidden ice blade, resonating sound blades. His journey had only just begun. Just then, From outside the courtyard gate came the soft sound of footsteps. A cool, elegant figure slowly approached. Dressed in green robes as pure as snow with a straight posture and a cold refined expression, it was second senior sister Suihan. In her hands she held a long sword. The scabbard was ancient, the blade body a pure white resembling ice or jade faintly wreathed in chilling air. It was the very sword Li Muhan had secretly yearned for during the day's competition. The Qinyan Ice Immortal Sword. Suihan walked into the courtyard, stopped and fixed her gaze on Li Muhan. She spoke calmly. Qinghan, during today's competition your ice spirit root has already revealed its edge. It is time to give you a sword that truly belongs to you. Li Muhan's heart trembled. He slowly rose to his feet. Suihan raised her hand and gently presented the Qinyan Ice Immortal Sword before him. This sword has accompanied me for 100 years, slaying demons and protecting the Tao of Qinyan. Today I pass it on to you. Remember. The sword is the blade of the heart. Your sword is not for slaughter, not for conquest, not for ascending to immortality. It is for protection. To protect those you wish to protect. To protect the mortal world you wish to protect. Under the glow of the setting sun the ice immortal sword shimmered with flowing light. Li Muhan extended both hands and solemnly accepted the long sword, a blade bearing the legacy of Qingyan, the expectations of his senior sister and the path of guardianship. The moment his fingers touched the hilt a surge of pure icy power perfectly attuned to his own spirit root flowed through the sword and into his body. Man and sword became one, their spirits connected. Li Muhan gripped the sword tightly, bowed deeply to Suihan and spoke in a clear, resolute voice. Disciple will remember senior sister's teachings. With this sword in hand I will protect our sect and safeguard the mortal world. Suihan looked at him and in her cold eyes a faint but genuine smile finally appeared. Good. From today onward you are a true ice sword cultivator of Qinyan Temple. In the days to come when the three realms are in turmoil and immortals and mortals stand opposed. May you never forget your original intention. With one strike of your sword, you can slay immortals, protect the Tao and bring peace to the mortal world. The evening breeze rustled carrying the fragrance of winter plum blossoms. A young man in green robes stood tall holding an ice sword, his posture as firm as a pine or a plum blossom. By his side were a protective cool senior sister, a dependable senior brother, a lively and mischievous senior sister and an innocent naive junior sister. The lineage of Qinyan was united. The ice blade had been drawn and the sound blades resonated in harmony. The name of waste had long since vanished. The future. The legend of a single sword strike that could slay immortals would officially set sail from here. The night was as dark as ink and the cool winds of Zhongnan Mountain swept over the flying eaves of Qinyan Temple, stirring a few fallen plum petals that landed in Li Muhan's small courtyard. He held the Qinyan Ice Immortal Sword in his hand, his fingertips gliding over the icy sheath, his heart unable to find peace for a long time. The scene of his second senior sister Suihan passing him the sword during the day still vividly lingered in his mind. The sword was not merely a magical artifact but a heavy responsibility and expectation. The sword is the blade of the heart. Your sword is not for killing nor for competing for supremacy nor for ascending to immortality, but solely for protection. Suihan's words echoed repeatedly in his heart like a cold spring. Li Muhan slowly drew the sword. Clang, a clear sound of the sword rang out, piercing the night sky. The blade was translucent white, resembling ice and jade, exuding a chilling aura yet remaining pure and untainted. On the blade's subtle icy patterns flowed ancient ice runes containing boundless power. With a gentle flick of his wrist the long sword traced a graceful arc in the air. There was no violent spiritual power, no overwhelming force, only a clear chill perfectly melding with his supreme ice spiritual root. With a thought the sword moved with his heart, a seamless unity between him and the sword without any hindrance. Good sword, Li Muhan murmured in admiration. This Qinyan ice spirit sword was far more suitable for him than the cloud ice wooden sword he had used before. It could draw upon the ice spiritual power within him, enhancing the power of his sword techniques and stabilizing his sword heart, allowing him to progress further on the path of the sword. He took a deep breath and slowly sheathed the sword. The sound of the sword faded and tranquility returned to the small courtyard. Yet Li Muhan's heart remained unsettled. He recalled the new fifth senior sister Zhang Xiaoyan from earlier in the day. That carefree, innocent yet extraordinarily talented music cultivator girl. Her presence added even more vitality and energy to the already lively Qinyan Temple. Yet he also understood that Zhang Xiaoyan's talent in music cultivation was too dazzling. The path of music cultivation uses sound as a blade and voice as an attack, wielding immense power, especially adept at group attacks but also prone to losing control. Especially in this era of turbulent currents among the three realms, with the heavens watching closely, such a monstrous talent was both an opportunity and a source of calamity. Second senior sister Suihan giving the cold sound jade flute was not a spurothermic decision. She was paving the way for Zhang Xiaoyun, placing an important piece for Qingyun Temple and even the entire three realms. Li Muhan slowly walked to the stone table in the courtyard, sitting down and casting his gaze towards the night sky. The night sky over Zhongnan Mountain was exceptionally clear. Stars dotted the sky, the Milky Way stretched like a ribbon, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold glow that enveloped the entire Qingyun Temple in a hazy moonlight. He thought of Chang'an. He thought of his father Li Yanji, his mother Lu, and the brotherly bond he shared with Wang Er, who grew up with him. In the prosperous Kaiyuan era, Chang'an flourished, but beneath its splendor dark currents had already begun to stir. 10 years ago his father Li Yanji was saved by an immortal and left with an immortal talisman. The Li family sensed that chaos was approaching and sent him to Zhongnan Mountain to seek refuge. In the court, factional struggles intensified, border troubles arose, and monsters ravaged the land. The heavens aimed to extract the national fortune of the Tang dynasty to nourish celestial immortals. The life and death pavilion observed coldly, secretly laying plans. In the Yunmeng Marsh ancient ruins slept, and strange treasures and beasts ran rampant. All of this felt like a giant net tightly shrouding the entire Tang dynasty and even the mortal realm. And he, Li Muhan, the youth deemed by Master Xian Jizi as born of calamity, was destined to carve out a bloody path within this net. His sword must not only protect his sect and his fellow disciples but also guard Chang'an and the mortal world. If the immortals dare to deceive, I shall slay them. This vow, which he had silently recited countless times in his mind, was now clearer and more resolute than ever. Just then a light sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Qing. Han. Junior brother, are you still not asleep? A crisp voice carrying a hint of caution broke the tranquility of the small courtyard. Li Muhan looked up and saw a figure in pale yellow standing at the courtyard gate. It was none other than fifth senior sister Zhang Xiaoyun. She seemed to have just washed up, her hair damp, casually tied up with a red hairband, and a few strands of hair fell on either side of her cheeks, giving her an adorable appearance. She held the cold sound jade flute in her arms, her eyes a bit shy, as if hesitating whether to come in. Fifth senior sister, why have you come so late? Li Muhan stood up and spoke gently. Zhang Xiaoyun scratched her head, a little embarrassed, and smiled. I can't sleep. I caused trouble in the courtyard this afternoon and felt guilty, so I wanted to come and apologize to you, and also thank you for helping me clean up the mess this afternoon. Her personality was straightforward, yet she was also thoughtful. After causing trouble in the afternoon, it stayed on her mind, tossing and turning, and she ultimately couldn't help but come to apologize. Li Muhan's heart stirred and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Fifth senior sister, you needn't worry about it. Supporting each other among fellow disciples is only natural. Moreover, what happened this afternoon was not your fault, it was merely a matter of your cultivation still being unrefined. With a bit of polishing you will surely master it. Really? Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes brightened, seemingly greatly encouraged. I thought everyone was blaming me. Even though senior sister Su didn't scold me this afternoon, I could see her expression wasn't good. Senior sister C was just worried about you, Li Muhan said softly. She is a music cultivator and understands the dangers of the music path better than anyone. Her strictness is for your own good. I know. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, her eyes shining. Senior sister Su is doing this for my sake. I will definitely practice hard from now on and never casually play the flute again. No, I mean I will never play the flute in places where I shouldn't. Her correction was somewhat awkward but carried a seriousness that made one unable to suppress a smile. Li Muhan chuckled lightly and pointed to the stone bench beside the stone table. Fifth senior sister, please sit, the wind is strong outside. All right. Zhang Xiaoyun was not pretentious, she walked over casually and sat down, placing the cold sound jade flute on the stone table, curiously eyeing Li Muhan's Qingyun Ice Immortal sword. Qinghan, junior brother, is this the Qingyun Ice Immortal sword that second senior sister passed to you? It looks so impressive. Yes, Li Muhan nodded and placed the long sword on the stone table. Second senior sister said that this sword has accompanied her for 100 years, slaying demons and protecting the path of Qingyun. Today she passed it to me, hoping that I can inherit her path of guardianship. Path of guardianship? Zhang Xiaoyun tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Guarding what? Guarding the sect, guarding the mortal realm. Li Muhan's voice sounded especially clear in the night. Second senior sister said that my sword is not for killing nor for competing for supremacy, but solely for protecting those I wish to protect and safeguarding the world I wish to protect. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded, seemingly understanding but with an added seriousness in her eyes. Then can my flute also be used for protection? Of course it can. Li Muhan looked at her, speaking gently. The path of music cultivation can calm the heart, attack the enemy, aid others, and even extinguish souls. Your sound blade can both harm and heal. The key lies in how you use it and where your heart is directed. He paused and continued, Fifth senior sister, you are a natural music path saint body with extraordinary talent. This is both your opportunity and your responsibility. In the future, when the three realms are in turmoil and the immortals and mortals stand opposed, your sound blade may become an important force for protecting the mortal realm. Zhang Xiaoyun listened intently, nodding vigorously. I understand. Qinghan Jr. brother, thank you. I will definitely practice hard from now on, using my flute to protect everyone and the mortal realm. Her eyes were clear and resolute, no longer displaying the shyness and unease from the afternoon, replaced instead by a newfound conviction. Li Muhan looked at her, his heart warming slightly. This seemingly carefree and a bit silly fifth senior sister was in fact more pure and steadfast than anyone else. With proper guidance she would undoubtedly become an outstanding music cultivator. By the way, Qinghan Jr. brother. Zhang Xiaoyun suddenly remembered something, her eyes brightening. This afternoon when you used your ice spiritual power to help me clean up the mess, I noticed that your spiritual power seems to resonate wonderfully with my sound waves. Do you think we could practice together using your ice power to stabilize my sound waves and prevent them from going out of control? Her idea was bold and novel. Ice spiritual power is characterized by stillness, restraint and stability, while music cultivators' sound waves are active, dispersive and chaotic. Though they seem to conflict, they actually complement each other. Using ice power to stabilize sound waves and using sound waves to amplify ice power if successful could not only resolve Zhang Xiaoyun's issue of sound wave instability but also greatly enhance both their cultivation. Li Muhan felt a stir in his heart, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Fifth senior sister, your idea is quite intriguing. However, this method has never been attempted before and the risks are immense. A slight misstep could lead to mutual destruction or even demonic deviation. I'm not afraid. Zhang Xiaoyun declared boldly, her chest puffed out. As long as I can control the sound waves and no longer cause trouble, I'm willing to take any risk. Qinghan Jr. brother, will you help me? Her eyes were clear and sincere, as if she could see through to his thoughts, yet they brimmed with trust and anticipation. Li Muhan looked at her, fell silent for a moment and slowly nodded. All right. I will help you. His decision was not impulsive. He understood that this method carried great risks, but if successful it would have immeasurable significance for Zhang Xiaoyun, for Qingyun Temple and even for the future battles among the three realms. Moreover, he believed in his ice spiritual power and even more in Zhang Xiaoyun's innate talent in music. That's wonderful. Zhang Xiaoyun exclaimed excitedly, almost jumping up, grasping Li Muhan's hand. Qinghan Jr. brother, you are so kind. Even better than senior sister Su. Li Muhan laughed helplessly and withdrew his hand. Fifth senior sister, this method needs to be approached step by step, we must not rush. Tomorrow morning we will start with basic breathing techniques, attempting to use my ice power to guide your sound waves and gradually stabilize them. Alright. I will follow your lead. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, her face filled with excitement. The two of them talked for a long time in the courtyard. From the path of cultivation to amusing stories of their sect, from the prosperity of Chang'an to the sceneries of Zhongnan Mountain, they shared everything. Zhang Xiaoyun's straightforward personality made her talk endlessly, her innocence shining through, and occasionally a silly remark would bring forth smiles. Li Muhan on the other hand was gentle and patient, quietly listening, occasionally offering advice that revealed his steadiness and wisdom. As the night deepened, the moonlight grew increasingly cold. Zhang Xiaoyun yawned, fatigue evident on her face. Qinghan Jr. brother, I'm a bit sleepy now, I'll head back to rest. Tomorrow morning we will start practicing. Alright, Li Muhan nodded. Fifth senior sister, be careful on your way back. Zhang Xiaoyun stood up, picking up the cold sound jade flute, grinning at Li Muhan, revealing two small tiger teeth. Qinghan Jr. brother, good night. Good night, fifth senior sister. Zhang Xiaoyun turned and skipped away from the small courtyard, her pale yellow figure quickly disappearing into the night. Li Muhan stood in the courtyard watching her leave, a gentle smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. This fifth senior sister was truly a treasure, quite similar to fourth senior sister. With her around, life in Qingyun Temple would surely be even livelier and warmer. He slowly withdrew his gaze and returned to sit at the stone table, looking once more at the night sky. Stars dotted the sky, the Milky Way stretched like a ribbon. He thought of Master Xian Jizi, of his senior brother Jin Zichen, of second senior sister Su Yihan, of third senior brother Huang Yi, of fourth senior sister Su Sijia, and of fifth senior sister Zhang Xiaoyun. The Qingyun line gathered together. There was the honest and reliable senior brother, the cool and protective second senior sister, the introverted technical master of the third senior brother, the lively and energetic fourth senior sister, the innocent and silly fifth senior sister, and him, the ice sword cultivator junior brother. Though they seemed like a scattering of sand, in truth they were tightly connected. They were fellow disciples, family, and each other's strongest support. In the future, as the three realms fell into turmoil with immortals and mortals standing opposed, the heavens invading and the mortal realm suffering, they would surely fight side by side, guarding their sect and the mortal realm with their swords, pills, formations, talismans and music. Li Muhan slowly closed his eyes, beginning to practice his breathing techniques. The power of his supreme ice spiritual root flowed slowly within him, resonating with the spiritual energy of the Qinyan ice immortal sword, achieving a unity of man and sword and a communion of heart and intent. Unbeknownst to him, his realm was silently advancing. Qi Refinement Stage 3, Qi Refinement Stage 4, Qi Refinement Stage 5. Advancing rapidly like a hot knife through butter. The spiritual energy of Zhongnan Mountain surged into his body like a tide, transformed into pure ice spiritual power by his ice spiritual root. It nourished his meridians and strengthened his dantian. His sword heart too grew ever more stable and resolute through this night of cultivation. The sword is for protection, not slaughter. Conceal the blade within ice only to secure the realm. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Li Muhan rose and made his way to a secluded valley behind the Qinyan temple. This place, rarely visited by men, was rich in spiritual energy, an ideal spot for cultivation. Following the agreement made with Zhang Xiaoyun the day before, he arrived early to await his fifth junior sister. Within the valley, morning mist wreathed the air, the fragrance of winter plums drifted, a brook babbled and birds chirped, a scene of serene tranquility. Li Muhan sat cross-legged on a blue stone, eyes closed in meditation. The ice-type spiritual energy within him flowed slowly, merging with the valley's qi. Before long, light footsteps echoed from outside the valley. "Junior brother Qinhan. I'm here." Zhang Xiaoyan's voice rang out, crisp and bright, tinged with excitement and anticipation. Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes, rose to his feet and looked toward the source of the sound. A figure in goose-yellow robes came bounding and clutching the cold sound jade flute, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled, brimming with vitality. "Fifth senior sister, good morning," Li Muhan said gently. "Morning, junior brother Qinhan." Zhang Xiaoyun ran up to him, her face alight with joy. "Shall we start training today?" Li Muhan nodded. "Let's begin with basic breathing techniques. I'll guide your sound waves with my ice force and you try to respond with your sound waves, gradually finding the resonance point between the two." "Alright. I'll do as you say." Zhang Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. The two sat facing each other beside the blue stone, cross-legged and eyes closed, beginning their breathing exercises. Li Muhan was the first to circulate his ice-type spiritual energy. A wisp of ice force, extremely faint, pure and steady, flowed from his body, transforming into a thread of ice that gently wrapped around Zhang Xiaoyan's wrist. "Fifth senior sister, try to circulate your sound waves and resonate with my ice force." Li Muhan's voice came gentle and clear, reaching Zhang Xiaoyan's ears. Zhang Xiaoyun took a deep breath and, following Li Muhan's guidance, slowly channeled the sound-type spiritual energy within her. A soft sound wave flowed from her body, gently touching Li Muhan's ice force. At first the two repelled each other. The ice force and sound wave clashed continuously, generating a series of subtle ripples. Zhang Xiaoyan's face paled slightly and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She could clearly feel two completely different streams of spiritual energy tearing at each other within her body, causing excruciating pain. "Fifth senior sister, steady your mind, don't resist. Try to accept my ice force, wrap it with your sound wave, guide it and merge with it." Li Muhan's voice came again, carrying a soothing power that calmed the heart. Zhang Xiaoyun gritted her teeth and, following Li Muhan's guidance, strove to steady her mind. She ceased resisting the ice force's invasion and instead tried to envelop it with her sound wave, guiding it to merge with her own energy. Ice force governs stillness, sound wave governs motion. Ice force governs contraction, sound wave governs dispersion. Ice force governs stability, sound wave governs chaos. Though seemingly opposed, under Zhang Xiaoyan's deliberate guidance they gradually found a delicate balance. The ice force was no longer bitingly cold and the sound wave no longer wild and uncontrollable. The two intermingled and permeated each other, forming a new type of spiritual energy, the ice sound force. This power possessed both the steadiness and resilience of ice force and the agility and sharpness of sound waves, with boundless might and infinite potential. "It's working." Joy surged in Zhang Xiaoyan's heart and an excited smile spread across her face. She could clearly sense that her sound wave, guided by the ice force, had become increasingly stable and precise, no longer prone to losing control as before. Li Muhan also slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. He hadn't expected Zhang Xiaoyan's talent to be so extraordinary. With just one attempt she had successfully found the resonance point between ice force and sound wave, condensing the ice sound force. Such talent was exceedingly rare across the entire three realms. Fifth senior sister, congratulations, Li Muhan said warmly. You've succeeded. Wonderful. Zhang Xiaoyun jumped up in excitement, grabbing Li Muhan's arm. Junior brother Qinghan, we did it. I won't accidentally blow things up anymore. Her face radiated unprecedented joy and confidence, and that boisterous energy of hers now seemed especially dazzling. Li Muhan looked at her, warmth filling his heart. He knew that from this day forward the Qingyun Temple had gained another cultivator not to be underestimated. And his own path of cultivation with Zhang Xiaoyun had only just begun. Fifth senior sister, let's strike while the iron is hot and try using the ice sound force to unleash sound blades. Li Muhan said softly. All right. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, her face beaming with joy. The two sat cross-legged again, circulating the ice sound force. Zhang Xiaoyun raised the cold sound jade flute to her lips, her fingers lightly lifting and pressing against the holes. A clear melodious flute sound slowly rose. This time the flute sound was no longer sometimes soft, sometimes piercing as before. Instead it maintained a steady and precise rhythm. The ice sound force flowed out with the flute sound, transforming into countless invisible sound blades that drifted slowly toward a massive boulder in the valley. Boom, a thunderous roar. The boulder was instantly shredded by the sound blades, debris flying, yet under the ice force's effect it rapidly froze and compressed into a small ice ball that fell to the ground without causing any further damage. Perfect. Precise. Stable. Zhang Xiaoyun had succeeded. She had finally mastered her sound waves, no longer prone to losing control as before. I did it. I really did it. Zhang Xiaoyun leaped up in excitement, clutching the cold sound jade flute, hopping and skipping through the valley like a child who had received a beloved toy. Li Muhan stood by, watching her, a gentle smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Sunlight pierced through the morning mist, spilling into the valley and gilding the two figures with a faint golden glow. A young man in blue robes, an ice sword in hand, a maiden in Gusiello, a jade flute in her arms. The ice sound force flowed gently through the valley. The future of the Qingyun lineage at this moment grew ever clearer, ever brighter. While Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun were cultivating the ice sound force in the rear valley in the main hall of the Qingyun Temple, the Sanqing Hall, Zuanjizi and Sui Han sat facing each other, their expressions grave. Qinghan and Xiaoyun have already begun attempting the ice sound dual cultivation. Zuanjizi spoke slowly, his voice gentle yet carrying a faint trace of worry. Yes, Sui Han nodded, her tone calm. Qinghan has a steady temperament and Xiaoyun is exceptionally gifted. They complement each other perfectly. The ice sound dual cultivation is a match made in heaven. Once successful, they will become crucial assets in the future war of the three realms. My concern is not their combat strength, Zuanjizi said, stroking his beard lightly, a profound glint in his eyes. It is the gaze of the heavenly court. Qinghan's innate immortal slaying spirit root has already revealed its edge in the minor competition. Now Xiaoyan's sound Dao sacred body has produced such a marvelous resonance with Qinghan's ice spirit root. Such talents are too dazzling, they have likely already attracted the heavenly court's attention. Su Yihan's expression also grew somber. Master, do you mean the heavenly court will make a move against them? It's not a matter of if but when, Zuanjizi said, his voice low and resolute. The heavenly court views mortals as ants and cultivators with extraordinary talents as threats. Qinghan and Xiaoyan's talents are too exceptional. Once they mature, they will become the greatest obstacle to the heavenly court's rule over the mortal realm. They will not stand idly by. He paused, then continued, years ago I took Qinghan as my disciple precisely because of his innate immortal slaying spirit root, hoping he would become a key force against the heavenly court. But I never expected Xiaoyan's sound Dao sacred body to resonate so marvelously with his ice spirit root. This is both a blessing and a curse. Then what should we do? Su Yihan's voice carried a hint of urgency. Qinghan and Xiaoyun are still too young, their cultivation levels too low. They are no match for the heavenly court. That is why we must accelerate our plans. A sharp glint flashed in Zuanjizi's eyes. Zikan system ease formation Siji's sound cultivation, Qinghan's ice sword, Xiaoyan's jade flute, the five of you each with your own strengths complementing and supporting one another are the greatest hope of our Qingyun temple and indeed the entire mortal realm in resisting the heavenly court. He looked at Sui Han, his tone solemn. Yihan, you are the senior sister and Qinghan's guide on the path of the sword. From today onward you must double your efforts to supervise Qinghan's cultivation, hasten his advancement and help him grow strong enough to stand on his own. Disciple understands, Sui Han nodded, her expression resolute. Disciple will devote all her efforts to guiding Qinghan's cultivation and will not disappoint master's expectations. And Xiaoyun, Zuanjizi continued. Her sound Dao sacred body is too unique. She must master the ice sound force as soon as possible to stabilize her cultivation and avoid detection by the heavenly court. Yuan Sijie must guide her carefully and not allow her to act recklessly and expose her talent. Disciple understands. Sui Han nodded again. Xuanjizi gave a slight nod, a trace of relief in his eyes. With you all here I am at ease. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze shifting outside the hall, his voice heavy. The golden age of the mortal realm is about to shatter. The flames of war across the three realms are about to ignite. The time we have left is running out. Sui Han also stood following Xuanjizi's gaze outside the hall. The morning mist over Mount Zhongnan gradually dissipated. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden radiance upon the eaves of the Qingyun temple, splendid, solemn and sacred. Yet no one knew that beneath this seemingly calm surface undercurrents already surged and dangers lurked everywhere. The heavenly court's gaze had already quietly locked onto the Qingyun temple. A great war concerning the survival of the mortal realm was brewing in silence. And the youths of the Qingyun lineage in this tranquil valley were quietly growing, gathering strength, awaiting the day to come. Time flew by. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this half-monthly, Mu Han and Zhang Xiaoyun spent almost every day in the rear valley diligently cultivating the ice sound force. Guided by Li Muhan's ice force, Zhang Xiaoyun's sound waves grew increasingly stable and precise, no longer prone to losing control as before. Her sound blades, empowered by the ice force, had greatly increased in power. They could not only precisely cut targets but also freeze enemies, restricting their movements, offensive and defensive in one, with boundless might. And Li Muhan too benefited greatly from his cultivation with Zhang Xiaoyun. His ice-type spiritual energy, oscillated by the sound waves, became more condensed and pure, and his sword technique's power was greatly enhanced. His sword heart, resonating with Zhang Xiaoyun's sound waves, grew ever more stable and resolute, deepening his understanding of the way of protection. His cultivation level advanced rapidly, breaking through from the 5th layer of Qi, refining all the way to the 7th layer, just one step away from foundation establishment. Everyone in the Qingyun temple regarded these two younger junior siblings with increasing admiration. Senior brother Jin Zichen sent large quantities of spirit coagulation pills daily to replenish their spiritual energy. Third senior brother Huang Yi secretly set up soundproofing and spirit gathering arrays for them, making their cultivation safer and more efficient. Fourth senior sister Su Sijie, though she still teasingly called Zhang Xiaoyun brainless, often brought various spirit fruits and snacks to visit and cheer them on, and second senior sister Sui Han personally came every day to guide their cultivation, correct their mistakes and answer their questions. The Qingyun lineage was harmonious and warm. But this peace did not last long. One morning, Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun were again cultivating in the rear valley. Suddenly, boom! A deafening roar came from the front mountain of the Qingyun temple. The entire Mount Zhongnan trembled. The morning mist in the valley was instantly dispersed. Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun both opened their eyes, their expressions changing. What happened? Zhang Xiaoyun asked, shocked. Could senior sister Su be blowing up the mountain again? It doesn't seem like it, Li Muhan said, his expression turning grave. This power is too violent. It's nothing like fourth senior sister's explosive talismans. It might be an external invasion. His words had barely faded when an urgent voice transmission came from the direction of the Qingyun temple. The voice of second senior sister Sui Han. Qinghan Xiaoyun returned to the temple immediately. Heavenly Court pursuers have arrived at the mountain gate. Heavenly Court pursuers. Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun's faces instantly turned pale. They had not expected the heavenly courts. Their movements were astonishingly swift. In merely half a month they had already tracked them down. Let's go. Li Muhan made a prompt decision, grabbing Zhang Xiaoyun's hand. Hurry back to the temple and reunite with our senior brothers and sisters. All right. Zhang Xiaoyun hesitated no more, firmly gripping Li Muhan's hand. Their figures flickered, transforming into two afterimages as they sped towards Qingyun temple. In the valley only a trace of ice sound force slowly dissipated. A great battle concerning the survival of Qingyun temple and the safety of the mortal realm was about to unfold. Outside the gates of Qingyun temple chaos already reigned. Dozens of heavenly soldiers clad in golden armor and wielding long swords stood upon the clouds, their expressions haughty and gazes icy as they looked down upon the temple below. At their head was a heavenly general in silver armor with a stern countenance, wielding a tri-pointed double-edged blade. The spiritual energy rippling around him was profound and unfathomable, marking him as a golden core stage grand cultivator. Xuanjizi, temple master of Qingyun, come forth and accept your death. The heavenly general's voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the skies and throughout the entire Zhongnan mountain. The heavenly court soldiers are here by decree to purge rebels. All disciples of Qingyun Temple, lay down your weapons and surrender within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Otherwise do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Within the temple gates, Zuanjizi, Jin Zichen, Suihan, Huang Yi, Su Sijia and all the inner disciples stood ready in full battle array. Zuanjizi stood before the gate, his expression serene and his gaze indifferent, as if the heavenly soldiers and generals before him were of no consequence. Heavenly court brats, how dare you run wild in my Qingyun Temple? His voice was gentle yet majestic, carrying throughout the entire temple grounds. In years past my Qingyun Temple slew immortals and vanquished demons to protect the mortal realm, and your heavenly court turned a blind eye. Now when my disciples possess extraordinary talents and boundless potential, you see them as a threat and seek to eliminate them. The heavenly court is no longer what it once was, a guardian of the mortal world. Now it is nothing but a pack of selfish hypocrites who view mortals as ants. How dare you, you insolent wretch, slander the heavenly court? The heavenly general's face darkened as he roared. Zuanjizi, you collude with rebels and plot treason, your crimes deserve death 10,000 times over. Today I shall execute the will of heaven and purge your rebellious sect. With a wave of his hand he issued the command, heavenly soldiers, hear my order. Raze Qingyun Temple to the ground, leave not a single soul alive. Kill. Dozens of heavenly soldiers roared in unison and charged towards Qingyun Temple's gates, long swords in hand. Sword light crisscrossed, spiritual energy surged and murderous intent soared to the heavens. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. Senior brother, senior sister, be careful. Just then two figures dashed from the direction of the rear mountain, Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun. Li Muhan wielded the Qingyun Ice Immortal sword while Zhang Xiaoyun held the cold sound jade flute. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions resolute and fearless. Qinghan Xiaoyun, why have you returned? Su Yihan's face changed as she shouted. It's dangerous here, retreat at once. Second senior sister, we are disciples of Qingyun Temple. When our sect is in peril, how can we shrink back? Li Muhan's voice was firm and clear. Today we stand or fall with our sect. Yes. We stand together. Zhang Xiaoyun echoed loudly, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Zuanjizi looked at his gathered disciples, a glimmer of gratification, emotion and resolve flashing in his eyes. Good. Good. You are truly worthy disciples of my Qingyun Temple. His voice carried a hint of a tremor. Today my Qingyun Temple stands united against the heavenly court. He waved his hand and gave the order, disciples of Qingyun, hear me. Form the formation. Defend against the enemy. Yes. All the Qingyun disciples roared in unison and swiftly took their positions according to the formation they had practiced countless times. Jin Zichen channeled his spiritual energy and a layer of golden light suffused his body. Countless pills flew from his gourd, transforming into streaks of golden light that merged into his fellow disciples, boosting their cultivation and battle prowess. Huang Yi's fingers danced and numerous formation flags flew from his sleeves, deploying a formidable, immortal slaying formation that enveloped the entire temple gate. Su Sijia, clutching explosive talismans, flickered into a green shadow, weaving through the formation to set traps and disrupt the heavenly soldiers' lines. Su Yihan stood at the formation's eye with her long sword, her expression cool and gaze sharp, ready to respond to any crisis. Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun stood side by side, channeling their eye-sound force, poised to strike at any moment. The great battle concerning the survival of Qingyun Temple and the safety of the mortal realm officially commenced. The heavenly soldiers' assault came in relentless waves, crashing against the temple gates with furious intensity. Sword light crisscrossed, spiritual energy surged and murderous intent soared. Yet the disciples of Qingyun showed no fear. Bolstered by the formation, aided by the pills and working in perfect coordination, they resisted, tenaciously fighting with their very blood. Jin Zichen's pills continuously replenished everyone's spiritual energy, keeping them at their peak. Huang Yi's immortal slaying formation proved devastating, causing countless heavenly soldiers to lose their way within it and be annihilated by its power. Su Siji's bombs exploded amidst the enemy ranks, disrupting their rhythm and weakening their strength. Each time Su Yihan's sword left its scabbard, it claimed a heavenly soldier's life. Her cool figure moved through the formation like the grim reaper harvesting enemies. Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun fought in seamless coordination, their ice-sound force transforming into invisible blades of sound and ice that assailed the heavenly soldiers, though due to their low cultivation they inflicted little real damage. Under the tenacious resistance of the Qingyun disciples, the heavenly soldiers' offensive began to falter. The leading heavenly general's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not expected such formidable combat power from a small temple like Qingyun. Useless. A bunch of useless wretches, the heavenly general bellowed. Charge. Raze Qingyun Temple to the ground and you shall be richly rewarded. He personally joined the fray, his tri-pointed double-edged blade in hand, charging towards the temple gates. The spiritual energy of the nascent soul stage erupted without reserve, sending gales swirling and making the formation flags rustle loudly. Not good. Su Yihan's face changed. He's a nascent soul grand cultivator, our formation might not hold him back. He'll handle it. Li Muhan made a snap decision, gripping his Qinyan Ice Immortal sword as he charged at the heavenly general. Qinghan, be careful. Su Yihan shouted, wanting to stop him but knowing it was too late. Li Muhan's figure was as light and resolute as a winter plum blossom in the wind. The Qinyan Ice Immortal sword in his hand gleamed with cold light as he thrust it straight towards the heavenly general's chest. Seeking death. The heavenly general sneered. With a casual flick of his tri-pointed double-edged blade he parried Li Muhan's sword. Clang. A thunderous sound rang out. Li Muhan felt a tremendous force transmit through his sword, numbing his hand and sending him flying backward as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A chi-refining peak cultivator against a nascent soul grand cultivator, the gap was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Junior brother Qinghan. Zhang Xiaoyan's face paled as she tried to assist him, but she was entangled by several heavenly soldiers and could not break free. Little brat, how dare you act so insolently before me? The heavenly general sneered, swinging his tri-pointed double-edged blade at Li Muhan once more. The blade's wind howled with immense power. Li Muhan's face changed as he tried to dodge, but it was too late. In that critical moment. Zheng. A clear resonant sword cry pierced the heavens. Su Yihan's figure flashed like lightning, appearing before Li Muhan. With a gentle flick of her sword she deflected the heavenly general's strike. Senior sister Yihan. Li Muhan's heart warmed, his eyes filled with gratitude. Qinghan, fall back, Su Yihan said, her voice cool yet resolute. Leave this to me. Sword in hand she stood before the heavenly general, her expression cool, her gaze sharp and utterly fearless. A golden core stage against a nascent soul stage. A battle of the highest order was about to commence. The heavenly general looked at Su Yihan, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect Qinyan Temple to have a female cultivator at the peak of golden core. I underestimated you. Heavenly court brat, how dare you run wild in my Qinyan Temple? Su Yihan's voice was cold and commanding. Today I shall teach you that Qinyan Temple is not a place you can come and go as you please. With those words she thrust her sword straight at the heavenly general. Sword light crisscrossed and a chilling aura filled the air. The pinnacle duel had officially begun. The great battle raged on for 3 full hours. The disciples of Qinyan fought with their blood, resisting tenaciously. Though they paid a heavy price, they never took a single step back. Jean Zicken's pills were nearly depleted. Huang Yi's immortal slaying formation began to crack under the relentless assault of the heavenly soldiers. Su Siji's explosive talismans were exhausted and her body bore several new wounds. The duel between Su Yihan and the heavenly general was especially brutal, both were severely wounded, their spiritual energy nearly spent. Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyan were also exhausted, their bodies covered in wounds, yet they still clutched their sword and flute, resisting stubbornly. But their eyes remained resolute, never showing a hint of retreat. For they knew that what they protected was not just Qinyan Temple but the hope of the mortal realm. Finally. After sacrificing the lives of dozens of heavenly soldiers, the leading heavenly general was pierced through the chest by Su Yihan's sword and fell into a pool of blood. No. Impossible. The heavenly general's eyes were filled with disbelief. I am a nascent soul grand cultivator of the heavenly court. How could I be defeated by mere mortals like you? His voice grew faint and finally vanished completely. With the heavenly general dead, the remaining heavenly soldiers lost their leader, their morale plummeted, and they fled in disarray. Pursue them. Su Yihan shouted. Don't let a single one escape. Kill. The Qinyan disciples roared and gave chase to the fleeing heavenly soldiers. The great battle concerning Qinyan Temple's survival finally ended in victory for the temple. Outside the gates, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Though the Qinyan disciples had paid a heavy price, they had ultimately won the final victory. They stood amidst the blood, their bodies covered in wounds, yet their faces bloomed with unprecedented smiles and pride. With their own blood and lives they had defended their sect and protected Zhongnan Mountain. Zuanjizi looked at his gathered disciples, his eyes filled with gratification, emotion and resolve. Good. Good. You are truly worthy disciples of my Qinyan Temple. His voice carried a tremor. Today, with your blood and your lives, you have proven the glory of Qinyan Temple and the power of the mortal realm. He walked slowly to Su Yihan and gently helped her up, speaking with solemnity. Yihan, you have worked hard today. Master, this disciple is not weary, Sui Han replied, her voice weak but firm. Protecting our sect and guarding the mortal realm is this disciple's duty. Xuanjizi nodded, then turned his gaze to Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyan, his eyes full of satisfaction. Qinghan Xiaoyan, you performed admirably today. Your courage and determination are the pride of Qinyan Temple and the hope of the mortal realm. Master, this disciple only did what had to be done, Li Muhan said, his voice firm and clear. Yes. We only did what we had to do. Zhang Xiaoyun echoed loudly, a proud smile spreading across her face. Xuanjizi looked at his disciples, a profound light flashing in his eyes. Though we have won this battle, the heavenly court will not let the matter rest. They will surely return, and when they do, their assault will be even fiercer and more brutal. He paused and continued, the time we have left is running short. From today onward everyone must redouble their cultivation, elevate their realms and accumulate strength to prepare for the next great battle. Yes. All the Qinyan disciples roared in unison, their voices perfectly aligned, filled with resolve and determination. The setting sun cast its remaining rays over Qinyan Temple. Outside the gates corpses lay strewn about and blood flowed like a river. Within the gates the disciples, having fought valiantly, wore proud smiles. The great battle had come to an end. But a greater crisis was quietly brewing. The gaze of the heavenly court had locked firmly onto Qinyan Temple. A war spanning the three realms, one that would decide the fate of the mortal world, was about to unfold. And the youths of the Qinyan lineage in the midst of this great war grew silently and became ever more resolute. Their swords grew sharper, their music grew steadier, their hearts grew firmer. Ice hidden within the blade, sound resonating with the edge. The name of worthless had long since vanished like smoke. In the future the legend of a single sword stroke slaying immortals would set sail from here. The scent of blood from the battle at the mountain gate lingered in the cold winds of Mount Zhongnan for an entire day and night. Broken armor and shattered blades were gathered, and burned injured disciples were carried into the alchemy chamber for treatment. The blue stone ground before the temple was scrubbed over and over again, yet the faint lingering smell of blood still permeated every corner of the Qinyan Temple. It was a bitter victory. Dozens of heavenly soldiers had fallen, and the leading nascent soul heavenly general was pierced through the chest by a single sword strike from second senior sister Sui Han. But Qinyan Temple itself had paid a heavy price. 6 inner disciples were severely wounded and 3 outer disciples were forever lost before the mountain gate, not even given a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The immortal slaying array laid by Huang Yi was completely shattered. Its 17 top-grade formation flags were all burned to ashes. Su Sijie was covered in wounds, her agile movement technique forced into a flaw. Jin Zichen, to hold the battle line, overdrew 3 furnaces of his life-bound soul-condensing pills, his face now pale as paper, barely able to stand. Sui Han clashed 3 times with the nascent soul heavenly general at full force, damaging her meridians and disrupting her spiritual energy. Only after returning to her room did she violently cough up a mouthful of blood, then enter seclusion to regulate her breath. The youngest two, Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyan, had nearly exhausted all their spiritual power. Li Muhan's right arm was struck by the blade energy of a heavenly general. From his shoulder to his wrist a wound deep enough to show bone. The flesh was turned, and cold energy and metal-type spiritual power clashed violently within the wound. The slightest movement brought excruciating pain. To protect him, Zhang Xiaoyan overexerted her sonic arts, causing temporary deafness in both ears. Her face was as white as paper, and closing her eyes made the world spin. Yet even so no one complained. No one retreated. As the sunset sank behind the Zhongnan Mountains, night once again shrouded the earth. At some point fine snow began to fall from the sky. 1 flake, 2 flakes, 3 flakes. The snowflakes drifted lightly onto the broken mountain gate, the blood-stained stone steps and the shattered longswords gradually covering the day's brutality and gore. Li Muhan stood alone before the mountain gate, facing the wind and snow, motionless. His green Daoist robe was already soaked through with blood and had stiffened in the cold wind. The wound on his right arm throbbed with waves of severe pain, yet he seemed completely oblivious, just quietly gazing at the winding ancient path down the mountain. That path from Chang'an to Mount Zhongnan. What are you thinking? A gentle, slightly weary voice came from behind him. Li Muhan was slightly startled and turned around. Xuanjizi had appeared behind him at some point, dressed in a plain Daoist robe, standing in the wind and snow. His hair and beard were slightly white and his expression was calm, as if the fierce battle had never happened. Master. Li Muhan bowed respectfully. Xuanjizi nodded lightly, walked to his side and looked with him at the boundless night and the swirling snow below the mountain. After a long silence he slowly spoke, thinking of Chang'an. Li Muhan was silent for a moment, then softly replied, Thinking of my parents, my friends, that capital city still prosperous yet already seething with undercurrents. Xuanjizi slightly turned his head, glanced at the hideous wound on his right arm, a flicker of almost imperceptible concern in his eyes. But he said nothing more, only speaking softly, in the battle at the mountain gate, though your cultivation level was the lowest, you dared to directly confront a golden core heavenly general. No one in all of Qingyun Temple is more like a newly unsheathed sword than you. This disciple only did what he had to do, Li Mu Han said in a low voice. When the sect is in danger, I cannot retreat. It's not that you cannot retreat, Xuanjizi shook his head, his voice calm yet sharp. It's that you are unwilling to retreat. You are different from your senior brothers and sisters. Zichen traversed here bearing a system and doesn't belong to this realm. Yihan entered the Tao as a child, her heart as firm as iron, and has long seen Qingyun as her everything. Huang Yi carries the legacy of ancient array Tao and came here to seclude herself. Xijia is naturally carefree but values loyalty above all. Xiaoyan with her sacred sound body entered the world naively and still doesn't know the dangers of the three realms. Only you. You come from Chang'an, born in an era of prosperity, raised in gentleness. You could have been a pampered young master of a distinguished family, married, had children and lived a stable life. But you chose to wield the sword. You chose a path destined to be an enemy of heaven. Li Mu Han's body trembled slightly. The wind and snow fell on his brows, icy cold. He looked up at the swirling snow, at the misty nine heavens above, and said in a voice soft yet firm, this disciple has not chosen to be an enemy of heaven. This disciple simply does not wish for the mortal world to become the back garden of the heavenly court. I do not want my parents, friends, fellow disciples, and the common people to become mere chess pieces in the hands of gods and immortals. If the immortals do not create chaos, I will not slay. But if the immortals oppress humanity, I will surely slay them. Xuanjizi looked at the youth beside him, a complex light flickering in his eyes, gratification, emotion, worry, and a trace of relief that came from millennia of experience. He had waited too long for these words. From the moment Li Mu Han was born on that snowy night in Chang'an, from the moment the immortal talisman left behind back then began to glow faintly in his arms, from the moment he stepped onto Mount Zhongnan and the spiritual testing jade cracked from his supreme grade ice spirit root, Xuanjizi knew. The one born to answer the calamity had arrived. Do you know today's arrival of the heavenly court was not for Qingyun Temple? Xuanjizi suddenly spoke. Li Mu Han was taken aback. Not for Qingyun Temple. No, Xuanjizi shook his head gently. They came for you. For me. During the minor competition you revealed your innate supreme grade ice spirit root, an immortal slaying spiritual physique listed as a taboo by the heavenly court since ancient times. Once this physique matures, one sword strike can break immortal defenses, one sword strike can sever an immortal's path, one sword strike can slay gods and immortals. The heavenly court will never allow such an existence to live in the mortal world. Li Mu Han was silent. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this. But hearing it spoken directly from his master's mouth still weighed heavily on his heart. He was not afraid. He was just afraid of dragging the people around him into it. Afraid that his senior brother would burn his furnace refining pills for him, afraid that his second senior sister would be severely wounded blocking a blade for him, afraid that his third senior brother would exhaust his heart setting up formations for him, afraid that his fourth senior sister would cause trouble with exploding talismans for him, afraid that his newly arrived fifth senior sister would be drawn into a life and death crisis because of him. He was afraid that his icy bones would ultimately freeze not his enemies but the warmth of his sect. Master, Li Mu Han's voice tightened slightly, if this disciple leaves Qingyun Temple, the heavenly court. Nonsense. Xuanjizi interrupted directly, his tone stern for the first time. Do you think that if you leave they will spare Qingyun? Spare the mortal world? What the heavenly court has always wanted is not just your life. What they want is the fate of the entire human realm, the submission of the whole earth, and for all mortals and cultivators to forever grovel at their feet as eternal ants. If you leave it will only make them more unscrupulous. Li Mu Han closed his mouth, his fists slowly clenching. The wound ached, his spiritual power was depleted, yet an emotion colder than ice and fiercer than fire was wildly growing in his heart. Resentment. Anger. Protectiveness. Remember this, Xuanjizi's voice softened, returning to its gentleness, but each word carried immense weight. Qingyun Temple is not your sanctuary. It is your home. Your senior brothers and sisters are not your burden. They are your support. Li Mu Han suddenly looked up. Xuanjizi looked at him, his gaze piercing. You are not drawing your sword alone. Yihan's sword, Zikin's pills, Huang Yi's formation, Siji's talisman, Zioyan's sound are all with you. From the day you bowed and entered Qingyun, you were no longer the young master of Chang'an who needed family protection. You are a disciple of Qingyun. You are the master of the ice immortal sword. You are the one destined to settle the world with a single sword strike in the future. The wind and snow grew fiercer. The swirling snow almost merged heaven and earth. Standing in the wind and snow, Li Muhan felt the long-suppressed emotions in his chest explode. The wound on his right arm no longer ached, and the depleted spiritual power in his body seemed to be infused with a warm current. His Tao heart at this moment became unprecedentedly clear, stable and firm. He suddenly understood the words his second senior sister had said when teaching him swordsmanship. The sword is the blade of the heart. The strength of the sword lies not in spiritual power nor in cultivation level. It lies in the heart. When the heart is steady, the sword is steady. When the heart is firm, the sword is firm. When the heart has something to protect, the sword has a place to return. Disciple. Li Muhan took a deep breath. The wind and snow poured into his throat icy cold, but it made him even more alert. His voice was clear and distinct word by word. I humbly remember Master's teachings. In this life this sword is not for conquest nor for becoming an immortal. It is only for protection. To protect Xinyan, to protect the sect, to protect the mortal world. If the immortals disrupt the mortal world, I will slay them with a single sword strike. Xuanjizi looked at the youth's upright figure in the wind and snow, at the icy calm yet incredibly sharp light in his eyes. He finally nodded slowly, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Good. Very good. He raised his hand and gently patted Li Muhan's left shoulder. A surge of gentle yet immensely vast spiritual power flowed into his body through his shoulder, instantly calming his surging blood and stabilizing his damaged meridians. The clashing metal-type spiritual power at the wound was directly crushed and dissolved by this force. The severe pain vanished abruptly. Master. Go back and regulate your breathing, Xuanjizi said calmly. Ihan is more severely injured than you, yet she is still protecting you. If you don't pull yourself together, the first person you will fail is her. Li Muhan's body trembled. He suddenly remembered that during the day when Sui Han stood in front of him to block that fatal blade strike, her back was cold and resolute. Her sleeve was torn by the blade energy, revealing an arm with bulging veins, blood dripping from her fingertips onto the ground. At that moment he could do nothing to help. He could only watch his senior sister fight desperately for him. That feeling of powerlessness was more painful than the wound. Disciple understands. Li Muhan bowed deeply, said no more, turned and strode towards the temple. The wind and snow danced wildly behind him but could not move him a single step. The youth's silhouette for the first time truly bore the semblance of a sword venerable. Deep within Qingyun Temple, in a secluded small courtyard. This was the residence of second senior sister Sui Han, a place few usually dared to approach. In all of Qingyun Temple only Li Muhan was allowed to come and go freely. The courtyard was silent, the lamplight faint. A thin layer of icy mist enveloped the surroundings, isolating all external sounds and presence. Li Muhan stood outside the courtyard gate, hesitating for a moment. He knew his senior sister was in seclusion, regulating her breathing. Disturbing her now was highly inappropriate. But the worry and guilt in his heart could not be suppressed. The scene from that day replayed in his mind over and over. He took a deep breath, gently raised his hand and was about to knock. Come in. From inside the room came Su Yihan's clear yet slightly weak voice. Li Muhan pushed the door open and entered. The room was simply furnished: a bed, a table, a chair and a sword rack. Su Yihan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her face pale. A trace of unwiped blood remained at the corner of her lips. The spiritual energy around her was faint and disordered, clearly indicating severe injuries. The second senior sister, who was usually cold and proud and repelled heavenly soldiers with a single sword strike during the day, now looked fragile enough to shatter at a touch. Li Muhan's heart tightened. He stepped forward quickly and said in a low voice, Senior sister, disciple. No need to apologize. Sui Han slowly opened her eyes, still clear and cold but lacking her usual sharpness and showing more fatigue. You did nothing wrong. But if it weren't for me, the heavenly court wants to kill you. Even if you hadn't stepped forward, they would have razed Qingyun to the ground, Sui Han said calmly. I am your senior sister. Protecting my junior brother is only right. She paused, her gaze falling on the wound on his right arm which Xuanjizi had temporarily stabilized, and said lightly, How is the injury? Already out of danger. Li Muhan said in a low voice. Master just treated me and temporarily suppressed the injury. Sui Han nodded slightly, asked no more, closed her eyes and continued to regulate her breathing. The room fell into silence. Only the faint crackling of the lamplight could be heard. Li Muhan stood to the side, looking at his senior sister's pale profile, a tumult of emotions in his heart. He had known Sui Han for half a year. In his impression, this second senior sister had always been cold, strong, reliable and unattainable. When he made mistakes in sword practice she would calmly point out the problems. When he was mocked by fellow disciples she would quietly back him up. She would secretly leave cultivation notes for him late at night. After the minor competition she solemnly passed down the Qingyun Ice Immortal sword which had accompanied her for a century to him. She never spoke warm words or did superfluous things, yet every action and every word contained the deepest protection. She was his guide on the path of the sword. She was his senior sister. One of the people closest to him in this world besides his parents. But this time she had fought to the point of severe injury for him. Senior sister, Li Mu Han suddenly spoke, his voice very soft but exceptionally firm. Next time let me protect you. Su Yihan's breathing paused slightly. She did not open her eyes nor turn her head. She was silent for a moment, then softly replied, "Mm." A soft sound so light it was almost inaudible. But Li Mu Han heard it clearly. He knew his senior sister trusted him. Just as he trusted her. "Come here," Su Yihan suddenly said. Li Mu Han stepped forward as instructed. Su Yihan slowly opened her eyes, extended her left hand and gently tapped his forehead with her fingertip. A stream of cool, pure, gentle ice-type spiritual energy slowly flowed into his sea of consciousness. It was not for healing nor for transmitting power. It was a memory, a vision, a sword technique. In the vision was an ancient battlefield frozen for 10,000 li with countless immortals, gods and demons fallen. Amidst the ice and snow a figure in a blue robe stood with a sword. With one sword strike the 9 heavens were frozen and the gods and immortals bowed their heads. That was the figure of an ancient immortal slaying cultivator. This is. Li Mu Han was shocked. The true inheritance of Qingyun Temple. Su Yihan's voice was calm. The secret transmission after the 7th layer of the Qingyun Ice Immortal Sword art is called 10,000 Ages Cold Sky One Sword. When this sword is unleashed it freezes 10,000 ages, chilling the 9 heavens. Gods and immortals can be slain if the heavenly Tao can be suppressed. Li Mu Han's mind shook violently. What he had cultivated before was only the basic sword art of the first 6 layers of the Qingyun Ice Immortal Sword art, and its power was already astonishing. And this after the 7th layer was the true immortal slaying sword. Senior sister, this inheritance is too precious, disciple. You are the master of the Ice Immortal Sword, it is only right that you receive it. Su Yihan interrupted calmly. I have already cultivated to the void refining stage. This sword art is useless to me. For you it is a life-saving skill and the path to slaying immortals in the future. She paused, her gaze sharp, looking directly into his eyes. Remember. This sword is not for you to take revenge, not for you to kill. It is for you to still have the right to draw your sword when you cannot protect. It is for you to stand up when the sect is in danger and the mortal world is about to collapse. Not to hide behind anyone. Every word struck Li Mu Han's heart like a heavy hammer. He suddenly bowed deeply, his voice resounding. Disciple humbly remembers senior sister's teachings. This sword only. For protection. Su Yihan looked at him, a faint, shallow yet incomparably genuine smile finally flickering across her pale face. That smile was like the first thaw of snow, the blooming of a winter plum, breathtakingly beautiful. All right, you may withdraw. She closed her eyes again, her breath once more growing faint. I need 3 days of quiet recuperation. Within these 3 days all matters of the temple shall be managed by your senior brother and 3rd senior brother. You. Focus on your cultivation. Yes. Li Mu Han bowed once more, turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Standing outside the courtyard gate he looked up at the night sky. The wind and snow still raged, with scattered lantern lights flickering in the cold. Yet within his heart there was no longer the same heaviness and confusion. The master's guidance, the senior sister's legacy, the protection of his fellow disciples. All of it transformed into a surge of power flooding through his limbs and bones, pouring into his Tao heart. He could clearly sense it. The barrier within his body that had long confined him to the 7th layer of qi refining was beginning to loosen. At any moment it could shatter and break through. Li Mu Han did not return to his own small courtyard. He went straight to the secluded valley behind Qingyun Temple, the quiet place where he and Zhang Xiaoyun often cultivated together. At that moment the valley was empty, with only the howling wind and snow. The spiritual energy was denser than during the day. He walked over to the blue stone where the two of them often sat and sat down cross-legged. The Qingyun Ice Spirit sword lay horizontally across his knees. The blade was crystalline white, shimmering in harmony with the raging snowstorm. Li Mu Han closed his eyes, shutting out the external world entirely. The master's words, the senior sister's smile, the protection of his fellow disciples, the scenes of the bloody battle at the mountain gate, the memories of the lantern-lit Chang'an. All flashed through his sea of consciousness one by one. He no longer suppressed his own spiritual power. His supreme grade ice spirit root activated at full force. Boom! The spiritual energy of the entire Zhongnan mountain seemed stirred by an invisible giant hand surging madly toward the valley like a tsunami, like a river reversing its course. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water. Countless streams of spiritual energy poured into his body, instantly purified, refined and solidified by his ice spirit root, transforming into the purest, coldest and most condensed ice attribute spiritual power coursing relentlessly through his meridians. Qi refining 7th layer. Qi refining 8th layer. Qi refining 9th layer. His cultivation base soared without any obstruction. Yet Li Muhan was still not satisfied. What he sought was not merely the great perfection of Qi refining. What he sought was foundation establishment. It was the true first step out of the mortal realm and into the grand path of a cultivator. It was the crucial step that would grant him a longer lifespan, greater power and a more stable sword heart. He sank his mind into his dantian. Within his dantian a lake of ice-blue spiritual energy was now churning, compressing and condensing wildly. The path of foundation establishment lies in condensing the core into a foundation, gathering liquid into a sea and building the Tao foundation. Ordinary cultivators require medicinal pills, formations, the protection of elders and a stroke of fortune to achieve foundation establishment. But Li Muhan had none of these. No pills. No formations. No protectors. He had only a sword, a heart, a body of icebone and a single thought of protection. Yet this was enough. The sword is the blade of the heart. Not for slaughter, not for domination. Only for protection. Li Muhan silently recited in his heart. Once 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. His Tao heart grew steadier, firmer, more condensed. Within his dantian the ice attribute spiritual power compressed and compressed again. The liquid spiritual energy transformed into ice crystals. The ice crystals condensed into the shape of a sword. The sword sank into the deepest part of his dantian, forming an indestructible foundation. It was an ice attribute Tao foundation. Boom! A terrifying wave of cold erupted from Li Muhan as its center. The entire valley was instantly frozen solid. Trees, rocks, streams, flowers, grass. Everything in that instant became crystal clear ice sculptures, eternal and unchanging. The cold surged straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds over Zhongnan mountains and reaching the 9 heavens. Sui Han, who was meditating, abruptly opened her eyes, a look of disbelief bursting forth. Is this a successful foundation establishment? And it's a supreme grade innate ice Tao foundation. In the alchemy room the originally frail Jin Zichen leaped up abruptly, his furnace exploding directly. Yet he was completely oblivious, his face filled with shock. Holy shit. Little junior brother. Did he just establish his foundation directly? In his cave dwelling Huang Yi was repairing formation flags. The flag in his hand clattered to the ground. He looked up toward the valley and for the first time his usually expressionless face showed surprise, a supreme grade Tao foundation. Unseen in a millennium. Su Sijie was lying on the table munching on a spirit fruit. Upon hearing this she spat out a mouthful of fruit, jumped up and rushed out. Awesome, little junior brother. You're already at foundation establishment. Zhang Xiaoyan's ears had not yet fully recovered, but she also sensed that terrifying cold. Clutching her cold sound jade flute she gazed toward the valley with adoration. Junior brother Qin Han is so amazing. The entire Qingyun temple was stirred. Everyone looked in the same direction. The rear mountain valley. Wind and snow danced wildly, freezing 1,000 miles. The young man in blue robes sat cross-legged, a sword lying across his knees, his eyes tightly shut, a chill aura swirling around him like a descending ice sword god. His cultivation base surged madly. Great perfection of Qi refining. Early foundation establishment. Mid-foundation establishment. Still it did not stop. Late foundation establishment. Peak foundation establishment. Boom, finally it settled at the great perfection of foundation establishment. In a single day from the 7th layer of Qi refining he broke through 4 minor realms, directly reaching the great perfection of foundation establishment, forging a supreme grade innate ice Tao foundation unseen in 10,000 years. Such talent, such speed, such a Tao heart. Not even in the history of Qingyun Temple. Even in the entire human realm for nearly 10,000 years there had never been such a feat. Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes. There was no ecstasy, no arrogance, no pride in his gaze. Only an icy serenity and clarity. He looked down at his right hand. The wound had fully healed, leaving only a faint white mark merged with his ice attribute spiritual power. The spiritual power within his body was abundant, surging, vast and stable. His strength was unprecedentedly clear. He raised his hand and gently clenched it. In the void cold air gathered and a small ice sword materialized out of thin air, moving with his will and vanishing at his thought. Foundation establishment. Done. He stood up, brushing the wind and snow from his clothes. The young man stood tall, his blue robes billowing, his eyes holding ice, an ice sword in his hand. The former little junior brother, ridiculed as a waste, was utterly dead. From now on, Qingyun Temple had gained an ice attribute sword cultivator at the great perfection of foundation establishment. The human realm had gained a youth destined to slay immortals in the future. As Li Muhan stepped out of the valley, he was immediately surrounded by a group. Jin Zichen, Su Sijie, Huang Yi and Zhang Xiaoyun all stood at the valley entrance, staring at him as if he were a monster. Little junior brother. Jin Zichen swallowed hard. Did you just now establish your foundation? Li Muhan nodded slightly, his expression calm. At the great perfection of foundation establishment. Su Sijie jumped up, directly grabbing his arm with excitement. My God. You're too insane. It took me 3 years to establish my foundation. Third senior brother took 5 years. Even senior brother with his system took half a year. You did it in 1 day. Huang Yi spoke calmly, a rare trace of fluctuation in his tone, a supreme grade innate Tao foundation, the human realm's first in 10,000 years. Zhang Xiaoyun hugged her cold sound jade flute, her eyes sparkling. Junior brother Qinghan, you're so amazing. From now on I'm sticking with you. Li Muhan looked at the group of senior brothers and sisters before him, a warmth filling his heart and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a gentle smile. It's all thanks to the master's guidance, second senior sister's sword transmission, and the care of all you senior brothers and sisters. He bowed deeply. This cultivation is not my achievement alone. Stop being so modest. Jin Zichen laughed heartily and slapped him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. You're a natural-born sword venerable. From now on our Qingyun Temple will rely on you to hold up the scene. Chatting and laughing they walked back toward the temple. The wind and snow gradually subsided, the night deepened and a faint hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. A new day was about to dawn. Yet the atmosphere in Qingyun Temple did not lighten. Everyone knew. Today Li Muhan's successful foundation establishment had fully exposed his talent. The cold energy had surged into the sky and the heavenly court must have detected it. The next time they came it would no longer be mere minor golden core heavenly generals. It would be true immortal officials, or even celestial immortals descending to the mortal world. That would be a true cataclysm. Returning to the main hall's square, Zuanjizi was already waiting there. He looked at Li Muhan, his eyes filled with relief, and nodded gently. Very good. Your foundation is stable, your Tao heart is firm. You have lived up to expectations. He glanced around at everyone, his expression gradually turning grave. From today onward Qingyun Temple is on highest alert. Huang Yi, within 3 days rebuild the celestial slaying formation. I want you to set up the ancient 10 directions absolute killing formation using the Zhongnan Mountain spiritual vein as its foundation to defend the enemy at the mountain gate. Huang Yi bowed, disciple obeys. Jin Zichen exhaust all spiritual herbs to refine 3 furnaces of 9 revolutions life-returning pills and 2 furnaces of ice heart soul stabilizing pills. Every disciple is to carry 1 set in preparation for battle. Jin Zichen's face twisted in pain, but he gritted his teeth. Disciple understands. Su Sijiayu and Zhang Xiaoyun will integrate all the talismans, explosive talismans and sound wave talismans in the temple, setting up a sound-killing illusion array to disrupt the enemy's minds. Su Sijie grabbed Zhang Xiaoyun. Don't worry. Leave it to us. Ihan is severely injured and will continue in seclusion, said Zuanjizi. Qinghan. Li Muhan stepped forward. Disciple is here. Your foundation establishment is newly achieved and your foundation still needs to be stabilized. From today you are the mountain protecting sword cultivator of Qingyun Temple. Guard the mountain gate, preside over the sword formation. Once the heavenly court comes again you will be the primary array. Li Muhan bowed, his voice resolute. Disciple accepts the order. As long as the sword is in hand I am here, if the sword is destroyed I perish. I will never let the heavenly court cross the mountain gate. Zuanjizi looked at this group of disciples before him, a myriad of emotions surging in his heart. He had schemed for a millennium, waited for a millennium, and finally in this lifetime gathered all the pieces. A sword cultivator, an alchemist, a formation master, a talisman master, a sound cultivator. The Qingyun lineage united at last. The final hope of the human realm rested upon them. Go, Zuanjizi waved his hand. Each to your duties. In 3 days, whether Ihan emerges from seclusion or not, the heavenly court will surely arrive. That day will be Qingyun Temple's battle of life and death. Everyone bowed in unison, disciple obeys. Their voices were perfectly synchronized, piercing the clouds. The wind and snow ceased entirely. The first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, spilling over the summit of Zhongnan Mountains, cascading onto the eaves of Qingyun Temple. Golden light shimmered solemn and sacred. A new day had begun. Yet everyone knew in their hearts. This was not a peaceful beginning. It was the last moment of tranquility before the storm. Over the next 3 days, Qingyun Temple entered an unprecedented state of tension and bustle. Huang Yi alone traversed the 72 spiritual vein nodes of Zhongnan Mountains, placing 3,600 formation flags, working day and night without rest, setting up the ancient 10 directions absolute killing formation. Once this formation was complete, it could trap a spirit-severing cultivator, slay a unity cultivator, and even temporarily hold off a descending celestial immortal. Jin Zichen moved directly into the alchemy room, sleepless and relentless. The furnace fire burned day and night without pause. Spiritual herbs flowed like water, and batches of pills emerged, their fragrance permeating the entire Zhongnan Mountains. Su Xijie and Zhang Xiaoyun brought out all the talismans, sound stones, explosive eggs and formation plates from the temple, setting up layer upon layer of sound-killing illusion arrays on the front mountain. The two of them occasionally caused a commotion when explosive talismans got out of control, yet amidst laughter and chatter they slowly fortified the defenses. Li Muhan guarded the mountain gate day and night, sitting cross-legged atop the broken stone lion, his eyes closed in meditation as he familiarized himself with the power of the great perfection of foundation establishment and cultivated the 10,000 ages cold Sky One sword that his senior sister had taught him. His sword grew steadier. His heart grew calmer. His ice power grew more condensed. Occasionally Zhang Xiaoyun would come with her cold sound jade flute and play a heart-calming melody for him. The power of ice sound swirled around him, accelerating his cultivation. Occasionally Jin Zichen would toss him a few pills, patting his shoulder and saying, "Little junior brother, don't be afraid. Your senior brother has your back." Occasionally Huang Yi would silently set up a spiritual gathering array for him, then turn and leave without a word. The warmth of the sect had never been so palpable. On the evening of the 3rd day, the setting sun sank once more behind Zhongnan Mountains. The 10 directions absolute killing formation was complete. All the pills were refined. The sound-killing illusion array was in place. All disciples were ready for battle. Yet Suihan still had not emerged from seclusion. Zuanjizi stood before the mountain gate, gazing at the 9 heavens, his expression calm. "They are here." He uttered 2 words softly. The moment his voice fell, boom, the entire sky instantly darkened. Golden light shone everywhere, clouds churned, celestial music echoed, and heavenly flowers rained down. It seemed sacred and harmonious, yet it carried an overwhelming condescending pressure. The heavenly court's true army had arrived. Above the clouds, immortal officials stood in rows, heavenly soldiers stretched endlessly, their numbers beyond sight. At the lead were 3 figures clad in purple gold immortal robes, crowned with jade diadems, their bodies wrapped in immortal chi, their auras unfathomable. Each was at least a human immortal. True immortals and gods. Not mortal cultivators who had descended, not nascent soul heavenly generals. They were the true heavenly court immortal officials who governed the order of the Tao and regarded mortals as ants. The immortal official on the left sneered, his voice like thunder resounding across heaven and earth, "Zuanjizi, you collude with traitors, hide a celestial slaying spirit body and defy the heavenly court. Your crimes deserve death. Today we follow the heavenly emperor's decree to raze Qingyun to the ground, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive." The immortal official on the right stared coldly, his gaze directly falling on Li Muhan, undisguised greed and murder in his eyes. "Supreme grade ice spirit root, innate celestial slaying body, great perfection of foundation establishment, supreme grade Tao foundation. A fine seedling but born in the wrong era. This child must die." The central immortal official, the leader, kept his eyes closed all along, silent. Yet the pressure he emanated was more terrifying than the other 2 combined. He was the commander of this expedition. A true earth immortal. When an earth immortal made a move, no one in the mortal realm could stop him. Zuanjizi looked up at the immortals and gods in the clouds, his expression calm without a trace of fear. "Heavenly court. You have finally come." He slowly drew an ancient long sword from behind his back. It was the temple's treasured artifact, the sword of Qingyun's founding patriarch. 1,000 years ago the ancestors of Qingyun, to protect the human realm, slew immortals and demons, staining the sky with blood. 1,000 years later the disciples of Qingyun still guard this path. His voice was not loud, but it carried throughout the entire Zhongnan Mountains, reaching the ears of every disciple, today every disciple of Qinyan, regardless of status, cultivation level or gender. If we retreat one step, the human realm will fall. If we advance one step, we shall have no regrets even in death. Disciples of Qinyan, all Qinyan disciples drew their swords simultaneously and roared in unison, their voices piercing the clouds, "Hear the order. Live and die with Qinyan. Live and die with the human realm." Li Muhan slowly stood up. He held the Qinyan ice spirit sword standing beside Xuanjizi. His blue robes were like snow, his ice sword reflected the light. The young man's face was calm, his eyes holding ice and snow without a trace of fear. He looked up at the lofty immortals and gods in the clouds. In his heart there was only one thought. If immortals disrupt the human realm, then I shall slay the immortals with one sword. The battle was about to erupt. The world fell into a deathly silence. Above the cloud, celestial light blazed for billions of miles, its oppressive might as vast as the abyss and the sea, causing the entire Zhongnan mountain to tremble faintly. Grasses and trees drooped low, birds and beasts fell silent, and even the blizzard that had howled for 3 days froze completely in that instant. 3 celestial officials from the heavenly court stood aloft in the void, flanked by an endless host of heavenly soldiers and generals, their golden armor dazzling under the sun, their spears and halberds forming a forest that stretched beyond the horizon. The celestial official on the left, a human immortal, curled his lips with icy disdain, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of Qinyan sect disciples below as if they were ants about to be crushed. Xuanjizi, a mere rogue cultivator from the mortal realm, barely at the nascent soul stage, dares to stand against the heavenly army of the heavenly court. See reason now, hand over that ice, spiritual brat, cripple your own cultivation, dig out your spiritual root and kneel in the clouds to beg for forgiveness. This lord might spare your entire Qinyan sect a whole corpse. The human immortal on the right also sneered, his voice piercingly cold. The innate immortal slaying physique should never have existed in this world. Keep that child and he will surely become a grave threat to the heavenly court in the future. Today he must die. And you must die too. The two spoke in turn, their tone filled with an aloof cruelty and ruthlessness from on high. In their eyes, mortals and cultivators alike were nothing but specks of dust that could be extinguished at will. The fortune of the mortal realm, the mountains and rivers, the teeming masses, all were merely livestock they raised. Those who obeyed would barely survive, if those who defied would be obliterated. This was the order of the heavenly court. This was the law of heaven and earth as seen by the immortals and gods. Xuanjizi stood before the mountain gate, an ancient longsword in hand, his white hair stirring gently in the wind, his expression calm and unruffled. He did not look at the 2 human immortals, his gaze rested solely on the earth immortal commander in the middle, who had kept his eyes closed all along. Are you the one leading this army? The earth immortal slowly opened his eyes. In that instant it seemed as though sun, moon and stars rose and fell within his pupils, and a pressure 10 times more terrifying than that of the 2 human immortals burst forth. Boom! The entire spiritual vein of Zhongnan mountain wailed in agony. Below, many outer disciples turned pale, coughing up mouthfuls of blood as they staggered back, barely able to stand. An earth immortal, a being truly touching the laws of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand he could sever rivers, with a stomp of his foot he could split mountains, with a single thought he could slaughter an entire city of living beings. To him, mortal cultivators at the nascent soul or nascent soul stage were no different from ants. His gaze swept indifferently over Xuanjizi, and his voice, though not loud, carried an unyielding authority. I am Zhao Yan, the heavenly court's right envoy of heavenly patrol. By decree of the heavenly emperor I descend to the mortal realm to purge rebels and reclaim the forbidden spiritual physique. Xuanjizi, your Qinyan sect lineage, calling yourselves protectors of the mortal realm, have secretly obstructed the heavenly court's edicts for a millennium, slain my celestial officials and destroyed my heavenly generals, crimes beyond forgiveness. Today I give you one last chance. Hand over Li Muhan, dissolve all cultivation in Qinyan sect, submit to the heavenly court, enter the celestial registry and become a lapdog for the mortal realm. Otherwise, Zhao Yan paused, his killing intent surging in his eyes, I will erase Zhongnan mountain from the map of the mortal realm completely. Neither fowl nor dog shall remain. Those 4 words struck like heavy hammers upon every heart. The air seemed to freeze solid. The shadow of death loomed over every Qinyan disciple. Su Sijie clutched the bomb in her hand tightly, her fingertips turning white, yet she stubbornly stood at the forefront, not retreating a single step. Huang Yi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm, secretly activating the 10 directions annihilation array. At a single command he would trigger the entire spiritual vein of Zhongnan mountain to perish together with the enemy. Jin Zichen quietly grasped several supreme-grade elixirs in his hand, ready to detonate them at any cost to boost his combat power once battle commenced. Zhang Xiaoyun cradled the cold sound jade flute, her small face pale, yet she brought the flute to her lips, preparing to use sound waves to block the first wave of pressure for the others. They all knew. The enemy was an Earth Immortal. This battle was a desperate gamble with 9 deaths out of 10, or even certain doom. Yet not a single one faltered. Not one trembled. Not one showed the slightest fear. Because they were Qin Yun disciples. Because behind them stood their sect, their brothers, and the mortal realm. Because behind them stood a young man gripping that ice sword, ready to carve a path of survival for the mortal realm. Xuanjizi slowly raised the long sword in his hand. The blade was ancient, devoid of any spiritual light, yet it seemed to carry 1,000 years of time, 1,000 years of guardianship, 1,000 years of unyielding spirit. Zhao Yan. His voice was calm, but each word weighed 1,000 pounds, resounding through heaven and earth. What you call rebellion is the unchanging Tao of my Qin Yun for a millennium. What you call forbidden is the future light of my mortal realm. What you call order is cruelty, trampling upon the bones of billions of living beings. 1,000 years ago the founder of my Qin Yun never bowed his head. 1,000 years later I Xuanjizi will not bow my head either. Nor will anyone in my Qin Yun sect bow their heads. He pointed his long sword straight at the clouds, his voice rising sharply, echoing through the 9 heavens. You want the lives of my Qin Yun disciples, you want Qin Han's spiritual root, you want to trample the Tao lineage of my mortal realm. Fine. Step over my corpse first. As his words fell, boom. His cultivation at the late nascent soul stage erupted without reservation. Golden light shot into the sky, clashing heaten with the celestial radiance above the clouds. Heaven and earth trembled. Winds and clouds reversed. The vast sky tore apart. Xuanjizi alone with his sword stood firm before the entire army of the heavenly court. Old fool, you're asking for death. The human immortal on the left flew into a rage, unable to contain himself any longer. He raised his hand and a giant golden celestial energy palm came crashing down toward Xuanjizi. The palm blotted out the sky, carrying the power to annihilate everything. Where it passed, space twisted and collapsed. This single strike was enough to instantly kill an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Master. Li Muhan's pupils contracted sharply and he instinctively moved forward. Don't move, Xuanjizi's calm voice came. This is your master's first battle and your opening match. Watch closely. With a single step Xuanjizi shot into the sky, his ancient longsword slashing through the void. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no dazzling spiritual light. Only a sword light, seemingly ordinary yet condensed to its utmost, burst forth. With a silent hiss the sky-covering celestial energy palm was split in two by that sword, shattering into scattered spiritual light that dissipated. One sword stroke. It broke a human immortal's attack. Oh. Above the clouds Zhao Yan raised an eyebrow, slightly a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A mortal nascent soul cultivator can still wield such battle power. Interesting. The human immortal on the left flushed crimson, feeling utterly humiliated. Old fool, you dare break my celestial art. I'll tear you limb from limb. He roared, his celestial light surging as a golden spear appeared in his hand, its tip aimed at Xuanjizi as he thrust forward. Heavenly Court Spear Art, Mountain Crusher. The golden spear light streaked across the sky, its power 10 times greater than the earlier palm strike. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek as if the entire world would be pierced through. Xuanjizi's expression remained unchanged as he swung his sword again. One stroke plain and unadorned. One stroke light and effortless. Ding, the sword and spear tip clashed. There was no thunderous roar. Only a crisp sound like the shattering of glass. Then. Crack, the tip of that high-grade celestial artifact spear from the heavenly court directly shattered, cracks spreading like a spider's web until the entire spear exploded into fragments. What? The human immortal's face twisted in disbelief. What sword art is this? How could a mortal cultivator break my celestial artifact? Xuanjizi glanced at him indifferently, his tone cold. This sword is not for attaining immortality nor for slaughter. It is only for protecting the mortal realm. You, an immortal who only bullies the weak, wouldn't understand. As his words fell, Xuanjizi vanished and reappeared before the human immortal in an instant, his long sword slashing horizontally. It was blindingly fast. Too fast for the human immortal to react. Blood splattered. An arm flew through the air. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the clouds. That lofty human immortal of the heavenly court, who viewed mortals as ants, had his arm severed by Xuanjizi's sword. Excellent. The Qin Yun sect disciples erupted in thunderous cheers. Su Sijia jumped up excitedly, clapping vigorously. Master is incredible. Jin Zichen laughed heartily, so satisfying. This is so satisfying. Let these gods know that we mortals aren't easy to bully. Huang Yi's lips curled slightly into a rare smile. Zhang Xiaoyun held the cold sound jade flute, her small face full of admiration. Li Muhan stood before the mountain gate watching his master's figure in the sky, a gleam shining in his eyes. He finally understood. His master seemed gentle and detached from worldly affairs on ordinary days, but when he truly fought he was so domineering, so fierce. This was the true master of Qinyan sect. This was the mortal realm's guardian. Above the clouds, Zhao Yan's face darkened completely, his killing intent almost overflowing. Good, very good. His voice was icy. A mortal cultivator dares to wound a celestial official of my heavenly court. Xuanjizi, you have thoroughly angered me. I had intended to grant you a swift death. But now I have changed my mind. I will extract your soul, impale it on the immortal execution pillar and subject it to the torment of thunder and fire day and night, ensuring you never find reincarnation. Boom. The earth immortals' cultivation erupted fully. Heaven and earth changed color, the sun and moon lost their light. A pressure 100,000 times more terrifying than before descended from the sky, crushing down heavily on Zhongnan Mountain. Crack, crack, the bluestone ground before the mountain gate instantly split, countless fissures spreading. The 10 directions annihilation array blazed with light, and Huang Yi's face turned pale as he spat out blood, yet he gritted his teeth and held the array. Junior brother, help me. Huang Yi growled. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Muhan stepped forward, pouring his ice-type spiritual power without reserve into the array node beneath his feet. The supreme-grade innate Ice Dao Foundation operated at full capacity. Boom. The cold energy surged into the sky, merging with the golden light of the array. The 10 directions annihilation array's power instantly multiplied several-fold. A translucent ice-blue barrier enveloped the entire Qinyan sect, barely holding back the earth immortals' pressure. Oh. Zhao Yan's gaze turned cold, landing on Li Muhan, greed and killing intent flashing in his eyes. What a fine supreme-grade ice spiritual root, what an innate immortal-slaying body. So young, at the great perfection of foundation establishment, and already able to assist the array in withstanding my pressure. If I gave you a few more years, even I might not be your match. Pity. He shook his head, his tone cruel. Pity, you have no future. Today I will personally snuff out this star of hope for the mortal realm. With those words, Zhao Yan held back no longer. He gently raised his right hand. There were no earth-shattering techniques, no dazzling celestial arts. Only a simple point of his finger. One finger to suppress the mortal realm. One finger to extinguish the mundane world. At his fingertip a faint golden light gathered. It seemed weak, yet it contained the power to annihilate the entire Zhongnan Mountain. It was the power of earth immortal laws, the power of heavenly order, a force that mortal cultivators simply could not resist. Xuanji's expression shifted dramatically. No. Without a second thought he flashed in front of Li Muhan, blocking with his longsword as he poured all his spiritual power into the blade. Qinyan sword art, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Countless sword lights erupted from the blade, forming a massive wall of swords before them. This was Xuanji's ultimate technique, the culmination of his lifelong cultivation. But against that wisp of earth immortal law finger energy, the sword wall was like paper. With a silent hiss it was pierced through without a sound. The wall of swords shattered. Xuanji struck as if by a heavy blow, sprayed blood from his mouth. His figure like a kite with a broken string flew backward, crashing heavily onto the stone steps of the mountain gate. He struggled a few times but could no longer stand. Master. Li Muhan's eyes were wide with rage, his voice hoarse. Master. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yan laughed loudly in the air, his voice filled with cruelty and triumph. Xuanji, aren't you very capable in a fight? Aren't you going to protect the mortal world? Now you can't even protect yourself. Next it's that little brat's turn. His gaze fell upon Li Muhan once more, and golden light gathered again at his fingertips. Li Muhan, accept your death. No. Su Sijie screamed recklessly, throwing all the bombs she had. Explode. Countless talismans detonated in midair, forming a violent storm of energy that surged towards that finger of force. But before the power of the laws everything was futile. The storm was pierced through in an instant, annihilated without a trace. Jin Zichen gritted his teeth, directly crushed 3 top-grade explosive pills, his cultivation instantly skyrocketing as he lunged forward. Junior brother, run quickly. Huang Yi activated all the power of the formation. The 10 directions absolute kill formation erupted with full force, countless sword lights and blade shadows twisting and killing. Zhang Xiaoyun closed his eyes, using all his strength to blow the cold sound jade flute. Sound kill, soul calming tune. The sound waves swept forth shattering the sky. But facing the finger of an earth immortal everyone's resistance seemed so pale and feeble. The sound waves shattered. The formation collapsed. Jin Zichen was blasted away spitting blood. Huang Yi staggered backward, his face deathly pale. Su Sijie was flung away by the residual waves of the exploding talismans crashing to the ground. Zhang Xiaoyan's ears bled again and he collapsed softly. In an instant all senior brothers and sisters fell. The entire Qingyun temple was left with only Li Muhan alone, holding the Qingyun ice spirit sword, standing before the shattered mountain gate. Facing the lofty earth immortal above the clouds. Facing that finger of the law enough to destroy everything. Heaven and earth fell into a dead silence. Zhao Yan's cold voice descended from the sky. Do you see? This is the gap between immortal and mortal. Your master, your senior brothers and sisters cannot protect you. The mortal world cannot protect you either. Accept your fate. That golden finger of force drew closer and closer. It grew larger and larger. The shadow of death completely enveloped Li Muhan. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within that finger. It was a power sufficient to instantly grind him into pulp and annihilate his soul. He could flee. He could hide. He could abandon everything and escape to the ends of the earth. But he could not. Behind him lay his fallen master. His severely injured senior brothers and sisters. The shattered Qingyun temple. The billions of living beings in the mortal world. If he retreated, Qingyun would be lost. The mortal world would be finished. He had promised his master. This life, this sword was only for protection. He had promised his senior sister. Next time it would be my turn to protect you. He had promised himself. If immortals wreak havoc on the mortal world, I will cut down the immortals with my sword. Flee. Impossible. Retreat. Not a single step. Li Muhan slowly raised his head. The youth's face was pale, but there was no fear in it. In his eyes there was no terror, no despair. Only an expanse of eternal unmelted ice and snow. Only an unwavering determination that would never yield. He slowly tightened his grip on the Qingyun Ice Immortal Sword. The supreme grade innate Ice Tao foundation within his dantian burned wildly. All spiritual power, all Tao heart, all will, all obsession, all protective thoughts, all surged into the sword body. He recalled what his master had said to him in the wind and snow. You are not drawing your sword alone. Yihan's sword, Ziken's pill, Huang Yi's formation, Siji's talisman, Xiaoyan's music are all with you. He remembered the look in his second senior sister's eyes when she passed him the sword technique by her sickbed. This sword is for when you cannot protect yet still have the right to draw your blade. He remembered the bloody battle at the mountain gate, the back of his senior sister blocking in front of him. He remembered the senior brother refining medicine for him, the third senior brother setting up formations for him, the fourth senior sister making talismans for him, the little junior sister playing the flute for him. He remembered his parents' expectant gazes in Chang'an City. He remembered the myriad lights of the mortal world and the peaceful smiles of the people. All these images flashed through his sea of consciousness in an instant. All emotions coalesced into a single point in his heart, transforming into an indestructible sword. The sword is the blade of the heart. Not for slaughter, not for conquest. Only for protection. To protect Qingyun. To protect the sect. To protect the mortal world. Li Muhan slowly raised the Qingyun Ice Spirit Sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the clouds. Pointing at the lofty earth immortal of the heavenly court. His lips moved slightly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly spread across the entire world, reaching the ears of every fallen Qingyun disciple. Zhao Yan. You say immortals and mortals are different. You say mortals are ants. You say the mortal world should submit. The youth's voice was calm, yet it carried a power that shook heaven and earth. I tell you this. Immortals are not superior. Mortals are not inferior. You want war. Then let it be war. I, Li Muhan. In the name of a Qingyun disciple. In the name of the Ice Immortal Sword Master. In the name of the mortal world's guardian. Hereby swear, today with my mortal foundation establishment body. I will slay, you, this, false, immortal. As the last word fell, Li Muhan closed his eyes. The long sword in his hand made a gentle slash. There was no earth-shattering roar. No wild overflowing spiritual power. No dazzling splendid phenomena. Only one sword stroke. Simple, plain. Like a youth just learning swordsmanship, making the most basic swing under the morning sun. Yet this one sword stroke stirred the eternal cold firmament. Boom! Heaven and earth transformed violently. Above the 9 heavens endless cold air was born from nothing like the Milky Way pouring down freezing thousands of miles. The Zhongnan Mountains for 10,000 miles around instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. The clouds froze, the sky froze, the immortal light froze, and even that finger of the earth immortal's law was completely frozen in midair at this moment, unable to move. One stroke unleashed, freezing the 9 heavens. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Qingyun Ice Immortal Sword art. The eternal cold firmament, one sword. No. Zhao Yan's face changed drastically, his pupils constricted. For the first time true fear appeared on his face. A deathly aura enveloped him tightly. He frantically urged all his earth immortal cultivation, fully erupting the power of the law to break free from the freezing force. But it was useless. Before this sword all power seemed so pale. The ice and snow spread along the frozen finger of force all the way up. In an instant it spread to Zhao Yan's arm. Spread to his body. Spread all over him. Crack. Crack. The crystalline ice completely froze the lofty earth immortal of the heavenly court in midair, turning him into a giant ice sculpture. The immortal light was sealed, the laws were locked, his cultivation was suppressed. He could not move an inch. He could not utter a single word. Even his soul was completely frozen. One sword stroke suppressed an earth immortal. The entire world was dead silent. Above the clouds the endless heavenly soldiers and generals were all terrified. Each stood frozen, their faces full of terror, their bodies trembling, not daring to breathe. The earth immortal commander, whom they regarded as lofty and invincible, was frozen with a single sword by a mortal youth at the foundation establishment stage. How is this possible? This completely overturned their understanding. Below, all the fallen Qingyun disciples stared dumbfounded at the ice sculpture in midair, at the youthful figure in green robes holding a sword. They forgot their pain. They forgot their fear. They forgot to breathe. Xuanji Zi, leaning on the stone steps, looked at Li Muhan's back, his eyes filled with relief and contentment, a smile slowly spreading at the corner of his mouth. It's done. Qingyun has a successor. The mortal world is saved. Su Sijia stared blankly, tears streaming down her face, yet she laughed through her tears. Junior brother. You're awesome. Jean Zikin's mouth hung wide open, unable to speak for a long time, finally only uttering, holy crap. He really cut down an immortal with one sword. Huang Yi stood still, looking at the youthful figure, and solemnly slowly bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaoyun opened his tear-blurred eyes, looking at Li Muhan, his small face full of worship and pride. Li Muhan stood before the mountain gate, his green robe fluttering, the ice sword reflecting light. The youth's posture was straight and tall, like a sword god forged from eternal ice and snow. He felt no ecstasy, no pride, no arrogance. He just quietly looked at the ice sculpture in midair. He slowly spoke, his voice calm, yet it resounded through the 9 heavens, spread across the world, reaching the ears of every immortal and god. Heavenly Court. Listen to me. From this day forward, mortal affairs shall be decided by mortals themselves. Immortals must not oppress. Mortals must not be humiliated. If any immortal or god dares to disturb my mortal world or harm my sect. He raised the Qingyun Ice Immortal Sword in his hand, the tip pointing straight at the 9 heavens. His voice was firm, each word clear, resounding through heaven and earth. I, Li Muhan, will surely raise my sword and ascend to heaven. Drench the Lingxiao Palace in blood. With one sword, slash all heavenly immortals. As his words fell, crack. The ice sculpture sealing the earth immortal Zhao Yan in midair shattered with a bang, turning into countless ice crystals scattering with the wind. A generation of earth immortal, the right patrol envoy of the heavenly court, had fallen. Above the clouds, all the heavenly soldiers and generals, scared out of their wits, no longer dared to stay for a moment. They turned and fled, crying for their mothers, utterly disgraced, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Peace returned to heaven and earth. The wind and snow ceased. Sunlight broke through the clouds, shining upon the peak of Zhongnan Mountain, upon the shattered Qingyun Temple, upon the figure of the youth in green robes. The golden light was brilliant, warm and sacred. Li Muhan slowly withdrew his long sword. His body swayed slightly, unable to hold on any longer. His spiritual power was completely drained. His vision went black and he collapsed softly. Junior brother. Qinghan. Several figures rushed up in an instant, steadily supporting him. It was his master, his senior brother, his third senior brother, his fourth senior sister, his little senior sister. They surrounded him, their faces not showing pain or exhaustion but only smiles and tenderness. Li Muhan leaned in Su Yihan's arms, slowly opening his eyes. At some point his second senior sister had come out of seclusion. Her cool face was full of worry and tenderness. She gently stroked his head, her voice softer than ever before. "It's all right, Qin Han. We won. You did it." Li Muhan looked at everyone gathered around him, at the smiles on their faces, at the sunlight shining upon them. A warmth filled his heart. All the exhaustion, all the pain, all the pressure vanished in that moment. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a shallow, peaceful smile. He gently closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He slept very peacefully, very securely. Because he knew he was not alone. Behind him there was his sect, his family, and the entire mortal world. His sword had found its purpose. His heart had found its protection. At the peak of Zhongnan Mountain before Qingyun Temple. The sunlight was just right, the breeze gentle. The mortal world was at peace, the days serene and good. Just as they were embracing each other, a man and a woman stood among the clouds 1,000 meters away. A wisp of eternal cold firmament quietly drifted into the woman's hand. "All right, Zhao Jun. It's time for us to return. My Wanchuan shuttle cannot sustain much longer." "Thank you, Great One." The wind and snow of Zhongnan Mountain had long since dispersed, yet the gloom hanging over Qingyun Temple did not dissipate with the fall of Zhao Yan, the earth immortal of the heavenly court. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling onto the shattered temple gate. The bluestone steps were riddled with cracks, and the once ethereally mischieved halls now lay partially collapsed. The square still bore the scars of the celestial mortal battle, with interwoven marks of golden light and frozen ice like an unhealed wound upon the world. A faint scent of blood and the residual ripples of dissipated spiritual energy lingered in the air, yet not a trace of the heavenly court's celestial soldiers remained. Those once overwhelming, arrogant immortal soldiers, after witnessing their commander Zhao Yan being sealed in ice and shattered by Li Muhan's single sword strike, had fled in terror, abandoning their armor and weapons, scrambling back to the heavenly court without even the courage to glance back. The oppressive might of the heavenly court had vanished. The spiritual veins of Zhongnan Mountain, after enduring a cataclysm, slowly began to revive. The grass and trees unfurled slightly, as if celebrating the miracle of the weak overcoming the strong. Yet there was no joy of victory in Qingyun Temple. Everyone had gathered in the healing chamber within the main hall. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the sky before a storm, and even breathing became a cautious act. Inside the chamber, spiritual energy swirled in a dense haze. Dozens of top-grade spirit stones were arranged in a spirit-gathering array, continuously releasing pure spiritual energy to envelop the jade bed at the center. On the jade bed lay Li Muhan, his face pale as paper, devoid of any color. His lips were parched and cracked, his brows slightly furrowed, as if even in slumber he endured an indescribable agony. His robes were soaked through with cold sweat. His usually clear and bright eyes were tightly shut, and his breath was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Many of his meridians were damaged. The supreme-grade innate ice spiritual root within his dantian now glowed dimly. The spiritual energy that once surged like a mighty river had been drained completely, making even the slightest circulation extraordinarily difficult. That single strike, the Eternal Frost Sword, seemed effortless, but it was executed by forcibly channeling power 100 times beyond his own cultivation level, using all his spiritual energy, Tao, heart, will, and even his life force as fuel. Slaying an earth immortal while being at the foundation establishment stage was an act of defying heaven, violating the laws of the universe. Naturally, the price was devastating beyond measure. In that battle, fueled by his determination to protect, empowered by the faith of Qingyun Temple, and driven by the heaven-defying potential of his innate immortal slaying physique, he unleashed a sword strike that shook the heavens and earth. But after the sword fell, his entire being, essence, energy, and spirit, was utterly depleted. His meridians, unable to withstand the immense force, shattered inch by inch, and even his soul suffered a violent tremor. Had Xuanjizi not forcibly stabilized his heart meridian with his peak nascent soul cultivation at the last moment, and had the secret soul-protecting art of Qingyun Temple not shielded his spirit, Li Muhan would have already perished, his soul scattered beyond recovery. Xuanjizi sat beside the jade bed, his white hair disheveled. The injuries from his earlier battle with the heavenly court celestial officials had yet to heal, and a trace of blood still lingered at the corner of his mouth. He extended a withered hand, gently placing it on Li Muhan's wrist. A wisp of spiritual energy slowly probed into the disciple's body, exploring his condition. His clouded eyes were filled with pain and anxiety. After a moment, Xuanjizi withdrew his hand and let out a long, heavy sigh. That sigh was laden with helplessness and gravity, further deepening the already oppressive atmosphere in the chamber. "Master, how is junior brother?" Su Sijie stood nearby, her eyes red and swollen. The arm injured by the shockwave of the bomb during the battle still throbbed with pain, but she paid it no heed. Her gaze was fixed on Li Muhan on the jade bed, her voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. Usually boisterous and sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, she could no longer hold back. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to fall at any moment. Jean Zicken's face was grim, his usual playful grin completely vanished. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The medicinal power of the pills he had taken was slowly healing his own injuries, but the anxiety in his heart was 100 times more agonizing than the pain in his body. Master, you must save Junior Brother. He is the hope of Qinyan Temple, the hero who slew an Earth Immortal. He cannot die. Huang Yi remained silent, but his tightly furrowed brows and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. As a formation master, he had already set up several healing arrays. Yet when the spiritual energy from the arrays flowed into Li Muhan's body, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, having no effect whatsoever. This filled him with a profound sense of powerlessness. Zhang Xiaoyan, the youngest, was already sobbing uncontrollably. Her small frame trembled as she clutched the cold sound jade flute in her arms, weeping softly. Junior Brother. Please wake up. Xiaoyan won't snatch your pastries anymore. I won't pester you to practice swordplay with me. Among them only Sui Han appeared the calmest, yet her calmness was the most heartbreaking. Dressed in plain white robes, she stood on the opposite side of the jade bed. Her elegant cold features were expressionless, but her usually indifferent eyes now rippled with waves of sorrow and worry that engulfed her like a tidal wave. She had emerged from seclusion at the very moment Li Muhan turned the tide, slaying the immortal with a single sword strike. She witnessed with her own eyes the young man in blue robes, a mere mortal, reverse the fate and cut down an Earth Immortal. She also saw him collapse from exhaustion. In that moment the icy lake of her heart, sealed for years, was utterly shattered. She was the second senior sister of Qinyan Temple, a cultivator of extraordinary talent and profound cultivation, perceived by all as aloof, proud and unapproachable. Yet now, facing the unconscious Li Muhan, she could no longer maintain that semblance of detachment. Sui Han slowly stepped forward, extending her slender fair hand to gently brush through Li Muhan's disheveled hair. The icy coldness that met her fingertips sent a sharp pang through her heart. She did not speak, only turned to look at Xuanjizi, her gaze carrying a resolute inquiry. She knew that if her master sighed, there must be a way, but that way might be exceedingly difficult. Xuanjizi looked at the disciples gathered around the jade bed and spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and heavy. Qing Han's condition is extremely dire. Forcing a technique that surpasses nascent soul and even touches the realm of Earth Immortals while at the foundation establishment stage is itself an act of defying heaven. His meridians are shattered, his dantian is depleted, his soul is wounded, and his life force is fading. Ordinary spiritual medicines and healing formations are utterly powerless. Using 1,000 years of cultivation, I have locked his heart meridian and stabilized his soul with a secret soul-protecting art. This can only sustain his life for 7 days. Within these 7 days, if we cannot find a spiritual medicine that can repair his meridians, nourish his innate ice spiritual root and restore his life force, even if a golden immortal descended from heaven, it would be too late to save him. 7 days. Those 2 words struck like a thunderbolt, crashing heavily onto everyone's hearts. Su Sijia swayed, nearly falling as tears finally streamed down her face. 7 days. Only 7 days. Master, is there truly a spiritual medicine in this world that can save Junior Brother? We have countless precious medicines in Qinyan Temple's treasury. Is none of them usable? Jean Zichen hastily interjected, Master, I have countless top-grade healing pills, life-sustaining pills, meridian-stabilizing pills, soul-nourishing pills, all refined with my utmost effort. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were severely injured, these pills could save their life. Let Junior Brother take them immediately. As he spoke, he reached for his storage pouch, but Xuanjizi raised a hand to stop him. It's useless. Xuanjizi shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. Ordinary medicines can only heal wounds, they cannot repair his damaged innate ice spiritual root, nor can they reverse the loss of his life force. Qing Han's constitution is special. The innate immortal slaying physique and the supreme grade ice spiritual root are fused together. Ordinary medicines are not only useless, but due to the mismatch in spiritual energy attributes could worsen his injuries. Then, what spiritual medicine can save Junior Brother? Huang Yi asked in a deep voice. Master, just tell us the name. Even if we have to ascend to heaven or descend into the earth, scouring the 9 heavens and 10 lands, I will find it. Yes. We will ascend to heaven and descend into the earth to find the medicine. Even if we must make enemies of the heavenly court, even if we must defy the heavens and the earth, we will not retreat. The others chimed in unison, their voices firm and devoid of fear. Having just battled the heavenly court and slain an Earth Immortal, they had already placed life and death aside. To save Li Muhan they would dare to venture through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Xuanjizi looked at his disciples' resolute expressions and a warmth stirred in his heart. With disciples like these, how could the Tao of Qingyun not flourish? He took a deep breath and slowly uttered a name, a place that moved everyone to their core. The only thing that can save Qinghan is the nine-leaf ice lotus. Nine-leaf ice lotus. Sui Han frowned slightly, her clear voice ringing out. Is it the nine-leaf ice lotus that grows in the western desert's death secret realm within the ice soul forbidden land? She was well-read and knowledgeable about the world's wonders and rare treasures. She had encountered the name of the nine-leaf ice lotus in ancient texts, though the records were sparse and spoke of great peril. Xuanjizi nodded, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. That's correct. The nine-leaf ice lotus is the most frigid and pure spiritual plant between heaven and earth. It grows in places of extreme cold, absorbing the essence of 10,000-year-old ice and the spiritual energy of the world. Only when it has 9 leaves is it fully formed. Each leaf contains immense life force and pure ice-type spiritual energy. It can repair shattered meridians, nourish innate spiritual roots, stabilize a damaged soul, and reverse the loss of life force. It is the only spiritual medicine in the world that can save Qinghan. But the place where this nine-leaf ice lotus grows is perilous beyond measure, a path of 9 deaths and but a single chance of life. The Western Desert is one of the most desolate and dangerous regions in the world. Yellow sand fills the sky, the Gobi stretches for 1,000 miles, spiritual energy is scarce and the environment is harsh. Ordinary cultivators who step into it are swallowed by the sandstorms, their meridians damaged by the eerie winds. Even nascent soul cultivators dare not venture deep. The ice soul forbidden land is the taboo zone within the Western Desert, the core of the death secret realm. It is perpetually frozen there with a cold 100 or even 1,000 times more terrifying than the harshest winter on Zhongnan Mountain. The moment an ordinary cultivator steps inside, they are instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, their soul annihilated. Within the forbidden land there is not only extreme cold but also ancient beasts guarding the ice lotus, heaven and earth, killing formations and illusions that can drive one mad. For thousands of years countless cultivators have entered the Western Desert seeking the nine-leaf ice lotus, yet none have returned alive. The ice soul forbidden land has long become a burial ground for cultivators. The journey to the Western Desert is long, spanning 10,000 miles, fraught with dangers at every turn. Even just reaching the ice soul forbidden land safely is as difficult as ascending to heaven, let alone searching for the nine-leaf ice lotus. 7 days to travel 10,000 miles round trip and venture deep into the forbidden land to find the medicine, it is nearly an impossible task. Xuanjizi's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing most of the hope that had just kindled in their hearts. The Western Desert, the death secret realm, the ice soul forbidden land, ancient beasts, killing formations. Each word represented extreme danger and every obstacle was enough to claim their lives. 7 days to travel 10,000 miles round trip, venture into the forbidden land and find the millennium rare nine-leaf ice lotus, it was nothing short of a fool's dream. Then what do we do? Are we just going to watch, junior brother? Su Sijia sobbed, unable to continue. Jin Zichen clenched his fists, his eyes burning with defiance. Even if it's 9 deaths and 1 life, I will go. I am an alchemist, I know spiritual plants. I will go find the medicine. Your cultivation is insufficient. You can't even withstand the sandstorms of the Western Desert, let alone venture deep into the ice soul forbidden land, Huang Yi said gravely. I specialize in formations. I can break the arrays in the forbidden land. I am the most suitable. I'll go. I'll go. Everyone argued, each eager to take the risk and bring back a sliver of hope for Li Muhan. Amidst the heated debate a clear and resolute voice slowly rose, silencing all others. I will go. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Sui Han stood quietly before the jade bed, her gaze fixed on Li Muhan's pale face. There was no fear in her eyes, only unwavering determination. Dressed in plain white robes she stood tall and graceful like a lone plum blossom blooming in the dead of winter, cold yet resilient. Han Yu. Xuanjizi looked at his second disciple, his eyes filled with worry. Your cultivation has reached the early nascent soul stage, higher than the others, but the ice soul forbidden land is too dangerous. Even earth immortals dare not enter it lightly. This journey is far too perilous. A single misstep could mean your death in a foreign land. Sui Han slowly turned to face Xuanjizi, bowed respectfully and spoke with unwavering conviction. Master, this disciple knows the journey is fraught with danger, 9 deaths and but 1 chance of life. But at this moment I am the most suitable. Senior brother specializes in healing and alchemy. He must remain at the temple to maintain the healing formation and stabilize junior brother's life force. Third senior brother excels at formations and must repair the mountain protecting array of Qingyun Temple to guard against another heavenly court attack. Fourth senior sister is too impulsive and lacks the cultivation to face the dangers of the Forbidden Land. Little junior sister is too young to withstand the cold of the Western Desert. Only I cultivate an ice-type technique which aligns with the 9-leaf ice lotus attribute, allowing me to resist the extreme cold of the Ice Soul Forbidden Land. Moreover, my cultivation is sufficient, my movement is swift, and I am well versed in ancient texts enabling me to discern illusions and break formations. Junior brother risked his life to protect Qingyun and the mortal realm, defying heaven to slay an immortal. Now that his life hangs by a thread, how can I as his senior sister stand idly by? Once a disciple, always a sister. He wielded his sword to protect our path, so I will traverse the Western Desert to find the medicine and prolong his life. Within 7 days I will bring back the 9-leaf ice lotus. If I cannot, then I will share the fate of the Ice Soul Forbidden Land, to live or die together. Her final words were weighty and resolute, without a trace of hesitation or retreat. She gazed at the unconscious youth on the jade bed, and a flicker of tenderness appeared in her eyes, a tenderness that belonged solely to her, never revealed to anyone else. It was she who had found the unconscious Li Muhan in the wind and snow, and she who had personally taught him swordplay and passed on her sword techniques. She had watched him grow from an ignorant youth into a hero who defended Qingyun and defied immortals. In her heart, Li Muhan was no longer just an ordinary junior brother. He was the one she wished to protect, the only light in her cold world. Now that light was about to be extinguished. She would give everything, even her life, to make that light shine once more. Xuanjizi saw the determination in Su Yihan's eyes, the unconcealed will to protect, and sighed deeply. He knew his second disciple was cold on the outside but warm within. Once she made a decision, she would never change it. Moreover, in the current situation, Su Yihan was indeed the only one with a glimmer of hope. He was silent for a long time before finally nodding slowly, his eyes filled with reluctance and advice. Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you. But Yihan, you must remember, finding the medicine is important, but your life is equally precious. If the danger becomes too great, do not force it. Never gamble with your life. Rest assured, master. This disciple understands. Su Yihan nodded gently. Xuanjizi hesitated no longer. He took out an ancient storage ring from his bosom and handed it to Su Yihan. Inside this ring are the treasures I have collected throughout my life, a top-grade immortal artifact, the blazing river sword which can amplify fire-type techniques and ward off cold, secret formation-breaking talismans of Qingyun Temple that can break most killing formations in the world, invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, a soul-protecting jade healing pills, and a map of the Western Desert marking the approximate location of the Ice Soul Forbidden Land. Carry these treasures with you. At critical moments they may save your life. Thank you, master. Su Yihan accepted the storage ring and bowed in gratitude. Jin Zichen hurried forward and pressed a jade bottle into Su Yihan's hand. Second senior sister, these are my finest refined pills, supreme grade fasting pills, cold resistance pills, mind clarity pills, and 3 explosive pills that can instantly boost your cultivation. You must take them. They will come in handy at critical moments. Second senior sister, you must be careful. We will be waiting for you at Qingyun Temple. Su Sijie wiped away her tears, her voice choked with emotion. Leave junior brother to us. Focus on finding the medicine. We will guard Qingyun and junior brother until you return, Huang Yi said solemnly. Zhang Xiaoyun walked up to Su Yihan and gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, second senior sister, come back safe. Xiaoyun will wait for you here, waiting for you and junior brother to return together. Su Yihan looked at her fellow disciples, a warmth filling her heart. She nodded slightly. I understand. Take care. She cast one final glance at Li Muhan on the jade bed, her gaze tender yet resolute, as if speaking a silent promise. Qinghan, wait for me. Wait for me to return and wake you. Turning around, Su Yihan hesitated no longer. With a flicker of movement she transformed into a streak of cyan light shooting out of the chamber, soaring into the clouds and racing westward. Her plain white robes fluttered her figure, resolute without a single backward glance. The 10th sand-mile Western Desert with its countless perils could not stop her heart set on protecting her junior brother. A 7-day packed a life-or-death quest for medicine. With her nascent soul cultivation she embarked on a journey of 9 deaths and 1 life. The disciples of Qingyun Temple stood on the mountaintop gazing at the direction where Su Yihan had disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. Xuanjizi looked up at the sky and murmured softly, the will of heaven is inscrutable. May heaven bless Qingyun and may heaven bless my disciple. At this moment no one knew what perils Su Yihan would encounter, nor whether she could return with the life-saving 9-leaf ice lotus within 7 days. All they could do was wait guard and silently pray in their hearts. Pray that the aloof figure would return safely. Pray that the sleeping youth would receive the life-saving medicine. Pray that the Tao of Qingyan, the light of the mortal realm, would never be extinguished. And at that moment the western desert was already a maelstrom of yellow sand and howling wind, the sky and earth a murky yellow like the end of the world. The Gobi stretched for 10,000 miles, boundless and barren, with no grass, no living creatures, only endless sand and biting wind telling the tale of this region's desolation and danger. This was the western desert, a forbidden land for cultivators, a death trap for mortals, a place even immortals and gods were reluctant to tread. In the deepest part of the western desert, within the region known as the Death Secret Realm, the land was perpetually frozen with chilling cold surging skyward. A massive ice valley stood silently. At the valley's entrance eerie winds howled like the wails of ghosts, and 4 chilling sinister characters were carved into the ice stone exuding an aura of utter death: Ice Soul, Forbidden Land. Within the valley the 9-leaf ice lotus emitted a faint icy blue glow, blooming quietly in the extreme cold, awaiting the first destined one to reach it, and also ready to devour every creature that coveted it. Thus began a journey for medicine, a journey of life and death, of loyalty and love, of the future of Qingyan. Su Yihan's figure darted swiftly through the blinding sandstorm, her plain white robes whipped by the gale, yet nothing could impede her forward momentum. Her goal was singular: the western desert, the Ice Soul, Forbidden Land, the 9-leaf ice lotus. Her conviction was unwavering: to bring back the medicine at any cost and save Li Muhan. The blinding sand could not obscure her path, the bone-chilling cold could not pierce her Tao heart, the countless dangers could not halt her steps. For her junior brother she would travel 10,000 miles and brave the Forbidden Land. What did she care for life or death? For Qingyan she would hold fast to her original heart, defy fate and press forward without hesitation. The wind grew fiercer. The sand grew wilder. The path grew more treacherous. But Su Yihan's gaze grew only more resolute. Western desert, I have arrived. Ice Soul, Forbidden Land, I have come. The 9-leaf ice lotus, I shall claim it. Qinghan, wait for me. Wait for my return. As Su Yihan bid farewell to Qingyan Temple, the drifting clouds in the sky were light and sparse. She did not summon a dazzling celestial light, instead she restrained her fiery spiritual energy within her body, transforming it into a faint red streak that flew swiftly just beneath the clouds. The map her master Xuanjizi had given her lay quietly within her storage ring. The western desert lay at the westernmost edge of the 9 provinces continent, tens of thousands of miles away from Zhongnan Mountain. Even for an ordinary cultivator traveling at full speed the round trip would take half a month, but she only had 7 days. 1 day for travel, 1 day for the return, leaving only 5 days in between to find the 9-leaf ice lotus, while also facing the endless perils within the Ice Soul, Forbidden Ground. Every moment felt like it was burning away. The wind whistled past her ears as mountains and rivers receded rapidly beneath her feet. Traveling westward from Zhongnan Mountain she first passed over lush forests, then the Lus Plateau, where vegetation gradually thinned. The earth turned yellow and the air grew dry and scorching. After another day of flight only the boundless hazy yellow remained between heaven and earth. Gale-force winds whipped sand and gravel against her spiritual energy shield, crackling and popping. This was the western desert. As far as the eye could see yellow sand billowed and endless Gobi stretched out. The blazing sun hung in the sky, radiating waves of heat that could sear a person to the bone. Occasionally bleached animal bones, broken weapons and long-weathered remnants of shattered formations could be seen on the ground, silently narrating the peril of this forbidden land. Su Yihan descended her flying light and landed on a relatively high stone cliff. She took out the map from Xuanjizi. With a gentle touch of her fingertip infused with spiritual energy, the parchment unrolled by itself. On it the terrain and dangerous areas were marked in vermilion. At the deepest part a blackened region bore 3 alarming characters: Ice Soul, Forbidden Ground. 3,000 miles further west from here lies the periphery of the Death Secret Realm, Su Yihan murmured to herself, her clear cold eyes betraying not a single ripple. Within the secret realm spiritual energy is chaotic and illusions are rampant. I cannot fly at full speed. She put away the map and checked the treasures on her person. The Fan River sword was hidden within her dantian, ready to be summoned at any moment. At her waist hung 3 formation-breaking talismans, 5 teleportation talismans and 2 invisibility talismans. In her bosom were the top-grade pills Jin Zichen had given her, fasting pills, cold resistance pills and mind clarity pills, all complete. Most crucial was a soul-protecting jade which would automatically guard her if her spirit was attacked. Everything was ready. Su Yihan gently pushed off with her toes and her figure shot out once more. This time she did not fly high but skimmed close to the sand surface. The yellow sand was swept aside by the force, leaving a shallow trail that was soon swallowed by the wind and sand. The deeper she ventured into the secret realm the stranger the temperature became. By day it was scorching hot like a furnace, by night the cold wind bit to the bone. In the span of just half an hour the temperature plummeted by tens of degrees and a layer of white frost formed on the surface of the sand. The spiritual energy in the air grew thinner, replaced by a sinister bone-chilling aura. Inhaling it made her meridians tingle faintly. Sui-Han formed several hand seals circulating her fire-attributed cultivation technique to expel the cold energy from her body, her brow slightly furrowed. The spiritual energy here is sinister and anomalous. Truly this is no ordinary perilous ground. She quickened her pace and before nightfall finally arrived at the entrance of the Death's secret realm. The entrance was shrouded in a thick grey mist that churned and rolled, obscuring the view within. At the edge of the mist stood several dilapidated stone tablets inscribed with ancient script. The characters were blurred, but she could vaguely make out warnings like, "Strangers keep out," and "No return." Ordinary cultivators would have fled in terror at such a sight, but Sui-Han didn't even pause. She stepped straight into the mist. The moment she entered the secret realm, the scene before her eyes abruptly transformed. The yellow sand and gobi vanished, replaced by a dim, desolate wasteland. The ground was covered in cracked fissures and the air was thick with a heavy death aura. The sky was a suffocating dark purple with no sun, moon or stars to be seen. The silence was terrifying. Even the sound of the wind had disappeared. Only the echo of her own footsteps resounded across the empty wilderness, making it all the more eerie. This was an illusion. Sui-Han knew it in her heart. In her early years of cultivation she had mastered the cultivation of the spirit and mind. Ordinary illusions could not trap her. Closing her eyes she spread her divine sense and formed a thin barrier of ice-attributed spiritual energy around her body, blocking the illusion's interference. When she opened her eyes again they were clear and bright. The false wasteland before her gradually faded, revealing the secret realm's true form. It was still a gobi, but far more desolate than the outside. Countless cultivators' skeletons lay scattered on the ground. Some had already weathered away, crumbling at the slightest touch, while others still retained their death throes, their clothes not yet completely decayed, indicating they were no weaklings in life. These were cultivators who over thousands of years had attempted to enter the ice-soul forbidden ground to seek treasures. Not one had survived. Sui-Han's gaze was calm as she walked through the skeletons, showing no trace of fear. She followed the route marked on the map. Along the way she encountered several minor formations, mere maze or killing formations of a basic level. With her knowledge she could easily dismantle them. Just as she was passing through a pile of rubble she suddenly stopped. Within her divine sense she detected the auras of several humans. Someone else. Were there other cultivators in this secret realm? Sui-Han's figure flickered as she concealed herself behind a large black rock, suppressing her aura completely, and observed quietly. After a moment several figures emerged from around a corner ahead. There were 5 of them in total. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a green Taoist robe with a square honest face and a long sword at his waist. His cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment and his aura was steady, clearly marking him as the team's leader. Behind him followed 2 men and a woman, all in their 20s, with cultivations ranging from mid to late foundation establishment. Bringing up the rear was an old man with white hair, the weakest of the group at the early foundation establishment stage. He leaned on a staff and carried a medicine basket on his back, suggesting he was the team's alchemist or spiritual herbalist. The 5 of them moved cautiously, holding magical artifacts, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Their expressions were tense and uneasy. "Captain, this secret realm is terrifying. There are bones everywhere. Can we really find the ice soul grass?" one of the younger cultivators dressed in blue asked in a low, trembling voice. The middle-aged leader replied in a deep voice, "Ice soul grass is the main ingredient for refining ice-attributed pills. It's priceless on the market. If we can gather just a few stalks this trip won't be in vain. This is the periphery of the secret realm, still relatively safe. The truly dangerous place is the ice soul forbidden ground deeper in. We absolutely must not enter there unless it's absolutely necessary." "But I thought I sensed the aura of a cultivator just now," the only female cultivator said, frowning slightly. "Could it be bandits? Killing for treasures is all too common in this secret realm. Everyone stay alert. Grip your artifacts tightly. Form a battle formation immediately if danger arises," the middle-aged man ordered in a low voice. The 5 instantly halted, assuming a defensive posture, their nerves taut. Sui-Han, observing from behind the black rock, saw everything clearly. These 5 were not disciples of any major power. Judging by their attire they were likely a local loose cultivator team from the western desert risking the secret realm for spiritual herbs. Their cultivations were low but their courage was considerable. She had no desire to stir up trouble, she only wanted to cross the secret realm quickly and head for the Ice Soul Forbidden Ground. But on second thought, these 5 active in the western desert year-round would surely know the terrain better than she did. Rather than fumbling around on her own, it might be better to travel with them temporarily. It would save time and help her avoid unnecessary dangers. With that thought, Suihan ceased her concealment. With a slight movement she stepped out from behind the black rock. She wore a simple light green dress. Her bearing was cool and aloof, her features exquisitely beautiful. She emitted no killing intent yet carried an air of detachment. The sudden appearance of her figure startled the 5. Who goes there? Watch out. The middle-aged man immediately drew his sword, pointing it directly at Suihan. The other 4 also raised their artifacts, their spiritual energy surging as if facing a great enemy. Who are you and why were you hiding in the shadows spying on us? The middle-aged leader demanded in a deep voice, his eyes scrutinizing Suihan warily. He could not discern this woman's cultivation level. She seemed unremarkable, yet the aura she inadvertently exuded was not something an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator could possess. Suihan stopped, standing about 10 zhang away from them. Her voice was clear and calm, devoid of any emotion. I am merely passing through. I am not your enemy, nor do I intend to be. Passing through, the blue-robed cultivator sneered. This death secret realm is desolate and perilous. Who would just happen to be passing through? You were clearly waiting for us to tire so you could kill us and take our treasures. I have no interest in your belongings, Suihan said indifferently, her gaze sweeping over the 5. I am heading to the Ice Soul Forbidden Ground. You have walked this secret realm for years. Do you know the way? Ice Soul Forbidden Ground. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the faces of all 5 changed. You want to go to the Ice Soul Forbidden Ground? The middle-aged leader exclaimed, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Miss, do you know what that place is? It is the land of death at the deepest part of the secret realm. No one who has entered has ever come out alive. Going there alone is suicide. Suicide or not, I must go, Suihan said, her tone resolute. I only ask you, do you know the route? The white-haired elder leaning on his staff stepped forward. He looked Suihan up and down before speaking hesitantly. Miss, we have only read about the Ice Soul Forbidden Ground in ancient texts. We have never dared to approach it. However, from here going deeper you must pass through the soul-severing valley and the ice-sealed forest to reach the periphery of the Ice Soul Forbidden Ground. But those 2 places are incredibly dangerous. Even our entire team would not dare to step into them lightly. Soul-severing valley, ice-sealed forest. Suihan silently memorized the names. In that case, I will travel with you for a stretch. I will leave on my own when we reach the outskirts of the soul-severing valley. If we encounter danger along the way, I can offer my assistance in exchange for you guiding me. The middle-aged leader hesitated. He did not know this woman's background, and traveling with her carried great risk. But judging by her demeanor, she was clearly no ordinary cultivator. If they could gain her help, gathering the ice soul grass would be much safer. Weighing the pros and cons, the middle-aged leader slowly sheathed his sword and clasped his hands in a salute. I am Zhao Hu, the captain of this team. Since you mean us no harm and are willing to help, we shall travel together for a while. But let me be clear, this secret realm is fraught with danger. If we encounter a threat we cannot withstand, we can only look after ourselves. Agreed, Suihan said with a slight nod. Seeing their captain agree, the other 4 had nothing more to say, though their eyes remained wary as they looked at Suihan. Zhao Hu studied Suihan once more, his heart still filled with doubt. This woman was too strange. Young, with a cool temperament and unfathomable cultivation, and intent on venturing alone into a death trap like the Ice Soul Forbidden Ground. Was she supremely confident or simply reckless? He dared not ask further and simply waved his hand. Let's move out. Everyone stay alert. The team set off again, but this time Suihan was with them. Zhao Hu deliberately placed her in the middle of the group, both to protect and to monitor her. Suihan paid it no mind. She simply followed along silently, her divine sense constantly expanded, vigilant of the surroundings. As they traveled, Zhao Hu and the others gradually let down some of their guard. They discovered that although this cool woman spoke little, she was extremely reliable. When they encountered a bloodthirsty scorpion hidden beneath the sand, before they could even act, Suihan merely flicked her finger and a fireball shot forth, instantly incinerating the jet-black venomous creature. When they came upon a mind-confusing flower that nearly trapped them in an illusion, Suihan's fingertip flashed with fire-spreading heat that instantly evaporated the flower's fragrance and woke them. When they were trapped by a small quicksand formation, helpless and panicked, Suihan casually cast a few hand seals, using her fire-attributed spiritual energy to burn the sand, evaporating the moisture and carving out a path. Her several interventions executed with effortless grace fully displayed her power. Zhao Hu and the others were inwardly stunned. They finally understood that this woman was not someone they could casually fathom. Her cultivation was at least at the great circle of foundation establishment, perhaps even touching upon the golden core stage. A figure like this would not bother to steal from them. Even killing them all would be a trivial matter. Their earlier wariness instantly transformed into awe. "Thank you for saving us, miss," Zhao Hu said, respectfully clasping his hands, his tone completely devoid of its earlier suspicion. The other four also bowed deeply. "Thank you, miss." Sui Han merely nodded faintly. It was on the way. The white-haired elder stepped forward, a kind smile on his face. "Miss, this old man is Sun Baicao, an herbalist. Judging by your manner, you seem quite familiar with ice-attributed spiritual plants. Are you also here for the secret realm's herbs?" "What I seek is not the ice soul grass," Sui Han said lightly. The voice declared, "I want to find the 9-leaf ice lotus." 9-leaf ice lotus. Sun Baicao's expression changed drastically, nearly stumbling over, while Zhao Hu and the others were also shaken, their faces filled with horror. 9-leaf ice lotus. Sun Baicao's voice trembled. "Miss, that is a legendary spiritual plant. It only grows in the most central area of the ice soul abyss, said to be guarded by ancient ferocious beasts. Not to mention harvesting it, even approaching within 1,000 miles, would freeze one into an ice sculpture due to the biting cold. For hundreds of years no one has ever seen the true form of the 9-leaf ice lotus." "I know," Sui Han replied calmly, "but I must find it." Her tone was steady yet carried an undeniable determination. Zhao Hu took a deep breath, looking at Sui Han with admiration. "Miss, are you willing to risk your life for the 9-leaf ice lotus? The ice soul abyss is truly a place of no return. Even a transformation realm cultivator entering might not survive. I have a reason I must return." Sui Han looked up at the dark purple sky, a trace of gentleness flashing in her eyes, quickly vanishing. "Someone is waiting for me. Someone is waiting for me." Such simple 5 words rendered Zhao Hu and the others silent. They were all loose cultivators, having tasted the hardships of life, struggling for survival, yet at this moment they felt from this cool woman something more important than life itself. That was loyalty. It was concern. It was an obsession that compelled one to traverse thousands of miles of peril just to keep an appointment. Zhao Hu clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Miss, since you have made up your mind, we will not persuade you further. Ahead lies the soul-severing valley filled with miasma and poisonous beasts. It is the only path to the depths of the secret realm. We will accompany you through the soul-severing valley and part ways outside the frozen forest." "Captain." The blue-clad cultivator urged, "The frozen forest is already close to the ice soul abyss, it's too dangerous." "Shut up." Zhao Hu scolded, turning to Sui Han. "Miss, you have saved our lives multiple times, we cannot be ungrateful. Even if we can't be of much help, we cannot let you face the danger alone." Sui Han looked at Zhao Hu, her cold eyes reflecting a hint of fluctuation for the first time. She had thought that within the secret realm there was only slaughter and plunder. She did not expect these ordinary loose cultivators to have such loyalty. "There's no need." Sui Han gently shook her head. "You only need to take me to the mouth of the soul-severing valley, I will walk the rest of the way myself. You lack the cultivation to survive inside and will only lose your lives." "But I have made up my mind." Seeing Sui Han's resolute attitude, Zhao Hu no longer insisted, only nodding. "All right, we will follow your arrangements." The group continued forward, the atmosphere much more harmonious than before. Elder Sun Baichao explained the dangers of the secret realm to Sui Han along the way. "Miss, the most terrifying thing in the soul-severing valley is not the poisonous beasts but the soul-devouring miasma that can consume a cultivator's spiritual power. Even with a protective shield it won't last long. To pass through the soul-severing valley one must find the tranquil heart grass at the valley's entrance, chew it and hold it in the mouth to resist the miasma's corrosion." Sui Han silently noted. "Tranquil heart grass, I understand." Half an hour later a massive gorge appeared ahead. On both sides of the gorge stood towering cliffs, the rock walls black and smooth, devoid of any vegetation. A gray-black mist enveloped the valley entrance, swirling and emitting a nauseating stench. If this was the soul-devouring miasma. Is this the soul-severing valley? Everyone be careful, first look for tranquil heart grass. Zhao Hu quietly commanded. The group dispersed to search the vicinity of the valley entrance. The tranquil heart grass is entirely emerald green with 3 white stripes on the leaves, making it easily recognizable. Before long the group found a dozen or so plants, each person receiving 2. They chewed the grass and held it in their mouths. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout their bodies, calming their previously restless spiritual power. "We can enter the valley now," Zhao Hu said. Sui Han stepped into the valley first. Upon entering the soul-severing valley, darkness enveloped them, the gray-black miasma surrounding the group obstructing their vision to only a few zhang ahead. The soul-devouring miasma in the air continuously impacted their spiritual power shield, which visibly thinned at an alarming rate, their spiritual energy depleting rapidly. "Pick up the pace, let's get through the gorge quickly," Zhao Hu shouted in a deep voice. The group quickened their pace, moving swiftly through the gorge. Su Yihan led the way, the burning river sword quietly gripped in her hand, the fire-type spiritual power fully activated, creating a wall of heat in front of her to block the miasma. With her leading the way, the group's spiritual power consumption was greatly reduced and their admiration for Su Yihan increased further. Just as they reached the middle of the gorge, suddenly, roar! A furious beast roar resonated from deep within the gorge. The roar shook the rock walls, causing debris to tumble down as the miasma churned violently. "Not good, it's a crimson-eyed poison wolf." Sun Baiko's complexion changed drastically. This kind of wolf lives in packs and its teeth contain potent poison. A single bite guarantees death. No sooner had he spoken than countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up from within the miasma. They were dense as far as the eye could see. At least 100 crimson-eyed poison wolves blocked both the retreat and advance of the entire gorge. These poison wolves were large in size, their bodies entirely black with fur as hard as iron, fangs bared, drooling corrosively, the ground sizzling beneath them, their crimson eyes filled with bloodlust and brutality, intently staring at the group as if they were a delectable feast. "Form a formation. Quickly form a formation," Zhao Hu shouted with a pale face. The four quickly took their positions, summoning their respective magical artifacts to create a small defensive formation protecting Sun Baichao in the center. But facing over 100 beast-level crimson-eyed poison wolves, their formation was as fragile as paper. "It's over. We're dead this time," the blue-clad cultivator whispered helplessly. "We should never have come here." The female cultivator trembled, her face as pale as paper. One crimson-eyed poison wolf howled skyward, leaping forward, its fangs shimmering with a ghostly green light, aiming straight for Su Yihan. Su Yihan's expression was icy, showing no signs of panic. With a flick of her wrist, the burning river sword was drawn and a blinding firelight shot forth. With a soft sound, the attacking crimson-eyed poison wolf was ignited before it could even let out a cry of agony, turning into a pile of bones that crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into countless bone dust that danced in the wind. With a single move, she had obliterated one poison wolf. The remaining wolves were momentarily stunned, then utterly enraged, howling like a tide as they charged madly at the group. "Miss, be careful," Zhao Hu shouted, swinging his sword toward a poison wolf. Su Yihan's eyes flashed with cold light as she no longer held back. She leapt into the air, standing mid-flight, and swung the burning river sword down. Qing Yun's sword technique, flowing fire, surging phoenix. Boom! An extreme heat erupted from her body, sweeping through the entire gorge like a tsunami. The ground melted instantly, the rock walls cracked inch by inch, and the gray-black miasma twisted in the heat, rising upwards. The rushing crimson-eyed poison wolves were ignited at a visible speed, one after another, and in an instant dozens of wolves turned into bone dust. The remaining wolves were terrified and attempted to flee but could not escape the frozen territory. In just a short moment, the entire soul-severing valley transformed into a world of ice and snow. All the 100 crimson-eyed poison wolves were frozen in the gorge, motionless. The crisis was instantly averted. Zhao Hu and the others stood in place, dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. With a single sword. Just a single sword. She annihilated over 100 poison wolves and froze the entire gorge. This level of power was simply terrifying. A nascent soul cultivator. Sun Baichao stammered, finally confirming Su Yihan's cultivation level. Only a nascent soul cultivator could possess such terrifying strength. Su Yihan sheathed her sword, the cold air slowly receding around her, looking at the others. "Let's go, the valley is already safe." Only then did the group come to their senses and hurriedly follow Su Yihan's lead, filled with reverence. After passing through the soul-severing valley, the scene ahead shifted once more. The heat vanished, replaced by chilling air. An endless expanse of an ice forest appeared before them. The trees were entirely forged of ice, their branches sharp as blades, the ground covered with thick solid ice, the cold air soaring into the sky. The temperature in the air had dropped to an extreme level. If a Foundation establishment cultivator did not operate their spiritual power, they would be frozen stiff in no time. This is the frozen forest. It is also the periphery of the ice soul abyss. Miss, ahead is the frozen forest, and beyond that is the ice soul abyss. Zhao Hu halted, cupping his fists. "We can only take you this far." Su Yihan nodded, looking at the five. "Thank you all for guiding me today, I will remember this kindness." As she spoke she took out 3 medium-grade spirit stones from her storage ring and handed them to Zhao, who take these spirit stones as a token of gratitude. No miss, we cannot accept. Zhao Hu hurriedly declined. We have already received your kindness multiple times, how can we accept anything further? If I say to accept them, then accept them. Su Yihan's tone was calm yet brooked no refusal. After leaving the secret realm, hurry home and do not take any more risks. Yes, we will remember. Zhao Hu respectfully accepted the spirit stones, bowing once more. Miss, you must take care. We will wait for you outside the secret realm for 3 days, if you do not come out by then. We will leave. All right. Su Yihan said no more, turning to walk deeper into the frozen forest. Her white garment fluttered her figure, resolute, stepping step by step into the boundless ice forest. Zhao Hu and the others stood outside the forest gazing at her silhouette, speechless for a long time. I hope the miss can safely find the 9-leaf ice lotus and return alive. Sun Baichao quietly prayed. She definitely will. Zhao Hu clenched his fists. The miss is so powerful, she will surely turn danger into safety. Inside the frozen forest the cold pierced to the bone. Each step on the ice made a crisp sound. The surroundings were eerily silent, only the cold wind whispered through the ice branches, resembling ghostly whispers. Su Yihan's divine sense was fully extended, alert to the movements around her. The deeper she ventured into the forest, the heavier the cold became, the taller the ice trees grew, thick ice spikes crystallizing on the branches sharp as knives. The mere touch would leave one injured. The forest also concealed ice-type illusions. If one's will was not strong, they would become trapped in the illusions, forever lost, ultimately frozen into ice sculptures by the cold. Su Yihan's heart was as calm as still water. Fire-type techniques fully activated, a faint layer of fire armor enveloping her body, resisting the cold's invasion. She swiftly traversed the ice forest along the marked route on the map. Along the way she saw numerous frozen skeletons of cultivators, some maintaining a running posture, others with swords raised, their faces still etched with fear and despair, evidently lost in the illusions ultimately sealed in ice. Su Yihan's gaze was steady as she passed through the bones without pausing. In her heart there was only one thought: I must find the 9-leaf ice lotus and return to save Li Muhan. Cold and clear, wait for me a little longer. Soon she reached the end of the frozen forest. Ahead a massive ice gorge loomed, cold winds howling, the chill far more intense than the frozen forest, with 4 giant ice characters carved into the gorge walls, Ice Soul Abyss. Finally here. Su Yihan felt a slight relaxation in her heart, but she quickly heightened her vigilance. The most dangerous place had arrived. She took a deep breath and was about to step into the Ice Soul Abyss when suddenly, roar. A thunderous roar of a furious beast erupted from deep within the Ice Soul Abyss. The roar was filled with rage and ferocity, causing the entire ice gorge to tremble violently, ice chunks falling from the walls and the ground shaking violently. Immediately after, countless beast roars followed one after another. Roar! 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 The roars echoed, growing closer and increasingly frantic. Su Yihan's expression suddenly changed. This was not a single beast, but rather countless beasts. She abruptly raised her head, looking deep into the Ice Soul Abyss. Under the dim sky countless shadows rushed out from the abyss, dense and overwhelming like a tide sweeping toward the frozen forest. A beast tide. The real secret realm beast tide. Leading them was a towering ice-armored giant bear, its body covered in thick ice armor, fangs bared, eyes glowing red, its cultivation reaching the level of a beast general, comparable to the strongest power below the golden core. Behind it were ice-patterned tigers, ice-splitting leopards, cold ice pythons, snow-feathered eagles. Various ice-type beasts, countless in number, each exuding a violent aura, their eyes filled with bloodlust and madness, as if they intended to tear apart all living beings before them. Su Yihan stood at the edge of the frozen forest, the burning river sword in hand, her cold eyes revealing a hint of gravity for the first time. Before her was an endless tide of beasts. She was in the Ice Soul Abyss. Behind her she stood all alone. In the heavens and the earth only the furious roars of beasts and the howling cold wind remained. Su Yihan delicately pinched a pale green pill between her fingertips. It dissolved instantly upon touching her tongue, transforming into a faint cool stream that descended straight into her dantian. This was the concealing breath pill, a secret formula of Qingyun Temple refined from 3 spiritual ingredients: nethergrass, veiled spirit flower and cold pool rock honey. It could suppress a cultivator's spiritual energy, aura and soul fluctuations deep into the marrow, making it difficult even for a golden core cultivator's divine sense to easily detect. As the pill's power coursed through her meridians and limbs, she deliberately activated her cultivation method, completely concealing the faint red fire attribute spiritual light that perpetually clung to her. Her plain dress merged with the gloom of the frozen forest, making her seem like a silent frozen piece of withered wood. Even her breathing became shallow, synchronizing with the biting wind around her. She dared not waste a moment. With a light tap of her toes on the icy ground, her form became a wisp of smoke swiftly darting through the gaps between the frozen trees. The ground of the frozen forest was covered in profound ice, millennia old, hard as iron yet brittle as paper. The slightest pressure would cause it to crack and shatter audibly. Sui-Han pushed her movement technique to its absolute limit. The unique lightness skill of Qinyan Temple traceless step on snow was executed flawlessly beneath her feet. Each landing was a mere tiptoe touch, as light as a drifting feather. The hem of her plain dress didn't stir the slightest breeze. She moved like a silent falling leaf, stealthily navigating the edge of a thundering stampede of beasts. The roars of the beast tide shook the icy branches overhead, causing them to fall with a clatter. Large chunks of frozen ice crashed to the ground with a dull, heavy thunder. The roar of the ice armor giant bear rolled out from the depths of the forbidden zone. It was the oppressive aura of a demon general, rivaling the peak combat power just below the golden core realm of human cultivators. Wherever the sound waves passed, even the air rippled in layers. Countless ice attribute beasts shattered the ice layers. The dark surging horde swept in like a tsunami, threatening to completely engulf the entire frozen forest. Ice-patterned tigers, their bodies covered in pale blue patterns and hides as tough as dark iron, leaped with muscles bulging and claws tearing through the biting wind, covering several zhang in a single bound. Frost pythons thick as water vats and gleaming white coiled around frozen trees, their forked tongues spewing a chill that could freeze meridians solid, their tails snapping trees with a crack. Snow feather vultures' wings spanning several zhang cast shadows that darkened the violet sky, their iron-like beaks sharp as blades, claws glowing with a ghostly blue poison circling overhead, ready to dive and tear apart any living thing. Every single beast exuded a murderous ferocity. Wherever the tide passed, not a blade of grass remained, and all life was extinguished. The slightest leak of one's aura would result in being torn to shreds in an instant, leaving not even bones behind. Sui-Han held her breath and focused her mind. Her divine sense spread out like a fine spiderweb, sweeping inch by inch over the beast horde ahead, precisely avoiding the perception range of the ice armor giant bear as she wove a twisting path through the gaps between the beasts. The cultivation of her divine sense far surpassed her spiritual energy realm, having reached the late nascent soul stage. It was exquisitely detailed, even the movement of a small ice mouse could not escape her detection. At this moment all her focus was on stealth. Her ears heard not the furious roars, her eyes saw not the grotesque beasts. Only one thought occupied her mind: get through. As long as she crossed this beast tide, she could reach the heart of the ice soul forbidden zone, find the 9-leaf ice lotus, and return to save Li Muhan. Qing-Han, wait a little longer for me. It's almost there. She had already traversed more than half the distance. The massive form of the ice armor giant bear was just a few zhang ahead. This demon general level bear was several zhang tall, its body covered in half a foot thick ice armor. The patterns on the armor were clear, reflecting the dim light. From its mouth and nose it exhaled bone-chilling white mist. Each step it took made the entire frozen forest tremble, sending fine cracks spreading across the icy ground. If she could just circle around this giant bear, the edge of the Forbidden Zone's core would be ahead, and the ice lotus platform where the 9-leaf ice lotus grew would be in sight. The faint spiritual energy of that legendary treasure, even blocked by layers of frigid air, was still keenly captured by her. Victory was within reach. But just as her form was about to glide past the giant bear's flank, crack! A minuscule sound of ice fracturing came from beneath her feet. Sui-Han's pupils sharply contracted. Her heart cried out, not good. It wasn't the loud crack of a beast breaking the ice, but merely the tip of her foot accidentally stepping on a patch of thin ice loosened by the tide. The brittle sound was insignificant amidst the furious roars, like a speck of dust falling, yet it was keenly caught by the ice armor giant bear. A beast's senses are far superior to a human's. This ice armor giant bear had guarded the ice soul forbidden zone for countless years and was incredibly sensitive to the aura of intruders. The giant bear abruptly stopped. Its fierce crimson eyes swiveled towards her hiding place. From its nose came a low, dangerous snort. Roar! The next moment a furious roar shot up to the sky. The beast tide instantly froze. The surging horde of beasts all halted simultaneously. Countless vicious gazes locked onto that figure in the plain dress. Exposed. Sui-Han's eyes darkened. She ceased her concealment. She violently shook her dantian, forcibly dispersing the concealing breath pill's effect. The long-suppressed spiritual energy within her erupted. A torrent of fire attribute chi exploded like a volcanic eruption, surging through her body. Pale red flames instantly rose from her skin, forming a blazing fiery armor. Within the sea of chi in her dantian, the Fen sword hummed and rang. Its clear cry resonated as it automatically unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light and landing in her palm. The sword body was scorching hot, wreathed in flames. This was one of Qingyun Temple's guardian spirit swords, Fen. Looking for death. Her clear cold voice exploded amidst the beast tide, devoid of any intention to retreat. Since she couldn't hide, she would fight her way through. The ice armor giant bear was the first to charge in fury. Its limbs pushed off the ground, shattering the ice. Its massive body lunged with overwhelming force, its thick paw swinging down towards Su Yihan's head with devastating power. Where the bear paw passed, the very air froze into ice, forming a white vapor wave. The force of that single strike was enough to instantly crush a Foundation establishment cultivator into pulp. Even a golden core cultivator would not dare to take it heedin. Instead of retreating, Su Yihan advanced. The Fen sword blazed with flowing fire as she executed the Qingyun sword art to its peak. Qingyun sword art, flowing fire startles the swan. A single horizontal slash. The firelight tore through the dim frozen forest. The flames shot forth like a rainbow, piercing the sun, cleaving straight at the giant bear's head. Clang! The firelight struck the ice armor, erupting in dazzling sparks. The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out in all directions. A fine crack appeared in the solid ice on the bear's body, but it was not slain by the sword strike. Instead, it was thoroughly enraged, roaring and lunging again. Its paws swept horizontally, sealing off all her escape routes. The surrounding beasts had already swarmed in. An ice-patterned tiger leaped into the air, its claws gleaming with cold light, aiming for her crown. A cracked ice panther struck from the side, its form like a ghost, fangs glinting with a baleful light as it bit at her wrist. A frost python's body lashed out like a whip, its forked tongue spewing venomous freezing mist that froze the air in its path. A snow feather vulture dove from the sky, its iron beak like a dagger aiming for her heart, its wings fanning a bone-piercing gale. Killing blows came from all directions. An airtight, desperate siege. Su Yihan's wrist spun rapidly. The Fen sword danced into a sea of fire, a myriad of sword shadows guarding all her vital points. She frantically poured fire attribute chi into the sword. With every slash, flames erupted. The scorching heat clashed with the chilling aura of the ice beasts, producing a sizzling sound and billowing white steam. The ice-patterned tiger's claws were scorched by the flames, howling in pain as it retreated in panic. The cracked ice panther was caught by the sword's wind, its body sent flying, leaving a long scorch mark on the ice as its fur burned. The frost python was struck at its vital spot, its massive body convulsing violently before being instantly consumed by flames, dissolving into a pool of icy water. But the beast tide was simply too numerous. For every one she killed, 10 more pounced. For every 10 she slew, 100 filled the gap. The beasts came wave after wave, fearless of death. Their icy killing intent and bone-chilling aura pressed in layer upon layer, surrounding her tightly in the center, leaving no gaps. Su Yihan stood alone amidst 10,000 beasts. Her plain dress rustled loudly in the cold wind and bestial aura. Her flame chi was continuously consumed by the endless cold. The fiery armor on her body gradually dimmed, its color shifting from deep red to pale. She thrust her sword through the throat of an ice-patterned tiger, the flames instantly reducing it to ashes. But behind her a frost python seized the opportunity to coil around her. Its icy body was like an iron chain strangling her sword arm. Its scales dug into her flesh and its venomous freezing chi invaded her meridians, madly numbing her forearm and stalling her chi circulation. That was the moment of vulnerability. The ice armor giant bear seized the opportunity. Its massive body charged and slammed into her, its paw landing with 1,000 June force heavily upon her sword-wielding wrist. Crack. The sound of bone breaking was clear, piercingly sharp amidst the clamor of battle. Ngich, Su Yihan grunted in pain. A sharp agony shot through her wrist. Her fingers could no longer hold the hilt. The Fen sword slipped from her grasp. It transformed into a streak of fire but was swatted away by the giant bear's claw, embedding itself deep into a distant ice wall. The sword's fiery light instantly dimmed, wrapped in layers of cold, and fell completely silent. Her weapon was taken. In an instant a lethal crisis swept over her entire being. Without the Fen sword she had lost her sharpest tool for attack and defense. The surrounding beasts were already upon her. The ice-armored giant bear raised its paw again, filled with murderous intent, ready to crush her into meat paste. Miss. From the distant entrance of the frozen forest, Zhao Hu and his 4 companions saw this scene. Their faces turned pale as they cried out in shock. They wanted to rush in and help, but facing such a terrifying tide of beasts, their meager cultivation was not even enough to fill the beast's teeth. They could only watch helplessly as the figure in the plain dress was trapped in a desperate situation. Their hearts burned with anxiety, yet they were powerless. Sun Baichao covered his mouth, tears streaming down his aged face. His body trembled. Miss. You absolutely cannot fall. We are all waiting for you to come out safely. Zhao Hu gripped his longsword, his knuckles white, but he could only forcefully hold back the team members who wanted to charge in. He said hoarsely, if we go up we're just going to die. We won't help the miss at all. Believe in the miss, she will surely turn danger into safety. Inside the frozen forest. Su Yihan's wrist hung limp. Blood dripped from her fingertips, landing on the ice and instantly freezing into red crystals, gorgeous and tragic. The roars of the beasts exploded in her ears. The cold pierced her bones. The sharp pain racked her heart. The shadow of death enveloped her as if she would be torn to shreds in the next moment. But in her eyes there was no trace of fear. Only surging battle intent. Without a weapon she would fight with her bare hands. Without a sword she would use her spiritual energy as a blade. She suddenly lifted her head. In her clear cold eyes a blazing fire ignited, the fire of unyielding will, the light of a burning obsession. It was the pride of one who for the person in her heart would never bow her head even surrounded by 10,000 beasts. Trying to stop me? You are not worthy. A clear cry rang through the frozen forest. Su Yihan raised her left hand abruptly, fingers spread wide. The remaining spiritual energy in her dantian erupted without reservation. Fire and ice, two streams of qi, furiously intertwined in her palm. Having cultivated in the frigid environment of Qingyun Temple since childhood, she was a dual fire and ice spiritual root cultivator and had considerable proficiency in controlling the world's cold energy. Using her soul as a guide and her will as a principle, she no longer suppressed or restrained these two opposing attributes. Instead she frantically condensed, wove and shaped them. The spiritual energy transformed into threads. The threads coiled into a staff. The staff's head condensed into a spear tip. The spear body was etched with fire patterns and ice ridges. In just an instant a long spear flowing with iridescent light appeared in her left hand. The spear was 1 zhang and 2 qi long. Its body was a blend of pale red and crystalline white. The fire patterns were searing hot, the ice ridges razor sharp. The spear tip gleamed with a cold light pointing straight at the sky. The spear's tail surged with spiritual energy as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. On the spear's body spiritual energy flowed without cease. There was a faint sound of phoenix cries and dragon roars. Though seemingly woven from spiritual energy, it was harder and more domineering than any divine weapon in the world. There were no complex incantations, no superfluous movements. She stood with the spear alone amidst the siege of 10,000 beasts. Her plain dress fluttered, her long hair flew in the wind. Her aura surged, shooting straight into the clouds. Her previously dim presence instantly peaked. The oppressive might of a nascent soul cultivator radiated without reserve, pressing down on the surrounding beasts, forcing them to halt, their eyes filled with instinctive fear. That spear of spiritual energy in her hand seemed to come alive. This thrust had no name, yet it carried all her obsession, all her cultivation, all her unwillingness and all her will to protect. For Li Muhan. For the 9-leaf ice lotus. To step out of this ice soul forbidden zone. To return alive. Just as she was about to charge with the spear, chirp. A clear pleasant bird call came from the storage pouch at her waist. A small figure shot out, transforming into a streak of crimson light, and hovered by her shoulder. It was a spirit bird no larger than a palm. Its feathers were like burning flames. Its tail feathers were long, their tips shimmering with gold. Its beak was like red jade, its eyes like glass. This was Su Yihan's spirit pet, raised since childhood, the crimson flame sparrow. This bird was born beside a volcanic crater in a secret realm. It was a natural master of fire attribute qi, highly intelligent, capable of warning of danger and spitting true fire. It was also Su Yihan's life and death companion. Throughout the journey westward the crimson flame sparrow had been sleeping in the storage pouch to recuperate. Now, sensing its master's dire peril, it immediately awoke and stepped forward. Xiao Li. Su Yihan's heart warmed. Her voice was slightly hoarse. You've come to help me too. Chirp. The crimson flame sparrow raised its head high and chirped. From its tiny body erupted a violent surge of spiritual energy that was completely disproportionate to its size. The flames around it exploded, turning it into a blazing fireball hovering before Su Yihan like a small sun, dispelling some of the bone-piercing cold around them. The spirit pet joined the battle. Master and servant were of one heart. The battle intent in Su Yihan's eyes blazed even stronger. Her left hand gripped the long spear tightly. Blood oozed from her wrist wound, flowing along the spear shaft and merging with the ice and fire qi, adding a tinge of bloody ferocity to the spear. Kill. Su Yihan leaped into the air. Her form was like a startled swan streaking across the sky. With the long spear in hand, her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change, transforming from a cold ethereal fairy into a blood-soaked war goddess. The crimson flame sparrow followed closely, turning into a line of fire that spiraled around her. She no longer defended, no longer dodged. Holding the spear, she thrust forward, charging headlong into the beast tide. The first thrust aimed straight for the ice armor giant bear's throat. The spear tip split the wind. The power of fire and ice erupted simultaneously, bringing both boundless scorching heat and extreme freezing cold. One thrust pierced through the bear's thick ice armor, driving straight through. Its skull was as hard as iron. The giant bear didn't even have time to let out a scream before its colossal body crashed to the ground, twitched twice and then fell still. A beast at the demon general level was killed with a single spear strike. At the same time, the crimson flame spirit sparrow soared into the sky, opening its beak to spew a stream of its innate true fire. The flames were a pale gold, incredibly hot, and as they landed on the bear's corpse they instantly incinerated it into a puddle of icy water, leaving no trace behind. The second spear strike swept across the surroundings. The long spear spun like a wheel of wind and fire, unleashing a torrent of fire and ice spiritual energy that formed a devastating storm. Several frost-patterned tigers and ice-cracking leopards charging heathen were instantly struck by the spear's gale. Their bodies exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. A massive chasm was carved into the ice, and the intertwining of cold air and blazing flames cleared all beasts within a radius of several zhang. The crimson flame spirit sparrow moved like an agile assassin, weaving through the beast horde, pecking specifically at the eyes and weak points of the beasts. Its speed was extreme, leaving trails of red afterimages. The frost-patterned tigers, blinded by pecks to their eyes, roared in maddening pain. The throats of the ice-cracking leopards were torn open by its sharp claws, blood gushing out. The tiny spirit bird moved through the myriad beasts as if they were nothing, incredibly nimble, making it impossible for the beasts to defend against. The third spear strike thrust straight into the high sky. A snow feather eagle descended from the sky, attacking with its iron beak and sharp claws, trying to tear her apart. Sui Han didn't even look up. She reversed her long spear and thrust it upward, the tip precisely piercing the snow feather eagle's heart. Spiritual energy exploded, shattering this overlord of the skies into a mist of blood, with feathers scattering and falling onto the icy ground. The crimson flame spirit sparrow then soared into the air, locking in combat with the remaining snow feather eagles. Its body was small, allowing it to dodge flexibly while constantly spewing true fire. The sky was filled with the screams of the snow feather eagles as one after another the eagle-type beasts were ignited by the flames, plummeting from midair, crashing onto the ice and turning into piles of ash. The master and servant, one bird and one person, one spear and one flame, cooperated flawlessly. Sui Han was responsible for the frontal assault with bold and sweeping moves that crushed thousands of the crimson flame spirit sparrow, handled flank harassment, precise strikes and ambush warnings. The one person and one bird built an indestructible line of defense amidst the boundless beast tide. Her steps never ceased as she charged forward with her spear. With every step the ice shattered, with every thrust a beast fell. The long spear in her hand was wielded with incredible skill. Sometimes it was like a thunderbolt, so fast that only afterimages remained, leaving beasts no time to react before their brows were pierced. Sometimes it was as heavy as Mount Tai, crushing a massive beast into pulp with a single strike. Sometimes it was like a cunning snake emerging from its hole, targeting weak points for a fatal blow. The spear, woven from spiritual energy, was not at all ethereal, instead it was even more responsive than a physical weapon. Where the spear tip pointed there was death. Where the spear shaft passed there was a purgatory. The crimson flame spirit sparrow acted as her second pair of eyes, constantly vigilant of the surroundings. Whenever a beast tried to attack from a blind spot, the spirit bird would immediately cry out a warning while spewing true fire to block it, buying Sui Han time to react. With the help of her spirit pet, Sui Han had no more worries and threw herself completely into the slaughter. The blood of beasts splattered her plain clothes, but it couldn't conceal the aura of dominance that looked down upon the world. Her hair was disheveled, blood stained the corners of her mouth and blood oozed from the wound on her wrist. Every time she gripped the spear it felt like needles and knives stabbing her, yet she seemed oblivious, her eyes fixed only on the path ahead leading to the core of the ice soul forbidden land. A glacial ice python launched a surprise attack from underground, its massive body coiling around her legs trying to crush her. Sui Han let out a cold laugh, thrust her spear into the ice, grabbed the python's body with both hands and explosively released her fire spiritual energy. The scorching flames instantly engulfed the python, causing the glacial ice python to writhe violently. Chirp! The crimson flame spirit sparrow dove down, precisely pecking at the 7-inch spot of the glacial ice python, pouring its innate true fire into the python's body, completely destroying its life force. Sui Han exerted her strength, tearing the giant python apart. Blood gushed out, dyeing a large area of the ice red. Several ice-cracking leopards flanked her from the side, their fangs aiming for her waist and abdomen. She tapped the ground with her toes, leaping into the air, spinning and sweeping her spear in a wide arc. A circle of spear shadows exploded simultaneously, cutting several ice-cracking leopards in half, their bodies falling onto the ice. The crimson flame spirit sparrow circled in midair, continuously spewing flames to drive back the beasts that charged forward, forming a barrier of fire to protect Suihan as she landed. In the sky, dozens of snow feather eagles swooped down, forming an encirclement, their wings blotting out the sun. Suihan looked up, pointing her long spear at the sky. She frantically channeled spiritual energy into the spear's shaft, causing the tip to ignite with towering flames within which countless icicles condensed. "Get out of my way!" A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. She violently hurled the long spear upward. It transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight into the clouds, where it exploded with a boom. The power of fire and ice rained down like a meteor shower, each streak carrying destructive force. The snow feather eagles in the sky fell like harvested wheat, and a torrent of blood poured down from midair. Taking advantage of the chaos, the crimson flame spirit sparrow charged into the flock of birds like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering freely. Wherever its innate true fire passed, eagle feathers flew and cries of agony filled the air. The spear's momentum was not spent. After piercing through the flock, it fell straight back down, returning to her hand with perfect precision. Catching the spear, turning, thrusting. All in one fluid motion. A frost-patterned tiger that had launched a sneak attack was impaled from the lower jaw through its skull. The beast tide was still raging, the beast still endless, but the figures of Suihan and the crimson flame spirit sparrow stood like a stabilizing pillar in the center of the tide. No matter how the beast tide surged, it could not shake her an inch. The one person and one bird grew stronger as they fought. Although the crimson flame spirit sparrow was small in size, it fought with increasing ferocity, the flames around its body growing more intense, even showing signs of breaking through a bottleneck. It chirped continuously, its voice clear and bright, as if cheering for Suihan or perhaps venting its own battle intent. Feeling her spirit pet's presence, a warm current flowed through Suihan's heart, and her originally depleted spiritual energy seemed to gain a bit more support. She thought of her days at Zhongnan Mountain, of the time spent with her sect members, of her master's instructions, and of the obsession in her heart. All these emotions transformed into the power of the spear in her hand. On the ice, the corpses of beasts piled up like a mountain, and their blood gathered into streams, only to be instantly frozen into blood ice by the cold, forming a bizarre and tragic bloody ice field. The air was filled with a nauseating mix of the stench of blood, the smell of burning, and the piercing cold. Yet Suihan paid it no mind, continuing to step forward. Suihan stood holding her spear, panting slightly. Her spiritual energy was heavily depleted, and her meridians felt a growing emptiness. The wound on her wrist throbbed with excruciating pain. Every time she gripped the spear, it felt like needles and knives stabbing her. The crimson flame spirit sparrow landed on her shoulder, its small body heaving slightly, clearly also exhausted. Its feathers were a bit ruffled, but its eyes remained sharp, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Yet their gaze remained steadfast. Ahead, the ice lotus platform at the core of the ice soul forbidden land was now clearly visible. It was a platform condensed from 10,000-year-old profound ice, about a zhang high. The platform had 9 tiers stacked upon each other like a blooming lotus. In the center of the lotus platform, the legendary 9-leaf ice lotus grew serenely. 9 ice crystal leaves spread out layer by layer, each one crystal clear like the most perfect jade. A faint spiritual light flowed across the leaves, sacred and gentle. At the center of the ice lotus, the stamen was a pale gold, exuding an extremely rich vitality, forming a stark contrast with the deathly aura of the forbidden land. The cold aura soared to the sky, yet it carried boundless life force. This was the ultimate treasure she had traveled 10,000 li and risked everything to find. The 9-leaf ice lotus was right before her eyes. Li Muhan's hope of survival was right before her eyes. But the beast tide still had not receded. The remaining beasts were terrified by her slaughter, yet they still refused to retreat. Their eyes burned with even greater ferocity as they madly charged forward, determined to utterly destroy this human who had invaded their sanctuary and killed their kin. The ice soul forbidden land was their home, and the 9-leaf ice lotus was their sacred object, not to be defiled by humans. Suihan lowered her head to look at the spiritual energy spear in her hand. The spear body had dimmed, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. She then looked at the crimson flame spirit sparrow on her shoulder. Although the little one was tired, it still looked at her with unwavering determination, as if saying, "Master, I can still fight." She raised her head, looking at the 9-leaf ice lotus. A flicker of tenderness passed through her eyes, replaced by a look of absolute resolve. "Qinghan, wait for me. I will crawl through this last stretch of the road if I have to." Shao-Chi, accompany me in this final battle. Chirp. The crimson flame spirit sparrow flapped its wings and rose chirping with a firm voice. Sui-Han gripped her spear tightly and crushed a wakefulness pill in her mouth. As the pill entered, a cool refreshing aura rushed straight to her crown chakra, revitalizing her spirit and forcibly suppressing the fatigue and intense pain in her body. She then took out a top-grade chi-gathering pill from her bosom and swallowed it in one gulp, quickly restoring her spiritual energy and replenishing what was consumed. No more holding back, no more conserving strength. Sui-Han also infused her own divine soul into the long spear. Using the soul as a guide, the spirit as a weapon, and blood as a sacrifice. This spear strike was the pinnacle of her lifelong cultivation. This spear strike was the obsession that had carried her across 10,000 li. This spear strike was her final blow to shatter life and death for the person in her heart. As if sensing its master's determination, the small body of the crimson flame spirit sparrow erupted with unprecedented power. The flames around its body surged, transforming it into a giant flame bird several zhang in size. The phantom was solid and lifelike. This was the crimson flame spirit sparrow's innate divine ability. Blazing sparrow incinerates the heavens. The giant flame bird circled above Sui-Han's head, letting out a cry that shook the wilderness. Its pressure radiated outward, causing countless beasts to tremble in fear. Sui-Han's feet heavily shattered the ice beneath her. Her figure turned into a streak of light, spear in hand, charging straight into the deepest part of the beast, tied straight for the ice lotus platform where the 9-leaf ice lotus grew. The giant flame bird, which was the crimson flame spirit sparrow, followed closely behind, opening its massive beak to spew a sky full of true fire, clearing a path for her. On the long spear, her divine soul and spiritual energy intertwined, fire and ice perfectly fused, forming a pillar of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. Make way, for me. A single spear thrust. There were no fancy techniques, no complex sword formulas, only the purest, most domineering, most desperate strike of all. Where the spear tip passed, space itself seemed to be torn apart. The beasts charging heathen, regardless of their strength or size, were all reduced to ashes under this single spear strike, leaving not even a trace behind. The beast tide was forcibly torn open, creating a path that led straight to the ice lotus platform. Ice walls collapsed, the cold wind swirled backward, and between heaven and earth only this spear light remained, dazzling and awe-inspiring, its might shaking all directions. The crimson flame spirit sparrow's true fire followed closely, incinerating the beasts on either side of the path, completely clearing the obstacles. All the beasts that stood between her and the 9-leaf ice lotus were instantly annihilated. One spear strike decided the fate of the world. One spear strike broke through 10,000 beasts. One spear strike trod upon the land of death to seize life. Sui-Han's figure followed the momentum of the spear, charging straight ahead until her toes landed on the edge of the ice lotus platform. The crimson flame spirit sparrow dispersed its flame phantom, reverting to its small form, and landed on her shoulder, tiredly nuzzling against her cheek. She looked up at the supremely sacred 9-leaf ice lotus before her. In her clear, cold eyes a trace of relief finally appeared, a hint of tenderness, a feeling of survival after a great calamity. She had done it. She had crossed the 10th Asanli Western Desert, stepped into a deadly secret realm, broken through the soul-severing valley, fought her way into the ice soul-forbidden land, been surrounded by a myriad beasts, lost her weapon, burned her divine soul, fought a bloody battle with her spear accompanied by her spirit pet, and carved a path through the boundless beast tide to reach this place. She slowly reached out, her fingertips stained with blood and marked with wounds, gently touching the cold leaf of the 9-leaf ice lotus. The ice lotus was warm and smooth. Spiritual light surged into her fingertips, traveling along her meridians, instantly soothing some of the injuries within her body, and a rich vitality spread outward. She had it. The 9-leaf ice lotus was finally in her hands. Li Muhan could be saved. Behind her the surviving beasts looked at the figure in plain clothes standing before the ice lotus platform. Their eyes held only ultimate terror. They dared not advance another step, retreating instead, curling up in the distance, trembling. That was not a cultivator. That was a god who had fought her way back from hell. She was the war god, accompanied by her spirit pet, who had trampled the land of death and slain 10,000 beasts. Sui-Han carefully plucked the 9-leaf ice lotus, leaving a shallow mark on the platform. The life force was not severed, and given time it might grow again. She took out a cold jade box she had prepared earlier. The inside of the jade box was engraved with a spirit-gathering array which could preserve the medicinal properties of the spiritual herb for a long time. She gently placed the 9-leaf ice lotus inside, closed the lid, and stored it close to her body, pressing it against her heart hidden within her clothes. After doing all this, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. The tight string of her mind finally relaxed. With a light thud on her shoulder, the exhausted crimson flame spirit sparrow burrowed into her storage pouch, falling asleep to digest the gains from this battle. She turned and looked towards the entrance of the frozen forest in the distance. Zhao Hu and his 4 companions were still standing there gazing at her figure, their faces full of reverence and excitement. They bowed deeply, holding the bow for a long time. She nodded slightly, indicating that she was unharmed and for them to be at ease even though they couldn't possibly see it. Then she lingered no more. With a flick of her wrist, the river-burning sword embedded in the ice wall in the distance flew back to her as if summoned. The cold air on the sword was instantly dispelled by her fire spiritual energy and it regained its scorching heat. With the spear in her left hand and the sword in her right, her plain clothes stained with blood, her aura soared to the heavens. She took a step and turned to walk back the way she came. When she came she had entered alone, every step fraught with danger, her spirit pet asleep. When she returned, the lotus was in hand, her battle robe was stained with blood and her spirit pet had achieved its feat. The 10th Asandli Western Desert, the road home was open. This ice soul forbidden land could not trap her. No danger in this world could stop her. Because someone was waiting for her in the distance. Because she had promised she would return. The wind blew through the frozen forest once more, lifting her blood-stained plain clothes. That tall and resolute figure walked step by step out of the forbidden land, out of the beast tide, towards the path home, towards that mortal world where he was. The beast tide of the ice soul forbidden land fell silent behind her. The spiritual light of the ice lotus platform continued to flow serenely. And this legend of a lone figure venturing into the land of death, a spirit pet accompanying a war god and a single spear breaking 10,000 beasts, would eventually spread across the western desert and the 9 provinces, with the departure of Zhao Hu and his 4 companions becoming the most stirring and awe-inspiring tale told by countless cultivators. Su Yihan's steps were firm and steady. She knew that what awaited her ahead was not an end but a reunion. It was the sight of Li Muhan opening his eyes, smiling at her and foolishly calling her senior sister again. That was the mortal world she would protect at all costs. The biting wind of the icebound forest had long been left behind. Su Yihan gripped the river-burning sword in one hand while the other pressed tightly against her chest, concealing the cold jade box. The spear of spiritual energy had already scattered into countless fireflies the moment she stepped out of the soul-sealed ice domain. The excruciating pain of her shattered wrist bone never ceased. Every time she grasped the sword it felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing through her flesh. Her meridians were utterly hollow. The spear she had unleashed earlier by forcibly burning her soul and overdrawing her spiritual energy had already torn her cultivation to shreds. Her plain-colored dress was long soaked through with the blood of exotic beasts, the dark red having clotted into hard scabs. Caked with ice shards and dust, she was a pitiful sight. Her once jade-like cheeks were now etched with several shallow bloody scratches. Strands of hair at her temples were plastered with cold sweat and bloodstains, and unmelted ice beads clung to her long eyelashes. Every breath brought a dull ache from her chest as if her lungs were scorched by hellfire, and even inhaling air was a piercing torment. Since she had achieved mastery in cultivation, she had always been the most dazzling disciple of the Azure Cloud Temple. In talent, perseverance and courage none of her peers could match her. She had always been graceful and ethereal, never before reduced to such a ragged, depleted state. The crimson flame sparrow had remained deep within her storage pouch, sunk in a profound slumber. That deadly battle had nearly exhausted its innate true fire. Had Su Yihan not channeled a strand of her own spiritual energy into it at the last moment, this spirit bird which had accompanied her for years might not have survived the dire situation. She dared not disturb little Li's slumber and could only let it rest quietly in the pouch, bearing all the burden of safety on her own shoulders. Since childhood she and the bird had depended on each other. They had fought side by side in a bloody battle within the soul-sealed ice domain, carving a path to survival. Now only this spirit bird truly knew how many life and death perils she had endured along this journey. Though the river-burning sword had returned to her hand, her spiritual energy was so depleted that she couldn't even maintain the most basic spiritual light on the blade. The once scorching sword had long since cooled, now just a silent spiritual sword. She held it weakly, more as a spiritual support. This sword, one of the Azure Cloud Temple's guardian spiritual swords, had accompanied her in slaying demons, traversing secret realms and breaking through 10,000 beasts with a single spear. But now it couldn't even manage a slight tremor. Like a piece of common iron, it silently accompanied its master on this final stretch of the journey home. Beyond the soul-sealed ice domain lay the boundless western desert wasteland. Yellow sand filled the sky, the wind howled fiercely, and the blazing sun hung overhead, baking the earth until it cracked. Hot grains of sand whipped up by the wind struck the body like tiny blades. In stark contrast to the bitter cold of the domain, stepping out of the forbidden land was like entering a scorching hell. The alternating extremes of cold and heat assaulted her, and even with her nascent soul latestage divine sense foundation, she was tossed about until her chi and blood surged and her meridians spasmed. This extreme temperature difference was more tormenting than an ordinary beast attack. Every inch of skin and every meridian was repeatedly tortured by the dual forces of ice and fire, yet she didn't even have the strength to circulate her spiritual energy to resist. Zhao Hu and his 4 companions had been waiting outside the domain for many days. When they saw her emerge covered in blood and staggering, the 5 of them knelt down in unison, kowtowing repeatedly. Their voices were choked and hoarse, and they lacked the courage to even look up at her directly. For 3 days outside the domain they had listened daily to the earth-shattering roars and clashes from within, already imagining the hellish scene inside. They had thought this female cultivator who had ventured in alone had long since been devoured by beasts and would never come out again. "Miss. You've finally come out. We thought we would never see you again." Their voices trembled as they gazed at her figure, which swayed precariously yet remained upright, their hearts filled with awe like a mountain collapsing and the sea roaring. They had witnessed with their own eyes the terror of the beast tide and the world-destroying pressure of the ice-armor giant bear. In their eyes Sui Han was no longer an ordinary cultivator but a war goddess who had fought her way back from hell, a legend who had single-handedly pacified the Forbidden Land. Sui Han stood amidst the yellow sand, her form swaying slightly as she forced herself not to collapse. She looked at the 5 whose faces were full of awe and lingering fear. A warmth stirred in her heart, but she had barely any strength left to speak. She could only nod slightly, her voice hoarse like grinding sand. "You return to the border outpost first. I will go back to the mountain on my own." Each word seemed squeezed from her parched throat, carrying an undeniable weakness. In her current state she couldn't even protect herself, let alone anyone else, and was on the verge of collapse at any moment. Naturally she didn't want to burden these 5 any further. They had already waited long enough outside the domain and worried enough. The rest of the journey she had to walk alone. Zhao Hu looked up at her, face pale as paper, her bleeding wrist and her tottering form. His heart tightened and he quickly said, "Miss, your injuries are severe and your spiritual energy is depleted. Why not rest with us for a few days to recover a bit before setting off again? This place is tens of thousands of miles from Zhongnan Mountain. In your current state." He didn't finish his sentence, but his worry was evident. Traveling tens of thousands of miles alone in such a state was no different from seeking death. The western desert wasteland was not only harsh in environment but also infested with wandering beasts and unscrupulous rogue cultivators. In her utterly depleted condition any minor accident could lead to her utter ruin. "No need." Sui Han interrupted him, her tone light but carrying an unyielding firmness. "Li Mu Han. Can't wait." Every word she uttered pulled at the sharp pain in her heart. She understood her own condition better than anyone. Concealing breath pills, soul awakening pills, chi gathering pills, heart protecting pills, meridian stabilizing pills. Ever since she entered the soul-sealed ice domain the pills she carried had been consumed one after another. By the time she finally fought her way out of the beast tide and plucked the 9-leaf ice lotus, all her healing, chi-replenishing and mind-focusing pills were long gone. Only an empty medicine pouch remained carelessly tossed into a corner of her storage pouch without even the strength to spare it another glance. Meridians damaged, wrist bone shattered, soul overdrawn, spiritual energy depleted, injured inside and out, utterly exhausted. This was her truest state at this moment. Forget flying on a sword, even ordinary walking was hard to sustain for long. But she couldn't stop. In the Azure Cloud Temple on Zhongnan Mountain, Li Mu Han lay unconscious on his sickbed, his life force weakening day by day. The sect elders were barely keeping his last breath alive with a grand formation and spiritual materials. She had traveled 10,000 miles, faced countless dangers, stormed through a death ground, slain thousands of beasts and finally obtained the 9-leaf ice lotus. If she delayed the treatment by collapsing halfway, then this bloody battle, all this pain and the countless brushes with death would be utterly meaningless. Qin Han was still waiting for her. Waiting for her to return to feed him the medicine, for him to open his eyes and softly call her senior sister. That was the promise she would give her life to fulfill. From the moment she learned that Li Mu Han was gravely wounded and only the 9-leaf ice lotus could save him, her world had been reduced to a single thought: find the ice lotus and save her little junior brother. For this she could disregard her own safety, brave the dreaded soul-sealed ice domain, wage a bloody war against thousands of beasts, burn her soul and overdraw everything, anything, as long as she didn't stop. Sui Han said no more. She slightly raised her wrist, trying to channel her spiritual energy to fly on her sword. But her Danshan spiritual sea was nothing but a dry husk. The fire attribute spiritual energy that once flowed freely was now like dormant dead ashes. No matter how she urged her heart method, it couldn't stir the slightest ripple. The river-burning sword trembled faintly in her hand as if worried about its master's condition, but it was also powerless to lift itself. She could clearly feel the deathly stillness in her dantian. Her meridians were like dry riverbeds. The once surging spiritual energy had vanished without a trace, leaving only faint but piercing cracks, permanent wounds left by forcibly burning her soul. Even if she survived this ordeal, her cultivation would surely drop. Returning to her previous nascent soul latest peak would take who knows how many years. But she didn't care. Cultivation could be rebuilt, spiritual artifacts could be reforged, but if Qing Han was lost she would never get him back. She took a deep breath, suppressing the metallic sweetness rising in her throat. No longer forcing herself to fly on the sword, she stumbled across the yellow sand step by step, trudging painfully towards the direction of Zhongnan Mountain. Her back was straight yet so frail it made one's heart ache. Zhao Hu and his 4 companions watched her blood-soaked solitary figure disappear into the horizon of yellow sand. They exchanged glances, seeing shock and admiration in each other's eyes. They dared not approach to disturb her. They could only follow her instructions and return to the border first, keeping the shocking battle within the soul-sealed ice domain a secret in their hearts. When the tale was eventually spread to the Central Plains, it would become a legend passed down through generations of cultivators in the 9 provinces. They knew that what they had witnessed today would be the most shocking and unforgettable image of their entire lives. A solitary journey of 10,000 miles on an ancient road of yellow sand. Sui Han had no idea how long she had been walking. By day the scorching sun burned her skin, wounds soaked in sweat stung to the bone. By night the bone-piercing wind howled, yellow sand filled the sky and the temperature plummeted, causing the clotted scabs to crack and ooze blood. She had no pills, no supplies, no spiritual energy. She could only rely on her physical body and an unyielding obsession to hold on. When thirsty she gnawed on the roots of the few drought-resistant plants by the roadside, sucking out the meager moisture. When hungry she picked non-toxic wild fruits from the wasteland to barely fill her empty stomach. When tired she rested briefly against a withered tree or a large rock, not daring to fall into deep sleep for fear of never waking up. She had lived a life of luxury in the Azure Cloud Temple, cherished by her master and respected by her fellow disciples. She had never suffered such displacement, hunger and cold. But now she bore it all willingly. As long as she thought of the young man on the sickbed, all the suffering became insignificant. Every step felt like treading on a blade's edge. The emptiness in her meridians grew more intense. Dizziness from the overdrawn soul hit her in waves. Her vision would go black, her ears would ring, and the pain in her wrist had long gone numb, replaced by a continuous dull ache that spread from her arm throughout her body. Several times she nearly fainted in the yellow sand. Her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and each step required all her strength. She could clearly feel her life force ebbing away, her physical body decaying at an alarming rate. She was held together solely by a stubborn, unyielding spirit. Whenever her consciousness blurred, the image of Li Mu Han would appear in her mind. The young man had a clean face and a gentle smile. He always followed her timidly yet stubbornly, calling her senior sister. When he slacked off in training and was scolded by the master, he would hide in the bamboo grove feeling wronged, but would immediately put on a bright smile when he saw her coming. When she went down the mountain for training, he would clutch the spiritual fruits he had saved for a long time and press them into her hands, telling her to be safe. When he was severely injured and lay unconscious on the bed, pale and weak, his brows were still tightly furrowed as if he was calling her name. Those fragments, warm and deeply etched into her bones, flashed through her mind one by one. It was the time when he first entered the Azure Cloud Temple, timidly tugging at her sleeve, saying he wanted to cultivate with her. It was when she encountered setbacks in her cultivation and he silently stayed by her side, not saying a word but leaving the warmest spiritual fruit for her. It was when she went on a long journey and he stood at the mountain gate gazing for a long time in the direction she had left, refusing to go back. It was when he was protecting the sect before being gravely wounded, unleashing a sword strike for the disciples' counterattack. Qing Han. Sui Han murmured softly, her voice so faint it was scattered by the howling wind. These 2 words, like the toughest rope, pulled her fading consciousness back, time and again supporting her swaying body step by step, refusing to fall. She could not fall. Absolutely not. She had promised him she would protect him for a lifetime, accompany him in his cultivation and growth, and watch him become a cultivator who could stand on his own. She could not break her promise. The closer she got to Zhongnan Mountain, the more intense her anxiety became. She could faintly sense that Li Mu Han's life force was growing weaker. The thread of connection she had with him was like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. It was a subtle connection born from being fellow disciples and spending days and nights together. Without needing to probe deliberately, she could clearly perceive his state of life and death. Her heart was burning with anxiety, but her body had long reached its limit. She could feel her soul slowly dispersing, her meridians on the verge of shattering completely, and her physical body about to give out. She was doing everything in her power, merely forcibly delaying the moment of her collapse. On this day she arrived at the edge of a vast forest of green mountains. The ancient path wound ahead. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward, their lush foliage shielding the scorching sun and casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was thick with the fragrance of grass and would a stark contrast to the blistering heat and sand of the western desert. This place marked the border of the central plains. A few more days' journey ahead and one would step into the territory of Zhongnan Mountain. So close. Almost there. Sui Han gazed at the verdant forest before her, a faint glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. She clenched her teeth, forcing the last vestiges of strength from her body, willing herself to cross this stretch of woodland. But the moment her foot touched the forest floor, a violent surge erupted in her chest and the metallic taste of blood in her throat could no longer be suppressed. With a sharp cough, a mouthful of blood sprayed forth, splattering onto the green grass before her, a stark and piercing crimson. That single gush of blood seemed to drain the very last of her strength, the final spark of her life, the last shred of her obsession. So. This is the limit. How? Unwilling. I am. Consciousness receded like a tide and darkness instantly engulfed her vision. The sound of the wind, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, all faded into silence. The agony in her wrist bones, the stabbing pain in her meridians, the dizziness in her soul, the exhaustion of her body. Every ounce of suffering and torment converged and erupted at this moment. She could hold on no longer. Her body went limp, collapsing forward. The Fan River sword slipped from her powerless grasp, clattering against a blue stone with a crisp sound that echoed through the forest. The last glimmer of light she saw was the emerald green leaves and the fragmented sunlight filtering through the branches. Qing Han. Forgive me. Senior sister. Can't hold on anymore. With this final thought fading from her mind, Sui Han lost consciousness completely, like a leaf ravaged by a violent storm, collapsing heavily into the grass beside the ancient path, silent and still. Her plain robes were stained with blood, her long hair disheveled, wounds seeping crimson, her breath faint and shallow. The war goddess who had once dared to venture into death's domain alone, who had shattered a myriad of beasts with a single spear, now lay like an ordinary woman who had endured immense hardship, defenseless in a strange forest, her fate unknown. She had finally made it to the vicinity of Zhongnan Mountain before collapsing completely. Time passed its measure unknown. A gentle breeze stirred through the forest, carrying the scent of grass. The sunlight was warm and soft, no longer as harsh as the midday sun. A figure clad in a moon-white robe walked slowly along the ancient path. The man possessed a tall and elegant stature, his steps unhurried, his robe spotless. His temperament was as warm and refined as jade, and though no sharp fluctuation of spiritual power emanated from him, he exuded a calming aura of peace. His features were handsome and gentle, his brows soft, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. His gaze was warm and clear, like a mountain spring capable of washing away all the turmoil and aggression from one's heart. He carried a bamboo basket filled with freshly picked herbs, their leaves tender and succulent. He was clearly a physician well versed in pharmacology, or perhaps a hermit dwelling in the mountains. There was not a trace of a cultivator's sharpness about him, rather he resembled a gentle, well-read scholar aloof from worldly strife, his heart free of dust. The man was strolling along when his gaze casually swept across the forest. But as his eyes caught sight of the figure in plain robes lying in the grass, a subtle shift occurred in his gentle eyes and his steps came to an abrupt halt. Without a moment's hesitation he strode over quickly. His gaze fell upon Sui Han, and even though he was accustomed to seeing injuries, a flicker of pity and emotion stirred within his eyes. The woman before him was a wreck. Her clothes were tattered and stained with blood, the dried gore mingled with dust. Her face bore scars, her wrist was crudely bandaged with torn fabric, yet blood still oozed through. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her lips parched and bloodless. Her breathing was shallow and faint, and she was in a deep coma, her life force dim. She was clearly severely injured, her spiritual energy completely depleted at the very end of her tether. Had she been discovered even a moment later, she would have likely slept here forever, never to wake again. He could clearly sense the horrific extent of the injuries hidden beneath this seemingly frail body. He could also imagine the desperate life-or-death battle she must have endured to bring herself to this state of utter exhaustion. Without any hesitation the man gently crouched down, reached out and lightly placed his fingertips on Sui Han's wrist. His spiritual energy, warm and gentle, carefully probed into her body to assess the damage. Meridians completely damaged, dantian exhausted, bones shattered, soul injured, injuries both internal and external, pills depleted. After a thorough examination the man understood completely. This was a cultivator who had fought a desperate battle, giving her all. Every ache and pain was something she had borne for the sake of an obsession in her heart. He showed no disgust at her bloodstained and disheveled state, nor any wariness or distance. With movements of utmost gentleness he carefully lifted Sui Han into his arms, cradling her horizontally. His embrace was warm and steady, his strength perfectly measured to avoid touching her wounds while holding her securely as if he were carrying a rare treasure, so gentle as if afraid to disturb her. "Poor girl, you must have suffered so much," the man murmured softly, his voice warm and mellow like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, gentle enough to melt ice and snow. He wasted no more time. Carrying Sui Han, he turned and walked towards a simple but clean bamboo cottage nestled deep within the forest. The bamboo cottage was hidden deep in the mountains, surrounded by green bamboo with a babbling brook nearby and the faint fragrance of flowers. The environment was secluded and peaceful, a haven from the world like a paradise. Here there was no conflict, no slaughter, no intrigue. There was only tranquility and harmony, a stark contrast to the frozen hell and the endless yellow sands Sui Han had experienced before. The man gently placed Sui Han on a soft couch inside the cottage, which was covered with soft hay and silk, warm and comfortable. He set down his bamboo basket, fetched clean water and took a soft cloth. With movements that were gentle and meticulous, he began to wipe away the blood and dust from her face and hands. His touch was incredibly light, avoiding all her wounds. Every action was filled with patience and tenderness, without a trace of haste. He wiped with great care from her cheeks to her fingertips, from her forehead to her neck, little by little removing the caked blood and grime as if handling a most precious treasure. Having cleaned her face and hands, he revealed Sui Han's true appearance. Even with her pale complexion and unhealed scars, her stunningly beautiful features were undeniable. Her brows were cool and elegant, her nose bridged straight and delicate, her lips thin. Even in her coma her brow was slightly furrowed, as if still worrying about someone, in her heart as if still struggling in that endless bloody battle. The man looked at her knitted brows, his eyes growing even softer. He whispered, "Don't worry. With me here nothing will happen to you." He turned to fetch the herbs he had picked, crushed them with a special technique and squeezed out the fresh juice. He first carefully treated the wound where her wrist bone was shattered, gently splinting it with a piece of wood. Then he applied the herbal paste and bandaged it meticulously with clean strips of cloth. His movements were skilled and professional, clearly indicating his superb medical expertise. The herbs he used were all extremely precious healing medicines. In the outside world they would have caused countless cultivators to fight over them, but in his hands they were as common as ordinary weeds used generously on a stranger. Afterwards he took out a healing and chirplenishing elixir, dissolved it with his spiritual energy into a gentle medicinal liquid, and carefully pried open Sui Han's parched lips, feeding it to her drop by drop. The liquid dissolved upon entering her mouth, sliding down her throat and transforming into a warm gentle current that slowly nourished her withered and exhausted meridians and dantian. Having done all this, he fetched a clean set of clothes, gently draped it over her and tucked the corner of the blanket around her, worried she might catch a chill. Then the man sat down on a bamboo chair beside the couch, keeping a silent vigil. He watched the unconscious woman with a gentle gaze, not leaving her side for a single moment. He did not ask where she came from, nor did he seek to know why she was so gravely injured or what bloody battle she had endured. He expected nothing in return. He simply saw her in danger and offered his aid, using his gentle and kind heart to help her through this bitter trial. The bamboo cottage was filled with a peaceful silence, broken only by the sound of the brook outside the window and the rustling of bamboo in the breeze. Time passed drop by drop. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Sui Han was unconscious for 3 full days. Throughout these 3 days the man took meticulous care of her. He changed her bandages on time, fed her medicinal elixirs, cleaned her body, adjusted her sleeping position, and watched over her day and night without a moment's slack. He spoke little, but every action was filled with the utmost tenderness and care, attending to her every need. The woman on the couch gradually regained some color in her cheeks. Her breathing became steady and deep, and the furrow in her brow slowly eased, no longer as tight as before. It was clear that her injuries were alleviating and her consciousness was slowly returning. On the evening of the 3rd day the setting sun streamed through the bamboo window, casting a warm glow across the floor. The air was filled with the light scent of herbs intertwined with floral fragrances. Sui Han's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. At first everything was a blur, then her vision gradually cleared. What met her eyes was the simple yet clean bamboo roof. The scent of light herbs lingered in her nose. Beneath her was a soft and warm couch, and she was covered with a clean dry garment. Although her bodice pain had not fully healed, it was far more bearable than before her collapse. The emptiness in her meridians was replaced by a faint but gentle warmth that flowed slowly. She was stunned for a moment, her mind flashing back to her last memory, the yellow sand of the ancient path, the entrance to the forest, spurting a mouthful of blood, her consciousness plunging into darkness, collapsing heavily to the ground. Where is this? This was not the underworld nor Zhongnan Mountain, but a strange bamboo cottage. Sui Han's heart tightened and she instinctively reached for her chest. A cold hard touch met her fingers. The cold jade box was still safely hidden within her clothes pressed against her heart. The 9-petal ice lotus was intact. The boulder that had been weighing on her heart instantly fell away and she let out a long deep sigh of relief. As long as the ice lotus was safe there was still hope for Li Muhan. It was the hope she had risked her life to obtain, the anchor of all her obsessions. She could not afford to lose it. Just then a gentle soft voice came from beside her carrying a hint of joy yet remaining calm. "Miss, you're awake." Sui Han turned her head towards the voice and saw the man sitting on the bamboo chair beside the couch. He wore a moon-white robe, elegant and warm. His features were gentle, a smile playing on his lips. His gaze was clear and warm like a mountain sun, inspiring immediate fondness without a trace of weariness. Seeing her awake, a look of relief appeared in his eyes. He rose and walked to the bedside, his movements still gentle. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" the man asked softly, his tone filled with concern. Sui Han looked at the unfamiliar yet gentle man before her, then at her carefully bandaged wounds, the clean clothes and the comfortable surroundings. In an instant she understood everything. He had saved her. When she was at the end of her strength, collapsed on the ancient path, this gentleman had offered his aid, brought her back to his cottage and cared for her for who knows how long, allowing her to cheat death. She struggled to sit up but her body was still weak. The moment she moved she pulled at her wound, sending dull aches through her. Seeing this, the man quickly stepped forward, gently supporting her back and propping a soft pillow behind her, helping her to half recline on the couch. His actions were meticulous. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life," Sui Han said once she was settled. She looked at the man and bowed solemnly. Her voice was still a little hoarse, but it carried profound sincerity and gratitude. "I am Sui Han. I was trapped in a desperate situation and collapsed on the ancient path. If not for your kind heart in saving me, I would surely have perished in the wilderness. This life-saving grace Han will never forget." Throughout her life she had been proud and rarely thanked anyone with such formality. But the person before her had truly saved her from the brink of death. This debt of gratitude was as heavy as a mountain. Seeing this, the man gently raised his hand to indicate she need not be so polite. He smiled warmly and said, "Miss, you are too kind. Seeing someone in trouble and lending a hand is simply my duty. It is hardly a great favor. I saw you had fainted in the forest, badly injured and with a faint breath. It was merely a convenient act. There's no need to mention it." His tone was casual, as if saving her life was a trivial matter. He sought no fame, no profit, no reward, no gratitude. It was simply pure kindness, sheer gentleness. Sui Han was deeply moved. She had experienced the dangers of the world and was accustomed to the deceit and power struggles among cultivators, where they would betray their own brothers for spiritual herbs and treasures. A hermit like the one before her, who saved people out of pure kindness without expecting anything in return, was a rare find. In this cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak, such clean and gentle goodwill was more precious than any heavenly treasure. As she rummaged through her storage pouch hoping to retrieve some spirit stones and spiritual herbs as a token of gratitude, she found that apart from the sleeping Chihua Lingke and a burning river sword, the only valuable item left was the cold jade box containing the 9-leaf ice lotus. The elixirs had long been depleted and the spirit stones were nearly exhausted. All valuable possessions had been consumed during the battle in the ice soul abyss. Sui Han's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sir, I ventured out for training and sustained severe injuries. I have nothing to offer as a reward at the moment. Once I return to my sect, I will surely prepare a generous gift and come personally to express my gratitude. Please tell me your name and address, and in the future I will definitely repay your kindness." She was always clear about her debts of gratitude. Having received even a drop of kindness from others warranted a fountain of repayment, especially when it was a life-saving grace. The man smiled gently at her words, shook his head lightly and replied in a calm tone, "There is no need for such formalities, young lady. I saved you not for the sake of repayment. If I sought gratitude I would not have acted at the time. I live in seclusion here, indifferent to worldly matters. My name is merely a designation and need not be remembered." He paused, noticing her slightly anxious expression and the way she guarded her heart with her hand. He had already guessed that she was troubled and softly said, "I can see that you are anxious and your injuries are not yet healed, yet your heart is elsewhere. There must be someone very important waiting for your return, right?" Sui Han's heart jolted, her cheeks burned. She hadn't expected this seemingly gentle man who stayed out of worldly affairs to be so perceptive. She no longer concealed her feelings, nodded lightly, her eyes revealing concern and urgency. "To be honest, my junior brother is gravely injured and in a life-threatening situation. I traveled to the abyss to find a life-saving herb and I must return to Zhongnan Mountain quickly to save him. However, I am still injured and my spiritual energy is depleted, not to mention flying on a sword. Even walking is difficult for me. I fear that I will delay the opportunity for treatment." As she spoke, a hint of anxiety and helplessness could not help but show in her eyes. She was not afraid of bloodshed nor of perilous situations nor of being surrounded by countless beasts, but at this moment stuck at this last step, feeling powerless, was far more torturous than being trapped in the ice soul abyss. She could face 1,000 troops, confront life and death, yet she could not bear the thought of missing the last chance to save her junior brother due to her own helplessness. The man listened, his gentle gaze revealing a hint of understanding and empathy. He did not ask further but simply said softly, "I see. When it concerns life, it indeed cannot be delayed." He turned and walked to the corner of the bamboo house, retrieving a palm-sized spiritual treasure. It was a leaf-shaped flying spirit treasure, entirely emerald green as if carved from jade with clear vein patterns. Its spiritual light was soft and gentle, not sharp but exuding an aura of incredible speed. The treasure was inscribed with concealment and flight formations, clearly a rare high-quality flying spirit treasure, fast and unobtrusive. Such a quality flying spirit treasure was not something even core disciples of major sects could easily possess. The man walked back to her side and gently handed the flying spirit treasure to Suihan. "Young lady, since you are still injured, walking back to Zhongnan Mountain will certainly waste time. This Qingyu leaf is a flying spirit treasure I obtained by chance in my early years. It is incredibly fast and can cover thousands of miles in a day, enough for you to return to your sect quickly." Suihan was taken aback looking at the high-quality flying spirit treasure presented to her and quickly declined. "Sir, you cannot. This is your cherished item. I have already received your life-saving grace, how could I accept such a precious spirit treasure?" "Absolutely not. This type of flying spirit treasure is extremely precious among cultivators, even within Qinyan sect only a few elders could possess treasures of such speed. How could she accept such a substantial gift from her benefactor?" However, the man insisted, gently placing the Qingyu leaf in her hand, and smiled warmly. "No treasure can compare to a life. This item is merely a tool for me to pass the time, but in your hands it can save a life. Making the best use of it is its finest destination." His gaze was tender, his tone firm. "There is no need for you to decline, take it and return to your sect quickly. Saving your junior brother is the priority. Do not let those who care for you wait too long." Suihan held the warm Qingyu leaf, her fingertips trembling slightly. The treasure in her palm radiated a faint warmth, just like the heart of the gentle man before her, tender yet fiery. She had always been proud and rarely cried. Even in the ice soul abyss, amidst the onslaught of beasts with shattered bones and burnt soul, she had never shed a tear. But at this moment, faced with this gentle man whom she did not know, who asked for nothing in return, who not only saved her life but also gifted her a treasure, her eyes turned red and her heart swelled with indescribable emotion and warmth. In her most desperate, helpless and perilous moment, it was this man who appeared like a warm sun, illuminating her cold path and guiding her through the darkness. She tightly grasped the Qingyu leaf, looking at the man and solemnly bowing again. This time it was a profound bow of respect for her sect. "Your great kindness Aihan will never forget in this life. If you ever need anything in the future, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." The man smiled and helped her up, saying gently, "Go now, do not delay. Your junior brother is still waiting for you." Suihan said no more. Time was pressing and Li Muhan could not wait. She took a deep look at the man, firmly engraving this warmth and kindness in her heart, vowing never to forget. Then she struggled to rise, though still weak her gaze was resolute. The burning river sword automatically flew back into her hand, lightly trembling as if celebrating her. Suihan grasped the Qingyu leaf and infused it with a bit of her spiritual power. The Qingyu leaf instantly burst forth with spiritual light, transforming into a large green leaf floating above the ground, stable and light. She stepped onto the Qingyu leaf and looked back at the man in the bamboo house, saying solemnly, "Sir, I take my leave. If fate allows, we shall meet again." The man stood at the door of the bamboo house, nodded slightly, waved gently with a warm smile, "Take care on your journey, and may the winds be in your favor." As his words fell, he quietly murmured, "We will definitely meet again." Under the setting sun before the bamboo house, the man's figure was ethereal and warm, his smile gentle, becoming an indelible warm memory in her life. Suihan did not linger any longer. With a thought, the Qingyu leaf's spiritual light surged, transforming into a streak of green light, breaking through the twilight of the forest, rushing towards Zhongnan Mountain. The speed was astonishing, far surpassing ordinary sword flight, as it raced through the air like lightning, covering vast distances in an instant. The man stood in front of the bamboo house, watching the streak of light disappear into the horizon. He smiled gently and turned back into the bamboo house, continuing his peaceful life in seclusion, indifferent to worldly matters, as if the recent rescue and gift were but trivial matters. As for Suihan riding the Qingyu leaf, she sped along. The Qingyu leaf truly lived up to its reputation as a fast-flying spirit treasure. In just one day it had crossed thousands of miles and reached the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. Amidst swirling clouds and mist with an ethereal aura, the majestic green mountains emerged and the Taoist temple became visible. The familiar aura greeted her. Finally she was back. Su Yihan's heart was filled with excitement. Disregarding her weak body, she urged the Qingyu leaf and soared towards the direction of Qingyan sect. The disciples in the sect saw a streak of green light rushing toward them and were about to be on guard when they recognized the figure in white robes above the light. Though disheveled, her demeanor remained, and it was indeed Su Yihan, their senior sister, who had been away for days and had ventured into the abyss. It's senior sister Su. She's back. Senior sister is back. Quickly report to the master. The disciples were both astonished and delighted, shouting in unison as they hurriedly ran toward the main hall to report. They had long known that their senior sister ventured into the ice soul abyss to save their junior brother, and they all thought she had perished in the abyss. They never expected she would truly return alive. Su Yihan did not wait for the Qingyu leaf to land. She leaped forward disregarding her injuries and dashed toward the disciples' quarters, heading straight for Li Muhan's room. She pushed open the door. Inside, spiritual energy lingered and the formation glowed softly. Several elders and the master sat nearby, using their spiritual power to maintain the formation, holding on to the last vestige of Li Muhan's life. Each of them bore expressions of exhaustion and worry, clearly having stayed up day and night for a long time. On the bed, the young man appeared pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed, breathing weakly, his life force already extremely faint, as if it would completely dissipate at any moment. Qinghan. Su Yihan's eyes reddened as she rushed to the bedside, unable to suppress her worry and heartache any longer. The master and the elders were both pained and shocked to see her return in such a disheveled and injured state, but there was no time to ask further. Yihan, you. The master's voice was urgent. Su Yihan did not hesitate at all. She reached into her chest and took out the cold jade box she had kept closed, warmed by her touch. She opened the lid. Inside lay the 9-leaf ice lotus, its 9 crystal leaves glimmering and translucent with spiritual light flowing, a rich vitality emanating instantly, filling the entire room and dispelling the previously weak aura of death. The treasured herb appeared with spiritual energy skyrocketing. It's the 9-leaf ice lotus. It really is the 9-leaf ice lotus. She really did it. She went to the ice soul abyss and brought back the 9-leaf ice lotus. The elders were astonished and overjoyed, their eyes filled with disbelief and admiration. They all knew the terror of the ice soul abyss and had thought that she would be risking her life. They never expected she not only returned alive but also brought back a life-saving treasure. Su Yihan carefully extracted the 9-leaf ice lotus, using her spiritual power to transform it into pure medicinal liquid. She gently supported Li Muhan's head, feeding him bit by bit. As the medicinal liquid entered, it instantly transformed into boundless vitality, sliding down his throat, flowing into the young man's limbs and meridians. The withered meridians were nourished, the depleted dantian was replenished, and the weak life force rapidly recovered at a visible rate. In just a moment, the young man's eyelashes fluttered lightly. He slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was still clear and clean, filled with a hint of confusion, and then it fell upon the woman before him. Seeing her pale and disheveled yet gentle face, the young man's lips moved slightly, softly uttering the term she had longed for, a phrase she had waited for 1,000,000 times. Senior sister. His voice was weak yet incredibly clear. Su Yihan instantly burst into tears, all the pain, all the fatigue, all the torment, all the fear dissipating in that moment. She reached out, gently holding the young man's slightly cool hand, her smile tender, tears flowing as she spoke, her voice choked yet filled with relief and joy. I am here, Qinghan, your senior sister has returned. Where did you go? Are you hurt? Outside, the clouds parted, the sunlight streamed in, illuminating the room with warmth and serenity. The bloody battle in the ice soul abyss, the despair of fainting on the ancient road, the warmth of the unfamiliar bamboo house, the arduous journey home. Everything was for this moment when he called out senior sister. In the end, she did not let him down. Ultimately, she guarded the person she was willing to protect at all costs. And that man who saved her life by the ancient road, gifted her a treasure, and was gentle and kind, was like a flame hidden deep in the mountains, providing her with the warmest light at her coldest moments, silently guiding her through the hardest trials. He asked for no remembrance, no repayment, quietly assisting her before turning back to his secluded life. This kindness, like the clear wind between the mountains and the streams in the woods, forever resided in Su Yihan's heart, never forgotten throughout the years. The wind of Zhongnan Mountain gently blew, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, witnessing a reunion that transcended life and death, and a gentle salvation unbeknownst to others. In the years to come, the legends of the 9 provinces would not only speak of Su Yihan, the battle god who ventured alone into the abyss and pierced through countless beasts, but also of the secret tale of kindness and gentle guidance along the ancient road quietly passed down through the river of time. Su Yihan stood by Li Muhan's bedside, gently tucking in the covers, feeling the young man's gradually steady breathing and the increasingly rich vitality, the last tension in her heart finally released. She knew that from this day forward Li Muhan would slowly recover, would once again smile and follow her, would once again call her senior sister. And she at last could lay down her burdens and rest well. Half a year slipped quietly by amidst the ever-present mist of Qingyun Temple. On Zhongnan mountain vegetation withered and flourished once more, mountain springs babbled and bamboo shadows swayed. The heavy atmosphere that had once shrouded the temple due to Li Mu's severe injuries had long dissipated, replaced by a vibrant and bustling scene. The triennial Qingyun sect grand tournament was about to begin. Sui Han stood on the training grounds before the temple, her fingertips lightly tracing the scabbard of the Fen River sword at her waist. The blade had been dormant for months, yet it had already rekindled a blazing spiritual radiance. As the fire attributes spiritual energy circulated, faint waves of heat surged within. Though she had not fully recovered her peak nascent soul latestage cultivation, she had stabilized at the nascent soul midstage with a foundation more solid and refined than ever before. The soul-scorching battle at the Ice Soul Forbidden Land had caused her cultivation to drop, but it had also tempered her Tao heart, stripping away some of her youthful sharpness and replacing it with a composed and gentle depth. On her wrist bone there was no longer any trace of the shattered bones from her severe injury, only a faint pale pink mark lightly concealed by her sleeve. Whenever she raised her hand to grasp her sword, that subtle scar reminded her of the life and death struggle, the gentle benefactor deep in the bamboo grove who asked for nothing in return, and the obsession she would protect even at the cost of her life. Over the past half-year, apart from quietly healing her wounds and stabilizing her cultivation, she had spent almost all her remaining time between the training grounds and the disciples' quarters. After Li Mu consumed the 9-leaf ice lotus, his vitality recovered rapidly. Within 2 months he could walk again, and by the third he could circulate his spiritual energy. Not only had his injuries fully healed, but his cultivation had also advanced through fortune in disguise, breaking through to the early golden core stage, ranking him among the top of his peers. The youth had shed much of his former timid greenness, his features grew clearer and more handsome, his posture more upright. His temperament remained gentle, but now carried a steadiness born of surviving life and death. Every day before dawn he would appear punctually at the training grounds, either diligently practicing swordsmanship or tempering his spiritual energy. Sweat soaked his robes, yet he never complained. His persistence and determination earned repeated praise from the sect elders. Yet no matter how busy he was, he still followed closely behind his senior fellow apprentices, just as he had in childhood, calling out senior brother and senior sister with the same affection, his eyes filled with undiminished reliance and respect. Senior sister. A clear voice came from behind, carrying the unique brightness of youth. Sui Han turned to see Li Mu clad in a new set of Qingyun disciple robes, white as snow, his posture upright. He held 2 scrolls of cultivation techniques in his arms and quickly walked to her side, a youthful joy shining in his eyes. The draw results for the tournament are out. Zhang Xiaoyun and I are assigned to different teams, both serving as team leaders among our peers. Li Mu handed over the scroll, barely containing his excitement. The elders say that the top 2 teams from this tournament will be personally led by you to the central continent for the 9 provinces sect exchange. Sui Han took the scroll and unrolled it. It clearly detailed the groupings and rules for the sect tournament. The Qingyun temple disciples were divided into several teams based on cultivation and strength, facing off in pairs. They would be evaluated comprehensively on teamwork, formation, coordination, and practical combat adaptability. Ultimately, the 2 best teams would represent Qingyun Temple at the Central Continent Sacred Ground, competing against disciples from the top sects across the 9 provinces. And she, having gained fame from the battle at the Ice Soul Forbidden Land and possessing the credentials of the sect's former top disciple, was unanimously recommended by the temple master and elders as the leading elder fully responsible for the Central Continent expedition. Zhang Xiaoyun is impetuous, but his talent is outstanding and his offensive power is strong. You are calm and meticulous, skilled in overall planning. The 2 of you leading separate teams will complement each other perfectly. Sui Han tapped the scroll lightly, a gentle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Compete well. Do not disappoint the elders' expectations, and do not forget the time you spent in arduous cultivation. Disciple understands. Li Mu straightened his back and nodded solemnly, a firm light gleaming in his eyes. Senior sister, rest assured I will give my all. I will not disgrace Qingyun Temple, nor will I let you down. Ever since he woke from his severe injury, he had understood the price his senior sister had paid for him. A journey of 10,000 li, a desperate battle in a perilous land, her life force exhausted, nearly perishing. The details wildly spread by Zhao Hu and others across the 9 provinces pierced his heart like needles, every word and every sentence. He could only train relentlessly and grow quickly so that he might soon stand on his own, no longer be a burden to his senior sister, and one day even stand before her to shield her from wind and rain. Sui Han looked at the determination in the youth's eyes, felt a stir in her heart, and gently patted his shoulder, saying no more. Some feelings needed no words if they both understood each other's hearts. A few days passed in the blink of an eye and the Qingyun sect grand tournament officially began. Around the training grounds colorful banners fluttered. The mist was scattered by the spiritual energy the disciples mobilized. The temple master and elders sat solemnly on the high platform, their gazes burning as they watched the duels below. The entire temple inner and outer disciples alike gathered around the training grounds. Cheers, applause and the roar of colliding spiritual energy rose and fell in a lively cacophony. At the start of the tournament the teams led by Li Mu and Zhang Xiaoyun quickly overcame all obstacles and stood out. Zhang Xiaoyun's team focused on aggressive assaults and rapid advances. Its members were all skilled in offense and combined with his decisive style they often defeated opponents within a few exchanges. Their attacks were fierce and domineering, reminiscent of the sharpness Sui Han had displayed when she roamed the secret realms, drawing thunderous cheers from the disciples below. Li Mu's team on the other hand adopted a steady and methodical approach. He was well versed in the art of formation, seamlessly integrating Qingyun Temple's defensive and offensive formations. His team members had clear roles balancing offense and defense. Even against stronger opponents they could rely on their exquisite coordination to advance step by step, using gentleness to overcome strength and stability to secure victory. In every match he judged calmly and commanded with composure, never seeking personal glory yet always stabilizing the situation and turning the tide at critical moments. After several matches the elders on the high platform nodded frequently, their faces showing approval. After experiencing life and death, Mu Han's temperament has grown even more steady. To possess such organizational ability at such a young age, his future is boundless. The third elder stroked his beard, beaming. In the past I only thought his talent was good. But now it's clear that his most valuable trait is not his cultivation but this unperturbed Tao heart. Zhang Xiaoyun is also excellent with offensive power unrivaled among his peers. But his temperament is a bit hasty. If Han could temper him he would surely reach even greater heights. The temple master's gaze fell on Zhang Xiaoyun, whose figure was sharp and fierce on the field, then turned to Sui Han, who was watching quietly from the side. His eyes were full of satisfaction. Han has changed greatly over the past few years. In the past she only knew how to charge headlong into battle, but now she knows how to patiently guide her disciples, possessing the bearing of an elder. Sui Han sat upright in the side seat, her gaze fixed on the disciples dueling in the arena, her expression calm. Unlike the other elders she did not offer verbal guidance. Instead, after each match she softly pointed out the disciples' omissions and shortcomings. A few brief words always hit the mark, enlightening them. Having witnessed the brutality of life and death struggles and the danger of walking the razor's edge, she naturally understood that the sect tournament was not merely about testing cultivation, more importantly it was about tempering the mind and fostering team synergy. At the 9 provinces sect exchange they would face talented disciples from all over the 9 provinces. One misstep could lead to defeat and humiliation. Only those with both mental fortitude and strength could hold their ground. Finally, after 7 days of intense competition, the tournament reached its final match, Li Mu's team versus Zhang Xiaoyun's team. Around the training grounds the atmosphere peaked. All disciples held their breath, their eyes locked on the 2 upright figures in the arena. Zhang Xiaoyun wielded a cyan longsword, his spiritual energy surging, robes billowing. His aura swelled, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, battle intent blazing. Li Mu, I won't go easy on you today. You'd better be careful. Likewise. Li Mu held a white longsword, his expression calm without a trace of fear. I will give my all and fight you fairly. At the elder's command the duel officially began. Zhang Xiaoyun moved first, his cyan longsword wrapped in fierce spiritual energy thrusting straight forward with lightning speed. The power of his spiritual energy even faintly hinted at the might of the late Golden Core stage. His teammates immediately followed suit, activating an offensive formation. Their spiritual energy converged into a cyan pillar of light, pressing down overwhelmingly on Li Mu's team. The fierce gale swept across the arena and disciples below turned their heads. Such a powerful assault would be difficult even for a mid-Golden Core cultivator to withstand. But Li Mu remained completely unruffled, issuing a calm order: defensive formation. Block. His teammates immediately coordinated, shifting their steps to instantly deploy the Qingyun defense formation. Layer upon layer of spiritual light barriers stacked up like an impenetrable fortress, firmly blocking their front. With a resounding clang the fierce assault crashed into the light barrier. Waves of spiritual energy scattered in all directions. The barrier trembled slightly but remained intact. Defense is useless. Watch me break through. Zhang Xiaoyun bellowed, leaping into the air, pouring all his spiritual energy into his longsword. He slashed downward, a cyan sword shadow tearing through the sky, its power doubled. Li Mu's eyes narrowed. Seizing the opening created by Zhang Xiaoyun's overly aggressive attack and waning momentum, he ordered again, switch to offense. Binding technique. The team instantly changed formation. For spiritual energy chains shot out from the light barrier winding like spirit serpents toward Zhang Xiaoyun and his teammates restricting their movements. Meanwhile Li Mu flickered longsword in hand striking directly at the formation's core. His moves were precise and ruthless yet still composed. For a time the training grounds were filled with crisscrossing spiritual energy flying sword shadows and the unending clash of weapons and battle cries. The two fought from morning until noon still locked in a stalemate. Though Zhang Xiaoyun's attacks were fierce he could not break through. His spiritual energy was heavily depleted and his breathing grew ragged. Li Mu on the other hand held his ground using his exquisite formations to exhaust his opponent's stamina while maintaining abundant spiritual energy and clear judgment. Finally when Zhang Xiaoyun in his haste to force a victory revealed a flaw, Li Mu seized the opportunity. With a light tap of his sword on Zhang Xiaoyun's blade he used borrowed force to deflect the sword, then condensed spiritual energy at his fingertip and gently pressed it against Zhang Xiaoyun's shoulder. You lost. Li Mu's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable certainty. Zhang Xiaoyun stood frozen staring at the sword tip at his chest, then at the composed Li Mu. A flicker of chagrin crossed his face but he was convinced. He sheathed his long sword and cupped his hands. I lost. You are more composed than I am. I am not your equal. Thunderous cheers erupted from the audience below. The elders rose to their feet, smiles on their faces. In this sect tournament Li Mu's team took first place and Zhang Xiaoyun's team came second. Both teams would represent Qingyun Temple at the 9 Provinces sect exchange in the central continent. The day after the tournament ended Sui Han packed her belongings and prepared to lead the teams on their journey. The temple master and elders personally saw them off at the mountain gate. The temple master placed a golden token engraved with the characters Qingyun into Sui Han's hand, his expression solemn. Han, this trip to the central continent concerns the honor of Qingyun Temple. The geniuses of the major sects across the 9 provinces will gather there. Danger and opportunity coexist. You must take good care of the disciples from both teams. Safety first, competition second. Disciple understands. Sui Han bowed and accepted the token, nodding gravely. Master elders, rest assured. Han will protect the disciples and do her utmost to bring glory to Qingyun Temple. Li Mu and Zhang Xiaoyun leading the 8 team members stood neatly behind Sui Han, all dressed in new Qingyun robes, their postures upright, eyes firm and spirits high. Senior sister, we are all ready. Li Mu stepped forward and said softly. Sui Han turned to look at the 10 vibrant disciples behind her, a gentle smile appearing in her eyes. She raised her hand and the green feather leaf gifted by the bamboo grove recluse half a year ago flew out from her storage pouch. Spiritual radiance bloomed as it transformed into a green flying leaf about a zhang in size, hovering steadily at the mountain gate. The emerald leaf exuded a warm, gentle spiritual glow with speed formations subtly circulating within. Even after half a year it remained as spiritually charged as the day it was given, mild yet harboring immense power just like its giver. Whenever she saw this green feather leaf a warmth would surge in Sui Han's heart. That nameless gentleman who asked for nothing in return was like a beam of light in the darkness, offering her the warmest salvation at her most desperate moment. She had secretly returned to that mountain forest trying to find her benefactor to repay him. But the bamboo hut remained surrounded by verdant bamboo, yet it was empty. Only the courtyard was filled with the breeze and bamboo shadows, as if that encounter had been nothing more than a warm dream. She did not know the gentleman's name, his origins, or where he had gone. She could only bury this gratitude deep in her heart, silently vowing that if fate allowed them to meet again she would repay him with all she had. Come aboard. Sui Han withdrew her thoughts and stepped onto the green feather leaf first, her voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. The central continent is far. We should set out early so as not to miss the exchange's start date. Li Mu, Zhang Xiaoyun and the others stepped onto the leaf one by one. Even with 11 people standing on it, it remained spacious and stable without any crowding. It was the first time for all of them to ride such a high-grade flying spiritual treasure. Their eyes could not hide their novelty, but they dared not make too much noise, obediently standing behind Sui Han. Sui Han infused her spiritual energy into the green feather leaf. The gentle radiance instantly swelled, transforming into a streak of green light that pierced through the mist of Zhongnan Mountain, speeding toward the horizon. Swift as the wind, traversing 1,000 li in an instant. Beneath their feet lay rolling mountains and rivers, endless fields and villages. White clouds drifted past their sides and a gentle breeze brushed their robes. The 11 Qingyun disciples stood on the flying leaf gazing down at the magnificent scenery of the 9 provinces, their hearts filled with soaring pride. Li Mu stood beside Sui Han, looking at his senior sister's upright back and the faintly trembling Fan River sword at her waist, his eyes full of respect. He knew that beneath her calm exterior his senior sister was always thinking of that unknown benefactor and the kindness of their encounter on the ancient path. Senior sister, Li Mu said softly, after the Central Continent exchange ends we could travel around and search. Perhaps we might find that gentleman who saved you. Sui Han paused slightly. She turned to look at the youth, surprise flickering in her eyes. A blush crept onto her cheeks and then she smiled gently, all right. If fate permits we will meet again. She had never detailed to anyone the circumstances of her rescue in the bamboo grove, yet Li Mu had already sensed a longing in her heart. This delicate thoughtfulness, like the warm spring sun, quietly melted the chill left in her heart by the bloody battle. Zhang Xiaoyun, overhearing this, also stepped forward, scratching his head, his tone sincere. Second senior sister, since that gentleman saved your life, he is a benefactor of Qingyun Temple. If we find him we will certainly repay him well. Perhaps he saved you because he has feelings for you. And this time at the Central Continent competition we will definitely perform well, not disgrace senior sister and not disgrace Qingyun Temple. All right. Sui Han nodded with a light laugh, the blush on her face deepening, her eyes full of anticipation. A green streak of light cut through the sky, crossing rivers, lakes, cities and mountains. Throughout the journey Sui Han never slackened. While propelling the green feather leaf she diligently taught the disciples about the distribution of powers across the 9 provinces continent, the taboos and rules of the major sects, practical combat techniques and the key points of teamwork. Using her own experiences as examples she explained in detail. The disciples listened attentively and gained much. Li Mu and Zhang Xiaoyun also sparred with each other along the way, learning from each other's strengths. The victory or defeat of the previous tournament had long faded, replaced by the tacit understanding and unity between fellow disciples. Zhang Xiaoyun learned composure while Li Mu gained a measure of sharpness. The disciples of both teams gradually coalesced into a formidable force during the journey. One evening the setting sun dyed the horizon red and the sunset clouds filled the sky. Sui Han looked up. In the distant sky a towering divine mountain stood amidst the clouds. On the mountain palaces rose one after another, immortal mist swirled and spiritual light soared into the heavens. Even from 1,000 li away one could feel the majesty and overwhelming aura emanating from this sacred ground of the 9 provinces. That is the Central Continent's sacred ground, the venue for the 9 provinces sect exchange. Sui Han pointed to the distant divine mountain, her voice calm but carrying a note of gravity. The genius disciples from the major sects have already gathered here. The days ahead will be a tough battle. The disciples looked in the direction she indicated, awe and reverence in their eyes quickly replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. They came from Qingyun Temple, led by a war goddess senior sister like Sui Han, fighting alongside their fellow disciples. Even facing the top geniuses of the 9 provinces they feared nothing. Li Mu gripped the long sword at his waist and looked at Sui Han, his gaze firm. Senior sister, we are ready. Zhang Xiaoyun and the other disciples echoed in unison, their voices resolute, ready. Sui Han looked at the spirited disciples behind her and a relieved smile curled at the corners of her lips. Half a year ago she had been at death's door, collapsed by an ancient path, saved by a gentle redemption. Half a year later she was leading the sect's disciples on a journey of 10,000 li to compete in the Central Continent, guarding the sect's glory and protecting those around her. Her path of cultivation was no longer merely about slaying demons and raising her cultivation, it was also about protection and inheritance. Protecting those she cared for, passing on the principles and righteousness of Qingyun Temple and cherishing the memory of that unexpected warm kindness. Sui Han took a deep breath. Once again she channeled her spiritual energy into the green feather leaf. The leaf's radiance surged, its speed redoubled, transforming into a brilliant green streak of light that shot straight toward the Central Continent's sacred ground. Beneath the setting sun a streak of light streaked across the sky. The youths were full of vigor and the woman stood tall, her features cool yet harboring a warm sun in her heart. A grand event concerning the honor of the 9 provinces sects was about to unfold. The warm kindness buried deep in the heart would await a reunion in time. And on the ancient path deep within the bamboo grove, that gentleman warm as jade seemed to have long foreseen this meeting and parting, leaving only a wisp of breeze quietly awaiting the echoes of time. I'm so bored, senior brother. How about we quietly follow and join the fun? A junior sister, that won't do. If master finds out we'll be locked up in the discipline hall. It's fine. He'll use a formation to conceal our aura. Well, tell master we're in seclusion. Exactly. Senior brother, third senior brother is right. Forget it. Let's do it. But let me be clear, I'm not doing this for little junior brother. If you want to go then go. An ethereal voice sounded, interrupting their whispered discussion. The 3 immediately recognized the voice's owner, Xuanji Zi. Old man, he'll be fine alone on the mountain enjoying some peace. Since you're going down the mountain, bring your master some fine wine and delicacies. Go on. Delight lit up their faces as they bowed respectfully toward the main hall. The ghost Buddha devoured blood and slaughtered fellow disciples. Qingyu Leaf carried 11 figures skimming over the endless mountain ranges as they sped toward the central continent Holy Land. The twilight glow on the horizon gradually faded as dusk enveloped the land, revealing a desolate mass grave below. This place was shrouded in dense yin energy. The vegetation withered and blackened, and even the birds refused to linger, exuding a chilling and unsettling aura. Sui Han frowned slightly, her fingertips condensing spiritual energy as she slowed the Qingyu Leaf. The yin energy here is too heavy. The malevolent aura soars to the heavens. This is no place of peace. Stay vigilant and pass through quickly. Yes, senior sister. The group responded in unison, tightening their grips on their artifacts with solemn expressions. Li Mu Han narrowed his eyes, silently extending his divine sense to probe the surroundings. Zhang Xiaoyun gripped his longsword, his spiritual energy taut, ready to strike at any moment. Just as the Qingyu Leaf was about to pass over the mass grave, a piercing shriek erupted from below. Dozens of pitch-black figures burst forth from the ground, wreathed in thick blood and malevolent aura. Their faces were twisted, eyes glowing crimson, wielding blood-stained bone blades and banner flags. These were the infamous demonic cultivators. He, little brats from Qingyun Temple, you've delivered yourselves as nourishment. At the lead, a demonic cultivator clad in a blood robe, his face gaunt as a skeleton, held a soul-capturing banner. The banner's surface writhed with ghostly shadows, their wails unceasing. He greedily scanned the group on the Qingyu Leaf, a cruel smirk curling at his lips. Demonic cultivators. Zhang Xiaoyun hissed, his spiritual energy surging. Senior sister, let me clear the path. No need to act rashly. Sui Han flashed to the front, blocking the group. The Fen sword unsheathed in an instant, blazing flames surging from the blade, the scorching spiritual energy dispelling the surrounding yin energy. Form a defensive formation and await my orders. Li Mu Han and Zhang Xiaoyun immediately directed the disciples to set up the formation. The Qingyun Mountain protecting grand formation took shape in an instant, layers of spiritual light shielding the group at its core. But before the formation could fully stabilize, the blood-robed demonic cultivator below swung the soul-capturing banner fiercely. Ghost Buddha descends, devouring blood and consuming souls. Boom! The earth trembled violently. A massive fissure split open at the center of the mass grave, and a jet-black Buddha statue covered in blood-red patterns rose slowly from the depths. The Buddha's eyes were closed, its expression compassionate, yet its body was wreathed in endless resentment and blood aura. Beneath the serene facade lurked dense ghostly energy. This was the Ghost Buddha forged by the demonic cultivator from countless living souls. The Ghost Buddha opened its eyes, devoid of any Buddhist light, filled only with blood-red brutality. Its massive palm slammed toward the Qingyu Leaf. Where the palm wind passed, space itself warped slightly, yin energy and malevolent aura weaving into a net, seeking to capture everyone. Not good. He's refined living souls into this Ghost Buddha. Its power is immense. Sui Han's expression shifted. The Fen sword slashed through the air, unleashing a fire blade several zhang long. Defend with all your might. The fire blade and the Ghost Buddha's massive palm collided with a deafening roar. Scorching spiritual energy and malevolent aura clashed, wildly, shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The Qingyu Leaf shuddered violently, nearly shattering. The group staggered back, and several disciples of weaker cultivation spat out mouthfuls of blood. Ha, a mere mid-nascent soul cultivator dares to block my Ghost Buddha's might. The blood-robed demonic cultivator laughed maniacally. Kill them all, leave none alive, sacrifice their living souls into the Ghost Buddha. Dozens of demonic cultivators surged forward, bone blades flashing, blood light filling the sky. Coordinating with the Ghost Buddha's assault, they charged madly at the Qingyun disciples. Kill. Zhang Xiaoyun charged first, his cyan longsword wrapped in sharp spiritual energy aiming straight for the frontmost demonic cultivator. With a swift strike he slew two instantly. But the demonic cultivators were numerous and their methods venomous. Poison mists, curses and ghostly shadows emerged endlessly. A single misstep and one would be invaded by malevolent aura. Li Mu Han held the formation's course steady, directing the disciples in alternating attacks and defenses. His long sword struck with precision, each blow aimed at a demonic cultivator's vital point. Yet the Ghost Buddha's pressure was too terrifying. Every time it struck, the formation trembled violently and the defensive light barrier began to crack. Crack. With a sharp sound, the edge of the formation shattered. Two outer disciples, unable to dodge in time, were struck by the Ghost Buddha's malevolent aura. Black energy instantly coiled around them, their faces darkened, and with a scream they fell stiffly to the ground, their life force devoured by the Ghost Buddha. Junior brother. Li Mu Han's eyes nearly split with fury, his heart wrenched in pain, but the fierce battle left no room for grief. Seeing this, Su Yihan's heart fire blazed. The Fen sword's flames soared skyward, and disregarding her spiritual energy consumption, she unleashed the Qingyun Temple's ultimate technique, the blazing heaven sword art. Fen burns the plains, break the evil and slay the malevolent. Blazing flames transformed into a sea of fire, pressing down on the ghost Buddha and the demonic cultivators like a canopy. The scorching heat sizzled as it incinerated the yin energy. The blood-robed demonic cultivator's expression changed. He hadn't expected this female Qingyun cultivator to be so formidable. He immediately mobilized all his blood-malevolent power, commanding the ghost Buddha to fight back with full force. Pft! Su Yihan spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcibly activating a sword art beyond her realm, her already unhealed body was wounded once more. Yet her gaze remained firm as she tenaciously held back the ghost Buddha, buying time for her disciples to survive. Senior sister. Li Mu Han and Zhang Xiaoyun cried out simultaneously, their hearts filled with anxiety and pain. At that moment, 3 demonic cultivators flanked from behind, their bone blades coated with deadly poison aimed directly at 3 unsuspecting disciples. Those 3 disciples, having just weathered the frontal assault, were depleted of spiritual energy and couldn't dodge. With screams, their bodies were instantly corroded by the poison and their living souls were absorbed into the demonic cultivators' banners. In a brief moment, 5 Qingyun disciples had fallen. The remaining 5, their eyes bloodshot and filled with grief and rage, grew calmer in the face of crisis. Li Mu Han gritted his teeth, his divine sense locking onto the ghost Buddha's weakness. Zhang Xiaoyun helped senior sister hold off the ghost Buddha. "I'll destroy the soul-capturing banner." "Alright." Zhang Xiaoyun poured all his spiritual energy into his sword, turning it into a cyan light that tightly entangled the blood-robed demonic cultivator. Li Mu Han moved like lightning. Seizing the gap in the battle between the ghost Buddha and Su Yihan, he leaped to the side of the soul-capturing banner. Pouring all his spiritual energy into his sword, he thrust it straight at the banner's core. "Bastard! You dare destroy my artifact!" The blood-robed demonic cultivator was both shocked and enraged, but his attempt to retreat was blocked by Zhang Xiaoyun's relentless assault. Crack! The soul-capturing banner was pierced through. The wailing ghostly shadows on it dissipated by half, and the blood-malevolent aura sharply decreased. Deprived of its artifact support, the ghost Buddha's movements suddenly slowed and the black energy around it fluctuated violently. Now! A fierce glint flashed in Su Yihan's eyes. Ignoring her injuries, she channeled the last of her spiritual energy into the Fen sword. With a single slash, a fiery blade pierced heaven and earth, striking the ghost Buddha's head with devastating force. Boom! The ghost Buddha let out a harrowing wail. Its pitch-black body exploded violently, resentment and malevolent aura scattering in all directions, dissolving into black specks that vanished in the air. Seeing the ghost Buddha destroyed and the soul-capturing banner shattered, the blood-robed demonic cultivator suffered a severe blow to his spirit. He spat blood, his face filled with despair. "I'll fight you to the death." He transformed into a streak of blood light and charged, but without the ghost Buddha and his artifact he was already a spent force. Zhang Xiaoyun seized the opportunity to pierce his chest with a single thrust, and Li Mu Han followed his sword, striking to shatter his nascent soul. Leaderless, the demonic cultivators fell into disarray. The survivors, terrified out of their wits, turned to flee. But Su Yihan gave them no chance. The flames of the Fen sword swept out, incinerating every last fleeing demonic cultivator, leaving no threat behind. The battle was over. The fierce wind gradually subsided. The mass grave lay in ruins, stained with blood, the malevolent aura slowly dissipating. On the Qingyu leaf, the group of 11 was now reduced to 6. The bodies of 5 fellow disciples lay still, their faces serene, devoid of any life. They had been spirited Qingyun disciples harboring dreams of making their mark in the central continent, yet they fell here to the cruel hands of demonic cultivators, perishing in this desolate mass grave. Li Mu Han slowly crouched down, gently closing the wide-open eyes of a junior brother. His fingers trembled slightly, his eyes reddened, and the tears he had held back finally streamed down. Zhang Xiaoyun gripped his longsword, his knuckles white. The usually sharp youth was now terrifyingly silent, his heart filled with regret and grief. The remaining disciples sobbed uncontrollably, a pall of sorrow enveloping them all. Su Yihan leaned on the Fen sword, barely steadying herself, traces of blood still at the corner of her mouth. Her cold, elegant features were etched with grief and self-blame. She was the leading elder, the one they relied on, yet she had failed to protect all her disciples. It was her carelessness. She had thought they could pass through the dangerous area quickly by speeding along, but she hadn't anticipated the demonic cultivators' brutality, the ghost Buddhas might, nor that fellow disciples would fall here. Senior sister. Li Mu Han looked up, his voice choked. It's not your fault. The demonic cultivators were too venomous and we lacked strength. Sui-Han closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again only resolve and coldness remained. She wiped the blood from her lips and carefully placed the bodies of the 5 fallen disciples into her storage pouch. Her voice was low and solemn. They are Qingyun disciples, our fellow sect members. I brought them out and I will bring them back to be buried at Qingyun Mountain, their souls returning home. She lifted her gaze toward the distant central continent, Holy Land, the warmth in her eyes fading, entirely replaced by a sharp piercing edge. We will remember this grudge. Every demonic cultivator and ghost who harmed our Qingyun brethren and ravaged the 9 provinces, meet one, kill one, meet a group, annihilate them all. The sun sank completely below the horizon and night covered the land. Sui-Han dried her disciples' tears, regrouped the team, and the Qingyu leaf rose again, transforming into a streak of green light that pierced the darkness, continuing its flight toward the central continent. But this time the youthful exuberance of seeing the world for the first time was diminished, replaced by the heavy weight of loss and unwavering resolve. 5 cold corpses, 5 vibrant lives, like a hammer blow striking deep into every Qingyun disciple's heart. They finally understood that the 9 provinces held not only the brilliance and glory of sect competitions but also the lurking dangers and slaughter in the shadows. The path of cultivation was never a smooth road. The price of guarding glory was often blood and life. And ahead the central continent, Holy Land, awaited them with trials and battles far more brutal than demonic cultivators and ghost Buddhas. Sui-Han gripped the Fen sword at her waist. The flames on the blade flickered softly as if mourning the fallen or gathering power for the bloody battles to come. The night was as dark as ink as the azure feather leaf carried 6 solemn-faced disciples of Qingyun sect cutting through the silent sky. The wind howled past their ears, yet it could not dispel the grief and heaviness etched upon their brows. Of the original 11-member team only half remained. In their storage pouches lay 5 cold bodies, fellow disciples who had trained together, dreamed together, and aspired together for the 9 provinces grand tournament. Li Muhan sat cross-legged at the end of the azure feather leaf, his eyes tightly shut, yet his fingertips trembled faintly. The horrors of the mass grave were branded into his mind, the piercing screams of his junior brothers and sisters, their bodies withering rapidly as they were consumed by baleful energy, their eyes never closing in death. Each scene sent a pang of agony through his heart. He had entered Qingyun Temple as a child and cultivated for over a year, enduring countless trials, yet never had he felt the pain of life and death separation so acutely as now. In the sect sheltered by elders and protected by formations, he had believed cultivation was merely meditation, refining qi and sparring. Only today did he truly understand that the path of cultivation was about forging a way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Zhang Xiaoyun clutched her flute in silence, her fingertips turning pale from the strain. She had always been sharp and unrestrained in battle, never retreating from any foe. Yet now her fierce spirit was weighed down by grief. If only she had reacted faster, if only she had been stronger, if only she had seen through the evil cultivator's flanking maneuver earlier. Would her fellow disciples have survived? Guilt gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. The other 3 disciples hung their heads low, their eyes red and tears long dried, leaving only faint tracks on their cheeks. Just days ago they had been laughing and talking about the grand sights of the central continent, about making their mark in the 9 provinces grand tournament and bringing glory to Qingyun Temple. Now in the blink of an eye their companions were gone, buried in desolate mountains. Sui-Han stood at the forefront of the azure feather leaf, her white robe stained with blood and her hair slightly disheveled, yet she remained as upright as a pine. She could feel the grief and despair of the disciples behind her, and her heart ached as if cut by a blade, but she could not afford to collapse. She was the backbone of this team, their pillar of support. If she fell, these disciples would truly break down. She raised a hand to wipe away the lingering blood at the corner of her mouth. The spiritual energy in her dantian still churned faintly, the internal injuries from forcibly unleashing the heaven-scorching sword art would not heal in a short time. Yet she paid it no heed, lifting her gaze to the distant horizon. A faint glimmer of dawn quietly appeared in the distance. The dawn was approaching. And within that glimmer lay the central continent's sacred land, the heart of the 9 provinces, a place revered by 10,000 sects and the venue for the 9 provinces grand tournament. Half a day more and we shall reach Zhongzhou city. Sui-Han's voice was calm yet carried a steady strength, slowly reaching everyone's ears. The departed are gone, the living must carry on. We remember their vengeance, we shall fulfill their unfinished wishes. We must go to the 9 provinces grand tournament. Not only must we go, but we must also display the might of Qingyun sect. Let the entire 9 provinces know that we, the disciples of Qingyun, will never retreat even in the face of losing our fellow disciples. Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes, the grief in his gaze gradually fading, replaced by a firm resolve as solid as ice. Senior sister is right. We cannot let our junior brothers and sisters die in vain. In the 9 provinces grand tournament we will give our all and bring glory to Qingyun. Yes. Avenge our fellow disciples and win honor for Qingyun. Never retreat. The remaining disciples responded in unison, their voices hoarse yet unwavering. Grief still spread through their hearts, but now it had transformed into a more powerful force surging through their limbs and bones. Cultivation itself was defiance against the heavens, a path of life and death uncertainty. If one wallowed in sorrow they would only sink into despair. Only by growing stronger, by protecting those who remained and by eradicating the evil cultivators who had harmed their fellow disciples could they best honor the departed. The azure feather leaf sped onward, its pace unyielding, racing toward the legendary central continent under the rising sun. Half a day later. In the sky the clouds thinned and a colossal city spanning thousands of miles, majestic in scale, suddenly appeared before them. That was Zhongzhou City. The city was not built upon mountains but suspended in midair, its foundation made of 9 heavens mystic iron and its bricks of spirit vein jade. The walls towering 1,000 zhang were engraved with ancient and profound runes glowing with spiritual light and radiating an oppressive aura. Around the city auspicious clouds swirled and celestial cranes sang in harmony. Countless streaks of light pierced the sky, descending into the city, each representing a sect from across the 9 provinces. At the center of the city wall hung an enormous golden plaque inscribed with 4 ancient and majestic characters, Central Continent's sacred land. Even from afar it inspired awe and reverence. Is this Zhongzhou City? Such overwhelming grandeur and dense spiritual energy. The sacred land of countless sects truly lives up to its reputation. The Qingyun disciples' eyes widened, their hearts shaken. Though they had yet to enter the city, the imposing pressure and spiritual energy rushing toward them already made them feel the extraordinary nature of this place. Su Yihan's expression turned solemn as she spoke softly. Zhongzhou City has been a sacred land since ancient times, jointly guarded by the top 10 sects of the 9 provinces. The city is filled with countless restrictions and its spiritual energy density is several times higher than that of our Qingyun mountain. This grand tournament will feature over 100 sect teams, including core disciples from the most powerful sects whose strength is unfathomable. We must not take this lightly. Over 100 teams. A heavy weight pressed down on their hearts, the pressure mounting like a mountain. They were originally one of 2 teams sent by Qingyun Temple. Now, having lost 5 members, only 6 remained. Su Yihan, the strongest among them, was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, while the rest were mostly at the golden core or foundation establishment stages. Among the participants were not only second-rate and first-rate sects but also elite disciples from top-tier sects like Wangu's Sacred Land, Tianyan Sect and Zixia Immortal Mansion. Those disciples had enjoyed the finest resources since childhood, top-tier techniques, artifacts and elixirs, and their cultivation levels far surpassed their peers. Any one of them could be at the nascent soul stage or even higher. For their depleted and injured team to stand out in such fierce competition seemed nearly impossible. Li Muhan took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and said in a deep voice, "No matter how strong the opponents, we must not diminish Qingyun's spirit. Do our best and we will have no regrets." Well said. A gentle yet weary voice came from beside them. They turned to see another streak of azure light approaching swiftly, another azure feather leaf bearing the other team from Qingyun Temple led by Elder Lin Qingxian. However, this team's condition was no better than Su Yihan's group. Of the original 11 members, only 5 remained. All were injured, their robes stained with blood, their expressions haggard and grieving, clearly having suffered a similar calamity with heavy losses. Elder Lin. Su Yihan's heart tightened as she stepped forward to greet him. Lin Qingxian looked older, his brow heavy with sorrow, and he nodded slightly. No need for formalities. We were ambushed by demonic cultivators in the Black Wind Forest, suffering heavy casualties. It seems that on the road to the Central Continent, evil and demonic cultivators have set up a net to intercept and kill righteous disciples from the 9 provinces. 2 teams, 22 members now reduced to 11, half lost. This news struck like a thunderbolt, deepening the grief and anger of the already heavy-hearted Qingyun disciples. Zhang Xiaoyun clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. These evil and demonic cultivators are utterly insane. If I ever meet them again, I'll tear them apart. This vengeance will be exacted. A flash of ferocity crossed Lin Qingxian's eyes, quickly replaced by deep helplessness. But for now the most important thing is the 9 provinces grand tournament. We'll merge our 2 teams into one, 11 members in total. Though we've lost half, we must still represent Qingyun Temple and compete to the end. 11 people sounded like a decent number, but among over 100 teams it was insignificant. Every other sect had a full roster of elites brimming with confidence. Only Qingyun Temple with its merged and battered team, all injured and low in morale, seemed like a defeated rabble, utterly out of place among the spirited teams around them. The azure feather leaf slowly descended at the entrance of Zhongzhou City. The area was already packed with a lively yet orderly crowd. Cultivators from all over the 9 provinces gathered here, white-haired sect elders, ambitious core disciples, burly demonic cultivators, and mysterious hermits. They were diverse in appearance and attire, their spiritual energy fluctuations varying in strength, yet all exuded the aura of top-tier prodigies. Streaks of light danced in the sky, crowds surged on the ground, and various spiritual birds and beasts pulled carriages slowly by. Artifacts gleamed with spiritual light and fragrances filled the air, a sight as enchanting as a celestial realm. That's the team from Wangu's sacred land. All nascent soul disciples led by a late nascent soul powerhouse. Tianyan sect has arrived too. I heard the disciples they brought this time have all cultivated ancient secret arts, absolutely terrifying. The female disciples of Zixia Immortal Mansion are stunning, and their strength is not to be underestimated. Exclamations rose and fell among the crowd. Every team that appeared drew countless gazes, but the top-tier sects were the center of attention, revered like stars around the moon. As for Qingyun Temple, with their blood-stained robes, depleted numbers, and low spirits, they immediately attracted a variety of stares upon landing. Some were curious, some puzzled, but most were filled with disdain and contempt. Scorn. Tisk tisk, which sect's team is this? How can they be so disheveled like a defeated army? Judging by their attire, they seem to be from Qingyun Temple. Despite their sorry state, they still represent a first-rate sect from the northern domain. Haha, first-rate sect. Even for a first-rate sect with a team this battered, they'll likely be routed by heretics before the competition even starts, won't they? With such a showing they dare to participate in the 9 provinces tournament. Alas, what a pity. I reckon they'll be eliminated in the first round just here to fill the numbers. The harsh undisguised chatter reached the ears of Qinjian's disciples. Zhang Xiaoyan's face instantly flushed red, trembling with rage as she prepared to argue, but Li Muhan firmly held her back. Don't act rashly, Li Muhan said in a low voice. Pointless arguments are useless. Strength is the best proof. Zhang Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and stopped, feeling utterly aggrieved, yet knowing Li Muhan was right. In this central continent city where the strong reign supreme, and on the battlefield of the 9 provinces tournament, only strength can earn respect. Sui Han and Lin Qingxian exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. They knew that at this moment everyone was mocking them, believing that this ragtag remnant of Qingyun Temple was unworthy of competing alongside the top prodigies of the great sects. The pressure was unprecedented. With over 100 teams, formidable enemies on all sides, jeers surrounding them, heavy casualties, and low morale. For them, this 9 provinces tournament was no longer a stage for rankings, but a life-and-death battle to defend Qinjian's honor and honor the fallen. Lin Qingxian raised a hand and gently patted the disciples' shoulders, his voice steady and firm. Children, I know your hearts are heavy, and I know the immense pressure you bear. But you must remember, we are Qingyun disciples. The spirit of Qingyun Temple has always been to bend but never break, to grow stronger through adversity. The more others look down on us, the more we must stand firm. The stronger our opponents, the more we must rise to the challenge. Our fallen comrades are watching us from above. We cannot let them down. We cannot let the banner of Qingyun Temple be tarnished in our hands. We heed the elders' teachings. The 11 Qingyun disciples replied in unison, their voices low but imbued with an unyielding tenacity. They slowly raised their heads, wiping away the tears and weariness from their faces, straightening their spines. What did it matter if their robes were stained with blood? What did it matter if their team was incomplete? What did it matter if they were gravely wounded or scorned? They were disciples of Qingyun Temple warriors who had survived a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Li Muhan gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. He looked at the mocking gazes around him, at the imposing prodigies of the great sects, but felt no fear, only a profound calm. He had faced the ghostly heretics of the chaos burial grounds and dangers far more terrifying. He had traversed the line between life and death. How could he fear a mere competition? Zhang Xiaoyan slowly unclenched her fists, the malice in her eyes transforming into fierce battle intent. On this stage of the 9 provinces tournament she would shatter all scorn with her flute and sword, carving out Qinjian's might. Sui Han raised her hand and gently sheathed the burning river sword. Though her white robes were stained with blood, her posture grew even more upright. She lifted her gaze to the towering sacred arena deep within Central Continent City, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Enter the city, register and compete. These simple 6 words carried immense weight. The 11 Qingyun disciples, ignoring the jeers and strange looks around them, exchanged glances and drew close together like 11 swords about to be unsheathed. Under countless gazes they stepped step by step through the gates of Central Continent City. Inside the city spiritual energy was so dense it nearly turned liquid. The streets were incredibly wide, flanked by pavilions and towers intricately carved and adorned with a celestial aura swirling around. Countless cultivators came and went, their shouts, laughter and the clashing of artifacts interweaving into a vibrant cacophony. Prominent notices and rules for the 9 provinces tournament were posted everywhere. The tournament is divided into 3 rounds: group stage, knockout stage and finals. Over 100 teams will be randomly drawn into groups for unknown matches, with winners earning points if the top 4 by points advance. Lethal force and sinister techniques are forbidden. Violators will be disqualified. The top 3 winning teams will be rewarded with ancient techniques, supreme spirit stones, spiritual vein opportunities and other treasures from the central continent Holy Land. The deeper they ventured into the city, the more powerful cultivators they encountered. Nascent soul cultivators were everywhere, and even the rarely seen elders at the spirit-severing stage could occasionally be glimpsed. Prodigies from the great sects gathered in small groups full of ambition, with undercurrents of tension and fierce battle intent. As the Qingyun party pressed on, the pressure they felt grew heavier. Every time they encountered a top-tier sects team, the oppressive spiritual pressure emanating from them tightened their hearts. Those disciples looked at them with condescending disdain and faint contempt, as if regarding insignificant ants. See that? That's Chu Guangdao, the core disciple of the eternal ancient Holy Land. They say he's only 25 but has already reached the late nascent soul stage. His wild blade art sweeps across the northern domain's generation. And that Su Qingyue from the heavenly derivation sect, a prodigy skilled in divination and formations, hailed as the heaven-blessed daughter of this era. These are the true protagonists of the 9 provinces tournament, the top contenders for first place. Following the gazes, they saw a group of young men and women in golden robes standing arrogantly nearby. The leader, a tall man with a defiant expression and a fierce blade aura, was none other than Chu Guangdao of the eternal ancient Holy Land. On the other side, a woman in white stood gracefully with an ethereal demeanor and eyes that seemed to hold the stars. She was Su Qingyue of the heavenly derivation sect, so ordinary, so unremarkable. Zhang Xiaoyun gripped her longsword tightly and murmured, "One day I will surpass them." Li Muhan nodded slightly, "You will. As long as we do not fear death, we will one day stand at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces." Soon the group arrived at the registration point for the 9 provinces tournament. The registrant was a disciple of the central continent Holy Land with an indifferent expression. His gaze swept over the Qingyun party's battered team, a faint trace of contempt flickering in his eyes, but he said nothing more than, "Sect name, leaders name, number of members." Northern Domain Qingyun Temple. Leaders Sui Han and Lin Qingxian. 11 participating disciples. The Holy Land disciple finished registering and handed them 11 cyan tokens. "With these tokens you may rest at Qingyun Pavilion. The competition begins tomorrow at dawn. Gather at the central sacred arena. Latecomers will be disqualified." "Thank you." Taking the tokens, they saw the character, Qin, engraved on them. They were cold and hard, much like their current state of mind. Qingyun Pavilion was a resting place prepared by the central continent Holy Land for participating sects. However, the pavilion was in a remote location with simple facilities vastly inferior to the golden palaces where the top sects resided, yet slightly better than those of second-rate sects. Clearly, in the eyes of the central continent Holy Land, Qingyun Temple was not entirely an insignificant minor sect. Stepping into Qingyun Pavilion, the courtyard was quiet and sparsely populated, a stark contrast to the bustling noise outside which suited their desire for peace and recovery. As they sat down, a momentary silence fell. Lin Qingxian looked at the injured yet determined disciples before him and spoke slowly, "From today onward our 2 teams will formally merge. Sui Han, you have the highest cultivation and the best on-the-spot judgment. During the competition you will have full command." "Yes, Elder," Sui Han replied with a nod. "In the time we have, everyone should focus on regulating their breathing, healing their wounds and restoring spiritual energy. Tomorrow our first opponent is unknown, but no matter who it is, we must give our all and never back down." "Yes." They all responded in unison, sitting cross-legged to begin healing and regulating their energy. Li Muhan closed his eyes in meditation, circulating spiritual energy slowly through his body. Yet in his mind, scenes from the bloody battle at the Chaos Burial Grounds, the fallen comrades, the countless mocking gazes in Central Continent City, and the fierce auras of the top prodigies kept replaying. Pressure washed over him like a tidal wave, relentlessly testing his resolve. With over 100 teams and powerful enemies everywhere, how far could this remnant force go? Could they uphold Qingyun's honor? Could they honor the fallen? He didn't know. But he knew one thing: they could not retreat, and there was no ground to retreat to. The path of cultivation was always a thorny journey. The loss of comrades was a tribulation, but also a tempering. If the presence of powerful enemies was a danger, but also an opportunity. If they lacked the courage to face formidable foes, what was the point of pursuing the Tao or seeking immortality? As night deepened, Central Continent City blazed with lights, a riot of colors. Inside Qingyun Pavilion, 11 figures sat silently in meditation, their spiritual energy flowing gently as they healed and contemplated. No one spoke, but in each heart an unyielding flame burned. The sorrow of losing comrades transformed into the drive to forge ahead. The countless voices of mockery became the battle intent to defend honor. The pressure of surrounding enemies turned into the courage to burn one's boats. Sui Han slowly opened her eyes, gazing out the window at the towering sacred arena surrounded by countless spiritual lights, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. The 9 provinces tournament would begin tomorrow. Over 100 teams would vie for supremacy in the Central Plains. And they, the scarred and incomplete team of Qingyun Temple, would step onto that sacred arena under the watchful eyes of all. Not for fame or fortune. Only to defend Qingyun's glory, to honor the fallen, and to prove that Qingyun disciples, even against a million foes, would press forward. Outside the window the moonlight was bright, casting a clear radiance. A peak showdown that would sweep across the 9 provinces was about to begin. And the bloody battles and legends of Qingyun Temple had only just started. As the sky began to lighten, Zhongzhou City was already astir. Myriad rays of dawn broke through the clouds, cascading upon the city suspended in midair. Countless strands of spiritual light interwove, casting the entire city in a celestial glow. In the central area 9 colossal martial platforms hovered in the void. Their bases were forged from ancient divine iron, inscribed with runes of defense and suppression. Even a nascent soul cultivator going all out would scarcely leave a scratch upon them. Around the platforms viewing stands rose tier upon tier, densely packed with cultivators, elders, and even regional overlords from across the 9 provinces. The air thrummed with voices and surging spiritual energy. Countless gazes converged upon the platforms, eagerly awaiting this decennial grand event of the 9 provinces. Within the Azure Cloud Pavilion the 11 disciples of Azure Cloud sect stood ready, fully prepared. After a night of meditation, though their injuries were not fully healed, their spirit and vitality had largely recovered. Each had donned pristine Azure Cloud robes, their postures upright. The sorrow of yesterday had faded from their brows, replaced by a steely resolve. Sui Han, clad in white as pure as snow, carried the scorching river sword at her waist. Her fire-attributed spiritual energy was restrained within, yet her beast-like crimson eyes remained cold and sharp as she swept her gaze over the group. The tournament begins today. I have already explained the rules last night. The group stage is a 3-person melee. Fight with restraint, no killing. But do not disgrace the Azure Cloud spirit. Remember, behind you stand the Azure Cloud Temple and the departed souls of your fallen comrades. This battle is not for pride but to uphold our dignity. We will follow your orders, senior sister. The 11 voices rang out in unison, soft, yet each word resounded with determination. Elder Lin Qingxian stroked his beard, his expression grave. The group draw is random, your opponent's strength is unknown. Prioritize self-preservation above all. If you are truly outmatched, concede at once. Do not be reckless and throw away your lives. For you to have come to Zhongzhou alive and to return whole to Azure Cloud Temple, that is what matters most. In his heart he knew that with Azure Cloud's current strength, breaking through the ranks of 100 sects was as difficult as ascending to heaven. He only hoped that the disciples could gain some experience from the competition and return safely. That would be the greatest fortune. The group stepped out of the Azure Cloud Pavilion and made their way toward the central martial platform. Along the way countless eyes fell upon them once more and whispers arose. Look, it's those broken soldiers from Azure Cloud Temple again. They actually dare to compete. Haha, I wonder how many rounds they'll last. They'll probably be knocked off in the first round. A rabble like them deserves to stand on the sacred platform. They're just here to add some comic relief to the grand event. The harsh mockery was undisguised, drilling into everyone's ears. Several young disciples clenched their fists, their faces pale, yet they gritted their teeth and remained silent, following closely behind Sui Han, heads held high. Li Muhan walked steadily, his gaze calm as he surveyed the surroundings. He saw disciples of the eternal ancient sect striding past atop spirit tigers, arrogant and proud. He saw disciples of the heavenly evolution sect surrounded by spiritual light, drawing all attention. He saw the prodigies of various great sects brimming with confidence and high spirits. And their own broken team stood out among the crowd, an odd sight. But what of it? Li Muhan silently vowed, after today I will make sure everyone remembers that Azure Cloud Temple is no pushover to be mocked. Yet could there truly be not a single shred of envy in his heart? For a child that was clearly impossible. Before long they arrived at the draw area beneath the sacred platform. The Zhongzhou Sacred Land disciple in charge of the draw, expressionless, handed a jade token to Sui Han. Azure Cloud Temple, first sacred platform, group 3. Proceed to the stage immediately. Su Yihan took the token, her fingertips tightening slightly. The first sacred platform was one of the foremost main platforms in this group stage, drawing the most attention, and often the strongest opponents. Being assigned to the main platform right at the start was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. "Senior sister, what is it?" Zhang Xiaoyun hurried forward to ask. "First sacred platform, Group 3. We go on immediately." Su Yihan's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. "Li Muhan, Zhang Xiaoyun, follow me into battle. The rest of you stay on guard below and act as needed." "Yes." The three responded, leaping up as their figures transformed into streaks of azure light, landing steadily on the first sacred platform. The moment they landed, a burst of laughter and chatter erupted from below. "Ha ha ha, Azure Cloud Temple actually sent 3 wounded soldiers. That woman still has blood at the corner of her mouth. Their leader is only at mid-nascent soul and the other 2 are at most peak golden core. How dare they make a fool of themselves on the main platform? Just wait and see, they'll be knocked off in 3 moves at most." On the sacred platform, the other 2 groups had already taken their positions. On the left stood 6 individuals clad in black and gold attire, their faces arrogant, their spiritual energy wild and violent. They were disciples of the Black Wolf Valley from the northern domain. Though not a top-tier sect, this sect was renowned for its ruthlessness. Every disciple was battle-hungry and possessed extremely rich combat experience. At their head was a tall, burly man with a fierce countenance, Lang Zhanfei, a core disciple of Black Wolf Valley at the early nascent soul stage. On the right were 6 disciples from the southern wasteland Spirit Serpent sect. Their faces were cold, their eyes as eerie as serpents, and faint poisonous mist lingered around them. They excelled in poison arts and elusive movement techniques, making them hard to guard against. The leading woman, beautiful yet concealing deadly venom, was Lu Qingyan, also at early nascent soul. Upon stepping onto the stage, Lang Zhanfei cast a contemptuous glance at Su Yihan and her 2 companions, sneering, "Who did I think it was? Just the defeated remnants of Azure Cloud Temple. A mere 3 of you deserve to compete on the same stage as us." Lu Qingyan of the Spirit Serpent sect chuckled lightly, her voice sweet yet laced with bone-chilling cold. "Better to concede now, lest you be beaten so badly you cry for your parents and disgrace Azure Cloud's name." The laughter from below grew even louder. Zhang Xiaoyun trembled with rage, raising his hand to summon his jade flute. "Arrogant. Don't push us too far. Calm down." Su Yihan reached out to stop him, her cold gaze slowly sweeping over Lang Zhanfei and Lu Qingyan. Her voice was calm yet carried a sharp edge. "On the competition stage, strength speaks. What use is a sharp tongue? Oh, the little lattice got some guts." Lang Zhanfei grinned, revealing fierce fangs. "Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish." Just then, from the high platform, an aged and majestic voice rang out across the entire arena. "The 9 provinces Grand Competition Group Stage, First Sacred Platform, Group 3, begin." The moment the words fell, Lang Zhanfei's figure erupted into motion. He had no intention of holding back. His first move was a killing blow. Black Wolf howls at the moon. Violent spiritual energy transformed into a colossal black wolf dozens of feet long. Its howl shook the heavens and its claws tore through space itself as it lunged straight at Su Yihan. The early nascent soul spiritual energy was unleashed without reservation, its oppressive force sweeping across the entire sacred platform. At the same time, Lu Qingyan of the Spirit Serpent sect made her move. Her figure flickered like a phantom, evading a direct confrontation as her fingertips shot out several green poison needles. The needles gleamed with deadly cold light, targeting Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun, simultaneously sealing off all their escape routes. From the very start, it was a pincer attack aiming to wipe out the Azure Cloud trio in one fell swoop. The spectators below watched with keen interest, all waiting to see the Azure Cloud 3 instantly crushed. Black Wolf Valley sure is ruthless, going all out from the start. A touch from the Spirit Serpent sect's poison needles means injury. Those 2 golden core disciples from Azure Cloud are dead meat. It's over. This match is completely without suspense. At the critical moment, Su Yihan's gaze remained unchanged as the Scorching River sword sprang from its sheath. Scorching River sword block. Blazing flames surged into the sky, forming a wall of fire that stood firm before the giant wolf. Flame and wolf claws collided with a thunderous roar. The shockwave blasted outward, forcing Su Yihan back 3 steps as a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Yet she had ultimately withstood the blow. Muhan Xiaoyun encircle the left flank. Form the 3 talents formation. Yes. Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun responded, their figures crossing as their long swords left their sheaths simultaneously. Azure spiritual energy intertwined, instantly forming the Azure Cloud Temple's basic offensive-defensive formation, the 3 talents formation. Two sword beams, one left and one right, precisely sliced through the poison needles. Their spiritual energy link stabilizing their defense. At the peak of golden core amplified by the formation, their power began to rival that of a nascent soul cultivator. Lu Qinyan frowned slightly, clearly not expecting these two golden core disciples to coordinate so seamlessly and wield the formation with such mastery. Interesting little things. But still not enough. Lang Zhanfei roared again, lunging forward as the black wolf phantom snarled and clawed, its assault growing even more ferocious. Break for me. Sui Han gritted her teeth. The flames of the scorching river sword blazed higher. Instead of retreating, she advanced, meeting Lang Zhanfei head-on. She knew that as the only nascent soul cultivator among the three, she had to pin down the opponent's strongest combatant, otherwise Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun would have no chance. Mid-nascent soul and early nascent soul spiritual energy clashed violently. Su Yihan's old wounds had not healed, and every collision sent a stabbing pain through her dantian, her qi and blood roiling. Yet her gaze remained unwavering, she did not take a single step back. Senior sister. Li Muhan's heart ached, but he was trapped by Lu Qinjian's poison arts. Lu Qinjian's movements were elusive, her poison mist pervasive. Every thrust of her sword followed a bizarre trajectory, making it difficult to predict. Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun held on with the three talents formation, their sword light forming an impenetrable barrier against the endless poison needles and insidious techniques. Golden core against nascent soul was a vast gap in realm. If not for their diligent training and seamless coordination, they would have already been defeated. Yet even so, they were gradually losing ground. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, their arms trembled slightly, and their spiritual energy was draining rapidly. Ha ha ha, can't hold on any longer. Lang Zhanfei laughed wildly, his attacks growing fiercer. Let's see how long you can last. Sui Han was struck by the giant wolf again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her figure staggered and the flame sword light instantly dimmed. Senior sister. Li Muhan's eyes burned with fury. In his peripheral vision he saw Sui Han injured, his mind wavered and a flaw appeared in his defense. Lu Qinyan seized the opportunity, her poison needle darting straight for his shoulder. Watch out. Zhang Xiaoyun lunged forward, using his own back to block the poison needle. Hiss, the green poison needle pierced his body. Zhang Xiaoyun shuddered violently, his face instantly turning black, and he staggered and fell. Xiaoyun. Li Muhan's eyes blazed with fury, grief and rage surging into his heart. The image of his fallen comrades in the mass grave flashed before his eyes again. He could not bear to watch another companion get hurt. Ah! A roar tore from Li Muhan's throat. The spiritual energy around him suddenly surged. Within his golden core, spiritual energy churned wildly, and at this very moment it showed signs of breaking through its shackles. Azure Cloud Sword Art, selfless and formless. He abandoned defense, his long sword soaring into the air. The sword light was clear as water, devoid of any worldly aura, yet it carried an unyielding resolve. This sword was not for victory but for protection. The sword light was blindingly fast, thrusting straight at Lu Qinjian's brow. Lu Qinjian's expression shifted drastically. She had not expected this golden core cultivator to achieve sudden enlightenment mid-battle, unleashing such terrifying power. She hurriedly sidestepped to dodge, but though she avoided the vital point, the sword light grazed her shoulder, sending blood spurting. Bastard! Lu Qinyan, both shocked and enraged, was about to counterattack when a scorching blaze suddenly swept in. Sui Han, enduring her injuries, seized the moment. The scorching river sword slashed out a streak of flame, driving straight at Lang Zhanfei's back. Forced to defend, Lang Zhanfei's assault faltered. Muhan, help Xiaoyun back and stabilize the formation. Sui Han shouted sternly. Li Muhan gritted his teeth, helped Zhang Xiaoyun up and retreated several steps, pouring his spiritual energy into Zhang Xiaoyun's body to suppress the poison. Zhang Xiaoyun's face was blackened, but he still gripped his sword tightly. "I'm fine. I can still fight." Below the stage, the crowd that had been laughing gradually fell silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at the sacred platform. That broken Azure Cloud team they had mocked, despite the disparity in cultivation, despite injuries and numerical disadvantage, not one had retreated, not one had conceded. They were battered and bruised, yet their fighting spirit never waned. Their realms were low, yet they would rather break than bend. This Azure Cloud Temple has some mettle. A match that seemed hopeless, and they've held on this long, even wounding someone from the Spirit Serpent sect. Those two Golden Core disciples have incredible tenacity. The jeers quietly faded away. In their place came a solemn respect, subtle yet undeniable. On the sacred platform, Sui Han stood before her two companions, her white robe stained with blood, yet her posture as straight as a green pine. Her gaze was icy as she swept over Lang Zhanfei and Lu Qingyan. If you want to defeat us, you'll have to step over my corpse. Azure Cloud disciples would rather die than retreat. Li Muhan supporting Zhang Xiaoyan roared in unison, rather die than retreat. Though their voices were weak, they pierced the clouds, echoing across the first sacred platform, shaking the entire arena. Lang Zhanfei and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and a hint of wariness in each other's eyes. They had thought this would be an easy one-sided crush, but instead they had hit a steel plate, hard. Stubborn fools. Lang Zhanfei roared. Since you're asking for death, he'll give it to you. Both nascent soul cultivators' spiritual energy surged simultaneously. The phantoms of the black wolf and venomous serpent intertwined, forming a deadly net that bore down upon the Azure Cloud trio. Sui Han closed her eyes. When she opened them again, only resolve remained. She poured all her spiritual energy, and even a trace of her essence blood, into the scorching river sword. Scorching heaven sword art, final form. With the soul of Azure Cloud I ignite the blood in my heart to protect my comrades and vanquish the enemy. Blazing blood-red flames erupted from within her, the sword light spanning the sacred platform illuminating all of Zhongzhou City. Below, Elder Lin Qingxian shot to his feet, his expression both sorrowful and proud. My Azure Cloud disciples should be like this. Countless gazes were fixed on that white figure standing amidst the flames. No one dared to mock any longer. No one dared to look down on them anymore. For they all understood, today even if this broken Azure Cloud team lost, they had earned the respect of the entire 9 provinces. And this seemingly one-sided match was only just reaching its true climax. On the martial arena the world seemed to shrink to only a few taut figures. Sui Han, her white robe stained with blood, stood before Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyan. The Fan River sword in her hand trembled faintly, as if resonating or perhaps mourning. The spiritual energy within her dantian was already in chaotic disarray. The internal injuries from her previous fierce battle against the Ghost Buddha had never fully healed. Now, after consecutive clashes with 2 nascent soul cultivators, Lang Zhanfei and Lu Qingyan, every circulation of spiritual energy wrenched at her meridians with searing pain. Her chest felt as if crushed by a boulder, a dull throbbing ache. Yet her spine remained straight as an arrow. She was the leader of the Qingyan Temple delegation, the only mid-nascent soul cultivator on the field, the first and last line of defense for her junior brothers and sisters. As long as she still stood, the banner of Qingyun could not fall and the people of Qingyun would not retreat. A poison needle glowing with a sinister green light was embedded in Zhang Xiaoyan's shoulder. The potent venom from the serpent spirit sect was spreading frantically through his meridians. Wherever it passed, a numbing stinging pain swept through his body and his skin rapidly took on a layer of dark green. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his lips. Under the dual torment of searing pain and poison, veins bulged on his forehead and cold sweat soaked his robes. Yet he stubbornly refused to let out even a single groan. His left hand pressed firmly on the acupoint near the poison needle on his shoulder, trying to suppress the venom spread with his own spiritual energy. His right hand still gripped his longsword tightly, the knuckles white from strain. Even as his vision began to blur from the toxin's assault, his gaze remained locked on Lu Qingyan ahead without a hint of retreat. Xiaoyan, circulate the Qingyun Heart Sutra and protect your heart meridian. Let me expel the poison for you. Li Muhan steadied Zhang Xiaoyan with one hand while placing the other flat against his back, pouring the full force of his golden core peak spiritual energy into Zhang Xiaoyan's body. Cool pure Qingyun spiritual energy coursed through the meridians, attempting to block the rampaging green poisonous mist. But the serpent spirit sect's poison arts were renowned for their insidious and overbearing nature. Moreover, Lu Qingyan was at the early nascent soul stage and the venom was infused with a strand of nascent soul spiritual energy. The moment Li Muhan's energy touched the poisonous mist, it was continuously corroded and worn away. Within moments Li Muhan's face also turned pale, fine beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. The consumption of his spiritual energy far exceeded his expectations. Muhan. Don't worry about me. Go help senior sister. Zhang Xiaoyan's voice was hoarse and dry, every word costing immense effort. I can still fight. I won't hold you back. Nonsense. Li Muhan's voice was a stern rebuke yet filled with unyielding determination. We are fellow disciples, comrades in arms. When I took my oath at Qingyun Mountain back then, it was to advance and retreat together to share life and death. Now it's just a bit of poison. Even if I have to exhaust all my cultivation, I won't let anything happen to you. The image of those 5 fallen fellow disciples at the mass grave surfaced in Li Muhan's mind like a recurring nightmare. Those familiar faces, those clear laughs, those days of cultivating together, eating together and dreaming of the 9 provinces grand tournament were still vivid before his eyes. Yet in an instant they were separated by life and death, reduced to 5 cold bodies in storage pouches. That feeling of helpless grief he never wanted to experience a second time. Zhang Xiaoyun was his fellow disciple, his brother, the comrade standing shoulder to shoulder with him on this sacred arena. He would never again allow himself to watch helplessly as someone beside him fell to the enemy's insidious methods. Never. "Ha, truly a touching display of sibling affection," said Lu Qinyan from across the way, gently twirling her fingers. A seductive yet venomous smile curled at the corners of her lips, her eyes filled with mockery and cruelty. But unfortunately, on the sacred arena of the 9 provinces, grand tournament tenderness is worthless. The serpent spirit sex latchbone corrosive bone poison, once it enters the body, would give even a nascent soul cultivator a headache. And she's just a golden core peak. Does she think she can withstand it? I advise you to concede early and scurry off the stage, lest you die up here and throw away your lives for nothing. Lang Zhanfei clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Black wolf true qi surged violently around him, his aura even more formidable than before. He had initially thought this would be an easy one-sided victory. But he never expected these 3 Qingyun disciples to be as tough as rocks, far harder than he imagined. After dozens of exchanges, not only had they failed to knock them off the stage, but Lu Qinyan had also sustained a minor injury. This only fueled the rage in his naturally arrogant and domineering heart. Why waste words with them? Lang Zhanfei shouted fiercely, his eyes as ferocious as a starving wolf. A bunch of broken soldiers and defeated generals daring to resist on the sacred arena. Today I'll shatter your bones and make all of the 9 provinces know that Qinyan Temple is nothing but a pack of worthless trash. Before his words had even faded, Lang Zhanfei's figure suddenly burst into motion. The runes on the arena floor flickered faintly, trembling under his violent aura. Black Wolf Ultimate Art, Mountain-Splitting Claw. His hands transformed into pitch-black claws, true qi condensed, their sharpness fully revealed. The claw wind was fierce, tearing through the air, carrying a terrifying power sufficient to rend metal and stone straight at Sui Han. This strike used his full 10/10 of spiritual energy with no restraint whatsoever, clearly intended to decide the fight in one blow and completely shatter Sui Han's defense. Lu Qinyan moved at the same time. Her figure was as light as a ghost, her footwork unpredictable, taking a strange arc to avoid the main battlefield. She slithered along the flank like a venomous snake, flicking dozens of fine hair-like green poison needles from her fingertips, targeting all the vital acupoints around Sui Han, sealing off every possible escape route. Simultaneously, the remaining disciples from Black Wolf Valley and the Serpent Spirit sect also made their moves. Various magical artifacts shimmered with light and spells interwove, forming an impenetrable net of attacks that descended upon the 3 of them. A pincer attack, a coordinated assault. The audience below immediately erupted in uproar. Such ruthless tactics. They launched a full-force siege right from the start, giving Qinyan Temple no chance to catch their breath. After all, it's Black Wolf Valley and the Serpent Spirit sect. Always vicious and merciless, they wouldn't care about rules or honor. Qinyan Temple really can't hold on this time. What a pity for these 3 disciples. They have backbone, but in the end they can't overcome the gap in cultivation and the disparity in numbers. Sigh, I was hoping to see an upset, but it seems that was just wishful thinking. On the viewing platform, many sect elders shook their heads, looking at the 3 from Qinyan with pity in their eyes. In their view, this match was already decided. Sui Han and the other 2 were doomed to lose. Elder Lin Qingxuan's heart instantly leaped into his throat. His whole body tensed, his hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. He wanted to act, to charge onto the arena recklessly to protect his disciples. But reason told him he couldn't. If he intruded, Qinyan Temple would be directly disqualified from the 9 provinces grand tournament. How then could the spirits of their fallen comrades find peace? Hold on. You must hold on. Lin Qingxian chanted in his heart, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. On the sacred arena, facing the overwhelming and terrifying assault, Sui Han's eyes showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a flame of resolute determination ignited within them. She knew clearly that this was their enemy's killing blow. There was no room to retreat, no way to dodge. If she stepped back, Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun behind her would be instantly consumed by the onslaught. If you want to trample over my Qinyan disciples, you'll have to get through me first. Sui Han cried out sharply. She no longer suppressed her injuries, but instead drew upon all the spiritual energy in her dantian, even burning a sliver of her own essence, blood, trading injury for power, staking her life on this gamble. Heaven-scorching sword art, prairie fire. A blazing inferno erupted from the Fun River sword. It was no longer the previous crimson, but a heaven-scorching flame tinged with blood. The fire surged into the sky, sweeping in all directions, its searing heat reaching an extreme in an instant, distorting and deforming the surrounding air. The flames coalesced into a massive wall of fire, a burning canopy that stretched between the three of them and their enemies, forcibly blocking all attacks. Boom! Claws, poison needles, spells and magical artifacts all crashed against the wall of fire. The thunderous roar was deafening. The shockwave swept across the entire arena and the runes on the platform flared brightly before barely stabilizing. The flames danced wildly, twisted and diminished. Su Yihan's figure trembled slightly behind the wall of fire, blood continuously seeping from the corners of her mouth, staining the white robes before her. With every collision of attacks, her meridians felt as if they were being torn apart inch by inch, the pain penetrating deep into her marrow. Yet she still gritted her teeth and held on, refusing to take a single step back. Senior sister. Li Muhan's eyes were about to split with rage, his heart a maelstrom of pain and fury. He watched Su Yihan, paying the price of burning her essence blood, single-handedly withstand all the attacks. Her white robes were soaked with blood, her figure swaying precariously, yet she still held up a safe haven for them. That protection, that determination struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He hated his own lack of strength, hated his low cultivation level, hated that he could only watch his senior sister fight a bloody battle while being utterly unable to share the burden. Ah! A roar of suppressed anguish burst from Li Muhan's chest. At that very moment the golden core within his body suddenly began to spin violently. The spiritual energy, which had been mostly depleted, surged wildly amidst the desperation and grief. A layer of brilliant azure light appeared on the surface of the golden core. The circulation speed of spiritual energy within his meridians multiplied several times over. A power far beyond that of a golden core peak was silently awakening. The barrier of the golden core in this instant shattered a small corner. The crisis of life and death, the bloodshed of his fellow disciples, had forcibly unearthed his latent potential, allowing him to touch the threshold of the nascent soul realm. Qingyun sword art, heart-guarding form. Li Muhan ignored the transformation within his body, channeling all of that surging power into his longsword. The sword light was as clear as water, devoid of any sharpness, yet it held an immensely steadfast will to protect. He leaped forward, placing himself beside Su Yihan. The long sword spun, forming a dense barrier of sword light that blocked all the poison needles and attacks that had slipped through the wall of fire. Xiaoyun, steady your mind and form the formation with me. Although Zhang Xiaoyun was heavily poisoned, his consciousness remained clear. Hearing Li Muhan's call, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain, yanked the poison needle from his shoulder with a forceful pull. Green blood splattered, but he acted as if he hadn't noticed. He planted his long sword on the ground, forced himself to stand steady and leaped to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Muhan. Tricolor Guardian Formation, rise. Two streaks of azure sword light shot into the sky, intertwining with Su Yihan's fiery sword light. The power of the three colors converged, forming a stable tricolored light shield that firmly protected the three of them at its center. On the surface of the shield, Qingyun runes flowed. Though its light was dim, it was tenacious. No matter how violent the external assault, it held on, stubbornly refusing to break. Humph. Lang Zanfei's expression changed, shock filling his eyes. How did those two golden core brats suddenly erupt with such power? Could that kid have broken through in the midst of battle? Lu Qingjian's face also darkened. She could clearly sense the spiritual energy within Li Muhan. The fluctuations were surging violently. Though he had not yet truly stepped into the nascent soul realm, he was infinitely close. Amplified by the three talents formation, his combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing ordinary golden core cultivators. Impossible. A group of disciples from a minor sect in the northern domain, how could they rise against the tide in such a desperate situation? Lu Qinyan shrieked, her heart a tangled mess of jealousy and fear. Keep attacking. I don't believe they can hold out forever. The assault grew even more ferocious. Light flashed chaotically above the sacred platform and the roar of explosions was unending. Time slipped by, each moment stretching into an eternity. The tricolored light barrier was riddled with cracks like a piece of glass about to shatter. Su Yihan's backlash from burning her blood essence began to show. Her face was as pale as paper and her vision grew hazy. Li Muhan's spiritual energy was completely depleted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaoyan's poison was spreading, half his body already turned a dark blue-black, on the verge of collapse. All three were on the brink of exhaustion. They can't hold on. They really can't hold on. Look. The barrier is about to break. The crowd below held their breath, their eyes fixed on the crumbling barrier, waiting for the final moment. Lang Zanfei's face twisted into a cruel grin. Ha ha ha, it's finally over. You useless trash from Qingyun Temple, get off the stage. He had been gathering his strength and now he threw a full-powered punch at the barrier. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out across the arena. The tricolored barrier exploded into fragments. 3 figures in azure robes like kites with broken strings were sent stumbling backward by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the edge of the sacred platform. The Fen sword flew from Su Yihan's hand. A sharp pain tore through her chest, and unable to endure any longer, she spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. Senior sister. Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun cried out in alarm. They tried to rise, but their bodies were limp and weak, their spiritual energy completely exhausted, leaving them without even the strength to lift a finger. Was the victor decided? Everyone thought so. Lang Zhanfei strode forward, looking down at the fallen 3 with undisguised contempt and smugness. Pathetic trash, and you dared to be arrogant. From now on, Qingyun Temple. His words came to an abrupt halt. Because he saw that Su Yihan, who should have been unconscious, was slowly opening her eyes. In those eyes there was no fatigue, no fear, only a clear, limpid azure light. The foundational heart technique of Qingyun Temple began to circulate within her body on its own, burning her soul as a catalyst to awaken her final reserves of strength. Qingyun shall never fall. A faint but resolute voice came from Su Yihan's lips. Li Muhan's heart shuddered. He jerked his head up, and in that instant the loosening barrier of his golden core shattered with a thunderous crack. Buzz. A wave of spiritual energy belonging to a nascent soul cultivator erupted from him without warning. An azure light shot into the sky, sweeping across the entire sacred platform. Spiritual energy converged madly, forming a vortex of qi. The golden core shattered, the nascent soul was born. A breakthrough on the brink of death in the midst of absolute despair. Li Muhan slowly rose to his feet, his body now brimming with surging spiritual energy, no longer the immature aura of a golden core cultivator, but the profound steadiness of a nascent soul master. He raised his hand, and the distant Fen sword flew through the air, landing firmly in his grasp. Flames intertwined with azure light, and the sword hummed and sang as if celebrating its new master. Nascent soul. He actually broke through. A thunderous roar of amazement erupted from the crowd below. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. A breakthrough in battle was already a 1 in 10,000 miracle, but to accomplish it at the very edge of exhaustion and death, forcibly ascending from the peak of golden core to the early nascent soul stage, was simply unheard of. Such willpower, such mental fortitude, such talent, it was utterly astonishing. On the viewing platform, the usually aloof grand elders turned their heads, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. This child. His mental fortitude is far beyond his peers. His future is limitless. A breakthrough in the face of death with protection as his Tao, his foundation is far more stable than that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Qingyun Temple has indeed produced an outstanding seedling. Elder Lin Qingxuan's body trembled, then tears of joy streamed down his aged face as he laughed uproariously. Excellent! 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 Our Qingyun has an heir. Our Qingyun has an heir. Lang Zhanfei and Lu Qingjian's faces turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Lang Zhanfei screamed. You're just a mere disciple of Qingyun Temple, how could you possibly break through at a time like this? Nothing is impossible. Li Muhan's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. His nascent soul spiritual energy slowly spread, enveloping the entire sacred platform. He looked down at Su Yihan unconscious beside him, at Zhang Xiaoyun who stubbornly refused to bow despite being poisoned, and in his mind's eye he saw the 5 fellow disciples who slept eternally on the mass grave. You insulted my Qingyun, harmed my brothers and sisters, and trampled on our dignity. Today this debt will be settled. As his words fell, Li Muhan's form flickered and vanished from where he stood. The speed of a nascent soul cultivator far surpassed that of a golden core, leaving behind only an azure afterimage. Fen sword, Qingyun evil slaying strike. With one slash there was no earth-shattering roar, only a sword light as clear as water cutting straight toward Lang Zhanfei. Lang Zhanfei's face contorted in horror. He hastily raised his hands to block, unleashing the full force of his black wolf chi, but against the nascent soul sword light it was like paper, shattered in an instant. Pft. The sword light swept past, leaving a deep bone-exposing wound on Lang Zhanfei's chest. Blood gushed out as his body flew backward like a kite, with broken strings crashing heavily onto the sacred platform, unable to rise again. One strike, defeated. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the azure-robed figure on the platform, their minds a complete blank. Moments ago Qingyun Temple was on the verge of defeat, and now someone had broken through in the face of death and defeated a core disciple of the Black Wolf Valley with a single sword strike. The reversal was too sudden, too shocking. Lu Qingyan was terrified out of her wits. She turned to flee, but Li Muhan would not give her the chance. You hurt my fellow disciples and still want to escape. Li Muhan flickered, blocking her path. He pointed the Fen sword lightly, the tip of the blade pressing against her throat. You lose. Lu Qinyan trembled all over her face, ashen. All her former arrogance and venom were gone. Her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. Seeing their leaders defeated, the disciples of Black Wolf Valley and Spirit Serpent sect were scared out of their minds. They had no will to fight left and threw down their weapons in surrender. Li Muhan did not kill them if the rules of the 9 provinces tournament dictated that the contest end at this point. He turned and strode quickly to Sui Han and Zhang Xiaoyun. He knelt gently, channeling his nascent soul spiritual energy into their bodies to stabilize their injuries. Senior Sister Xiaoyun. We won. His voice trembled slightly, carrying boundless exhaustion but also an unshakable resolve. At that moment the entire arena finally erupted into a thunderous wave of cheers and exclamations. They won. Qingyun Temple won. A counterattack against all odds, a breakthrough in the face of death, how legendary. From now on, who dares to call Qingyun Temple a trash sect? Who dares to mock them as a band of cripples? After today, the name of Li Muhan of Qingyun Temple will spread throughout the 9 provinces. All the previous mockery, contempt and disdain had transformed into awe and admiration. On the viewing platform, the gazes of the elders from various sects toward Qingyun Temple had completely changed from indifference to genuine regard. Elder Lin Qingxuan, tears streaming down his face, bowed deeply toward the disciples on the sacred platform. This bow was for the unyielding spirit of Qingyun, for the souls of the fallen disciples, and for this glorious victory won against all odds. On the sacred platform, Li Muhan carried the unconscious Sui Han and supported the poisoned Zhang Xiaoyun as he slowly, step by step, descended the platform. His posture was straight and tall. His white robes were stained with blood, yet he looked like a war god. Sunlight poured down, bathing him in a golden halo. The remaining disciples of Qingyun gathered together. Seeing the 3 return, tears streamed down their faces, not of sorrow but of excitement, pride and vindication. We won. We really won. Senior Sister Muhan Xiaoyun, you have worked hard. Li Muhan nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the towering sacred platform in the distance, his eyes burning with even greater determination. This was only the beginning. The 9 provinces tournament, 100 sects vying for supremacy, the road ahead was still fraught with powerful enemies and deadly peril. But they were no longer the demoralized, grief-stricken remnants they had been before. This desperate victory, this breakthrough in the face of death, had swept away all the gloom in the hearts of the Qingyun disciples. Grief had turned into strength, weakness into resilience, and fear into fighting spirit. They understood now. True strength was never about numbers, nor about cultivation level, nor about the abundance of resources. It was the indomitable Tao in their hearts, the fellow disciples who would never abandon them, and the unyielding spirit of Qingyun etched into their very bones. The departed are gone, the living carry on. They would bear the souls of their fallen comrades, the dignity of Qingyun Temple, and their blood-soaked pride, forging ahead in this grand event of the 9 provinces, fighting until the very end. No matter if they faced the prodigies of the eternal sacred lands, the geniuses of the heavenly derivative sect, or even stronger opponents, they were fearless. Because they were disciples of Qingyun. Unbending, growing stronger with every setback, born from blood rising against the tide. The setting sun cast a golden glow across the sky, illuminating the city of Zhongzhou in splendor. The fierce battle on the first sacred platform had already spread throughout the city, becoming a legend eagerly discussed by countless cultivators. Qingyun Temple, a sect from the northern domain that no one had ever paid attention to, had now officially entered the sight of all the major powers. And the names of Li Muhan, Sui Han and Zhang Xiaoyun, along with this desperate counterattack, were quietly etched into the annals of the 9 provinces tournament. Night fell and the city of Zhongzhou was ablaze with light. Inside the Qingyun pavilion there was no longer the cold desolation of before, but a vibrant energy and fighting spirit. Li Muhan was stabilizing his newly broken through nascent soul realm. Sui Han slowly regained consciousness under the nourishment of medicinal pills. Zhang Xiaoyun's poison was completely purged and his injuries were healing day by day. The other disciples were all in high spirits, training day and night in preparation for the battles ahead. Elder Lin Qingxian watched his vibrant, energetic disciples, a gratified smile spreading across his face. He knew that after this battle these disciples had undergone a complete transformation. They were no longer delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, but warriors who had walked through a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. The journey of the 9 provinces tournament was still long. 100 powerful teams were watching with hungry eyes. The road ahead was endless and fraught with danger. But so what? The disciples of Qingyun were already prepared. Reborn from the flames, their edge was just beginning to show. In the next battle they would step onto the sacred platform with even greater resolve. Let the entire 9 provinces remember their name, Qingyun Temple. Let the entire 9 provinces witness, the unyielding spirit of Qingyun can shake heaven and earth. Sui Han, Li Muhan and Zhang Xiaoyun slowly descended the martial arena. The Qingyun disciples who had been waiting at the edge immediately gathered around. Some steadied the dazed Sui Han while others supported Zhang Xiaoyun whose body was still weak from the recently neutralized poison. The gazes fixed on Li Muhan were filled with deep reverence and blazing battle intent. Muhan, well done. A breakthrough at the brink of death, one strike to decide the outcome, you've brought honor to Qingyun. Senior sister Xiaoyun, go and rest and heal. Leave the next matches to us. Li Muhan nodded slightly, entrusting the 2 to his fellow disciples. He spoke in a deep voice, elders and seniors, do not underestimate the upcoming rounds. Although the remnants of the Black Wolf Valley and the Spirit Serpent sect have been defeated, the other sects remain formidable. We must uphold Qingyun's honor and protect one another. Several Qingyun disciples who had been brimming with readiness nodded firmly. All were at the mid to late Golden Core stage. Having watched their junior brothers and sisters fight with blood and spirit, they had long stored up their strength. Now they were eager to take the stage and display the unyielding pride of Qingyun. Soon the arena steward announced the next match. Qingyun sect sent forth Su Machin, a senior brother, at the peak of the Golden Core stage along with Lin Wanqing and Zhao Yu, 2 disciples skilled in sword array coordination. Their opponents were 3 cultivators from the Poison Sand sect of the Southern Wastelands. Relying on their venomous sand and sinister artifacts, this sect had repeatedly defeated smaller sects in previous matches, exuding arrogance. The leading disciple of the Poison Sand sect sneered darkly. He pinched a handful of black venomous sand between his fingers and flung it into the air. You were merely lucky to win 1 match, yet you dare to swagger on this sacred stage. Today I shall teach you the true power of the Southern Wastelands poison arts. The venomous sand infused with corrosive spiritual energy blanketed the 3 Qingyun disciples. Many onlookers in the audience showed concern. The 3 from Qingyun had just escaped a desperate situation, and now with this change of fighters they feared they might not withstand the insidious methods of the Poison Sand sect. Su Machin remained unfazed. He held his sword horizontally across his chest, activated the Qingyun Heart Sutra, and a layer of pure light radiated around him. Wanqing Zhao Yu formed the Qingyun 7-star sword array. Defend while attacking, break his poison art. The 2 responded immediately, darting to either side. The 3 figures moved in mysterious steps, swinging their long swords in unison. Azure sword light wove into an impenetrable net of blades, completely blocking the venomous sand. The flowing sword light carried the pure spiritual essence of the Qingyun Heart Sutra, specially designed to counter evil poison arts. As the poison sand touched the light, it was instantly purified and dissolved, vanishing as a wisp of black smoke. Is that all you've got? Lin Wanqing cried out sharply. Her sword light suddenly turned fierce, striking at the enemy's flank. Poison arts are but crooked paths, how can they stand against the righteous sword of Qingyun? Zhao Yu followed closely, his sword strikes fierce and forceful, tearing through the enemy's defense. Su Machin held the center, his sword momentum steady as a mountain, pressing forward step by step. The 3 worked in perfect coordination within the sword array. Layer upon layer of sword light trapped the Poison Sand sect disciples in the center. No matter how they activated their poison arts or brandished their artifacts, they could not break through the sword array's defense. After merely a few dozen exchanges, the Poison Sand sect disciples had exhausted most of their spiritual energy, their techniques faltering. Su Machin seized the opening. His long sword thrust forward and a beam of sword light struck the core mechanism of the enemy's sinister artifact. The artifact's spiritual light instantly faded and it fell to the ground. We surrender. We surrender. The leading disciple of the Poison Sand sect turned pale, all arrogance gone. He hastily discarded his weapon and begged for mercy. Su Machin sheathed his sword and stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. In the 9 provinces, grand tournament matches are settled with restraint. Withdraw. The 3 descended the sacred stage with composure, and cheers erupted from the crowd. Those who had previously dismissed Qingyun sect now looked on with admiration, their discussions buzzing incessantly. Sui Han, who had just been stabilized from his injuries, leaned against a corridor pillar. Watching his fellow disciples return in triumph, a faint smile appeared on his pale face. Li Muhan, consolidating his nascent soul realm, felt the power of unity among his sect brothers and sisters, and his resolve grew even stronger. Before they could rest, Qingyun sect faced another match. This time their opponents were from the Frost Snow Pavilion of the Northern Domain. These cultivators practiced ice-cold techniques, excelling in freezing and sealing, and their strength was not to be underestimated. This time Qingyun sent Zhou Yi, skilled in defensive techniques, and Chu Yao, who specialized in lightning-fast swordplay. Both had trained under Lin Qingxian for years and possessed considerable combat experience. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the Frost Snow Pavilion disciples unleashed their ice-sealing ultimate technique. A wave of cold swept across the sacred arena, instantly covering the ground with thick ice in an attempt to immobilize the two. Qingyun has won 2 matches, but your luck ends here. Chu Yao moved with agility, gliding over the ice. Her sword strikes were as fast as lightning, targeting the weaknesses in the ice. Ice seals cannot trap the Qingyun sword. A flash of cold light, a single sword strike, and the ice shattered into pieces. Zhou Yi activated the Qingyun Heart Protection Art, conjuring a cyan light shield around himself to block the enemy's ice spells, providing cover for Chu Yao. The two worked in perfect harmony, one attacking, one defending. Chu Yao's swift sword continuously tore through the ice defenses, while Zhou Yi's light shield firmly protected them both. No matter how the cold invaded, it could not shake them. After a brief but fierce battle, the Frost Snow Pavilion disciples depleted their ice spiritual energy, their technique slowing. Chu Yao seized the moment, her sword tip striking one opponent's shoulder, forcing him back to the edge of the stage. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi swung his sword and the light shield transformed into a gentle force, repelling the other 2 disciples. Off you go. As the words fell, the Frost Snow Pavilion disciples were knocked off the sacred stage. Qingyun sect wins, but the steward announced loudly, and the cheers from the audience grew even louder. With 2 consecutive great victories, the morale of the Qingyun disciples soared. Those on stage and off shared a unified spirit. The injured focused on recovery, while those fighting gave their all. In every match they adhered to the Qingyun Heart Sutra, protecting their comrades and battling formidable foes. Their every move embodied an unyielding pride. In the subsequent matches, whether facing the brute force stone puppet sect or the illusion specializing Maze Gate, the Qingyun disciples each played their role. They employed sword arrays, complemented each other's offense and defense, and relied on solid cultivation, seamless cooperation, and indomitable will to secure victory after victory. With every victory, the applause from the audience grew louder. With every appearance on stage, the name of Qingyun sect resonated more powerfully in the arena. Once regarded as a minor sect of the northern domain, Qingyun sect, through unity and bloody battles, had now carved out a formidable reputation in the 9 provinces grand tournament, where 100 sects competed. As the sun set in the west, all matches for the day concluded. Qingyun sect with a perfect record advanced to the next round of the 9 provinces grand tournament. Li Muhan, Suihan, Zhang Xiaoyun and their victorious fellow disciples gathered together. Though their white robes were stained with dust and blood, each stood tall with blazing eyes. Elder Lin Qingxian looked upon his disciples with eyes full of pride. He declared in a clear voice, "Today you have united your strength and displayed the divine might of Qingyun. You have not betrayed the spirits of our fallen comrades nor the teachings of our sect." The disciples responded in unison, their voices resounding with strength throughout Qingyun Pavilion, unbending the proud bone of Qingyun. United in heart we fight again for the 9 provinces. As night deepened, the Qingyun Pavilion was brightly lit. The disciples tended to each other's wounds, reviewed their matches and refined their sword techniques, gathering strength for the journey ahead. Having broken through desperate sieges and achieved consecutive victories through unity, the Qingyun disciples had shed their immaturity and gloom, transforming into warriors who could cleave through any obstacle. They knew well that formidable enemies still lay ahead, and the journey of the 9 provinces grand tournament was far from over. But as long as they remained united, guarded the Qingyun Dao heart, and harbored an unyielding fighting spirit, they feared no opponent. At dawn the next day, the martial arena in Zhongzhou City was once again bustling. The Qingyun disciples straightened their robes, stood with swords in hand, and gazed at the arena with determined eyes. New battles were about to begin, and the fame of Qingyun sect, forged through the united efforts of its disciples, would continue to resound across the 9 provinces. Let more people witness that when Qingyun disciples stand together, they are invincible and their proud spirit is unbreakable. The flames of the 9 provinces grand tournament had raged for 3 consecutive days. The martial stage in Zhongzhou City shimmered repeatedly under the residual waves of spiritual energy. Disciples from various sects engaged in fierce unknown combat, with upsets occurring frequently. From nearly 100 competing sects, only 31 remained by the dawn of the 4th day. These remaining sects were all deeply entrenched in power, either guarded by nascent soul elders or possessing unique and unparalleled skills. Every subsequent match was a life and death struggle. The disciples of Qingyun Temple meditated and adjusted their breathing in the faint light of dawn. Su Yihan's injuries had mostly healed, though her face still bore a trace of pallor. Zhang Xiaoyan's internal toxins were completely cleansed, and his brows had regained their former liveliness. Li Muhan had fully stabilized his early nascent soul cultivation, his aura growing increasingly profound. Elder Lin Qingxian stood beneath the eaves, gazing toward the distant martial stage. He spoke in a deep voice, "Today is the drawing for the round of 16. The remaining sects are all formidable opponents. Whoever we draw, you must be fully prepared. Soon the steward's bell tolled throughout the city, summoning representatives from each sect to the central square for the draw. Li Mu Han as Qingyun Temple's representative went together with Su Machen. The square was a sea of people. 31 sect representatives, each holding a wooden token, stepped forward one by one to draw their numbers. Those who drew the same number would be opponents for the day, while the single blank token meant it by granting direct advancement to the round of 16. Li Mu Han reached into the draw box. His fingertips touched a cool wooden token. He took it out and saw that it bore no number, only the character for blank. A murmur of envy arose from the crowd. A buy was a stroke of luck, allowing them to conserve their strength and observe the battles of others, a truly heavenly opportunity. Haha. Congratulations, junior brother Mu Han. Su Mochen's face lit up with a genuine smile as he patted Li Mu Han's shoulder. This is the perfect chance for Qingyun Temple to rest and regroup. Li Mu Han nodded, feeling a release of tension within himself. After days of intense combat, although their morale was high, their spiritual energy was depleted. This buy came at just the right time. The two returned to the Qingyun Temple encampment and shared the news. The disciples erupted in cheers, the pent-up tension of the past few days finally easing. Since we don't have to fight today, why not go watch the duel between the Tang sect and the Mo clan's mechanism arts? After all, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory, Chu Yao suggested, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Both are renowned sects for their ingenious skills. The Tang sect's hidden weapons are unmatched and the Mo clan's mechanisms are unfathomable. Their match is sure to be spectacular. Everyone agreed. Elder Lin Qingxian also nodded in approval. Very well. Observing a duel between top sects will greatly benefit your cultivation. Remember to watch, think and learn from their strengths. The group followed the crowd to the viewing stands of the main stage. The seats were already packed with cultivators, the noise deafening. On either side of the stage, the disciples of the Tang sect and the Mo clan were already in position. The three from the Tang sect were all dressed in black, their belts laden with pouches of hidden weapons. The leader was a stern-faced youth named Tang Lai, rumored to be the most outstanding disciple of his generation, his rainstorm pear blossom needles technique reaching a divine level. The Mo clan's three representatives wore grey robes. Their leader was short and stout, his hands covered in calluses, Mo Qianji, the current heir of the Mo clan. Behind him, two disciples pushed a half-man-high bronze mechanical beast, its body bristling with spikes and holes, an obvious sign of deadly intent. Old Mo, it's been years. Your Mo clan's mechanisms are still as clunky as ever, Tang Lai taunted, a sneer curling on his lips as his fingers already held three bone-piercing nails. Today I'll show you what it truly means to kill without a trace. Mo Qianji chuckled, stroking his beard. Young Tang, your hidden weapons may be fast, but they cannot break the defenses of my Mo clan's mechanisms. Today you will learn that mechanism arts are the supreme power in this world. As his words faded, the steward loudly announced the start of the match. Tang Lai struck first. With a flick of his wrist, three bone-piercing nails shot toward Mo Qianji with a sharp whistle, their shafts glinting with a blue light, a clear sign of potent poison. Simultaneously, the two Tang sect disciples behind him also attacked, dozens of silver needles flying from their sleeves like a dense rain, converging on the Mo clan trio and the mechanical beast. Gasps rose from the audience. The speed and density of the Tang sect's hidden weapons were truly as legendary as claimed. Such an onslaught seemed impossible to defend against. Yet Mo Qianji remained calm. He pressed a recess on the beast's head and roared, "Rise!" The bronze mechanical beast suddenly blazed with a golden light. From the countless holes in its body, a dense spray of needle-like objects shot forth, colliding with the Tang sect's hidden weapons in midair. The clatter of metal against metal was unending as silver needles and bone-piercing nails were knocked down. Following this, the beast opened its massive maw and fired three iron chains tipped with barbs directly at the Tang sect disciples. Their speed rivaled that of the hidden weapons themselves. Interesting, Tang Lai muttered, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He dodged the chains with a swift movement, then raised his right hand, revealing a golden needle tube. Rainstorm pear blossom needles, go! Hundreds of golden needles as fine as ox hair burst forth, forming a golden torrent that pierced the defenses of the caltrops and flew straight at the Mo clan trio. This rainstorm pear blossom needle was a supreme art of the Tang sect. The needles were coated with a poison that could corrode tendons and bones, disrupting one's spiritual energy upon contact, a truly vicious weapon. Mo Qianji's expression changed slightly. He quickly manipulated the mechanical beast to shield them. The beast's back instantly unfolded into a bronze shield inscribed with intricate runes. With a resounding clang, the golden needle struck the shield. The power of the runes deflected most of them, leaving only a few to slip through the gaps, which were then intercepted by the disciples behind Mo Qianji with small mechanisms. The Tang sect's hidden weapons are nothing special. Mo Qianji laughed heartily as he commanded the beast to lunge forward, its claws swiping at Tang Lai with a fierce gust of wind. My turn to counterattack. Though the mechanical beast appeared clumsy, it was incredibly swift in action, its attacks powerful and direct. The Mo clan trio moved around it, occasionally having it shoot darts, chains, or spew flames, forcing the Tang sect disciples into a constant retreat. The audience was dazzled by the spectacle. The heavy mechanical beast displayed such nimble offense, and for a moment the Tang sect's hidden weapons seemed unable to assert their dominance. Li Mu Han frowned slightly and whispered, "The Mo clan's mechanism arts are indeed worthy of their fame. This beast is a perfect fusion of offense and defense. The Tang sect might be in trouble." Sui Han shook her head, her voice still cool. "The Tang sect always has a backup plan. Tang Lai seems passive, but he's actually been searching for the beast's weakness. Look at his footwork, he's always avoiding the beast's frontal attacks, but his eyes are fixed on its joints." As her words fell, the situation on the stage changed abruptly. After dodging a fierce lunge from the beast, Tang Lai suddenly dropped low. A small black sphere flicked from his fingertip, exploding upon landing into a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the mechanical beast. Panic seized the Mo clan disciples. Unable to see the beast's condition in the smoke, they could only control it blindly. "No. It's a Tang sect smoke bomb," a cultivator in the audience cried out. Within the smoke, Tang Lai moved like a phantom, his hidden weapons flying continuously, striking the beast's joints with pinpoint accuracy. A series of cracking sounds echoed. The beast's movements became sluggish, its joints were clearly damaged. "Haha, old Mo, your toy is finished." Tang Lai's laughter rang from the smoke, followed by a golden needle shadow shooting straight for Mo Qianji's heart. Just as everyone thought the Mo clan was doomed, Mo Qianji suddenly curled his lips into a strange smile. "Young Tang, you are too naive." He slammed another recess on the beast's head. The beast abruptly stopped struggling, its runes blazing brilliantly. The thick smoke was instantly dispelled by an invisible force. As the crowd focused, they saw a crack open in the beast's belly. Dozens of palm-sized mechanical birds flew out, each carrying a miniature bomb in its beak, swarming toward Tang Lai. "What?" Tang Lai's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected the Mo clan to have such a hidden card. He frantically waved his sleeve, shooting down several birds, but there were too many to stop. Explosions rang out in succession. Tang Lai was thrown back by the shockwave, his black robes tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Tang sect disciples. Nothing special." Mo Qianji laughed triumphantly, commanding the beast to press its advantage. "It's not too late to surrender now." Tang Lai wiped the blood from his lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Surrender. The Tang sect has never lost." He ripped open a brocade pouch at his waist and produced a pitch-black hidden weapon shaped like a locust and covered in strange markings. "This is our sect's ultimate treasure, the netherworld soul-severing needle. Those struck by it will have their souls scattered. Old Mo, dare you take it?" The audience was aghast. The netherworld soul-severing needle's fearsome reputation was known to all. It was said to contain the power of the underworld. Once fired, it was certain death unless one possessed a top-tier defensive artifact. Mo Qianji's smile froze. He hadn't anticipated Tang Lai would resort to such a deadly weapon. Just as Tang Lai prepared to unleash the needle, an unexpected change occurred. The damaged mechanical beast suddenly went berserk, its eyes blazing with red light. It turned and lunged at Mo Qianji. Startled, Mo Qianji frantically tried to control it with his spiritual energy, only to find that its control hub had been tampered with by some unknown force. "What's happening?" Mo Qianji was both shocked and enraged. Tang Lai was also stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Old Mo, didn't see that coming, did you? The hidden weapons I shot at your beast's joints weren't just to damage it, but to implant the Tang sect's soul control needle. Your mechanical beast is under my command now." Tang Lai had anticipated the Mo clan's backup plan. Among the bone-piercing nails he fired were 3 specially crafted soul control needles. Once they pierced the beast's hub, they could alter its control commands. This layered scheme was so deeply hidden that even Mo Qianji hadn't noticed. Under Tang Lai's control, the beast lunged at the Mo clan disciples, its iron claws sweeping down. The disciples scrambled to dodge their formation, falling into chaos. Mo Qianji, furious and frantic, formed seals with his hands at lightning speed, trying to regain control. But the soul control needles were embedded too deep and the hub was beyond repair. "I surrender. We surrender." Seeing his disciples being injured one after another, Mo Qianji had no choice but to cry out for mercy. A flicker of triumph passed through Tang Li's eyes. He raised his hand to recall the soul control needles, and the mechanical beast instantly collapsed, all its spiritual light fading. He put away the netherworld soul-severing needle and said coldly, "You should have surrendered earlier. Why suffer this physical pain? Old Mo, am taking your little toy with me. Damn you." Cheers erupted from the audience. The match had been a roller coaster. First the Tang sect's hidden weapons had the upper hand, then the Mo clan's mechanisms turned the tables, and finally Tang Li reversed the situation with his layered plot. It was truly spectacular. The disciples of Qingyun Temple watched utterly captivated and deeply impressed. What a brilliant layered scheme. Tang Li's mind is incredibly sharp, Lin Wanqing remarked. First he used a smoke bomb to confuse his opponent, then the soul control needle to hijack the mechanism, and finally the netherworld soul-severing needle to intimidate. Every step was calculated. Truly formidable. Sui Han nodded. The Mo clan's mechanism arts are strong, but they rely too heavily on their machines. Once a weakness is found, they have little chance to turn things around. The Tang sect's hidden weapons are not only fast, precise and deadly, but they also excel in using strategy. That's the key to their victory. Li Mu Han was lost in thought. This match has taught me a lot. In future battles I not only need to improve my own strength but also use my mind, blending reality and illusion to remain invincible. Talking among themselves, the group returned to the Qingyun Temple encampment. This day of rest was especially precious. The disciples dispersed. Some continued to meditate and regulate their breathing. Others reviewed the Tang sect and Mo clan match, seeking lessons to learn. Still others sparred with each other to hone their skills. Li Mu Han sat alone under an ancient tree in the courtyard, circulating the Qingyun Heart Sutra. In his mind he replayed the duel between the Tang sect and the Mo clan. He knew that the upcoming battles for the round of 16 would only be more difficult. Whether it was the brute force-focused Golden Blade sect or the illusion-wielding 10,000 Souls Valley, none were to be underestimated. Yet there was no fear in his heart. Instead he was filled with fighting spirit. As the sun set, its golden rays bathed the courtyard of the Qingyun Temple encampment, illuminating the upright figures of the disciples. Having endured days of fierce combat and today's respite, the eyes of the Qingyun disciples grew even more resolute. They knew the true test lay ahead, but as long as they held fast to the unyielding spirit of Qingyun and worked together, they feared no powerful foe. Night fell. The lights of Zhongzhou city flickered on one by one. The clamor from the martial stage gradually subsided, but a greater storm was brewing in silence. The battle for the round of 16 was about to commence. The disciples of Qingyun Temple were ready to meet the new challenges. Their renown would continue to echo across the lands of the 9 provinces. The next morning the top 16 qualifiers of the 9 provinces grand tournament officially commenced. Above the martial saint platform of Zhongzhou city, radiant light intertwined with baleful aura. The number of cultivators watching was several times greater than the previous day, with figures of elders from various sects even suspended in the air. Today Qingyun Temple was not blessed with yesterday's fortune. As soon as the draw results were announced, the hearts of the temple's disciples sank. Qingyun Temple was pitted against the Hehuan sect. The Hehuan sect had long been renowned across the 9 provinces for their charm arts, illusion techniques and soul-enchanting Dao methods. They did not engage in direct clashes of spiritual power, but specialized in disturbing minds, corrupting Dao hearts and employing insidious deceptive tactics, making them the most troublesome of foes. Elder Lin Qingxuan's expression was grave as he cautioned repeatedly, the Hehuan sect's techniques are bizarre. Remember to guard your heart, close your eyes, condense your qi, remain unmoved and act not rashly. You must be extremely careful. Once your mind is seduced by their voices and appearances, you will surely suffer severe injury. Li Muhan, Sui Han, Su Machen, Zhang Xiaoyun, Lin Wanqing and Chu Yao ascended the platform. A gentle breeze swept by as 5 graceful figures slowly walked forth from the opposite side. Their robes were as light as smoke, and a fragrance drifted across the platform with the wind, causing a slight disturbance in one's mind and spirit upon being inhaled. The leading woman, dressed in a pink skirt with spring in her brows and a smile on her lips, was none other than Lu Qingyan, the foremost disciple of this generation of the Hehuan sect. Her mastery of the illusory enchantment mist and soul-stealing silk had caused countless sect disciples to fall at her hands. Oh, if it isn't the little Taoists and fairies of Qingyun Temple, Lu Qingyan chuckled, her voice soft enough to melt water. The Qingyun techniques are upright and strong, but it's a pity you've met us. I'm afraid you'll meet your doom here. Li Muhan held his sword horizontally before him and said in a deep voice, stop your bewitching nonsense. Make your move. What's the rush? Lu Qingyan's eyes shimmered as the 4 women behind her raised their hands simultaneously. Pink mist spread like a tide, instantly engulfing half of the sacred platform. The mist carried a faint, strange fragrance. A soft, seductive melody entered the ears, and before the eyes illusions seemed to arise. Some saw reunions with old friends, some saw the pinnacle of fame and success, and some saw the comforts of a warm bed. Chu Yao was the first to lose her composure, her steps faltering. This fragrance. Lin Wanqing quickly activated the Qin Yun heart method. Don't breathe it. Don't listen. Don't open your eyes. But it was too late. The 4 Hehuan sect women began to dance simultaneously, their long sleeves fluttering like butterflies. Soul-stealing silks shot silently from their sleeves, as thin as ox hair binding upon contact. Zhang Xiaoyan, being weaker in cultivation, saw a vision of her parents reunited safely before her eyes. She froze for a moment, and a silver thread coiled around her wrist. A sinister soft force drilled straight into her dantian through her meridians. She let out a muffled groan, her face turning deathly pale, and staggered to the ground. Xiaoyun. Su Yihan's Fen sword swept horizontally, its heat forcing back the mist. But Lu Qinyan had already closed in. She did not clash directly with the sword. Instead, she lightly flicked her fingertip, sending a wisp of pink energy straight toward Su Yihan's brow. Little sister born so cold and aloof, why torment yourself? Su Yihan closed her eyes and retreated hastily, but a trace of the seductive energy still invaded her mind. A wave of dizziness struck and her sword moves faltered. Lu Qinyan sneered, flicked her sleeve, and struck Su Yihan squarely on the shoulder. With a heavy thud, Su Yihan was sent flying backward, crashing onto the platform with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. In mere moments, Qinyin Temple had already lost 2 members. Su Machin swung his sword to sever the soul-stealing silks, but unexpectedly multiple phantoms emerged from within the mist, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the illusory. "I'm right here." A delicate laugh sounded beside his ear. Su Moken's mind wavered and his abdomen was suddenly struck. He doubled over, falling to his knees as his spiritual energy surged wildly in reverse. Chu Yao tried to assist but was entangled by 2 Hehuan sect disciples. The seductive sounds invaded her ears, and the more she struggled, the more chaotic her spiritual energy became. Eventually, silver threads bound her ankles and she was thrown heavily to the ground, her robes stained with dust. Chaos reigned on the platform. The Qinyin Temple's techniques had always been upright and honorable. They feared no direct confrontation of strength, spell, or sword. But against the Hehuan sect's unorthodox methods that attacked the mind, they were completely suppressed. Li Muhan forcibly guarded his heart with the Qinyin heart method, his sword light like a silver ribbon protecting his body. Steady your minds. Fortify your spiritual altar. He drove Lu Qinyan back with a single sword stroke and was about to help Su Yihan when Lu Qinyan suddenly let out a seductive laugh. She formed hand seals and intoned Sea of Illusion, Sky of Passion, bewitch the soul, steal the will. The entire mist erupted violently, transforming into countless threads that lashed toward Li Muhan. No matter how fierce his sword wind, he could not cut through the intangible illusions and soul-stealing force. A wisp of pink energy entered his nostrils. Li Muhan's mind exploded with a roar, and countless stray thoughts flashed before his eyes, causing his movements to hesitate for an instant. Lu Qinjian's face drew close to his ear as she exhaled a foul breath, then lightly pressed a palm against his chest. "Little brother, why do you avoid me so?" "Humph. Is it just because I'm from the Hehuan sect? Setting aside age, I think we are a match made in heaven." Though the strike seemed gentle, its force was insidiously vicious, directly shattering his protective spiritual energy and severely damaging his internal organs. "A pity, little Taoist, you have lost." Li Muhan spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily onto the sacred platform, his long sword flying from his hand. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Of the 6 from Qinyin Temple, 5 were severely wounded and lying on the ground, while 1 barely stood. All were injured with no battle strength remaining. An uproar erupted from below the platform. No one had expected that Qinyin Temple, which had merely watched the earth-shattering duel between the Tang sect and the Mo clan the day before, would suffer such a swift and devastating defeat today. Elder Lin Qingxuan's figure flickered as he rushed onto the sacred platform, helping his disciples up one by one. He saw that each had flushed or deathly pale faces, their meridians ravaged by sinister energy, their Dao hearts shaken, injuries far worse than they appeared. Lu Qinyan smoothed her sleeves and smiled radiantly. "Elder Lin, thank you for yielding. Though Qinyin Temple is strong, it's a pity. What is too rigid is easily broken, and righteousness cannot overcome deceit." Lin Qingxuan's face turned ashen, but he had no words to refute. The tournament rules were clear, victory and defeat were decided. "We have lost." The setting sun once again bathed Zhongzhou city, but it no longer held yesterday's warmth. The Qinyan temple party returned to their quarters with heads bowed, everyone bearing injuries, the atmosphere as heavy as iron. Sui Han was pale and silent. Zhang Xiaoyun leaned on Chu Yao, sobbing softly. Su Machun sat with eyes closed, regulating his breath, traces of blood still at the corner of his mouth. Li Muhan leaned against an ancient tree, each breath causing sharp pain in his chest. Yesterday's luck of the Bai and today's humiliating defeat clashed violently in their hearts. Li Muhan slowly clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white, blood seeping from his wounds. He stared toward the sacred platform, his voice hoarse yet carrying an irrepressible ferocity. This enmity, this disgrace, Qinyan Temple will remember. When we meet again we will repay it twofold. Night once again enveloped Zhongzhou city. But on this night Qinyan Temple knew no lightheartedness, only suppressed pain, silent fighting spirit, and a bitter unforgettable defeat. The true abyss of despair was only just beginning. The twilight of Zhongzhou city carried a viscous oppression mirroring the current state of mind of the Qinyan Temple disciples. In the courtyard of their lodging the scent of medicinal herbs intermingled with the smell of blood. Elder Lin Qingxian sat cross-legged, his hands forming a seal as a faint azure spiritual light enveloped him. He was channeling his power to sort out Li Muhan's chaotic meridians. Li Muhan leaned against an ancient tree, his face still as pale as paper. The wound on his chest throbbed with a dull pain. The insidious unaligned evil force clung to him like a stubborn ailment. Even with the elder's spiritual energy suppressing it, it still occasionally surged through his meridians, stirring his qi and blood into turmoil. Elder, this disciple is useless. Li Muhan's voice, heavy with undisguised guilt and resentment, rumbled in his throat. The quiet joy he felt during yesterday's by now seemed bitterly ironic. If only their cultivation weren't so shallow and their minds so unsteady, they wouldn't have been utterly helpless against the Hehuan sect's devious arts, bringing such great shame upon Qinyan Temple. Lin Qingxian withdrew his hands, a faint wisp of black qi lingering on his fingertips, a contamination from the Hehuan sect's evil power. He let out a light sigh, his gaze sweeping over the disciples healing their wounds in the courtyard. Victory and defeat are common in cultivation. This failure is not due to your incompetence but because the Hehuan sect's techniques are insidious, targeting the mind, which naturally counters our Qingjian's righteous path. Despite his words, the worry in his eyes did not diminish. A wounded Dao heart is far harder to heal than a physical injury. This crushing defeat would likely leave an indelible shadow in the hearts of his disciples. Sui Han sat on a stone stool, the Fen sword resting horizontally across her knees. A faint red light occasionally flickered across the blade. Her long eyelashes cast shadows over her eyes, concealing her emotions. The wound on her shoulder was bandaged, but the spot where Lu Qinyan had struck her still sent intermittent waves of bone-chilling cold. Naturally aloof and proud, being defeated so disgracefully by the Hehuan sect filled her with a stifling frustration and resentment no less intense than Li Muhan's. Zhang Xiaoyun leaned against Chu Yao's embrace. Her tears had stopped, but her eyes were still red and swollen. With the shallowest cultivation she had suffered the most severe injury. The evil qi entrenched in her meridians left her feeling weak and limp. Sister Chu Yao, are we really just going back like this? Her voice was faint, tinged with timidity, but more so with reluctance. Chu Yao gently patted her back. Her own ankle still ached. Though the dust on her clothes had been brushed away, the disgrace and humiliation were deeply etched into her heart. What else can we do? She gave a bitter smile. All 6 of us are wounded, our Dao hearts are unstable. Staying would be pointless. Let this be a lesson. We will train harder in the future. There will always be a day for revenge. Su Machun sat with his eyes closed, his spiritual energy circulating slowly as he tried to expel the soul-confusing power that had invaded his body. His face was calm, but a close observer would notice his furrowed brows and slightly trembling fingertips betraying his inner turmoil. The Hehuan sect's illusions were too bizarre. The visions he had seen that day still flashed in his mind, disturbing the peace of his spiritual platform. The atmosphere in the courtyard was suffocatingly heavy, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the somewhat labored breathing of the group. Elder Lin Qingxian pondered for a moment before speaking. We will depart for Qinyan Temple at dawn tomorrow. Though we achieved no great results in this 9 provinces grand tournament, it has shown you your own shortcomings and the perils of the cultivation world. After we return you must cultivate with a focused mind, stabilize your Dao hearts and diligently practice your arts. Do not let today's humiliation become a lifelong regret. Yes, Master Elder. The group responded in unison, their voices carrying varying degrees of dejection and resolve. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, the Qinyan Temple members packed up and prepared to depart. In the courtyard, Elder Lin Qingxian had temporarily suppressed the disciples' injuries. Though not fully healed, they were stable enough for travel. Li Muhan leaned on his longsword as he slowly stood up. The pain in his chest had lessened somewhat. He gazed towards the center of Zhongzhou City, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He would never forget this hatred and humiliation. Just as the group turned to step out of the lodging's main gate, an unexpected gust of bloody wind swept through Zhongzhou City without warning. This was no ordinary bloody scent. It was interwoven with countless roars of malice, pain and despair, like the simultaneous wailing of 10,000 vengeful spirits, piercingly harsh. Where the wind passed, the air itself seemed to become viscous and frigid, making everyone's hair stand on end. A chill originating from the depths of the soul instantly spread through their limbs. Not good. Lin Qingxuan's face changed drastically. He looked up sharply towards the martial stage at the city center. This is the aura of resentful souls. Such a dense aura of resentful souls. Before his words faded, a deafening explosion came from the direction of the stage, like a thunderclap that echoed throughout the entire city. Immediately after, countless miserable screams and howls rose one after another, weaving together into a terrifying symphony of death. What's happening? Su Yihan's face paled as she tightened her grip on the Fen sword. The blade trembled slightly from her tension, emitting a faint wave of heat. Let's go see. Lin Qingxian made a swift decision. His figure flickered and he sped towards the stage. A strong sense of unease gripped his heart. This aura of resentful souls was too terrifying. It was not something an ordinary evil cultivator could possess. He feared a great calamity was about to befall Zhongzhou City. Li Muhan and the others exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. They immediately followed Elder Lin Qingxian. Though their injuries were not healed, a sudden catastrophe had struck Zhongzhou City and countless cultivators were in peril. As disciples of Qingyun, how could they stand by and do nothing? As they sped along, the scenes they witnessed along the way filled them with rage. The once prosperous and lively streets of Zhongzhou City were now in complete ruin. Buildings had collapsed, fires raged and blood stained the bluestone pavements. Countless cultivators lay in pools of blood, some had their bodies torn apart, others stared with wide eyes, their faces frozen in ultimate terror, clearly having been slaughtered without any chance to defend themselves. What was even more horrifying was that the souls of some cultivators were being forcibly ripped from their bodies, turning into pale soul shadows that wailed and struggled in midair. However, an invisible force was pulling them towards the direction of the stage. Such cruel methods. Chu Yao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger and pity. Among these cultivators were disciples from various sects who had been sparring on the stage just yesterday, now reduced to this state. It's evil cultivators. Su Machin said in a low voice, his sharp gaze sweeping around. And they are the kind who cultivate evil arts and live by devouring souls. Along the way, evil cultivators in black robes with hideous faces appeared in scattered groups, wielding all sorts of bizarre magical artifacts as they madly slaughtered innocent cultivators and plundered their souls. Their cultivation levels varied, some were at the foundation establishment stage, some at the golden core stage, and there were even nascent soul stage evil cultivators. Their methods were vicious and utterly unrestrained. Kill. Li Muhan's eyes blazed with fury. He drew his sword and a flash of azure sword light arced towards an evil cultivator who was massacring a low-level cultivator. The wound on his chest throbbed with pain due to his emotional agitation, but he could no longer care about that. Clang! The sword light collided with the evil cultivator's bone blade, producing a harsh metallic screech. That evil cultivator was only at the golden core stage. How could he be a match for Li Muhan? Even severely wounded and with depleted spiritual energy, Li Muhan was far beyond his ability to contend with. With a miserable cry, the evil cultivator was cleaved in two by the sword light, blood splattering everywhere. Protect the innocent cultivators. Slay the evil cultivators. Elder Lin Qingxian shouted in a deep voice. He waved his horsetail whisk and countless azure beams of spiritual light transformed into blades sweeping towards the surrounding evil cultivators. As a nascent soul stage cultivator, his attacks were swift and overwhelming. In an instant 5 or 6 evil cultivators fell dead from his whisk. Su Yihan, Su Machin and the others also joined the fray. Though their combat power was greatly diminished due to their injuries, dealing with these low to middle-level evil cultivators was still well within their capabilities. The flames of the Fen sword and the righteous might of the Azure Cloud sword, attack after attack rained down and evil cultivators fell with screams. However, these low to middle-level evil cultivators were merely the tip of the iceberg. When the group finally arrived at the martial stage, the sight before them shook them all to the core. An extreme terror instantly seized their hearts. The once solemn and sacred martial stage was now shrouded in a thick, impenetrable black mist. Within the mist, countless pale soul shadows struggled and wailed madly. Their numbers were in the millions. These soul shadows were of both cultivators and mortals, all forcibly ripped from their bodies, their resentment soaring to the heavens. At the center of the black mist floated a massive black banner. The banner was about 3 zhang tall, its surface pitch black like ink and embroidered with countless twisted ferocious ghostly figures. Its edges were studded with ghastly white skulls exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. The banner fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. Each flutter pulled at the countless resentful souls, causing them to emit piercing shrieks while simultaneously emitting a powerful suction force that continuously ripped the souls of nearby cultivators from their bodies and drew them into the banner. This banner was the legendary evil treasure, the 10,000 soul banner. Beneath the 10,000 soul banner stood a man in a blood-red robe, his hands clasped behind his back. His face was sinister, his eyes bloodshot, and he was surrounded by a dense aura of blood and resentful souls. His presence was so powerful it inspired awe and fear. His cultivation level had shockingly reached the Earth Immortal realm. An Earth Immortal was a being that transcended the nascent soul stage, capable of manipulating the forces of heaven and earth with a mere gesture, possessing the power to destroy the world. Around this Earth Immortal evil cultivator stood dozens of powerful evil cultivators, all at the nascent soul stage or above, including several at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. They were spread out in a fan formation completely surrounding the entire stage, continuously slaughtering the cultivators from various sects who tried to resist. The stage was already a river of blood and a field of corpses. The disciples and elders from various sects who had been sparring just yesterday were now suffering heavy casualties. Even Lu Qinyan and her group from the Hehuan sect were among them. Their charm techniques and illusions were useless against absolute power and the terrifying aura of resentful souls. They were now being pushed back, all bearing injuries, their faces pale and eyes filled with terror. Ha ha ha. The 9 provinces are vast, with countless cultivators and an inexhaustible supply of souls. With the help of these million resentful souls, I will surely break through the shackles of the Earth Immortal realm and achieve the celestial immortal position. The blood-robed evil cultivator let out a wild laugh, his voice like the howling of ghosts and wolves piercing to the ear. He reached out his hand and made a gentle grasping motion. The 10,000 soul banner trembled violently, emitting an even more terrifying suction force. Countless soul shadows were forcibly drawn into the banner, the ghostly figures on it becoming even more ferocious and the aura it emitted growing stronger. Evil fiend! Do not be so arrogant! A white-haired elder roared in anger. He wielded an ancient longsword, transforming into a streak of light as he slashed towards the blood-robed evil cultivator. He was an elder of the Kunlun sect, his cultivation at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, making him one of the few present with the highest cultivation besides the Earth Immortal evil cultivator. A mere firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon. The blood-robed evil cultivator sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He did not dodge or evade. He merely raised his right hand and a thick ball of black mist instantly coalesced in his palm. Within the mist, countless resentful souls howled as they lunged at the white-haired elder. Boom! The long sword collided with the black mist. The white-haired elder let out a muffled grunt as if struck by a heavy blow. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the stage. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and the long sword in his hand hummed, nearly slipping from his grasp. He looked up, his eyes filled with shock. This power of resentful souls is so terrifying. Die. The blood-robed evil cultivator snorted coldly. He pointed a finger and a black streak of light shot out, heading straight for the white-haired elder's brow. In that critical moment, a figure carefree and unrestrained as if strolling through a garden slowly appeared on the stage. It was a man in white robes. His long hair reaching his waist was casually tied up with a wooden hairpin. He held a gourd of wine in one hand and an ancient longsword hung at his waist, faint light flickering across its blade. His expression was calm, his eyes holding a hint of drunkenness mixed with a worldly-wise detachment. He simply stood there as if he were a world apart from the bloody and terrifying battlefield. Oh, quite a lively scene. It seems I have arrived just in time. The white-robed man let out a small burp, shaking his wine gourd. A few drops of wine spilled onto the ground, emitting a faint refreshing fragrance that dispelled some of the surrounding bloodlust and evil chi. Everyone was stunned, their gazes fixed on this white-robed man. No one knew who he was, where he came from, or why he appeared there at that moment. The blood-robed evil cultivator frowned, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He could not see through this white-robed man's cultivation level, which made him feel a vague sense of unease. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my plans? The white-robed man grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, the drunkenness in his eyes deepening. My name is Li, by courtesy named Tai Bai. I am but a carefree wanderer who drinks and composes poetry. Passing by this place, I saw this evil fiend slaughtering living beings and plundering souls. It displeased me, so I thought I'd meddle in this affair. Li Bai. Everyone looked bewildered. They had never heard of such a figure in the 9 provinces cultivation world. A trace of mockery flashed in the blood-robed evil cultivator's eyes. An unknown nobody dares to speak such arrogant words. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Before his words, faded black mist coalesced in his palm, once more forming a massive ghostly claw that shot towards Li Bai with a heartrending howl. On the ghostly claw countless resentful souls wailed, exuding a terrifying pressure that would make even a nascent soul stage cultivator tremble. Faced with this terrifying claw, Li Bai remained completely calm, even taking a leisurely sip of his wine. Among the flowers, a single jug of wine, no one to drink with me. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, facing my shadow we become 3. He softly recited the poem, his voice carefree and melodious, a stark contrast to the bloody horror of the battlefield. As the verses left his lips, the long sword at his waist seemed to respond. With a sharp ring it automatically unsheathed, transforming into a brilliant white sword light that hovered before him. The sword light flowed as pure and bright as the moonlight, radiating a vast and majestic righteous energy that dispelled the surrounding aura of resentful souls. The souls being pulled by the 10,000 soul banner under the illumination of this righteous energy stopped their wailing, a flicker of clarity appearing in their eyes. This. What kind of power is this? The blood-robed evil cultivator's expression changed, the unease in his heart growing stronger. He could feel that the righteous energy within Li Bai was the bane of evil cultivators like himself. The moon, unable to drink, merely follows my shadow. For now I'll befriend the moon and my shadow, seeking joy while spring lasts. Li Bai continued his recitation.